Welcome back to VCO Infinity as we get ready for race 9 of 24 here this evening. We're fully into the graveyard shift now and taking you through the next couple of hours. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside DJ Clark for the next 2 races. We're very much looking forward to this. It's a wild contrast to what we've just seen. Touring cars at Monza, we were just speaking about it there. Turn 1 is going to be at the forefront of everybody's mind over the next few moments.
Yeah, indeed it is. You've got to be very, very careful, even under the best circumstances. Breaking down in a big field into turn 1 at Monza can be very, very sketchy, but we are doing this at nearly 3 a.m. virtual standard time, so it is pitch dark out there.
It certainly is. Before we get to that, though, before we go any further, let's bring in Josh Rogers, the winner from race 8 that we've just completed at Road American GT3s. Welcome, Josh. Good to have you with us here in the commentary booth. How was that race for you in the dark at Road America? You were out front for most of it. It looked pretty simple from where we were sat. Was it as simple for you driving the car?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Not so much. The McLaren is a very challenging car to drive. It has a very unique driving style, and it's one of those cars that's very knife edge and always on the brink of stepping out from underneath you. So it's very difficult to remain consistent and continue pushing hard as well. Even there, I think we all had a few moments, but quality wasn't amazing for me, but managed to get by Luke into turn 1 and Gustavo the next lap into turn 1 as well. And from that point onwards, I was just trying to focus and look forward. I think maybe they had a couple little incidents here and there with some traffic, which for sure helped me out and took the pressure off a little bit. But still, it was one mistake away from all being thrown away. So no, it was fun. Obviously we've got a lot of work ahead of us, unfortunately, due to that disconnect earlier, but we'll do what we can do. We'll keep pushing on like we always do, and yeah, fingers crossed. But it's been a fun event so far. It's an exciting format.
It is. It certainly is. Just speaking on that, obviously you guys have found yourself a little bit further behind than maybe you'd like at this stage in the race. What's the feeling within Coanda at the moment? Is there still a feeling that you can go out and win this race with so long to go?
Of course, there always is. We're certainly the kind of team that never gives up and will never back down from a fight either. And, looking at the numbers, we're still theoretically in contention. So at that point, that's how we go about it. We're still going to be pushing teeth and nail all the way until the end. And yeah, wherever we end up is wherever we end up. But all we can do is do the best job we can. And yeah, go from there. But the last races have been pretty solid for us, so we'll try and keep the consistency going.
Absolutely, and just on a more personal level for you in the next couple of hours, what's the plan for you now? Are you getting back in the car again soon? Are you doing one of these races in the next few hours, or are you off for some rest over the next couple?
No, I'll be doing the next Silverstone race in the LMP2, and then a bit of a rest until a little bit closer to the end of the race. So still another couple hours ahead of me tonight, and then we'll take some rest.
Absolutely, well-deserved rest indeed as well. But we'll let you go now back to Coanda, back to your team now. But congratulations on the race victory at just a couple of moments ago there, and we look forward to seeing you in an hour or so's time at Silverstone.
Cheers, guys. Hope you enjoy the next races.
Cheers, thanks very much. Josh Rogers there from Coanda Simsport, race winner from race 8 here at VCO Infinity. Now it's time to go to Monza though, before race 9. We're in the touring cars, of course, a whole different kettle of fish compared to what we've just seen at Road America. Turn 1, as we've already spoken about, is going to be a problem. The pitch black, it's going to be a problem. We're just within the last throes of qualifying right now, getting ourselves towards the race gridding up here. But this race here, VCO Infinity DJ, couldn't be poised any better. We've got the top 2 tied on points. after 8 hours. It is literally the perfect situation. Let's, before we get to that, talk about the starting grid though, because Tommy Ostergaard has taken pole position for Coanda. They're in a great little run of form here. 0.3 of a second. He's taken it over Brandon Hawking. Ryan Barneveld for BS Competition lines up third, with Josh Thompson for Redline in fourth. Then it will be Apex Racing Team alongside Zenith Esports on the third row of the grid together. T3 Motorsport 7th with Damien Owen Harris. Urano Esports looking to recover from a poor Road America for them in race 8. They're starting in 8th here. Pure Sims and Arnage round out your top 10. Then it's Will Chadwick, Will Raceblock's very own, alongside Emily Jones. Then we've got Sim Racing Unlimited and Race Clutch on row 7. Triton Racing rounding out your top 15. Simsa Esports your top 16. Then it's PGZ Race Motorsports, in 17th. WOR Esports are in 18th. Just ahead of Bravum Esports and Was Cooking Racing Adventures, rounding out your top 20. Then we've got Absolute Racing, Aslink, Sim Racing, RPC Esports, R8G Esports in 23rd for them, despite being tied in the lead of the championship. Not good at all. 24th is Netrex. They'll be lining up on the 12th row with the tied championship leaders. Mitty Hoyer will be 25th, head of the wannabe SRT team. Legion of Racers 27th, ahead of Yas Heat. Trek Esports and DCW Racing round out your top 30. 31st, we've got Racebot's very own as well, Lorenzo Bonda in this race. TR powered by Geeks Energy alongside him. Then we've got RM Vision STS in 33rd, ahead of E-Team Brit. Outer Sea Sports 35th with the slowest lap time that got on the board. Aurus Racing Team, the first car not to have set a lap time in that session, I'm afraid. Pulsar Sea Sports, Rocket Sim Sport and Wolf Racing Team, Wolf Team Racing, I should say, all finding themselves in a similar situation. About 30 seconds before we get going once again here, DJ. This is very finely poised, but R8G have found themselves a long way down here.
Yeah, that is not going to be a good position for them, and I think here for Coanda, this is the part where they start to fight back. You heard Josh Rogers talking about they're not out of this yet. Tommy Ostergaard starting on pole position. This is their chance to be able to put themselves up toward the pointy end of that championship standings.
It certainly is. Tommy Ostergaard, let's not forget, was the driver of the last TCR race we saw at Road America. It was a great race, but he got a drive-through penalty for an incident. It dropped them even further back to add to the disconnection that Mac Backham had as well. We're in the final few moments of gridding here, and we're going to be able to get ourselves ready to go racing here at Monza. The under straightaway green flag racing. Tommy Ostergaard with a decent start on the front row there. Brandon Hawking as well, as the two get away very nicely indeed. The BS Competition guard going absolutely nowhere. Ryan Barneveld, despite qualifying third, is falling through the field dramatically. Now what's going to happen here? It's the first chicane. There's contact already. One of the cars goes spinning around into turn number 1. Couldn't see which one that was. I think it might be Pure Sims that have gone around into turn number 1. It is a traffic jam. It's a car park, and there's nowhere to go if you're outside the top 10 or 20. It is impossible to get through, and that's unfortunately what we've seen. A lot of contact as expected down into turn 1. I think that's Mitchie Hoyer's Burst Esport car damaged on the exit as well. A shame to see, but not unexpected.
No, the absolute kerfluffle that we were a little bit worried was going to happen absolutely happened there at the beginning of that race. A lot of drivers trying to work their way around here. You see a few poking their nose this way and that, but I think the biggest thing now is for everybody to just calm down a little bit after that big coming together. Everybody trying to calm down a little bit more.
Great start, I can tell you, for Sergio Ignacio there in the Zenith Esports car. 4th place for them after qualifying in 6th. They've got in front of Josh Thompson there, you can see in the red line car. Currently gaining points gaining many points on R8G by the looks of things, but it is Coanda Simsport leading, as they have done across the line for 3 out of the last 4 races. Josh Rogers winning 2 of them. He's become the first driver in the VCO Infinity to win 2 races as an individual driver, as GCW Racing also have had an issue on the run down towards Ascari on the straight between them. Mitchie Hoyer was indeed one of those cars involved in an incident for Burst Esport. Not a standout day for them, although after speaking to a team member a little bit earlier on in the day, said that they are not exactly the most prepared for this race here today, or this series of races here today. So it's not exactly unexpected for them. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, Ryan Barneveld has found himself in all kinds of trouble here. because of a bit of a poor start. It went absolutely nowhere off of this start, but I have to say, comparing this to Road America a little bit earlier on, DJ, this race has spread out remarkably quickly after only one lap.
Yeah, it really has. You're starting to see some gaps play out a little bit, but as we continue to go along, those draft trains are going to form like we saw them form at Road America. Remember in those first couple of laps, we saw 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cars running line astern? I think that's going to be the same thing here at Monza, but definitely up front, it's Ostergaard and Hawkins starting to streak away from the field, and then a little bit of a pack there behind, and then a big run from Barneveld on back.
Yeah, it is quite a big run backwards from that, I'm afraid. But these margins can be closed up throughout the remainder of this race for sure. And there's somebody pulling out of line there to serve a slowdown. That's going to be another. I think it was Jerzy Glack there. Currently, or was running in 11th position, has to pull out of line and serve a slowdown penalty, I'm afraid to say. Which team was that for? Triton Racing, unfortunately. Just promoting Veloce, PGZ and Brabham Esports, all of those up a position, which of course is a point in the VCO Infinity standings. Every point worth a position, of course, as we go up towards Ascari once more, and the leaders trying at least for the moment to stay together. That is how we stand at the moment. 12 points separate Redline and R8G. It's not been a bad start for Vad Klimenchev. It certainly was a bad qualifying, but at least he didn't get involved in any of the lap 1 shenanigans. He is in 16th, he's in the race, he's got all of his car remaining. He's done all right considering the circumstances.
Yeah, indeed he has. He's up 7 on the day in that 88 machine, so he's going to be relatively pleased with that, I think, but still some more room to go as he is in one of those big draft trains that is going to allow himself to be able to move his way up on forward right now. Trying to take a look right now on Nathan Moore a little bit, closing down the main straightaway.
Now let's see, is there going to be real dive bombs and all sorts of overtakes just yet, or are we going to see draft trains forming as we were talking about a little bit earlier on? Are we going to see a real long train for the lead in this race? Well, I can tell you we've already got one for the top 6, all the way from Tommy Østgaard down to Damien Owen Harris in the T3 Motorsport car. We have got a 6-car train for the lead right now. Østgaard is obviously going to want to put things right, as I mentioned, from Road America. Side by side with, was it the Zenith Esports car? I think it was, possibly. With Kira Wolf, maybe. At the kink, obviously made a bit of contact. Østgaard deemed to be at fault for the incident that formed. It was 7 cars got involved, or 6 cars got involved in the incident, and unfortunately, Østgaard had to serve a penalty. And there may be a few penalties back here for this kind of stuff. It was a messy start back in the pack.
And that was that instance for Patrick Falconer that we saw earlier. Just looked like a little bit of miscommunication there, and unfortunately a little bit of a bump from behind in the barriers that close up so tightly there coming off of that second chicane. Just nowhere left for him to go.
They do, yeah, they do close in quite dramatically. It does get quite narrow. There's not a lot they can do. There's a historic oval in the way, so there's not a lot they could have done about it, but it does get quite narrow down there on the run up towards Ascari between the second Lesmo and Ascari. So yeah, it can collect you, and it has done, I'm afraid, for a couple down the order. So how long is Østgaard going to have to lead this race? Is he going to be leading right till the very last lap? Of course, if you remember back to the Road America race, we saw SRV Bovano Corsa winning that one in the end, because Brandon Hawkin got the race victory on that occasion. This is a replay of stuff going on a little bit further down. The 69 car going for a pretty wild ride there into the second chicane.
Yeah, and that was Ivan Pinocchio, and he's going to find himself put out back into 28th position, although he's just been able to make up into 29th as we've got a little bit of a pass for the lead.
We do indeed, down the inside for Brandon Hawkin. He tries to win his second race of the day, but can't quite do it into turn 1 on that occasion. Østgaard able to hold on. Gil Valero tried to make up and capitalise on that as well for Apex Racing Team. Josh Thompson as well, he was side by side with. That's allowed Sergio Ignacio to try and get through here for 4th position. We'll see if he can. Damien Owen Harris is just in behind, as we see a bit of a replay of goings on earlier on into Ascari. It all did get very messy down in the pack, I'm afraid to say. There was a lot of incidents, I'm afraid. This is the 11, making its way through, recovering from an incident I believe we saw, just peering through the darkness there. But Ustgard coming under pressure here. We're not 10 minutes into this race and already getting challenged for this race lead, which is a little bit surprising, I have to say.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I would have thought that we would have seen a little bit more of everybody backing off a little bit, everybody kind of playing it cool, but that doesn't appear to be the way to go around here as Race Control is issuing a drive-through penalty for the 19 machine. Oh, that is not good news.
Absolutely not. 6th place in this race at the moment, and coming into this particular race, they were 4th in the standings. Only, what's that, 38 off the leaders. They'll be a little bit closer. Well, they're losing 1 point, so you do the maths there at the moment. But yeah, they will lose a lot more with that drive-through penalty, I'm afraid to say. And so Damien Owen Harris is going to have to come down pit lane. Not entirely sure what that is for. Obviously, some kind of incident that has gone on. It's not kind of an admin thing. It's not they've turned up with the wrong team name or number or something. You've seen a lot of drive-throughs for that, but I think it must be due to something out on the road, whether that be in this race or the last one, or when that was, what it was for, or whatever. Don't quite know just yet. But Damien Owen Harris is going to have to make his way down pit lane. A lot of weaving once again, coming down into the first chicane, because Gail Valero is trying to make moves, and Brandon Hawkins been shuffled back here. Apex Racing Team to 2nd place. Hawkins holds on for 3rd at the very least, but Valero able to make the first real move in this front group to getting into 2nd.
You are indeed right, and a very, very squirrely move, let's call it, as he was kind of weaving back and forth down that main straightaway, just trying to find the area where he could put his car, and massive amount of credit there to Valero for being able to get that pinpoint position. Also want to give some credit there to Hawkins, backed off a little bit, didn't try to hold him off too much, still knows that there's 36 minutes to go left in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long way. It is a long way. 45-minute races, of course, here today, every single one of them. As we've already mentioned, 5 cars, 5 circuits, one combination we're not using, IndyCars at Daytona, for obvious reasons. But that makes us to the nice 24, a kind of round number for a 24-hour event, and it's going down very well indeed at the moment. On the road, Redline are leading, and leading in the championship, but only by 11 points to R8G, who have got a lot of positions in front of them that they could potentially gain. Redline with a lot to lose here as well. There are the standings. You can see Urano, after such a fantastic start for them, have tailed off ever so slightly over the last few moments, although Nicholas Luzbeski is doing a good job in 8th place right now, 26 points behind on the road right now. You can see 4th there's T3, but they are going to lose out on a lot of points very soon because of their drive-through penalty. So Coanda could move up to 4th throughout this race here today. They've been astonished. If this race was started at race 5, they'd be winning by miles because they've been excellent after the first 4 hours.
Yeah, they really, really have, as here we come back down onto the main straightaway, waiting to see on this draft train. I'm really surprised here, Ewan. We're seeing a lot more aggression out of these TCR drivers as we've got another battle for the lead. We do. Valero around the outside, diving down the inside is Sergio Ignacio, and there's contact made there. Josh Thompson's able to get his way through. Damien Owen Harris might be able to do the same. Ignacio there, his car, you can see, completely getting wheel-to-wheel contact with Hawkins, I think. And it's really shuffled Ignacio back. Ryan Barneveld is going to fancy his chances here. Qualified 3rd, of course, in this race, but got off to a terrible start and is now down in the pack in 7th position. Ignacio, though, still fighting with Damien Owen Harris and will get into, or he will have to settle for 6th position at the moment. Will he? Well, no. Looks like there's been contact between the two because Damien Owen Harris is all of a sudden falling down the order quite substantially. Back into 10th position. Don't know quite what happened there. It was just a little bit of argy-bargy coming through that second chicane, and that forced him down the order into 10th place. So he is going to have it all to do here left to go in this race. A whopping 4 seconds off of the lead as we continue to see these cars streak their way by. Yes, not sure what happened. There a lot of contact in the last lap or so. Started all the way down at the first chicane, of course, and it's continued on all the way to the second. As we make our way out of Ascari, it has allowed a leading 4 to just get away here. Ostergaard, Valero, Hawkin and Thompson, 1, 2, 3 and 4 at the moment. You've got to think that in that second group at the moment, they'll be very motivated to kind of work together to get back to the front of this train. Yeah, I have to agree with you there, and I think it's going to be a little bit of a combination of maybe playing a little bit of leapfrog, trying to back off a little bit on the straights so you take advantage of that draft. We may even see a little bit of that bump drafting coming in as here comes the 19. That's Damian Harris coming down to serve that drive-through penalty that we talked about earlier.
They'll be wishing maybe that they did a little bit earlier on, because they would have avoided all this kind of stuff that they got involved in. This is what happened. So Ignacio is on the outside line here. Damian Harris is in the darker green on the inside. Well, he is on the inside now as they come towards the chicane. So what is going to happen here? Ignacio is going to send it under the brakes. Owen Harris does the same. Tries to, the two of them try to shove each other out. There's classic touring car argy-bargy, and they end up both losing out, really.
Yeah, and that's just what can happen when you decide to get your elbows out there. But Gale Valero now back up into the lead of this race. Ostegard, I'm not sure how he's going to be feeling about this. It's going to be interesting to see if maybe that second place number 8 machine is going to be a little bit more calm being in second. But now that we've got this 4-car breakaway, we're going to have to see how this plays out. This may change the equation of how everybody feels to be able to be running.
Yeah, if I was in Ostegard's car at the moment, I would be pushing that Apex Racing team Hyundai like you would not believe. I'll be trying to get away from those in behind, no question about that whatsoever, because 4th to 10th are down on that, or chasing them down at the moment, being headed by Ryan Barneveld at the moment in the BS competition touring car. So yeah, I would be trying to get away from them as quickly as possible. But Gale Valero looks very, very quick. Nearly half a second of a lead here. But if you remember back to Road America as well, Ostegard got better as the race went on. We kind of got to the half distance, and Ostegard started to flex his muscles a little bit, started to kind of fancy it a little bit, and all of a sudden did start to make some moves. The fact that he's starting further forward this time is going to help, I think. Yeah, as I say, Ostegard for me has to push Valero as much as possible as we go a little bit further back to the kind of region that Vlad Kimichev is in, up to 14th for R8G. Not bad at all.
No, not bad at all, as that's the Yas Heat machine there as it works its way around the number 32 of Andre Martins, trying to see what they're able to do. Oh, we've got another side-by-side for the lead. I guess they're not waiting around.
No, not listening to us whatsoever. Ostegard wants the lead back from Valero, and so he's going to try and take it into the first chicane, and he does. Just about has enough room there to clear the nose of the Apex Racing team car, and so the lead changes again. Valero pushes Ostegard through the long right-hander. Curva Grande was the word I was searching for there. And coming into the second chicane with still half an hour to go, no less. There's going to be another dive. Valero down the inside, late on the brakes. Ostegard gives him the room, but he's going to get a nicer, smoother exit off of this corner. Is he even going to have a go into the first Lesmo? Would be a bit brave, but he's deciding not to, is he? Or will he have a dive? Looks like maybe he will. Round the outside for Valero, he's going to hold on. But this has allowed exactly what I would not want to happen. It's allowed 6 other cars to catch on. Everybody down to Emily Jones and the Veloce car in 10th right now is now involved in this battle for the lead. And it was so avoidable from that top 4.
Yeah, indeed it was. You need to see a little bit more teamwork here out of these drivers up front. If they want to try to pull away, you do not want to be involved in a multi-car battle here at Monza. That is a one-way ticket to not have the race go the way you want it to.
It has real big potential now to not go the way they want, as you say. So we'll see. Top 10, all in a train for the lead in this race. Gale Valero leads, but for how much longer? He's even thinking about having to defend down into the Parabolica, the final corner at Monza. Heading out onto the front straight once more. They're going to go over the line with just under 29 to go. And who knows what's going to happen into the first chicane now, because there's more than double the cars that they were the last time they did this. So let's see. Valero takes it to the white line and defends. Ostegard pulls out before the start-finish line there. So he wouldn't be able to draft past on the final lap out of Parabolica if he wants to try and wait this one out. But it doesn't look like anybody's waiting around here. Into the first chicane, we've got Ryan Barneveld off and very nearly collects everybody. He goes through the cones on the right-hand side there, and he's going to have to give back a load of time. After all of that, goodness me, he must have got a shot in the back there, because you would not do that under braking normally.
I took a look at it. I think he just tried to pull out to the right, to the left-hand side of the road a little bit and touched the grass, and that's what set him around.
Well, let's see. Where is he now? Dropping down again towards the second chicane. finds himself way down, 8th position. Will Chadwick has got through on him for Fordzilla there by the looks of things, and Adam Pinchas as well. All of them going through. Wow, that could have been catastrophe though. Everybody else is going to be breathing a big sigh of relief there, because he could have cleaned out the top 4 very easily.
Yeah, he very easily could have. He could have been a great impression of a bowling ball, but thankfully not happening there, and everybody's going to be able to continue on their way. And as you said, it's right back to where we started out. It is a 10-car train here, all the way from Tommy Ostergaard back to Emily Jones, and they have about a 3.8-second advantage over 11th with Max Delorco.
Yeah, they might even be able to get involved as well. Let's have another look at what happened here. Quite difficult to tell because it's quite dark, as you can tell. But let's see, onboard camera will be the one here. So does it look like we get hit in the back here quite severely? Or are we oh yes, we do. Ryan Barneveld does a very good job to even keep that going in a straight line. Never mind keeping that out of the barrier and whatever, and keeping that out of the 4 cars in front. So definitely gets hit in the back there, and if they protest that, then they might well get a penalty for the car behind there.
Yeah, they very well could. I didn't see that original contact, so good call on that. Valero, though, is this a little bit of a bump draft? I think it is. Maybe they've got some intentions of trying to pull away here from Hawken.
Oh, we finally have a bit of cohesion in this front group, but it's too little too late, really. Everybody's been allowed to catch up, and there's some dives going on here. Ignacio, I think that was, looking down the inside of Urano into the first turn, and then Barneveld making a more decisive move. Now I can understand making the moves, only it was Pinchas trying to get through at him on that occasion for 8th position. Barneveld will obviously believe that he belongs a little bit further up in this group than he actually is right now. So let's see where he can get to throughout this race. Can you believe we're nearly halfway through this race, by the way? This touring car action is enthralling. It was at Road America. It is here at Monza. I think this has been my favourite category of car so far.
It's been absolutely fantastic. I love watching these touring cars absolutely duke it out. And with a battle like this that stretches 10 cars all the way back, you can't help not but love it.
Absolutely. This is great entertainment at the moment. Ostergaard's still leading. There he is on the right-hand side. You can see him in the Coanda team gear there. Decidedly a little bit less purple than they used to be, but their cars are certainly not less purple, which we're very glad about. One of sim racing's most iconic liveries for Coanda Simsport. Are they going to take it to another iconic victory in a sim racing first here at VCO Infinity? One of those ideas that kind of makes you wonder, why did we never think of this before? Because it's been great so far. Race 9 currently, still 25 minutes to go, and a lot of races after this one indeed, as we go on board with the final car in the train. Emily Jones at the wheel for Veloce. Earlier on in this race, they were right up there in the championship, really knocking on the door for an overall victory here. They've slipped to 6th in most recent times, 54 points off coming into this race, and currently losing a few more, about 6 more, to Redline at the moment. So going to be over 60 points adrift at this stage, but just picking up solid points inside the top 10 is exactly what you need to do, and you can't complain about where Emily Jones is at the moment, I don't think. Just kind of tail gunning this chaotic group.
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of that consistency, I mean, that's what we were talking about from Urano Esports before they had the unfortunate disconnect in the last round. Just that consistency sometimes is going to be what gets you into those positions that you need to be fighting for the championship at the end. So don't discount them here. If they can continue to run some top 10, some good top 5s, they may be somebody to talk about near the end of these 24 hours.
Hey, someone who's got itchy feet at the moment, Nicholas Laubish, getting through on Josh Thompson briefly, side by side between Urano and Redline. How many times have we seen that so far this race? And everybody's ducking and diving and weaving around to try and get through at the moment. Will Chadwick around the outside of Sergio Ignacio is not going to work, surely. And Ryan Barneveld is going to be all too happy to go through himself. Adam Pinchas does the same. Emily Jones closes right up to the back of Chadwick, but can't get through herself there, so will stay in 10th position. But yeah, Laubish is doing a very good job in that Urano car at the moment. Josh Thompson, I think that was flashing the lights at him. Not exactly pleased, because it has allowed the front 3 now to get away. And will they take more of an advantage of this little gap that they've got than they did last time?
Well, we will have to see if they can. This is the point where you're definitely going to want to be doing a little bit of formation flying, I think, to try to pull yourself ahead. The gap holding at about 1.1 seconds right now as we focus on one of the farther backpacks right there. But you can see all of these TCRs just screaming out of Ascari.
Yeah, it's quite a shot, this, looking down towards Ascari there. All of the cars that we saw briefly there, Lorenzo Bondo was involved in that, by the way. A little bit further down, the top 30 was involved in your entire camera shot there briefly. That is how close this field is at the moment. Gail Valero, though, as we reach the half distance, certainly taking the initiative now and pushing Tommy Østgaard away from the rest. Brandon Hawkin is hitching onto the back and will not be complaining about that at all, but can they get away from the rest? There's a little bit of side-by-side in that second group. As we look back at the moment, I think it's Pinchas trying to get through on Chadwick re-overtaking Adam Pinchas actually. And a little bit further down, Vlad Kimichev is trying to get through on it is Triton, I think this is. It is indeed Jerzy Glack at the moment. We saw dropping down the order a little bit further earlier on after a mistake. But Kimichev is going to try and enforce one at the moment, or indeed just push push Glack, excuse me, to the next car in front. Down the inside into the second chicane for R8G, and it's another point on the board. Chuck it up for R8G. Now only 7 positions behind Josh Thompson.
Doing exactly what they need to do, just slowly but surely getting those positions back in there, focusing in on the 7th as pretty much every one of those drivers running a little bit wide. Whew, that got a little bit hairy coming out of the second Lesmo.
It really did. As this group becomes in further removed from the top 4 at the moment, or the top 5 I should say. It was the top 3. Laubish and Thompson have been able to get away really, and so now this leading 10 has split into 2 rather. Sergio Ignacio just caught on the wrong side of it, and if you think back to that mistake earlier on at turn 1, Ryan Barneveld might well have found himself on the right side of it as well if that mistake hadn't happened. But of course racing is full of if, buts and maybes, so you can't dwell on that too much. Going to look to get through on Ignacio once again. That leading 5 though certainly do look a lot more cohesive than they were about 10 or 20 minutes ago when we last saw a bit of a gap for the leading 4 or 5.
Yeah, D, they're doing right on board with Valero right now, and there is that cohesion that we were talking about. There's the bump draft, just trying to extend that lead a little bit. Apex and Coanda working together here in the closing 20 minutes to try to just hold on to these podium positions the best they can.
Doing all they can. That is Gail Valero on the right-hand side. He's actually turned the light on, unlike some people here early this evening. To be fair to everybody, it is approaching 3:30 in the morning in European time at the moment. So if you are in Europe and joining us right now, then a big hello to you, shout out to you, because yes, it's very early indeed in the morning. Graveyard shift, certainly, but graveyard shift normally, DJ, at this time of an endurance race. Anyway, I know you've done endurance race commentary in the past, we both have. There's a lot of filling to do in the middle, but this VCO Infinity doesn't really need that, because the filling in the middle is just more racing, like the start and the end.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty fantastic to be able to jump in and be doing 24 hours of just intense racing. They are able to come in and do whatever they want to do. But yeah, good runs there from Gale. Looking like he's holding back just a little bit, not maybe making the full push.
He's holding something back. The question now really is, when is he going to attack? We said earlier on, you know, these guys are attacking each other with 40 minutes to go. It's unbelievable. And now all of a sudden they've calmed down, seen some sense actually as the adrenaline begins to die down a little bit. Seeing some sense, actually, we probably shouldn't be battling so early on in this race. But now the question is, when is it too late to start attacking in this race? Because there will become a point where it is just too late to start making a move.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to be worried about it a little bit to make sure that you're okay. But that's a good run off of Parabolica. Now the question's going to come back here for Valero if he wants to give that bump draft or if he wants to battle a little bit. Now, Josh Thompson has been able to close in on the back of this battle ever so slightly. Looks like it's going to be bump draft time as they come around. So they are not interested in a battle, as Josh Thompson now setting the fastest lap of the race.
Bump drafting, Gail Valero only had one hand on the wheel there, just stitching his face a little bit. Totally casual, running down into turn 1, but not as casual behind us. Nicholas Laubish goes down the inside. There's flashing of the light from somebody. Something has gone on behind us here. and they're not happy about it. So Urano were up to third, but how did they do it? And SRC, Brandon Hawkin, doesn't seem to be too pleased that it has happened. Well, he wouldn't be pleased anyway, but there was certainly a flashing of the lights in the background there. I just wonder if Laubish has made a rash move down the inside that Hawkin wasn't a fan of, or quite what's happened there. But there certainly seemed to be something happening between those two.
Little bit of temper starting to flare, as you would expect here, running in these TCR machines. We check back out on the replay. Can't see anything there that would necessarily indicate if that may have just been trying to get into his head a little bit. That's the only thing I can think of.
Well, yeah, we didn't quite see the prelude to that. I was expecting side by side through the chicane, somebody going off and then a flash of the lights, but none of that really happened. So let's rewind right back to the very start. Well, not right back to the very start, but this is what happened into turn one. We were on board with Gail Valero at this stage, so we didn't see what happened with third and fourth. Hawkin is third in this train now. Laubish looks like he's going to stay in line. He brakes late, round the outside, and he makes the move. So I don't know quite why Brandon Hawkin is flashing the lights, or indeed is that even him? Or is that Josh Thompson flashing the lights? I don't even know. But somebody is there. I'm not entirely sure why though, because normally there's something to indicate somebody's unhappy or somebody wants to put the pressure on somebody else, but I can't see any reason why anybody would do that. We simply could be losing our minds over somebody slipping on their steering wheel, to be honest, and pushing a wrong button accidentally. But anyway, it was a neat little move from Laubish, and he's up to third.
Yeah, it was indeed, and so he's now got about 2.5 tenths of a second to try to gain back in, focusing on a little bit of a battle here farther back in the pack as they work their way through here. This is the battle for 6th right now. That's Barnveld, Chadwick, Ignacio, and Pinces there as they run around in their little quintet.
And Emily Jones as well on the back right now. 5-car train. Also 5 cars up for the lead at the moment. And there's a few in the background as well. 4 for 11th at this stage. Jack Sedgwick is currently heading them. I think Vlad Kimichev is trying to push those all the way up to these guys, but I think it might just be too little too late for him. At the moment, losing 7 points to Redline. I think he might be able to limit his losses to 6 unless Josh Thompson loses any more places. I can't see him losing many more. But they do have to start wondering about Coanda here. I know that they are still quite a long way back in the standings right now. They came into this race, what's that, 58 points down? This is only another 4 gained on Redline, but if they win this race, it'll be 4 out of the last 5, and that is a concerning run of form.
Indeed it is, and in a long endurance standing like this, it takes just those little chips away to be able to have happen. I mean, let's not forget Urano was running away with this field here, and then they had a disconnect. That could happen to Redline. That could happen to R8G. You do not know what can happen here in the rest of this VCO Infinity event. Anything can happen, and all you can do as a driver, especially if you're in that VRS Coanda camp, is just focus in and put your best foot forward.
Yeah, we're focusing not Bivano, Urano, excuse me. Nicholas Laubish has looked like the most likely to make a move here in this group, and he's doing it again. Outside line into turn 1. Is he going to try and take the lead here entirely? He was late on the brakes to go around Brandon Hawkin. He might be late on the brakes to go around the 2 leaders here. Inside line for turn 2. Will he get alongside us? God, he does. And so we're side by side out the first chicane for the lead in this race. Valero has been demoted. He's going to push Laubish as well around the Curva Grande. What's going to happen here into the second chicane? 14 minutes to go. That was very, very sideways as well for Valero around a flat-out corner. That's how hard these guys are pushing each other now. This is all of a sudden got a lot more dangerous, and this leading group of 5 has all of a sudden got a lot more intense. You can see the intensity even just on the faces of these drivers at the moment, just going up a notch right now.
Yeah, indeed, and I've got to put a little bit of the blame there on that squirreliness on Brandon Hawkin. He ran into the classic mistake of pushing the pusher. Valero had a nice little push, nice little bump draft on Laubish, and Hawkin tried to do the same to Valero, and when that happens, when you've got 3 cars all connected, it is normally a one-way ticket to disaster. Valero able to gather the car back up under him, but they have got to be careful about that.
Certainly have. That could have ended a lot worse. Admittedly, Slides like that are easier to catch in these Hyundais, because these Elantras, because they're front-wheel drive, after all, and so you can just floor the throttle, and they will straighten themselves out, but you will lose a lot of time, and that doesn't account for somebody hitting you in the back continually. So you do have to be careful. But this has all got very close. 5 cars separated by less than a second. Josh Thompson's 8 tenths away from the lead, but he's in 5th place. Where else would you see that other than a touring car race in the VCO Infinity race? This is absolutely fantastic. There's Mike broadcasting. Goodness me. He's lighting everything up like a Christmas tree at the moment. There he is. Broadcasting this at the moment. Here we go, though. 12 minutes to go, and we have a battle for the lead. Laubis looks like he's going on his way through. Usgaard doesn't look like he can do anything, and Laubis is so far in front he actually could even defend into the first turn. He does manage to clear the nose of the Coanda car. He gets to the lead. Valero goes through on Usgaard, and Hawkin is going to make it 3 wide off the first chicane as well. Is this going to give Urano the ticket to the win with a car length or 2 over the field? Look at this, 3 wide through the curve and Grande behind. This is allowing Laubis to get away, surely.
It is 7 tenths of a second right now. That advantage for the Urano machine and Nicholas Laubich. A great run. Ostergaard looks like he's going to be able to hold on to P2. Valero behind Hawken and Thompson. But that big gap, 8 tenths of a second, I don't think that's going to be enough for him to fully pull away here in these final 11 minutes. You need to be larger than about a full second to be able to fully break the draft. But that is a pretty sizable margin.
It is. Valero's going to have to do a bit more pushing here. He's been pushing Ostergaard for most of this race, it has to be said. But he's going to have to do it once again here to close this 8-tenth margin. You can see, though, Laubis with no help from behind, no help in front either. It's going to be very hard for him to really get anywhere. Into Ascari he goes now. And just tries to get away, but really can't at this stage. 6 tenths of a second. 5 tenths of a second. The margin goes down and down, but I don't think he's been successful in getting away at all. The straights are too long here. The pushing from Valero has been too good, and we're going to have 5 for the lead again.
Yeah, we are indeed. Laubich is going to try to get the best run he can here out of Parabolica, but I think it's all going to be for naught. Tommy Ostergaard definitely going to be sending in a pretty good run here as they come out of that final corner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Your top 5 all running within about a second and a half of one another.
It is very close. Ostergaard, is he going to decide to go for it on this occasion? I think there could be still 6 laps to go here. Plenty of opportunities. Ostergaard stays behind, and it all calms down again. So Laubich, after ripping his way through this top 5, he's overtaken everybody here. All of a sudden, it's just taken a step back again. This top 5, just maybe 1 or 2 more laps of single file racing, just to make sure that they've put enough distance into that battle for 6th place, and then they can fully go out for it in the last 4 or 5 laps of this race. It's going to be so entertaining to see, but I don't know, I can't see all these 5 cars finishing in the top 5 positions. Certainly not in these exact positions, but I mean, I think one of these at the moment are going to finish outside the top 5. I just can't see it being clean till the end. Because touring car racing is so aggressive, of course. The proximity and the likelihood of incidents obviously just goes up as the race comes to a close.
Yeah, indeed, and the elbows continue to come out more and more and more. I think these drivers are not going to be happy to be sitting around in line. I do think, though, for Ostergaard, that was a good call not to make the move going down there into turn 1 on that one. It didn't look like he had the run he quite wanted to. Valero looks like he's got a little bit of a run to see what he can do, but not quite close enough to make it down into Ascari. I don't think anybody's going to really want to make that move into Ascari until we get into the final lap.
Possibly not really. That's when you really are getting desperate. The best opportunity, as we've seen already, is the first chicane. The second, if the second chicane can be used, if indeed the battles just spill over into there. But you don't really want to be using Ascari and Parabolica until the very end, as you say. So we'll wait another few minutes for that to happen. Just over 8 minutes to go. We've got just over 2 minute lap times. 2 minutes 2, roughly around here. So we are going to get 5 laps to go at the line right now. Is there going to be more pushing, or is there going to be overtaking? Urano are going to not defend, and they might pay for that, because Ostergaard goes to the inside. Valero chooses him. and pushes him to the lead. Valero will go through as well, will he? Although Laubis is so late on the brakes on the outside line, he's got the inside for 2. Is there a bit of contact? Not quite. They all keep it clean, but Usgaard gets back into the lead again. Valero helped him a lot there. Hawkin tried to capitalise, but couldn't quite, and Josh Thompson is going to have the inside for Curva Grande to try and get up into 4th, but he won't be able to do it there, so Usgaard back to the lead.
Indeed, and a little bit of flashing the headlights there for Josh Thompson. I'm not sure if that was a, hey, there's room for you to clear, or if that was just trying to get into the head of the drivers in front. They all make their way through the second chicane now, and that, I think, is what we may see definitely start to play out a little bit later. That bump draft to use for 2 cars to be able to get on by. As you said, only 3 laps to go here at the line as they work their way around, so it's going to be very, very close, and I think you've got to find a partner to hook up with. You can't do this on your own.
Certainly not. Ryan Bonneville at the moment is leading the train for 6th position, and they're probably the most organised group in the entire field at the moment. Are they out of this race just yet? I don't think so. Less than 2 seconds between the back of this train and the front of theirs, so that could very much close in towards the final few moments of this race as well. 7 minutes to go. 4 laps at the line. Who knows where this is going to go? It might not even come from one of these guys in the top 5. You've got to think about this overall as well, of course. If things are to end right now, Redline would be leading this VCO Infinity Championship by just 7 points ahead of R8G, who are down in 12th right now. 11th is probably the best that they can get out of this race, unless there are incidents up front. Let's see what happens down here into turn number 1. You can't imagine Laubis is going to be waiting around. He's going to want to get through once again.
Yeah, I think so, but now comes the point of the race when you start to think about counting backwards. Where do you want to position your car on the final lap of the race? We talked about that run into Ascari. Well, here comes Laubis. That's going to be him trying to, or Valero rather, that's going to be him trying to make a move to the outside, trying to make it a 2-for-1 as they break down into the first chicane.
Oh, he's done a very good job as well. Contact a little bit made, but Usgaard gives him the room and slots him behind. Laubis himself comes under a little bit of pressure from Brandon Hawkin, who's now on his outside line. Josh Thompson a lot closer in attendance this time, and so can get himself on the inside through the Curva Grande, can take the shorter run, can get the slipstream, and can possibly push himself to 4th and give himself an extra point. He does indeed do that, as they all look to dive down the inside again. Laubis, inside line on Usgaard, can't do it. Can't quite do it, and here comes Josh Thompson. He's bided his time so well in this race, and here he is, rising to the 4 when he's needed most. 3rd place for Redline. Nicholas Laubis has gone from 1st to 5th in the matter of only a couple of laps.
And that is some good patience there, but we've got a side-by-side there between Urano and Hawkin as they go through the second part of the Lesmos. Looks like Hawkin's going to lose out to Laubis. He's going to have to slot back into line. Is this maybe the point where we see a pass down into Ascari?
We could well do, although they've single-filed themselves out once again. The guys battling over 6th are now here as well, but are the leaders gone? Gael Valero's got a 2nd here over Usgaard. It doesn't have a great entry to Ascari there. He did lose a 10th or 2. Has he lost the slipstream? Can Thompson just push him back to the front again here? I think this might be the last time this VCO Infinity event that we see Coanda and Redline working together, but we're going to see it over the next couple of moments. 0.8 of a second, 3 laps to go at the line. This is not over. Gael Valero did steal a march. He got a 2nd, but it's not going to be enough again. The cards are going to reshuffle here.
Yeah, indeed they are, and I think Josh Thompson in that red line machine is going to be trying to give the bump draft to Ostegard if he is able to. Where, as you said, not normally that we see Redline and Coanda working together, but they may just have to do that here, although it doesn't look like they're really close enough to hook up. Behind them, though, that does look like we've got a little bit going on between Chadwick and Barnveld.
On board with RaceBot's very own Will Chadwick, of course, driving for Fordzilla right now. You can see there with that short onboard shot how much he was pushing Barneveld into turn 1 there. That is exactly why these two groups are together once again. You need a good leading car in a group, you need a good second car. The rest of them can be passengers if you like, if those 2 cars up front are good enough. To be honest, it didn't matter the quality of the 3 cars in behind these 2. They were always going to be one of the fastest groups out there on the road because of Barneveld's pace, first of all, but Chadwick's pushing as well, as we've just seen, although now alliances start to break. Chadwick wants the positions himself. Going into Lesmo 1, he won't be able to do it into there. Now, this is where everybody who's been pushing all day long and everybody who's been working with one another all day long it all goes out the window now. It is fight for your own. Everybody's got to become selfish now.
You are completely right there. And the other question that is going to be out there is who has saved those front tires? Remember, these are front-wheel drive machines, and they may have burned them out here a little bit with just as hard as they've been battling. So if somebody maybe like a Josh Rogers that has been sneaking back in the background a little bit, holding on to his stuff, does he have just that little bit more rubber to be able to push himself ahead?
Yeah, Valero already doing a little bit of weaving. He's still got 2 laps to go at the line, let's not forget, so he's got a long way to go in the lead of this race. I can't see him holding on for the entire time. That doesn't mean he won't win the race, but he just won't win from now until the end. I can't imagine. Ostgaard is going to give him a very hard time into the first chicane here, and Thompson likewise. Laubis is going to want to make up for losing a few places over the last couple of laps. There is Josh Thompson, I believe, on the right hand side, just looking in at the moment, trying to make some moves. Valero weaves around a little bit, and Ostergaard goes for the push. He goes for the push. I just wonder, is he going to make a late move, trick Valero into giving them the inside line? No, he isn't. Ostgaard wants second going on to the final lap. He is in prime position, he believes, to win this race.
You know something, you and I've got to agree with Tommy Ostergaard's positioning there. I would not want to be leading, crossing over the start-finish line to get the white flag. I want to be in second. I want to be the one making that push. We've seen just how often you can do it. Or is Ostergaard about to prove me wrong here? No, he is going to back off. I thought he was going to have a look down into the second chicane.
Bouncing over the second chicane indeed. 10 cars involved in this conversation for the race win. Gael Valero currently leading for Apex Racing Team. Co-Anderson Sports second with Tommy Ostgaard. Then it's Josh Thompson, Team Redline, Urano, SRC, BS Competition, Fordzilla, Zenith, Arnage Competition and Veloce. Your top 10. 10 of the biggest teams in sim racing, all fighting in the 9th hour of VCO Infinity in 2022. There is Tommy Ostgaard into Ascari, waiting for this move. It is all going to happen down here into the first chicane.
Yeah, without question, that is going to be the flashpoint. Everybody here just getting the positioning right coming out of Ascari. You've got one more corner to go to set that up. So many lines that you can take through Parabolica. I like what Valero's doing there, just sticking to the middle of the track, not doing anything too crazy. There he moves back onto the standard racing line. Here we go.
Parabolica for the penultimate time. 30 seconds on the clock. And the last chance for Ostergaard to make the move into the first chicane. Gael Valero knows it, and he defends the inside as if his life depends on it. Coanda Simsport trying to go for their 4th win in 5 races in VCO Infinity. Pulled to the outside line. Valero covers him off slightly. Thompson tries to make it free wide on the inside. He's going to push Valero quite possibly into turn 1. Laubis is on the outside for 3rd as well. Valero's got the inside line. Ostergaard can't quite get through, and so he stays behind. Josh Thompson arguably makes a mistake there because he's dropped to 5th. He loses 2 places at the moment. He's still got the inside line though of Brandon Hawkin through the Curva Grande for the last time here. Hawkin's going to be on the outside line for the first part of the chicane though, which might just give Thompson the opportunity. Ostgaard once again challenges for the race lead. Gael Valero on the inside line. Defends once more the inside line. Side by side in the background. Does contact. Hawkin slides a little bit, but he saves it. Thompson is going to lose more places here. Ryan Barneveld is down his inside. Once one comes through, we might see the whole lot. Outside line once again for Hawkin. He stays on in 4th position. Barneveld in the background. There's contact. Will Chadwick's trying to get involved. Thompson, everybody stays on the road, thankfully, through the 2 Lesmos. That is very chaotic racing. Thompson's going to be really disappointed with how this final lap's turned out.
Yeah, he is indeed, and here comes the move going down into Ascari. This is going to be the last chance for Ostergaard. He's going to think about going to the inside, decides against it, 3 wide!
Thompson down the inside trying to make up for some mistakes, and he just about gets one of them back. Barneveld demoted. Will Chadwick is into 5th position by the looks of things as his battle's going on further back as well. Thompson trying to gain as many points as possible here on the final lap. Ostergaard going to do the same into Parabolica for the final time. He squeezes Valero to the inside line for the final corner of the race. Has he got the run round the outside line? Can he quite get the exit that he needs to win this one? He's going to be side by side to the line with Valero, but I don't think he's quite got enough, has he? He's gaining. When's the line coming for Valero? Is he going to get there? Valero just gets there for Apex Racing Team, and Ostergaard by 25 thousandths of a second is going to miss out in second. Laubis is going to be third for Urano. What a race that was. After 45 minutes, it ends only 23 thousandths of a second apart. Valero wins it for Apex Racing Team.
Wow, just wow. When you talk about the end of a TCR kind of race, that is exactly what you want to see. Some bumping and banging, but respectful driving across the board. And 23 thousandths of a second separating your leaders. Absolutely incredible, Ewan.
Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable racing here at race 9 of VCO Infinity. In the end, it's Apex Racing Team who take the whole 40 points. Josh Thompson, big talking point there, I have to say. Started the lap in, what, third? Drops 3 points in one lap. That is how quickly things can change. Fortunately for them, R8G didn't gain that 1 point ahead of Jack Sedgwick. They missed out by only 700ths themselves. But still, 6 points. Is when they saw R8G qualifying in 23rd, I think Redline would have hoped that they would have gained a lot more than only 6 points over their main rivals.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, and this is going to be a little bit of a blow to Redline, and it's going to change a lot of things up, but there are your final results.
There they are indeed. Valero held on for Apex Racing Team ahead of Coanda, 23 thousandths of a second at the end. Urano finishing only a quarter of a second back in third. Brandon Hawkin gets a fourth position ahead of Will Chadwick in the top 5. Josh Thompson for Redline drops to 6th on the final lap. Then it was Barneveld, Ignacio, Jones and Pinches in your 10-car leading group at the end of that race. Further back in the second group, we had Ross Cooking Adventures leading the way the whole time. They held off R8G and Triton, who had a dead heat for 12th, but Kimishev was given the position. PGZ Motorsport 14th, with Pure Sims running at the top 15. Yes Heat just outside in 16th for Bradman Esports, T3 Motorsport, RPC Esports and Race Clutch rounding out your top 20. Trek Esports were 21st out of WOR Esports. Jakub Kwiatkowski was 23rd of Luca Burke, and Racebot's own Lorenzo Bonda 25th. Tony Runanen for Simza Esports was 26th out of Sim Racing Unlimited. Legion of Racers, the last car inside 1 minute. E-Team Brit with Mark Buchan and Loris Brock for RN Vision STS rounding up the top 30. Then we had even Pinocchio in 31st, Daniel Wolf 32nd, Patrick Faulkner, the last car on the lead lap, TR powered by Geeks Energy, fell 1 lap down, as did Urus Racing Team. Michi Hoyer did recover to 36th, despite getting a lot of damage on the first lap. Outer Seat Sports 38th, Wannabe SRT 38th, Outer Seat Sports for 37th, excuse me, Pulsar Seat Sports, rounding out your 39 cars that are still in this race. Well, that was absolutely incredible. I mean, I've been watching all 9 races so far. I would say that was probably the best one. I can't quite believe how that quite ended. Unbelievable.
Absolutely unbelievable. Like I said before, exactly what you want to see out of a TCR race, and I believe we have got Valero here ready to be interviewed. Gale, great race for you.
Yeah, the win. Yes. I can't speak to that. It's very late here, but very happy, of course.
Yes, it is very late in the morning, and but it's a great win for you. How was that race in the end? It was so you were going back and forth with Coanda all day long, but going on to the final lap, did you know that if I'm leading going on to the final lap, I'm going? Did you think that was the prime position to be in? Because to me, it seemed that Ostergaard was actually quite happy to be in second going on to the last lap.
Yes, it's very hard to project yourself like 5 laps ahead, then 2 laps ahead, like you don't know, but then you kind of have to strategize what you want to do. So I felt like after T1 and going to the second chicane, I thought if I cause a bit of mayhem by doing a bit of a slow corner because he's attacking me, like a bit late ops, it might have caused a little bit of trouble back there. It still kept on, so not try, but it did go on. And then I saw Michi earlier on the far on the back straight, and I thought, give me draft, please, come on, give me some draft. didn't get it. He nicely get out of the way, but yeah, I thought it was going to go to the line anyway.
Yeah, it certainly did. We can say that for sure. I mean, in terms of this race overall now for Apex Racing Team, how are you guys feeling? Obviously, you picked up the whole 40 points there. Where do you think you can get to over the next, 15 hours we have remaining?
Well, it's kind of tough to say. Kind of mistakes happen, and just how to project yourself. I think, well, we have a good trajectory right now. We just need to keep it on, and we'll see what result we can bring to the table.
We certainly will. On a more personal level, just before we let you go, where are we going to see you next in the car? Is it time for you to get some rest finally, or are you back in soon?
Yes, I'm not doing back to back. It's too hard. But I'll be back on the next GT3, I think, and then the next TCR. So more TCR.
We look forward to seeing it. We can't wait. Absolutely. Gail, thanks very much for coming to join us. It was a great race from you. Congratulations on the win, and good luck for the remaining race.
Thank you very much. Have a great show.
Thank you very much. Gail Dallara of Apex Racing Team joining us after victory in race 9. Good to hear from him. And good to know he's going to get a bit of rest as well after all of that, because that was quite a stressful 45 minutes. I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I think that's putting it mildly there. A TCR race like that in any sort of circumstance, especially, and we didn't talk about it enough, with no lights. I mean, you're driving in the pitch black there, based off of just where you could see everything. Incredibly mentally taxing.
It certainly was. Speaking of mentally taxing, we're about to have another 45 minutes of quite mentally taxing racing. It's the LMP2s coming up here at Silverstone. The second time we're using Silverstone, and the second time we're using the LMP2s. But the first time with this combination, of course. We saw earlier on the LMP2s getting a run out at Monza, which we've just been to, and the Silverstone circuit used for the F3 race. Possibly one of the calmest races we actually saw was at the F3 at Silverstone, but we did have the IndyCars there, and they were a little bit more kind of. It was a bit closer to the line. RHG were very much involved up towards the front. Let's see how this LMP2 race goes. But of course, last time out it was Josh Rogers who absolutely smashed the field. He's going to be trying to do it again here. We know he's in the car. We know he's going to be in the race. Chances are very good that he will be right up there, if not winning, in this race once again.
Yeah, he is always one to watch out for. Again, though, we're going to have to play with the darkness, as that is going to be setting in here, so that'll change things up a little bit. Those LMP2 headlights, not exactly perfect, and virtually no illumination around Silverstone, so drivers are going to have to be very, very careful. Currently qualifying right now and waiting to see what those times are going to be.
Yeah, we will indeed. We'll get that to you when we get into the race session. But one more word, as we've got a little bit of time between these two races, one more word on the race at Monza. Another storyline, of course, was Team Redline and RHG, the battle that is developing between those two at this stage. I believe the gap is going to be 6 points between them heading into this race. But I think Redline are going to be a little bit disappointed they didn't gain more points on that occasion. If you look at where they qualified, Redline were 4 for the start. RHG were 23rd, a possible gain of 19 if they ended where they started, but that did not happen whatsoever.
No, it certainly didn't, and there you can see those updated points, and what's really sad for them is that really all just came apart on the final lap. That is where it all went to naught for Team Redline, so they're going to have a little bit of work to do. They're going to have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder, I think, as we take these LMP2s out to Silverstone.
And, yeah, another story there. Urano Esports are 20 points adrift. I mean, they're back in the game, aren't they? Surely.
Oh, most certainly. I mean, just that one disconnect there at Road America definitely put them back there, but they are not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. I would certainly say at this point it's a 3-horse race, but do not count out T3 and certainly do not count out Coanda.
No, right off Coanda at your peril. I.e. don't do it, because they are very good indeed. 54 points adrift at the moment. There you can see it, Silverstone International Circuit. That's where we're heading next, and I'll give you one guess who's on pole. It's Josh Rogers. He has taken the pole position with a 45.2 ahead of Phil Dennis, 39 thousandths of a second behind. We'll get that full grid to you in a few moments' time. Coanda on the top, then Apex Racing Team will be in third. Let's look at where the championship rivals will be. It looks like 5th and 9th for Redline and R8G respectively, in that order, and so that's two decent qualifyings for them. We're certainly reaching that point at race 10 here, where we're getting some recognisable team names at the front, and here are some of them. Coanda and BS Competition on the front row together, ART and Urano on the second row. Then we've got Maximilian Beneke on the in the 5th position, ahead of Arnage Competition. They'll be running off 6th. SRC 7th ahead of Wannabe SRT. That's a good qualifying for them to get inside the top 10. R8G with Gustavo Ariel into 9th. Dominic Blager will be bringing up the rear of the top 10. That's Ruben Bonga for T3 Motorsport and Jakub Majewski for PGZ. Obsidian and Veloce will be on the 7th row together, ahead of Race Clutch running up top 15. Adam Blocker will be taking a bit of a break from driving IndyCars for once to drive the LMP2 here in 16th for Pure Sims. Trek Esports will be 17th ahead of Netrex Grand Prix. We've got Marcin Bielak driving this time around. Simza and YouTuber Esports will be running at 10th row. DCW Racing and TR powered by Geeks Energy will be sharing the next row ahead of Autos Esports and Team Fordzilla. Two teams might be a little bit disappointed with their qualifying there. Yas Heat will be 25th ahead of RPC Esports. RS Racing Team 27th ahead of Sim Racing Unlimited. Then we've got Zenith Esports and Kazuki Umishima's Burst Esports Dallara there in 30th position. Then in 31st, it's Was Cooking Racing Adventures ahead of Alessandro Porta driving off 32nd. Nicholas Hepburn will be just behind him, and Max Janssen as well, 34th. Then we've got Austin Farr, 35th. Martin Buchan, 36th for E-Team Brit. The 40 cars have been restored again. We've got Wolf Team Racing, Brabham Esports, Rocket Simsport, who've been missing, I think, a little bit, and Legion of Racers, who will be bringing up the rear here at Silverstone. So as I mentioned, GJ, we've got some recognisable teams starting to hoist themselves up towards the front, and most of that top 10 very recognisable indeed. Most of the big names are there, so it's set to be a good race.
Set to be a very good race indeed, around one of the greatest circuits to be running, Andy, in these LMP2s. These are a personal favorite of mine. I am very, very excited to see what can get going out here. A little bit strange to see the iRacing Pace truck leading everybody around through Stowe Corner there, but it'll head off down pit lane, and we're about ready to get racing.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about either. We don't have those in England, I can assure you. But anyway, we're using one here. Josh Rogers, though, very used to being in this position. He is leading the field around the final couple of corners, and when he chooses to go, he will, and he has done. Phil Denez will try and respond, but Maxime Brient looks like he's had a much better start as this field gets very strung out going towards turn 1. Rogers not willing to wait around at all. He wants to do exactly what he did back at Monza and just get away from the field. He won by 4 or 5 seconds on the day there, but trying to do the same with a good start here. Meanwhile, the ART car, Apex Racing Team, had one good race, and I'm afraid it's all fallen down for them again because they've gone off at the first turn. There's carnage down at the third turn here at Silverstone. Unluckily, Nuno Henriquez, for Arnage, looks like he's gone around, and along with a couple of others. Ruben Bonga as well is facing the wrong way onto the Wellington Straight.
Indeed, it was an absolute kerfluffle there, and everybody just trying to get around it the best that they can. It looks like the main drivers up at the top are going to be okay. Rogers, Lorenko, Denez, and Bernecki looking like they're okay and able to get on through, but a big amount of carnage for everybody else in the back.
My goodness, and it's still going on. It's still going on down there at the moment. PGZ Motorsport already back to the pit lane. So are Netrex, who have just escaped back to pit road as well, I'm afraid to say. A lot of cars have had problems. I reckon a good 14 of them. It's been one of the messiest starts we've seen for a good while. We've seen quite a few clean ones in a row, but this looks like one of the more messier starts, unfortunately. A little bit further down, we'll get a load of replays, of course, but as we've already noted, it's pitch black. We can't see, they can't see, and so there has been a lot of cars off the road. Up front, though, Rogers, Denez, Lorico, Beneke, Ariel, your top 5. Urano, Redline, and R8G, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. They're all there. Let's first of all have a look what's happened up the front. Well, this is just peering into the distance. it was, yeah, it all just kicked off really at turn 3. This is what happened.
And that's the Fordzilla machine as it comes down. Was there a little bit of contact? Oh, there's already cars spun off in front. And he just went for a ride over the top of that machine.
I think, was that wannabe SRT quite possibly? It's in the middle of the road. Not entirely sure how they got there, but it looked like their car. Oh no, okay, well it can't be, can it? Because they're 8th still. Thomas Simon has done a good job off this start, so I apologise to him. He's done a good job. He did not spin around. I don't know who did, though. A load of cars in the pit lane here. 8 cars on pit lane after only 1 lap in this race. I mean, it's 1 step back, 1 step forward, 2 steps back for Apex Racing Team at the moment. Such a great performance at Monza not half an hour ago, but they're already out of the running for the main positions in this race.
Yeah, indeed, and that is not going to be good for them at all. We're going to go back and check out another replay here of exactly what happened. More carnage up in the front. That was Porta there that looked like, oh, and he got tipped. That was the second part of that incident, really firing off there. There was just incident upon incident upon incident there that it looked like it was an absolute domino effect going into 3.
It was, yeah, and that was the Apex Racing Team car that did get into contact with them as well once they had spun around. Now let's see what happened at Luffield. This is the stuff we didn't see. This is Bielak. Oh, and it's messy. It's messy. And up and over for Netrex. Deary me. Well, it's been a chaotic start, I think it's fair to say. Not really sure what we can really put it down to. If we can put it down to any one thing indeed. But messy start. That's all we can really say. Down in the field, a lot of cars set back majorly by that.
Yeah, a lot of cars having to fight their way back forward, but up front, Joshua Rogers just absolutely dominating. He's already got a 1.2-second advantage, setting the fastest lap of the race last time out. And I noticed going down the hangar straight, even on the first lap, he was thinking ahead a little bit, trying to break the toe, moving around a little bit, just trying to get out of the draft of Dennis behind him. But the biggest battle, the best battle we have right now, that is Beneke trying to come up behind right now the Urano machine of Alves.
Yeah, Beneke, of course, one of our 10,000 iRacing drivers. I believe he's the man with the most iRacing in all of iRacing. He's nearly on 11,000 these days, isn't he? 10,900? Yeah, there we are. Quite close to 11k. I believe he was the first as well to get back to, or get to 10k, I should say. I don't quite remember. It was a few years ago now, but I believe he was the first. He's not the only anymore. One of them is right behind him, Gustavo Ario. There's 21,000 iRating in those 2 cars there, which is unbelievable. But that's the way it is. That's this VCO Infinity race, really, written all over. 4th and 5th at the moment, as we see a race control message that I can't quite see at the moment. It's a drive-through penalty for the 18 SRC car. Didn't see them involved in any incident off the start there, but they must have been, because they've got a drive-through penalty.
Yeah, so they're going to have to serve that, and that's going to send them far down the order looking through the field right now. I'm not sure where they've actually found themselves out to be. Oh, another big off there.
Who is that? It is Richard Sinmore in the DCW Racing LMP2. Going for a little bit of a spin through Maggots and Beckett's, that looked like. Further down, there's Sasha Gore going into the pit lane to serve that penalty for SRC. This is what happened to Bria. Is it? No, this is earlier issues for somebody at turn 1. The 35 car. That's Loris Muller, the TR powered by Geeks Energy. This was in the middle of the pack, so we saw Brian going off up towards the front, but he wasn't the only one by the looks of things.
No, a lot of drivers really struggling here, and the only thing that I can really attribute all of these issues to is just some very, very chilly tires, potentially. I mean, it's only 70 degrees Fahrenheit out on track right now. You're going to have to excuse me. I don't know how to do that conversion over to Celsius in my head, but it's pretty chilly conditions with the nighttime. These LMP2s, it does take the tires a little bit to get up to temperature, and I think drivers just trying to push a little bit too hard. 21 degrees Celsius. There it is. Thank you to our director, Mike Yao, for not making me do math on air.
Yeah, well, I don't even know what the calculation is, so there we are. You were doing closer than me. There he is. There's Mike, working, but there he is, bit of a wave. Lot going on, as you can see, at the producer's office at the moment. And so, yeah, big thank you to him for going through the night with us here at VCO Infinity. We'll be with you until the end of race 12. Unfortunately, DJ will not be with us for any longer after this race. I will be, but unfortunately, we'll have to wait a little bit longer to hear from DJ once again as we go back to the race for a moment, because Roger Fridstad Christensen has had a problem there for RPC Esports. Going for a quick spin at turn 3, which has become quite a popular place to have a spin, but I think you might be right. The cooler temperatures, relatively cooler temperatures compared to what you might see at other times in the year, at other races, of course, that might be playing a factor. It's got to be at least on the minds of these guys as they're going around here. It must be at least a small factor in this.
Yeah, I certainly think it is, and only 54% humidity out in the air, so it's not like there's a whole lot of air to push the downforce down, to push the air down onto these cars, so a little bit of back and forth there when it comes to that, but now I think everything's going to start to settle in a little bit more. We're going to see a little bit more contained driving, also the nerves getting out a little bit. These LMP2s are so high-powered, it can be very, very easy to goose the throttle a little bit, get a little bit too much of a push early on. Once you get everything up to temperature, including the brakes, including the tires, getting everything going, that's when we really start to push and we can get some good racing down.
It certainly is. Now let's see. This battle for second is probably one of the closer in the field. Josh Rogers is getting away. Phil Denez, though, is in second at the moment with the Urano and Redline cars right up behind him. Further back, we have got all sorts going on, really. From about 9th position all the way down to 14th. These 6 cars are very close together. Adam Blocker is here as well. 13th at the moment. He's leading the IndyCar Open Series running on Monday nights. And he was in the IndyCar race early, but surprisingly wasn't able to really get too many points for Pure Sims. I think he'd be a little bit disappointed with that. But yeah, good to see him making a trip out in the LMP2, doing something a little bit different on this occasion, as opposed to the normal IndyCar, which we see him in so often.
For sure, and there is a little bit of similarity in the way that you drive the IndyCar and the way you drive the LMP2. Both are very, very high-powered machines, as I said. Also, a lot of downforce working on them. These LMP2s, oh, that's somebody coming down pit lane. That's Jordan Caruso. Not sure the reason for that necessarily, but you often find that a lot of drivers that drive those open-wheel machines like the IndyCars, they find it a little bit of an easier transition over into these prototypes.
Yeah, I do see what you mean. I think I saw him at the first TCR race as well. Although I might be misremembering that. I'm not entirely sure, but I do believe we did see him at that race. So yeah, trying his hand at multiple things. Of course, VCO have kind of been onto these guys. Obviously, you would think normally, oh, we'll just have 5 drivers and we'll get each driver to get very good at each car, but you can't do that because every driver in the race has got to drive at least 2 of the cars. A good idea from VCO, really, to make everybody do more stuff, because otherwise it really would be kind of the same fields for every race, just different races at different circuits, and it would be the kind of drivers in these cars has changed a little bit, which is certainly a good thing. Chopped and changed. It's good to see that VCO are kind of proactive in kind of knowing that the teams would do that, and they've stopped them from doing it before they could. So I'll take my hat off to them for that, because it's created a very, very interesting format, as we've spoken about many times before, and these drivers have been forced to try their hand at a load of different things over the course of the day.
Well, and that's one of the things that makes iRacing such a great service to be able to run like that. You can jump in from the TCRs to the LMP2s to everything across the board, and you see the drivers who may be a little bit better at some of the high downforce machines having to come back around and work their way into some of the lower downforce machines. And so it just really does create that parity. And as you said, massive credit for VCO for doing it, because it has produced nothing short of fantastic racing this entire day.
It has been great. 10 races down at the end of this one, and still 14 to go. We'll be seeing the LMP2 3 more times. Next up, of course, is the Spa circuit and IndyCar making a return. Is it the first time we've seen Spa today? I think it might be. It is indeed. We'll see it 5 times, and the first of which comes at race 11, which is a bit weird, but anyway, I'm not complaining. We can save up Spa for the second half of the race, as if that'll make things a bit difficult for everybody, but there we are. It's not meant to be easy. So we continue to look at this battle for a second. I have to say, Phil Denez does look under pressure in this fight. He doesn't exactly, he's not making any inroads on the leader. He's getting caught by Urano Redline, and I have a feeling BS Competition are going to struggle to finish on the podium if Phil Denez continues on at the pace he is right now.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. The only thing that Dennis is going to have to be hoping for is that maybe the setup of that car is going to be a little bit better on lighter fuel, and he'll be able to find a little bit more speed as they get farther and farther along in this race. These are these prototypes very, very sensitive to fuel loads. They'll get a lot looser, a lot twitchier when you get running a little bit lower, and so that 89 may be able to find some speed as things go along.
Oh my word, Dennis showing a lot of emotion there, shouting and probably swearing. We can't hear him at the moment, but shouting at something about his teammates there, and it's got to be affecting him right now. Over 3 seconds all of a sudden this gap goes out to, and he's going to be under a lot of pressure now from the Urano car. Lourenco down the inside. Oh my goodness gracious! Off the road for BS Competition through the gravel. Dennis already unhappy with the way this race is going. He's going to be even more unhappy now. The anger going through his veins, you can be sure about that. It was a 50-50 move into turn one. There was certainly contact. BS Competition move off the podium.
Oh, that is not good for them, but it is fantastic news there for Urano and for Team Redline, as they're now going to be in podium positions. I do want to give credit here to Dennis, as he looks like he has been able to keep at least onto the back of these cars. Now we're going to have to see just how closely he's going to be able to tail behind Max there in that number 21 Redline machine, as that could be a little bit of an indicator of his overall speed. But as you suspected earlier, Ewan, looks like he's starting to fall back ever so slightly.
That's a great pickup there to get on board with him there, just as his face cam there, just as he started completely shouting and swearing about something. I've no idea what he was quite so unhappy about, but something clearly is amiss in this car at the moment, because we've seen all day, we've commented all day about how calm these drivers look, and he does look quite calm again now, but this time last lap, losing the plot almost. And yeah, I no idea what about, but fantastic to see these face cams really get the emotion of these guys, which is normally missing, obviously, in a digital broadcast like this one.
Yeah, it is. Well, you see some of the problems that he's having there with the handling. Look at the little micro corrections that he's having to do coming out of the corners. That car just looks very, very twitchy. It does not look like it is well planted, and it looks like he is really having to almost overdrive the car in order to keep it on the road.
Let's not forget, it's fixed setups here today, and they were released about 2 days ago. So they haven't had a long time with them, these guys. And of course, they will have had to learn 2 setups in the space of about 2 days for this race on 5 circuits. So that's quite difficult to do, really. And so, if it's twitchy for Dennis, then I don't know why everybody else is not struggling. Is there damage on that BS Competition car? Not entirely sure. However, he is struggling with that at the moment and dropping down to 4th place. Either way, Lourenco and Beneke both have gone through, and Redline will, at the moment, be gaining another 2 points on RHG in the championship. Coanda, though, are continuing to just plug away. It's not many points at the moment, is it? Only 2 points would be gained on Redline, considering that they're over 50 back at this stage. It's not a lot, but it's all they can do at this stage, and that's all you can ask for, really, from Josh Rogers. He's dominating this race for the second LMP2 outing in a row.
Exactly, and for Josh Rogers, as you said, doing what he needs to do. Remember, a couple of rounds ago, we were talking about how Urano looked to be the team to beat around here, and then an unfortunate disconnect sent them back down in the field. We never know what could happen. There could be something that happens to Redline, and what Coanda just needs to do is put themselves into a position to maximize when something happens. Whoa! Big send down to the inside of Cops.
This is Maxime Briand trying to make up for his mistake that he made at turn 1, or the second turn of this race on the very start. As you can see, the championship standings on the right-hand side. Only 8 points between Redline and RHG at this stage. Urano gaining another 1 on Redline. It is remarkably close, though. With 10 races in, we'd be very impressed. I mean, normally over a championship distance, obviously championships are rarely this long, but normally over a championship distance, we'd be losing our minds at how close this is after 10 races. But because it's all happened so quickly in the last 10 hours, we're kind of brushing over the fact that this is so remarkably close. So many different cars, so many different tracks, so many different drivers have been out here. But there's 3 teams separated by 19 points.
Yeah, it's truly remarkable feat that everybody is running this close to each other, and it's only 10 races in. We still have another 14 to go here, and so much can happen, so much can fire off here as we watch Briand now trying to close in on the back of that number 16 machine, seeing if there's anything else to be had there, trying to get by Ensslin.
Let's see. This is the battle for 26th in the race, with Jordan Caruso just behind. Briand goes down the inside into Brooklands, and this should be a fairly easy move, although there's going to be a bit of a fight over this one, side by side. Around the outside through Rockfield, and the number 2 is going to just about give enough room and sweep around there. Nice run through Woodcut and up another place and into the top 10 in the standings as well. You can see there, unfortunately though, over 90 points back at this stage. What's that? I can't do the maths. 92? Yeah, there we are. No, 102. 112? Don't know. But it's some points. Quite a few points back. It's 3 a.m. Forgive me. Anyway, yeah, they're into the top 10 in the standings at the moment. Anyway, now, and up another position here in this race. Just want a word on Jordan Caruso here for Autos Esports. You can see him in the background. He's about to make the same move. 28th at the moment, about to move up. Now, I think I'm going to have a quick check here as to what his pit stop time was, but I reckon, yeah, just under 10 seconds. That's pretty much exactly where we were at Monza in terms of the pit stop length. I wonder if they, because you can do 40 minutes on a tank of fuel in LMP2, the pit window is very large. I wonder if they've decided to do something a little bit different. Instead of running the tank dry, why don't you go early, get out of the traffic a little bit, and run out on your own, trying to do the biggest of undercuts you've ever seen. And I think that's what Caruso might be attempting here.
I think you could be right with that, and especially at a track like Silverstone where the aero wash can really come out to bite you, specifically through the Maggots and Beckett's complex, as well as the infield section here. It could be a very, very good idea to be able to try to do that. So I'm going to be keeping my eye here on Jordan Caruso to see what he is able to do in that machine, in that number 43.
Absolutely. Let's see. It'll be a good test for a little bit later on, really, won't it? Because I mean, there's 3 more LMP2 races coming up. The next of which is race 15 at Road America, then race 20, and the finale is going to be at Spa with these cars. So, very important research, if nothing else, for that final race.
Yeah, exactly. And all of those circuits, they have one thing in common, and that is a very, very effective draft all the way around. So you're definitely able to save a little bit of fuel in the draft if that's the way you want to go. Obviously, probably not going to be able to make it to the end, not going to be able to nose stop it, but if you can take a little bit less fuel in the pit cycle, that is always going to be helpful.
It is. Currently looking at the Veloce car of Dion Fialo. Trying to get through on Dominic Blager at the moment. That's Triton Racing in 7th position. Just behind, 5 or 6 seconds behind Obsidian at this stage. Veloce managed to get themselves inside the top 5 of this championship. They're there or thereabouts, but their split's beginning to fall away. 62 points back, absolutely still possible for them to be here. Winning this VCO Infinity event, of course, but they do have to step it up ever so slightly and start beating Redline in some of these races. I mean, they've had some good. They have had good results. Only 1 or 2 outside the top 10, really, which is solid. But at this stage, I mean, we're approaching the halfway mark. We do need to. Those who are outside the top 3, I would say, they need to be gaining points on Redline really quite consistently, really.
Yeah, they certainly do, and the way Redline is going here, that's going to be a hard thing to do. But once again, you've just got to hope for maybe a little bit of a bad luck from your competitors, and you have got to do everything you can do to put yourself into a position to be successful if something bad happens. You can't worry about what Redline is doing. You just have to run the best race you can.
Absolutely. This is the battle for 7th. Still at the moment. Fialo trying to make his way through. So I'm just distracted. I'm trying to work out what Lorenzo is shouting at me about. He's in the chat at the moment. He's shouting to me for something. I don't know what I've done wrong or what he wants me for. So sorry about that. I don't know. But anyway, we're approaching half distance at Silverstone. Still 14 races to go in VCO Infinity. After this one, next up, as we've already mentioned, it's IndyCars at Spa. And Justin Prince is joining us for that one. We'll be glad about that because he knows what he's doing when it comes to IndyCar. So we look forward to that in about half an hour's time. But for now, these guys are still going to close this one out. The battles are up front, very important as well, of course. But Daniel Alves Lourenco has done a very good job here to kind of hold Maximilian Benecke at arm's length at the moment. Urano, as I mentioned earlier, and as you can see on the right-hand side, they need to gain points on redline during most of these races. They're gaining one at the moment, yes, but it could be an important point. And I'm somewhat surprised. If I would have put my money on anyone out of the two of them, I would have put my money on Benecke. So Lourenco is doing a really good job holding off this redline car for second at the moment.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there wholeheartedly. He has done a fantastic job and been able to grow the gap here at different points. The last lap, he only lost about 0.09 of a second out to Benecke as they went around, and looks like it's just seesawing back and forth. He's driving the exact race that he needs to do, and so it is absolutely perfect here for Daniel in that number 90 machine. Just a couple of points to be able to hold out over redline. That's what they need to do. Try to close those gaps in a little bit if they can.
There is Benecke. And speaking of closing, in terms of points here, Gustavo Ariel is going to have to do the same here in his attempts to get through on Phil Denez. Very good qualifying from Denez here for BS competition. Second place. Came under immediate pressure from Brienne, who unfortunately had that incident on lap 1, of course, at the second corner of this race. But Ariel now is closing on Denez and looking for a 4th position to limit his losses to only 1 point to redline on this occasion. This is the great thing about this point system here, I think, DJ. I mean, I know Lewis McLeod is going to be really unhappy with this point system because I don't know, he likes race wins to be more important than this point system allows them to be, but whatever. His opinion isn't important. He's not here. I like this point system quite a lot. It keeps things very close indeed. 1 point in position. It also makes things very, very simple for us to work out, which I'm a big fan of, especially at this time in the morning.
Exactly, and you know, I'm obviously on the west coast of the U.S., so it's not that late for me, but it certainly makes my brain work a lot easier, and I agree with you. It does make it so that it's not nearly as costly necessarily. If you make a little bit of a blip or a bobble and you fall down 2 positions, it's not like you're going to be 30 points behind. It keeps everything very tight, and I think it's going to keep us guessing up until hour 24 of this race. Indeed.
We'll see. I was playing this situation over my head in the week leading up to this about, you know, are we going, when we get to races 22, 23, you know, are we going to have a car on the cusp of clinching it? You know, are we going to be doing the maths that far out? You know, Cam and Junior are going to be on the final 3 hours together. Are they going to have 2 races at the end where the whole event is actually sewn up? But the way this has gone right now, absolutely no way that is going to happen. I don't think it's even going to be sewn up going into this stage of race 24, to be honest. 20 minutes to go. It's going to be close right till the end. As we mentioned, so many different drivers, so many different teams, car track combinations, and it remains this close. 8 points, as you can see on the right hand side. Quite remarkable, as we see into the pit lane for Arnage, so they might lose a couple of points on your screen there on the right hand side, but it will all normalise very soon. It has been a remarkable idea so far, and it's worked out very well in practice. I did fear, I have to say, DJ, and I always do with new ideas, especially because it's such a long race. Is it if it doesn't work, you know, how is this going to be? How is it going to work? But it absolutely has done, and yeah, it's been very, very enjoyable so far. I'd hardly know that we're 10 hours in, to be honest.
Nor would I. It has absolutely worked out to a T and has been absolutely fantastic. And we continue to have great battles out on track like this one right here. Owen Carroll and Greenbergers very, very close to one another. Also trying to close down on Tomas Shimon right up ahead of them as we tick down over halfway through here in hour 10 of this VCO Infinity race. Still waiting for those all crucial pit stops to fire off. I saw Nuno Enriquez, the latest to pop down pit lane. I also think Figueiredo also came down as well.
Yeah, we certainly are seeing a few pit stops at the moment. If you were to pick one car, maybe a surprise that it is inside the top 10 at the moment, it would have to be wannabe SRT. 19th in the standings at the moment, with 195 points coming into this. Only 2 top 10s in the races, in the 9 races so far. Looking to make that 3 here with Thomas Simon. And I believe he did actually get one of the other ones at the second race, although it's becoming a long time. It was actually here at Silverstone in the Dallara F3. Not sure if it was him, but it was certainly that team, managing to get a top 10 around there. Looking at another top 10 here, quite possibly. And if you were to pick one surprise team inside the top 10, it might be them. See, Triton and Race Clutch also doing a good job to be inside the lower reaches of the top 10 as well. And I think it's worth giving a mention to Obsidian Racing as well. In 6th position, we're battling out the race win with, who was it? Irano Esports, of course, and Juk de Licht at the very first race of this VCO Infinity. And after a few races, they were right up there. They've fallen away a little bit, but Obsidian are back up inside the top 10 once again. 6th place for Adecobo Lopez at the moment.
Yeah, having a very good race there for Cobo Lopez. And I think that's one of the things you're going to start to see as this continues to go along over the course of the 24 hours is we're going to see some swings in the course of these standings. That there are going to be some teams that are just better in certain cars and certain track combinations. And so you're going to see them move up the order a little bit, maybe fall. And it's all going to be about finding that sort of resting heart rate in between everything else, where everything is going to be nice and easy in between, finding that middle ground on everybody, as Greenberg is the latest to dive down pit lane for Simsa.
Yeah, last time around at Monza, we saw everybody basically running the tank dry, and then everybody but 3 about coming into the pit lane first of all, and then that was basically it. This time, it's a totally different prospect. People coming in all kinds of different times in the race here. No, not complaining about that, by the way. It's makes things a lot more interesting, just more difficult to work out. With 16 minutes to go here at Silverstone. If you can tell where we are because it's so dark. We are certainly into the graveyard shift at VCO Infinity. It's just about 4:30 in mainland Europe at the moment, in the morning, and roughly 4 AM in Sim at the moment. Very, very early indeed. We're going to get some sunrise kind of races coming up here soon, though, DJ, and we're certainly not going to make the IndyCars go out in the darkness, because that would be disastrous at Spa as well. So that's not going to be a thing, but the darkness is going to be over soon, but it doesn't really feel the same as it would in a 24-hour race, because we don't quite see the full evolution of the sunrise and the sunset. So it doesn't kind of feel like, normally in a 24-hour race, obviously we say the sun rises, or you can kind of see the finish line almost, but it really doesn't feel like that's the case here, especially because we started quite so late in the day.
Yeah, for sure. It's almost a little bit like we are starting at Road Atlanta or something like that for Petit Le Mans, which does run a little bit later into the day, but not going to have that perfect sunrise vista pop up, but it's still going to be some exciting racing as there. Oh, that was Soria thinking about a little bit of a move there in the 25, but not quite able to get it done.
The Yas Heat LMP2 just up in front for Paujas Remedic at the moment. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's Hungarian with a name like that, but do correct me if I'm wrong. Right answer's in. But yeah, 14th at the moment. This battle is for just over half a minute back from Josh Rogers leading this race through turns 1, 2 and 3. You can always go for a sneaky dive at 3 here if you like, but not able to do despite the flash of the lights, and actually outbreaks himself there to Soria, and so he's going to find himself under pressure from Nicholas Hepburg by the looks of things in the 33. You can just see him in the background there trying to make a bit of a move, but it's always the danger. Well, I've never seen that before, I have to be honest. Someone flashing the lights to apply pressure and outbreaking themselves into turn 3. That was a bit weird.
Yeah, a little bit weird, a little bit of a distraction, maybe a self-distraction coming into it, and what that's really done for Soria here is it's allowed for Nicholas Hellberg and Sacha Gorel to be able to close in behind that 33, now looking like it is absolutely hounding the back of that car.
It really is. The gap all of a sudden up front has opened up and the gaps behind have closed down. Hepburg very much involved once again. Who's that just behind Hepburg? So Sacha Gorel as well. Don't forget a drive-through penalty for SRC earlier on. So that's why they're down in 17th position, and they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in the final third of this 10th race, because they are out of position and might be able to get a top 15 here. Every position, every point will matter, and so Gall is going to be very difficult to contend with. They run up the hanger straight, and towards Stowe, nothing doing here once again. All of a sudden the mentality for Sarir has changed very quickly from going on the attack at the expense of Reminick, and now he's on the defensive. Hepburg and Gall trying to get through at him all at once.
Yeah, and trying to just keep them at bay the best that he can. And, you know, you talked about mentality. It's very interesting seeing the mentality coming across these different cars that we've been seeing out. Obviously, the last race out, Monza in the TCRs, elbows out the entire time. It seemed like constant battling, constant almost door-to-door contact. It seems like a much more restrained affair here in the LMP2s. I think part of that may have to deal with the big kerfluffle right at the beginning of the race that saw so many drivers have their races scuppered on early, but this has just seemed like a much more of a thinking man's race, let's say, and that also may have something to do with pit stop strategy.
Yeah, this kind of happened at the first race at Monza as well with the LMP2s. It was rather calm, you would have to say. There was obviously the slowdowns at Monza obviously thrown up a couple of things, and there was that incident down into the first chicane with Redline in their battle with Apex Racing Team, in case you weren't with us. But yeah, there was no protest in the end, and there was no penalty for Redline. Did get away with one there. That, of course, is one of the things about this VCO Infinity event. Nothing will be investigated if nothing is protested. So you do have to ask for something to be looked at if you indeed want that to be the case. There has been quite a few of them, though, so far in this race. What are we up to now? I'm just scrolling down and having a look. We've had 48 reports so far. We're in the 10th race, so about 4 or 5 a race. It's not a bad. It's not a bad number of issues to look at, and all of them from. There's been a good few from this race. All of them came in the very first minutes of the race, or the very first lap. After that, it's been a very clean race.
Yeah, very clean, very respectful. I do think, though, after we have pit stops start to fire off, we're going to see a few more battles get a little bit closer. Benecki, in particular, has been keeping that gap to Alves at about 1 second. I've seen him kind of flirt around with it a little bit more. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that red line machine absolutely go into hammer time here in these closing 10 minutes.
Yeah, let's see. Also at the pit stops as well. If you remember back to the first race, Urano, I believe it was the LMP2s anyway, so all of this stuff is beginning to merge into one in my head. Urano, I believe, did get up into second position because they saved fuel, and they obviously had to spend less time in the pit lane, and so they gained in the end, and gained a position up to second place. Gained a few points there, so I just wonder if someone's going to do the same here at Silverstone as well. Dion Fiallo's not waiting around for that. He's going to go down the inside into Stowe Corner for this 7th position. He's been trailing Dominic Bludger for so long. He's finally taken his opportunity. He's going to be very frustrated to see the Triton racing car go into the pit lane on the right hand side immediately after he makes that long awaited overtake.
Yeah, that's always a little bit of a frustrating thing to see that happen, but now he's going to have to know that he isn't going to need to push here, get some good in-laps in to keep that position ahead of Bludger as he is down pit lane right now. Would have expected to see a few more drivers starting to come down. Looks like Lucas Muller also coming down pit lane right now, but yeah, still waiting for a lot of drivers to make their pit stops.
Yeah, we are. Let's see, let's have a look down, shall we? Yeah, oh goodness me, yeah, only 4 cars have come into the pit lane here. So a lot are waiting for the end. Bludger is the best performing at the moment of the cars who have been in. Where are Autos Esports, is my question. Jordan Caruso, it doesn't say he's been in the pit lane, but I distinctly remember him coming in. So I don't know what that's all about. There you can see the pit stops on the left-hand side, by the way. See the amount of pit stops that they made. I distinctly remember Jordan Caruso coming in, but it says on my timing at the minute that he hasn't been in. That can't be true, can it?
I've got him coming in on lap 5, so we may have a little bit of an error. I'm not sure who's right and who's wrong on that.
Well, I'm kind of trusting my memory more than anything else. So maybe not a great idea to rely. But yeah, either way, the timing looks like it is wrong. So we'll trust DJ, not timing. There we are. They have been. Excuse me, sorry. They have indeed been in there, Caruso. As speaking of cars in the pit lane, we've got a few now. Coanda and R8G in Obsidian also with that Coba Lopez. It very much is that time to come into the pit lane. 37 minutes gone. If this were an endurance race, we'd be saying, well, it's a little bit early, but it doesn't really matter here at all. Time to come in, and we're going to see pit lane very busy over these next few minutes.
Yes, indeed, we are, as more and more drivers hustling their way down in their Torres Handel Hellberg. A lot of drivers coming in here. I would anticipate everybody coming in probably within the next lap or two as we continue to watch that Veloce machine working its way around the number 11 directly in front of them.
I'm trying to. Oh, bit of ducking and diving through lap traffic here for Fialo. Down the inside at Brooklands. The move is complete without any major problems. So 7 minutes to go, and this race looking like, I don't want to say a foregone conclusion, but it does look like Coanda have this one in the bag to take their 4th race victory of the 10 so far, and 4 in the last 6 as well. It's a remarkable run of form, but I mean, given the issues that they had earlier on, obviously Mac Beckham's disconnection, Tommy Usgaard had a drive-through penalty in the Road America TCR race. These things are beginning to add up for Coanda, because even if they win all of the races from here, they are relying on other teams doing badly to get themselves back in contention for the overall.
Yeah, they certainly are, and looks like Alves and Benecki all both coming down pit lane as well. Phil Dinez looking like he's coming down. I think this could be the end of what everybody is anticipating. Yep, there goes Fialo, Tomas Shimon, and Carroll all coming down as well.
It very much is time to come in. Everybody pretty much who hasn't been in so far is in right now. And Josh Rogers is going to retake the lead here. Then you can see Reminick in, Soraya, Gawler as well. They're all in, and Josh Rogers retakes the lead. Now then, Lorenko and Beneke, are they going to be close together on the exit? Not really. Lorenko gets back into second position. They all actually gained a little bit on Rogers, who might have been a little bit on the safe side in terms of the fuel there. Dines in 4th, Ariel 5th, even drops back by a second or so, and Lopez in 6th, Simon 7th, who's jumped back in front of Fialo. So Dio Fialo, after fighting so hard to get through on Blaja, he has managed to do that, but Simon has jumped both of them into 7th position, with Owen Carroll continuing to round out the top 10. So only difference in the top 10 from what we saw 5 minutes ago is the fact that Simon is now in 7th, ahead of Fialo and Blaja. Those three are going to fight it out for these final 5 minutes.
They most certainly are, and I've got to give credit there to Tomas. He was able to do the fastest pit stop that I have seen thus far, with a 6.5 second stationary in the box. So that is what was able to get him up and into 7th place.
Yeah, the next fastest is a good 1.1 slower. That was Daniel Alves Lorenko in second position. So a very nice stop from Simon indeed, with a 6.5, giving him 7th for now. But he will be under a lot of pressure from Fialo, who does know how to size up and move around here. Now let's have a look. 3 laps to go, it looks like, at the line here for Rogers. He's coming over the line with 4:30 to go, roughly. Got 1:40 just over lap times. It will be 3 to go for everyone. It's another race that Josh Rogers has controlled from the front, and he's going to win by a pretty considerable margin. It's almost a carbon copy as to what happened at Monza in the way he's won this race.
It certainly is, and he has done a fantastic job, but he is going to have a little bit of traffic, I think, to deal with potentially as he comes around here. Looks like Alaric Enslin right up ahead of him that he's going to have to get by there. You can see a quick flash of the headlights as drivers work their way around, but that shouldn't cause too much of a problem there for him. As you said, only 3 laps to go. He should be able to get this done nice and easy without too much worry on his brain.
A lot of lap traffic going around at the moment. See how many cars actually are on the lead lap, but you've got to remember the amount of issues that we had a little bit earlier on at the first lap. We are catching the back of some of those guys who were in for fast repairs and whatever. We've got a number of cars out of this race actually. Only about 34, 35 still running at the moment, but you do still get points despite retiring. You do have to give a good reason for retirement. It's normally quite a lot of damage. That's normally the reason. But you do have to give a reason to the stewards for that one. They don't want people just dropping out because they can. Because there's no minimum amount of laps you need to complete to get the points for this one. You will still lose out on major positions though by not completing these races. Of course, as we look at Daniel Alves Lorenco, I'm not sure if he's just got very bright lights, but it just looks decidedly more bright than it does in Europe at the moment. I do wonder if he's elsewhere. Although, to be fair, DJ, where you are in the world at the moment, and indeed that kind of third of the world in the Americas, North and South, it's getting slightly evening as well, isn't it, really?
I can see the sun just coming down outside of California, so I've still got a little bit of light left out here. But yeah, I think he's just got his lights bright, nice and bright. As I have Daniel as a German driver on my screen, so I think he's just got some bright house lights on.
Fair enough. We'll fair enough on that one. Currently running around in second. Urano continue their comeback from that issue they had at the Road America GT3 race. In case you weren't with us, Alexei Nezov, who is their driver, disconnected right before the start of race 8. And they dropped to third in the standings because of it. RHG and Redline basically trailed each other for that entire race and ended the race on equal points. That's how we stand right now. Redline extend their margin by another 2 points, and they can't complain with this. I know they've lost a couple to Coanda and Urano, but they'll be very pleased with this result as it is right now.
Yeah, very pleased indeed. And as we said, this is still within touching distance, I think, between all of those top 4 drivers. Redline, RAG, Urano, and Coanda now able to move their way up into the top 4 as they go around. This is going to be close. And then don't count out there anybody else. This is still anybody's game. As this continues to go around, we've got a lot of racing still left to do, and you never know what can happen.
You absolutely don't. 1 minute to go and 1 lap to go for Josh Rogers. He aims to win his 3rd race of the day. He won race 5, race 8. Is it going to be race 10 as well? Be the 4th victory for Coanda as well. The 4th, excuse me. Yeah, 4th. There we are. I can do maths. 4th race victory for them as well. The only team over the Redline as well who've got 2 themselves. To win 2. So we do have 6 teams having won a race out of the 10 so far, which isn't a bad record. It's not exactly 10 different winners out of the top first 10 races, but that would be ludicrous. 6 isn't bad at all.
No, not bad at all. Being able to take a quarter of the races, I think that is definitely what it should be there. Rogers here now just working his way through cops, nice and easy. You can see him fighting the wheel. No lack in concentration whatsoever. He is still racing this thing like he is absolutely still running for another 2 hours to go.
Yeah, driving it like he's stolen it, as they say. I don't know, someone says that probably. Moving down the Hanger Straight. For one final time. Rogers may be returning to this circuit a little bit later on for one of the later races. Might even be returning to this car. There's no reason why they wouldn't put him back in this Dallara LMP2 because he is a machine within it. A dominant win at Monza a few hours ago. He's turned it into a dominant win here at Silverstone as well. It's 3 race victories in the VCO INFINITY 2022 for Josh Rogers of Coanda. A puff of the cheeks, a raise of the eyebrows. It's getting late in mainland Europe, nearly 5 a.m. But he's got another race victory for Coanda as they close the championship margin to 52 points to Team Redline, who end up 3rd. Urano sandwiched between them. Their margin goes down to 19. As we see battles going on further down. Dion Fialo here, DJ, has had major issues. He's dropping down like a stone now. What's happened here?
I think he's out of fuel. I think he did not fill it up. Yeah, there he is. He is coasting across the line. Fialo did not fill that car up, and that is going to cost them valuable points.
Very valuable points for Fialo, I'm afraid. Veloce, they dropped to 5th in the stand. They dropped 5 points due to that word running 8th. They won't drop a place, but they do drop 5 points. As you can see on the right-hand side, Sora Nars losing a couple of points there late on as well. Not entirely sure what that's all about, but they finished 17th on the day. Dion Fialo not getting the fuel in the car. Obviously, we talk all the time about the pit strategy. Obviously, getting as little time in the pits as possible. Very important. That's exactly how Urano got second at Monza with a bit of pit strategy. But you do need to get all the fuel in the car. That is number one priority.
Indeed it is, and I'm a little bit surprised that we had drivers running it that short here. And remember, I mean, we were talking about Simone, who had that very quick pit stop of only about 6.5 seconds, and he looked like he was able to get through nice and easy.
Yeah, the shortest pit stop of them all was long enough, by the looks of things. See him on their 7th position. Dominic Blaser as well lost a place on that final lap to Race Clutch, who end up 8th. Getting 2 more places there at the very end. We'll try and get the race results for you. There I face it briefly. We'll get the race results for you in a second. But yeah, there's no doubt about the race winner, Josh Rogers, once again. We might be able to speak to him on the other side of our little break in a couple of moments, but there it is. Urano second, Redline third, BS Competition at Field NS. Not happy with the car, but still finishes 4th. Gustavo Ario rounds out the top 5. Obsidian back inside the top 10 in 6th, as I want to be SRT for the 3rd time today. Race Clutch finishing 8th, gaining 2 places on that final lap. And of Triton and Simsa Esports rounding out your top 10. Pure Sims Esports and Adam Blocker just missing out there. Zenith Esports in 12th. Veloce with that running out of fuel on the last lap finishing disappointing 13th. Trek Esports 14th, but of Autos Esports with the alternate strategy in 15th. SRC just outside of there ahead of Arnage. Urias was Cooking Racing Adventures and RN Vision STS rounding up your top 20. Then it was Apex Racing Team, Maxime Briant recovering from that early spin, of course. DWR Esports 22nd. Sim Racing Unlimited with instead of RPC Esports. Ruben Bonga and T3 Motorsport 25th. Head of Team Fordzilla and Pulsus Esports. DCW Racing Brabham Esports TR powered by Geeks Energy. Round out your top 30. First car lap down was Rocket Simsport, head of Legion of Racers and Netflix Grand Prix. Burst Esport and Yas Heat were next ahead of YouTuber Esports. Wolf Racing Team, E-Team Brit, Absolute Motorsport, and PGZ Motorsport, rounding out your 40 cars here at Silverstone in the LMP2s. So, race 10 is done. DJ Race 2 for these LMP2s is done. You're going to bid us a farewell now, but it's been a fantastic 3 hours having on you. I hope you've enjoyed it. I'm sure you have, because it's been very, very entertaining indeed.
It certainly has indeed, but I think before I head out, we may have last race's winner, Josh Rogers, ready to speak with us.
We certainly do. Josh, welcome once again. Race winner of race 5, race 8, and now race 10 as well. And it was another bit of a lights to flag one for you here in LMP2. You seem to be getting on with this car very well indeed. Do you feel at one with the LMP2 at the minute? It certainly looks like it.
Yeah, I'm definitely feeling nice and comfortable with this one. I think, I don't know, it's still a bit I can work on from the consistency side of things, but yeah, no, it's a car I enjoy driving, and it's one of those cars that's, you always have to drive it very straight, and coming from a V8 supercar background on iRacing, that's something that I learned to do quite early on, so it certainly helps in that regard. Obviously, it's high downforce, so it's very different with that, but no, it's been fun so far. Races have been great. Got off to a good start there, and to be honest, Daniel was really quick in the end though. I was having to keep pushing, and we came out in a bit of traffic with the pit cycle, so I didn't really take that into consideration. I need to think about that for the future races for sure, because that's almost caught us off a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. We're not going to keep you too long now, because obviously it's getting late. We need to get to a break, obviously, as well, and I'm sure you do as well. So congratulations on another race victory here. 3rd of the day. We might even see another one from you a little bit later. We look forward to seeing you a bit later. But for now, Josh, we'll let you go. And thanks very much for joining us.
No worries. Thanks, guys. Enjoy your break, and well done on the awesome broadcast so far.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks very much. Now, yes, as I mentioned, we've got to get to a little bit of a break here before we switch over to race 11, and unfortunately, big goodbye to DJ. But I'll be here with Justin Prince for IndyCars at Spa coming up in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere. We'll be returning here at VCO Infinity for race 11 coming up next. Welcome back to VCO Infinity for race 11. It's IndyCars here at Spa. My name's Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Justin Prince for the next hour and the next race here in this wonderful new event. Here, Justin, first of all, qualifying's underway. The biggest drama so far, though, has come from those who have not been able to get out onto the circuit, unfortunately.
Yes, indeed. Most of the drivers have been able to get themselves going for qualifying when it comes to our first trip to Spa for this event with VCO Infinity. But the tough thing is, one of the drivers who is most dominant in regards to open wheel action when it came to the Dallara IR18, that being Nezon for Irano Esports, not able to get out, it looks like, in time to potentially set a time. It is right now amongst those who was expected to be a contender. It will be if he can even get a time in, mind you. The extremely tight 3 minutes on the clock, down through the clock. He had yet to get onto the racetrack. So he might be one of the drivers, especially with how things are faring for this fight, that might not be able to get himself a good starting position.
Yeah, it's so crucial, of course, with 40 cars on the grid for every single race here. It's so crucial to get a really good start here. Let's talk about this more generally now. Obviously, we've got IndyCars at Spa. It's not something you see every day. There might be good reason for that. We're about to find out. Let's see though. Sim racing, of course, a wonderful thing, allows us to do things that we wouldn't see in real life. This would never happen in today's days in the modern day IndyCar. I mean, it's very unlikely anyway. What we expected to see here from the kind of undulations of this classic race circuit, and of course taking an iconic race series as well, of course, to a place it doesn't normally go.
Well, some of the main things that come to mind when it comes to Spa is that run down the Camel Straight will be one of the main prime passing opportunities and one of the likely push-to-pass chances for many of these competitors today, as well as that run out of Blanchimont. So you might see a lot of drivers setting up their moves for that portion of the racetrack. But the major thing, again, it came up especially at Silverstone with the Dallara IR18 a few hours ago. Tire management, as well as tire compound selection. A lot of drivers elect to stay on the primaries compared to the alternates, which burn quickly. To try the alternate tire strategy last time at Silverstone with the Dallara IR18, both drivers didn't finish well. In fact, one did well, then got involved in several crashes.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see who decides to go for what on this occasion, because this, of course, is the only car we have at VCO Infinity here today where you can decide to do different things in terms of the tyre compounds. Let's have a look at your starting grid, though, and it's a bit of a shake-up compared to what we've seen in the past. Wanna be SRT with Thomas Simon, top 10 in the last race, straight back into an IndyCar, and he's on pole. Here he is, PGZ Motorsport on the front row with them, with Oris Racing Team and Veloce on the second row together, SRC and Coanda going to be on the third. Tommy Østgaard driving for them, red line just behind with Endo Benito. Arnold's competition 8th ahead of Obsidian Racing and R8G Esports. Florian Lebrigre has managed to get through into the top 10. ART 11th with Ben Fuller, and Lorenzo Bonda with 12th. What a performance from Racebot's very own. 12th position for him. We'll be cheering him on quietly. Trek Esports 13th. Zenith Esports will be just behind him 14th. Triton Racing running out of top 15 with Tomaso Mosca 16th. Marcus Deck will be alongside Tim Matska, GT turned IndyCar driver for today. By the looks of things, he'll be 18th for T3 Motorsport. Then in 19th, we have Autos Esports and RPC Esports rounding out your top 10. BS Competition going to be disappointed to be outside of the top 20 with Ryan Barneveld, Will Chadwick, 22nd for Fordzilla. Netrex and Pure Sims will be on the 12th row together with Alan Blocker again qualifying much lower than what you'd expect on the order. So yeah, it's a disappointment again for Alan Blocker. We'll cycle our way down again to Kazuki Umeshima, who's jumped over from the LMP2 into this IndyCar. TR powered by Geeks Energy will be 26th ahead of Yas Heat, and then GCW Racing. Legion of Races 29th, and Simsa Esports running out of top 30. Sim Racing Unlimited 31st ahead of Brabham Esports. RN Vision STS, WR Esports, E-Team Brit, Rocket Sim Sport, Urano, Was Cooking Racing, Pulsar Esports, and Wolf Team Racing to round out your grid. That was shouldn't be done in one breath, but I just did, so there you have it. Deary me, we're about to get underway here. It's a big grid, it's not a very long formation lap at all, it's a rolling start, and it's IndyCars at Spa. Let's get racing here once again for race 11 then of VCO Infinity, and down towards the source it's very much single file. Thomas Simon converting his pole position into a very good race start, but Johan Ruhr, starting from second for PGZ, has not had a good turn one whatsoever there. Already drops down to fourth, and here is the Camel Straight we were talking about. Push to pass everywhere. The green is going to light up on the left-hand side. There's contact with the top two cars, and there's chaos. There's cars flipping over and upside down towards the Camel Straight over and over again. Deary me, huge accident on this opening lap. There is chaos back in the pack. Absolute chaos.
Well, that may be the wildest start of the entire race and the entire event, to say the very least. That's, I don't think, what anyone would have expected. It's very difficult to get yourself cycled through, especially when it comes to El Rouge and Radion. More drivers are still off, mind you, with Altus Esports with some troubles. But when it comes to the circuit, it's so easy to lose the balance, and so easy to do that.
Ah, dearie me. Netrex Grand Prix, and one of them involved trying to work reverse to go backwards and forwards and backwards again. Already 7 cars in the pit lane on this opening lap. Are any of them real big contenders for this overall race? I mean, SRC, probably the best placed of them. There's Ushima in the Burst Esport car. I'm afraid they're out of this race already as well. 10 cars in the pit lane. 11, 12 more cars get their way down onto pit lane. This has been unbelievable off of the start. We've got to figure out where our championship contenders are, because Redline have been involved in something here. They surely have. They're down in 20th. Enzo Benito now has got a very big 43 minutes on his hands.
An absolutely unbelievable way to start things off. And for a lot of these drivers, they might have to, if they ended up keeping on going, get a wing change in with how significant some of the contact was. There are some still trying to skirt the way around the racetrack, a legion of racers without the rear wing, and others with chassis damage with Polis Esports. Absolutely disastrous. Redline is in for the wing change. Trident is in. Two of the contenders expected to battle it out in this round, including Trident, who is in the top 5 at Silverstone in the IndyCars. Disastrous start, top 5. They avoided this disastrous start on the bright side.
There were 30 positions between Redline and Urano off of the start of this race. At the end of lap 1, Urano are now in front by 5 positions. What a remarkable turnaround as Enzo Benito comes in to use his fast repair here in the first race at Spa. This, of course, is the only track that we haven't used yet in the VCO Infinity race event. 5 different circuits, all 5 uses of Spa coming up in the next 14 races. If they're all like this, everybody's going to be bracing themselves. Dear me.
So many meatball flags. Burst Esport, Altus Esports, TR powered by Geek Seed Energy, RM Vision STS, Yazheat, Ares, WOR Esports. The list goes on, who are already having mandatory damage repairs that have seen them have to come to the pit lane. On the first estimated lap, unreal. But on the bright side, like I mentioned, you have drivers who have been able to take advantage. Ben 4. He didn't have the best of qualifying. He's in 6th because he got to the trouble. Renzo Bonder, he's quietly up to 9th with all the craziness. And amongst the drivers in teams who survived some of the craziness, I believe, Urano Esports is up to 19th.
Unbelievable. Truly, truly unbelievable. So R8G have got through quite nicely there with Florian Lebriga as well. 7th place for them. They'll be gaining a load of points on Team Redline, but 18 cars had to come in at the end of lap 1 there. 18! You did hear that right. Absolutely chaos. Mike is, I'm sure, trying to get some replays for us at the moment, or at least a replay of what happened there, because it all happened at the very front, didn't it? It was the battle for second, and it's the Kemmel Kink running it towards the start, and this is it again, the Kemmel Straight. Dominic Hoffman trying to make this move for Veloce around the outside into Lecombe. It looks like he's got it done on Thomas Simon, although they go side by side through Lecombe, just in front of David Toff here in 5th position, side by side, still for the lead, as Johan Royer tries to get involved as well, and Tommy Ostgaard is here too.
I've been able to clear on by a good corner exit, a good amount of speed coming out of Mountainy to set it up for revenge. Now the tough thing is setting things up for Puhan. This is the monumental portion of the track where if you make any mistakes, this is where you drop back usually, and can't get that speed up for Blanchimont for the end of the lap and possibly for the start of the next one. Side by side for second.
Yeah, Simon's struggling.
Royer for second.
Oh dear, the contact by the looks of things. Royer's gone around. Johan Royer's gone around for PGZ. It is not their day, is it? Late call-up for PGZ Motorsport, of course. But in every single race, something has gone wrong. And this is no exception. I'm afraid around Summer Simon using a bit of push to pass here to defend from Tommy Osgard. Didn't see what happened. I'm sure we'll get a replay, but there's about 50 million things we need to see on replay at the moment. So we apologise for that. But yeah, up a position, everybody. It does look like Royer continues to drop down the order as they make contact into the pit path chicane. Very unfortunate.
An incredible amount of action and bumping and banging. And these are cars not really used to bumping and banging, mind you. Still, you have to be able to think clearly, and the tough thing has been for some, it has been a challenge to get the brakes down, it seems. PGZ Motorsport is into the pit lane, but how did the craziness begin? Well, there are 17 different places you can start. How about La Source to start?
Oh. Well, this is something we didn't even see. Tommaso Mosca got tipped around here at turn 1, but They must have thought that, well, that'll be it then. We've got through La Source, but little did they know, bigger was to come as Tommy Usgaard gets through for Coanda into second position once again. Coanda, by the way, haven't finished outside of the top 2 since race 4 in this race, I believe, maybe race 6, but certainly a big run for them of fantastic results. And Tommy Usgaard is adding to that at the moment, second position.
Here's the big thing, remember, Coanda was actually the leading car, and then technical issues seen them disappear from the lead. Thankfully, they were in front of this craziness, collecting at least 10 cars. There was another wreck at the other end of the straightaway that also collected more.
Yeah, so there was two separate crashes basically, and that one was the one a bit further back. We saw the one obviously up towards the front because we were looking at the leaders. The Oris were involved with drive-through penalty for Triton Racing. I can assure you that the stewards are going to be very busy with things to look at here. But yeah, that was two separate incidents then basically coming onto the Camel Straight there. That one involving the 3 cars up towards the front, and then there was one involving multiple further down. Already Absolute Sim Racing, Absolute Motorsport I should say, and Tomaszka Mosca already out of this race. Kazuki Mishima is back into the pit lane for burst and might not be making a return. Well, hopefully they do, but a lot of repairs have been made by a lot of these cars. Thankfully most of them are back out there again. You've kind of got to be for the points, because I mean, yeah, I've never seen it. Obviously we've never seen a VCO Infinity before. It's a new format, but I've never seen anything like that in any race ever.
Seen it a couple of times, but here's the craziness in the 20s. This is how your race ends in corner 3.
And it is a complete graveyard of cars back here. Rocket Sim Sport were involved and all sorts. WR Esports I saw as well. My word. That was a quite remarkable race. A remarkable start, I should say.
Yeah.
We've not had the race yet.
Well, yeah, with all the craziness, there's a lot to think about too when it comes to this. With it being the first race at Spa, some of the drivers might be really tested in terms of their preparation, if any, when it comes to this. But the major thing too is, are they in tune with the in-car adjustments? Because when it comes to this setup, you can't use the weight checker essentially with some of the adjustments, believe, based on how you set things up with the bar. There you have the ARB to be able to adjust. That's about it when it comes to those in-car tools on top of the push to pass. So that's something you have to consider if you have those balancing issues, or you're cradling and jumping over top the curbs. That doesn't really help, unfortunately, when you're in the air like that.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, we've got to remember, these guys learn the car and track combinations and the setups that these guys are going to be using for the cars about, what, 3 days ago? The 5th of May, I think they were released. So, yeah, not very long at all here to get accustomed to this. And, of course, it's fixed setup as well for everybody to get used to. As we look at Alexei Nezov gaining, oh my, for Urano around the outside of Blanchimont. Always going to be very tricky. But who would have thought Urano would be gaining points on red line here today? Well, in this race, well, nobody really. But Nezov has gained 21 position. It just shows what you can do if you get through some first lap chaos. You can absolutely fly, and Nezov is doing that there. As you said at the start, he showed himself very well in the last couple of IndyCar races at Infinity. So yeah, he's one to watch.
Definitely is, and keep in mind as well, it's worth noting, it is fixed setups, yes, for this event, but one of the major things is the IndyCar chassis for the IR18, one of the few that has the tools available despite the fixed setups as well. So that's critical. How about 3 wide though? If you're Urano Esports, does Nezov risk it? No. He'll just help Richard jump clear by a car.
And will he follow through on Lucas Gerrits there? Not quite on Trek Esports. Another drive-through penalty coming in here for Simsa Esports, I'm afraid. Might well be due to lap 1 incidents. I'm going to presume that they are at this stage. I've already seen one for Triton. Simsa as well. Look like they're going to get one. Nessoff, though, still trying to get through. Richard Jepp getting through on Lucas Gerrits there, but Nessoff not able to follow through in this battle for 14th, a little bit further down. Speaking of Redline, mentioning them a couple of months ago, where have they got to? 20th. Now 9 seconds up to the next car for Enzo Benito, and the cars are not quite well spaced, to be honest. So when it's slash if he catches Will Chadwick in the Fordzilla car, there's not that much up to the next car, and so on and so forth. This has all really opened this championship up, though. Coanda all of a sudden are only 40 points off the overall lead here, and they would have absolutely taken that hit. Tommy Usgaard doing a nice job in second and gaining a load of points on the likes of, well, all three up in front of him right now.
If you're a team like Urano, though, you have to keep on plugging ahead because that was where they really built up some points. Apex has really dropped back with some of their bad luck as of late amongst that conversation earlier. Coanda, though, was as much as 70-plus points back after their troubles, technical-wise, at Silverstone. So now they join the conversation, BS competition, about to scream sad zebra stripe noises as David Toff tries to make the pink car make a move.
On the outside, is this going to be the move? It is. He is able to get across the nose there of Simon, and through he goes into third place for Arnage competition. 6th place in this championship right now, and you can chalk up another point onto their tally as well. Nice move into Lecom on that occasion. Simon does seem to be struggling. Obviously, pole in the qualifying, which is a very good performance for him, especially considering he's coming off the LMP2 race at Silverstone. Not long to get his eye in at all. Came straight in, pole position, but in the race, he's been struggling so far, and he's continuing to plummet in this field.
Surprise for Tomas in particular. Simone, known as one of the drivers who made the World Championship appearances. In fact, helped give Wannabe one of the first appearances at the World Championship level. Just seems to be really struggling to get the grasp of things now, right off that jump, with Hoffman and Oscar quickly getting themselves off that fire-off speed. And it's to the point where the top two have already broken through the draft. And keep in mind, we talked about Hoffman and his speed, but Valanche was in the conversation at Silverstone, of course. Oscar, he's won at this track at the World Championship level back in 2019. In fact, it was his first World Championship win back a few years ago here.
It's a very successful circuit for him. He won the Daytona 24 Hours with Coanda the year later in 2020. So yeah, he's been certainly at the top level for a good few years now. He's put in a number of good performances here today. He's not been able to win a race yet. 2nd place at in race 9. Oh.
What in the world happened there? Simone must have had a slowdown and 4 just hit him.
Yeah, I didn't see what happened there, so apologies for that, but Thomas Simon certainly in the wall. It's pole sitter for this race. Has dropped down below everybody now. Deary me. Yeah, not entirely sure. We'll have to get a replay, of course, but yeah, I was looking the other way, sorry. He could just get tips in the wall, and obviously a lot of damage to that car. He'll have to probably tow back to pit lane as well.
Simone, I think, went over top the very razor edge of the limits here for those track rules when it comes to the edge of the red and white curbing in the corner exit, and it was enough to trigger the slowdown. Here's a look at some more trouble. There was a lot. Remember, this is after some of the air trouble. How about parking lots? That send you into tire barriers. That was at towards the start of this race, believe, with some of these cars. But for Wannabe, the major thing to consider is the runoff space. If you cross the certain threshold, you get the slowdown penalty. You have to serve within so much time. And I don't think Fuller realized the slowdown was in effect and hit the back end of Simone as he tried to move out of the way. Problem is, in the racing line.
Yeah, certainly looks like it, and of course it's fairly narrow down there. I mean, it's a bit wider these days because of the they moved the barrier back, but it still wouldn't have helped in that situation. So yeah, Simon is going to drop down to the pit lane and drop down a whole load of positions, I'm afraid to say, after a good start to the race for him. As up front, Hoffman has been closed in on by Usgaard. You can see 7 push-to-passes each. Osgaard just used one of them through on the run from the curve pull Frere down to the bus stop. Flew Blanchimont just to get himself into the draft now. Half a second, 0.6 of a second. All of a sudden, it's a lot more possible for him to go win this race, although Hoffman responds with a push to pass. So it's all very interesting, the kind of games that you play with those, with that little bit of a horsepower boost. Got 10 of them during one of these races, of course, and you've got to use them wisely. This is a replay of what happened to Simon.
See a little bit at the very edge there, some of them where he got the slowdown. Right here is where he lifts. 4 is already on his rear wing. Hard contact to the back end. This breaks the chassis of Simone. And 4 picked up a little bit of wing damage, possibly with the contact, if any. What a bad timing in terms of that whole entire sequence.
Yeah, very bad timing indeed. Sim Racing Unlimited have got a drive-through penalty as well, by the way, for an incident earlier on. Lots going on at the moment. Sorry, G, after that incident for Simon, have gained another point and extend their championship lead to 6. But Enzo Benito has got a lot of cars ahead of him to possibly gain points on. So this intriguing race continues in a very similar vein as to what it has been so far. Florian Lebriga is going to have his work cut out though, getting through on Ben Fuller here, and despite all of the chaos so far, we do have 5 cars within 5 seconds for the lead of this race, which is really quite impressive. So a very close IndyCar race once again, as we saw, as we've seen previously indeed in the 2 previous ones. But of course, this is the penultimate IndyCar race of the entire event so far, which is a little bit of a shame because I've enjoyed them so far. Of course, I kicked off our VCO Infinity here at Road America earlier on. But yeah, it's the penultimate race here for the IndyCars, and some of these teams are going to be very glad to see the back of them, I think.
It's very much so a challenging car to learn at first, especially on the road courses, because you need to know not just when to use the push to pass, but also how to manage the tires, make sure you hit the brakes properly, make sure you get up to the gears, make sure you're acclimated to the feeling through the gas pedal, because it's very easy to get too hard into the gas and immediately spin and loop it around on especially the colder tires. And the main thing I've noticed is drivers have picked up on the primary tire in particular. Most drivers have now completely weaned away from utilizing the alternate tires because of how bad some of the tire wear can get in terms of that fall-off effect as seen earlier on in the day. So drivers are picking up on these tendencies, I think, and learning as they run on forward to make sure they get as best points as possible, knowing they need to consistently score in all the types of cars you win if they really want to win the title.
Absolutely. We've still got we've got 4 other races before the next IndyCar race, the final one at Monza. We thought this lap 1 was bad. Well, brace yourselves. That could be bad. We'll see. Really, I think I might be on that one as well, so I look forward to that. But yeah, wow. What a start to this race. It was a good 20 minutes to go now, but it doesn't feel like it. 26 minutes to go here at Spa. These races do go past very, very quickly indeed. And of course, got to give a mention to Lorenzo Bonda. You were mentioning those who picked their way through the traffic nicely to get up the order and get up some of these positions. Lorenzo has absolutely done that. We've seen that for a fair few of these cars actually. Nezov probably one of them as well. 11th for him right now. Some very impressive drives from some of these guys on lap 1 there. There would have been cars left, right and centre for some of them.
One of them you're seeing on screen. Reason being, he's up 24 spots. Second biggest mover of the race, Joshua Chin. Once was Cooking Racing Adventures. They've had a lot of adventures as a group. Josh Thompson has run with them in the past, for example. Many of the competitors we've seen throughout this series be able to try and utilize themselves from multiple different types of disciplines and their backgrounds as well. But for Chin, this is one of his wheelhouse type of cars. He runs in the league scene with this machine. He's not had good qualifying, though, to be able to showcase that. Or when he has, he's found a way to have a cooked motor by collision. Looking like he might be able to cook up a spot with Jeff falling behind. Chin in a good position to push ahead. Jeff going push to defend.
He is, and it's working at the moment. The slipstream for Chin still might just overpower it though. Up towards Lecombe, inside line for Chin, and later on the brakes through into 13th position. Fairly easy in the end, but it did take a little bit of thinking about. I mean, obviously the same could be said of Adam Blocker as well, another very experienced IndyCar driver who does a lot of IndyCar racing in day-to-day life. I mean, are you surprised that these kind of specialists like Blocker and Chin are not maybe really up towards the front of the mountain? I mean, surely their teams are relying on them getting really good results in these races, but I mean, Blocker, I don't think we've seen him in the top 5 in one of the IndyCar races yet. Chin obviously has done a little bit better in one of them, but no real result to show for it. Is it a bit of a surprise these specialists are not quite performing as maybe you'd expect?
Well, it's a yes and no, because expect them to be amongst maybe the top half at minimum, top 10, realistically speaking. But they haven't had the luck that showed for it, especially when it comes to blocker in this race and qualifying. Silverstone, he tried something different. Didn't work out. Although he's 24th to 10, so give King of a certain series some credit. However, you have to remember too, a majority of the drivers up in the front have World Championship experience in open wheel competition. In fact, more than at least 6 or 7 of them have that, including just about the entire top 5. So that's kind of a hard hill to climb, especially when you have top 4 in the B grade, for example, who all compete each other in the World Championship stage in the same series. Meanwhile, you're seeing this train form up with Zenith, he led around with Lorenzo Bonder as the caboose, as more drive-thrus come in.
Yeah, RPT Esports unfortunately have to serve a drive-through there as Ryan Barneveld makes his way through on Richard Jep up the inside into Lecom, and through you go. Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not exactly that. They're racing against absolute nobodies in this field. There's no doubt about that. Yeah, Blocker and Chin got their work cut out like everybody in these races. I mean, what also has to be affecting all of these races, we don't really get to see it, we don't really get to talk about it very much, but these qualifying sessions are very, very short and they're very quick. 5 minutes for every single car selection, apart from the touring cars, which get 7 because they're so slow. And the session just ends at the end. You know, you don't get to finish the lap you're on. The session just ends. We're under time constraints here, obviously. The session just ends. So that's got to be playing into these, or into some guys' hands and some guys' disadvantage as well. Some drivers aren't really that great when it all rests on one particular lap, and you know that the pressure's all on that lap. Then some drivers won't be as good, and you know it's got to be affecting these races, the qualifying positions of these cars. We see some of the leaders come in, pretty much every leader coming in.
We expected right at the halfway estimated mark, 12 laps down in the run, 12 estimated to go. AC drivers like the one you see in the lower corner and Ryan Barneveld maybe think about it. Yes, in fact, it looks like this is the furthest anyone's willing to try and risk it outside of Garcia for Zenith Esports. This might be the very tip of the fuel tank possibly here. So essentially, it might be a major risk for the number 5 car to be the only person who is not involved in any of the crashes to keep going here.
Well, interesting as well, Tommy Usgaard has jumped Dominic Hoffman in the pit lane. Hoffman has been jumped, and Coanda are in the lead again. Are they on their way to their 5th win in 7 races, or 7 or 8 races? It's beginning to become hard to count about because they're winning so many. Is this another chalk up for them?
This is back-to-back races with this car that Hoffman may have made a mistake in the pit lane. This time he overran the pit stall, I believe. Last time at Silverstone, he nearly spun it on the pit exit. So now, you have to be thinking, if you're Hoffman, you cannot afford to make any more mistakes yet again. If you're his team at Veloce, you are screaming that once this race is over, do not make a mistake in the pit lane again, please. And now, Oscar, who had been taking his time, can now try and work himself around the circuit calm, cool, and collectively. With this advantage, it's just a matter of can he use that clean air to set advantage by that advantage of half a second for the mistake in the pit lane.
Look at this as well. It's Osgaard, Hoffman, Toff, Fuller, Lebigre, all very close together for this race lead right now. All stretch it out a little bit as they get themselves up to speed again, but my goodness, this is going to be one big battle for the race win here at Spa. Just under 20 minutes to go as well, as Jorge Garcia comes in for Zenith to finally give over the race lead to Osgaard. Hoffman very close behind with 1 less push to pass. Toth has 3 less than Osgaard. A lot to defend with here, does the Coanda driver. So, will he be able to defend this entire race from the front and hold on for the race win until the very end? Let's wait and see. But run up through Eau Rouge and Radion once again. It's a decent run for Hoffman, but he is a fair way back at this stage. He closes through the Camel Kink and up the straight. Is there going to be a move into Lecom? He's gaining. but it's going to have to be a very late dive if he's going to, and he won't into Lecombe this time. So stays behind, and with one less push to pass, he really is going to have to be very meticulous in the way that he tries to make this overtake.
6-5 in that differential right now, but also don't forget, David Toff, he's looking very sporty right now. His speed was all the way to the rear wing of Valanche's car, so right now, Toft, that little bit of a monkey wrench in this. And oh, by the way, Fuller and Lebigre are coming, and coming fairly quickly back into the fight again. They have to keep the pace up, though. 2:15.7s. Last time by among some of these top drivers. Quicker laps of the race. 1:55s once they're up to speed onto the pit lane by the whole top three here.
A little bit on the gravel there, Osgard, pushing very hard indeed. And all of the wide at the curve pull Frere, of course. The run towards Blanchimont. His top three certainly getting away from the rest. Lebigre's using a little bit of push to pass here to try and get through on Fuller, and Fuller responds for Apex Racing Team. But no move's going to be made into the bus stop chicane between those two either. Or are there? Lebigre closer anyway. So let's see if he can go through. I think he's got the inside line for the final turn, although still side by side coming over the straight once again. Fuller's going to have the inside line for La Source by the looks of things. Hard to really keep track of these two battles while going on at the same time. Outside line for Lebigre, and they're still side by side in the background. Lap car in between them now as well, as Hoffman decides to use a push to pass down the hill towards Eau Rouge. Ostergaard is going to have to respond, and he does in the Coanda car, but it might be a bit too little too late. It's a fantastic run for the Veloce IndyCar now, and we're going to go outside line with Hoffman. Are we into Lecombe? Is there going to be a move, or has Ostergaard got the legs? Round the outside for the first part, gives you the inside for the second. Hoffman side by side with Ostergaard. Coanda versus Veloce. Hoffman throws a punch, but he can't quite land the crucial blow, and so he's going to have to stay behind outside for Bruxelles. It's too far there, and so Ostergaard survives the first attack.
Hoffman force a second attack, though. These drivers very much more aggressive on the push to passes here at Spa currently because of those straightaways, and they won't be able to do that for too much longer, keep in mind. With 8 estimated laps to go, they can only do that a couple more times, obviously, with what they have available. Hoffman needs to be smart on that. Oscar needs to be really smart on that. David Toft has to keep that in mind as well, where you definitely want to keep up, but you definitely don't want to be on the back foot, especially if you want to take advantage of the 8 and the 70 cars. If they keep on pushing the way they are, no push to passes heading towards Blanchimont this time, outside of the PGZ car, who needs to still pit after their issues earlier, trying to settle things down. Ben Fuller's just letting him go, though.
Yeah, looks like it. Royer back into the top 5 again. It won't last, as you say, because obviously pit stop has to be made there, but yeah, it's a surprise to see. Well, there we go. You can see PGZ in the background there, going into the pit lane once again. Now then, 15 minutes to go. We're about under 2 minutes closer to the end of the race. Is this battle going to be any different? David Toft is just sitting in behind and saving those push to passes for a little bit later, because they might come in handy. Although none being used by anybody here. Hoffman with a good run, but there's too many car lengths here. Osgard is going to do a good enough job to stay in front into Lecombe once more. So 4 attempts realistically left for Hoffman. Ostergaard has got them covered in terms of push to passes himself. What we're saying, 8 laps to go maybe at the line. He's going to have to pick and choose his moments here, Hoffman.
Big lockup, though. Too hard on the brakes and too deep on the send. Osgard really heating up that right front tire. Will that impact him a little bit with the little bit of that lockup? Might be okay for now. He can't afford to do that too much, though. One more chance like that, and Hoffman might jump on ahead. Although, with all that shuffling that just happened with some of the traffic in the background, 4th and 5th, way out of range to be able to keep up with these 3. It's down to these 3 cars, and Tommy may be in the black void right now, but he looks to be in a full ray of sunshine if he can be able to hold on for another 14 minutes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if he is at the Coanda facility or not at this early time in the morning, but it is half 5 in mainland Europe right now, so it's quite dark. as you can see. But certainly driving towards the light that is the front of this championship right now. VCO Infinity starting to go well. Starting to go very well for Team Coanda Simsport after a poor start. And this race is only playing into their hands even more. Down towards La Source again. Hoffman is close. 0.3 of a second and a lock up there for Osgard. He's surely under pressure now. Already has to use a push to pass and Hoffman responds. So the two of them are basically going to cancel themselves out here. Toth is going to use one as well to just stay in touch. But surely they're just going to cancel each other out here. Obviously the slipstream is going to come into effect for the Veloce car. But that lock-up at turn 1 might just undo Osgard. Outside line for Hoffman. Is he going to retake this lead that he will believe is rightfully his from the pit stops? Side by side, outside line through the first part, gives him the inside for the second. But Osgard's going to get the inside from Malmedy. And he goes through again. He holds on to the lead again. Hoffman behind again. And it's a carbon copy of what we saw 2 laps ago. Despite a much better run out of La Source, the Veloce car cannot get through.
Good respect shown by Hoffman because he went too deep on the brakes heading towards Lake Home. And I think he realized if he tried to give that full commitment to try and hold on to the lead, they would have made contact and spun each other out there. Gave up the ghost, gave up a little bit of space to make sure they both survived that complex coming out of Melanie. Now it's the matter for Hoffman, regather himself, try it again. But the problem is, those push to passes, as we've said, they are burning and fast. Down to 3 for Hoffman for the next 12 minutes. Those might not make it to the checkered at the rate they're going.
And Ostergaard is making a break for it. He's using one towards the bus stop chicane to try and get away from Hoffman for good. We go on board with the Veloce driver. 5th place in the VCO Infinity standings at the moment, as you can see. The right-hand side, Coanda, all of a sudden only 41 points back, which is a lot closer than they were after, race 4 or so, when they had all of their problems. They're now a lot closer to where we were. We've also got 3 teams separated by 16 points. It's ridiculous in this race at the moment. Out of turn 1 again, Hoffman uses a push to pass again, just to stay in touch at this stage more than make an overtake. I think he's going to be too far back, but let's see. Up the hill at Eau Rouge, through Radion, and he does have a chance here. He's got a good amount of speed. Ostergaard not deciding to use a push to pass to defend. He stays in the middle of the road. He defends to the inside line into Lecom. He's not giving much room to the outside line for Hoffman there, but just enough. Hoffman didn't end up taking it and didn't end up making a move into Lecom on that occasion. He waits again, albeit very close to the back of the purple and orange car in front.
A big squeeze in that corner entry too from Osgard. He knew there was a chance that they may have been side by side again. He immediately tried to pinch it off, although he nearly came across the front wing with that. Gotta be very careful in that. And here's the thing too, remember we mentioned those estimated laps. Depending on how things fare out timing wise, it might be tied on how the lap totals fare out. If we get an extra lap though, Ewan, oh boy with the fuel tanks, because if that becomes the case, they would have to go 12 to 13. They might be chugging to the very checkered flag.
Yeah, let's see. Yikes. For all of these guys, big yikes. 10 minutes to go, and we can see a little bit further down, Richard Jepp looking like he's going to get overtaken here by Johan Royer, I should say. Through Pouon. There it is. 15th position for him. Will Chadwick is not too far up in front of these guys. Just behind them as well is Enzo Benito. I say just behind them. Nearly 5 seconds behind them. Enzo Benito for Redline, who are now only 5 points behind R8G in the championship, which changes hands again. VCO Infinity now being led by R8G. What an exciting 11 hours it has been so far, and it continues to be as well. Up front, Osgard uses push to pass again, coming out of turn 1, I believe that is. Hoffman will not use it, I don't think. Only half a second between them as they go up the Camel Straight. There's not going to be a move, but it is interesting. You would expect Ostergaard to just use a push to pass when Hoffman does, and then he'll always have one more, but he decided to use one there for some reason.
I think it's a cat and mouse game right now. Try and force each other to use them up, especially if you're in packs such as the one on screen, as well as the lead groupings, because if you know what's going to be going on in terms of the positioning, in terms of where some of these cars are around on the racetrack, you might be able to use, say, traffic in their slipstream, be able to push ahead, then use the push to pass maybe to draft ahead a little bit, build an extra 10th. That would force your competitors to regather themselves up much faster and much more difficultly. That's something you have to really consider here. I still want to give credit, though, by the way, to the car we've been looking at through all of this, Richard Jep. He's been really much so been shining where he's been involved with battles with almost every single driver in the field, it seems. Although he locked up a little bit of the tires and missed the whole apex there.
He did slightly dropping a couple of seconds away from the real action at the moment, unfortunately, as well. Roy trying to get through on Chadwick. Of course, the battle between the three leaders. Ben Fuller has really fallen off the pace, by the way, in the last few laps, or at least the gaps are starting to open up in front of him for Apex Racing Team. 5th place in the race at the moment, but 7 seconds down, which is a long way compared to where they were before. Florian Labriga is just a bit too far away, really, to be in contention for this race win. Dominic Hoffman certainly is, though, and he's gaining very quickly at this stage. Less than half a second between him and Ostgaard. Toft decides to use a push to pass to stay in touch. The question does remain here, do we have 4 laps to go, or are we going to see 5? Because that is going to give everybody a big concern.
It really depends on the overall pace for the race leaders in particular and how things shape out here. Right now the estimate's about 4 to go. But if we head towards the leaders, things are about to get wild because Toft, he's starting to go. Toft has nearly shedded his front wing off, trying to make a pass on Hoffman.
He's got very close, but Hoffman holds him off just for the moment. Toft has to do this, really. There's only just under 7 minutes to go. We believe 3 laps at the line. And if he wants to win this race, he's going to have to be... he can't do it from 3rd on the final lap. What this has allowed, though, is nearly a 1-second margin for Ostergaard. Excuse me, is this a race-winning margin, quite possibly, for the Coanda car? Are they going to be able to take their 5th win in 7 races at VCO Infinity? By far the team with the most wins, but obviously the points not completely biased towards race wins, thankfully. So we can they're gaining, but slowly each race by race. At the moment, the gap is a second, and Ostergaard might just have a race-winning margin on his hands here.
Toft, I think, is in a major dangerous spot to try and even battle for this race when 1 push to pass for the next 6 minutes. It's not going to be enough, don't think, for the car 100. So for Toft, he needs to, at this point, know the exact moment. He's probably going to have to save it for the final time around once they get the confirmation from bonding the flagmen. For Osgard, that margin, very much untouchable for the time being. It's going to be difficult, though, especially if he keeps on locking it up like he has. He's nearly a second fully ahead now. Hoffman, he's now pressing the panic button because he needs to close that up and now.
He really does. He's running out of laps and running out of margin as well, so needs this push to pass up the hill and down, up the Camel Straight as well. He needs to stay close enough. Gets in the slipstream here, and it's now down below half a second. He's got 1 push to pass remaining. He has 1 chance. David Toff as well has only 1 push to pass. He really did need to make his way through during that last little altercation, really, if he wanted to win this race. That is looking a little bit less likely as the laps go on, but for the 2nd lap in a row, Hoffman goes a little bit wide at Bruxelles, and it does cost him a 10th.
Nearly to the wall, Toff, too, trying to push hard. That's a little too much. Just able to avoid that contact, but here's the tough thing, too. Osgard has the advantage on the push to passes. 2 in the bank. If you're Hoffman, you've got to get within about half a second by the bus stop or by the source, knowing Osgard's probably using that push to pass coming up through the hillside.
Out through Stabilo and the curve pull threat onto the Blanchimont. It's 3/4 of a second. Hoffman needs to be closer than that. He is going to wait till the final lap to make his move, surely. But Osgard, if I was him, I'd be using my push to pass down the Kemmel Straight here. I know that the gap, he doesn't really need to defend per se, but he does need to Well, he doesn't want to end the race with push to passes remaining, does he? So he might well end up using one. Let's see. 3/4 of a second as we cross the line for the penultimate time. Well, third last time, I should say, in this race. IndyCar at Spa, the penultimate IndyCar race and the first we've seen at Spa in VCO Infinity 2022. Osgaard uses his push to pass. The speed that he gets down here could well end up winning him the race. 0.8 of a second. He's going to continue to pull that out up the Kemmel Straight. Is this gap now too big for Hoffman to close? I would possibly say that it is.
Exactly how I thought it might play out. Osgaard with that advantage might be able to pull off and away here, and here's the major wrench in this too. They may have a chance to get in the draft of TR powered by Geeks Energy and the Kitty Cat going back machine. That Kitty Cat going might be able to pull away Osgaard here. This could get wild, to say the least. Especially if they get to the traffic, it might be a factor. Keyword might.
Yes, might be. Let's see how the lap traffic really plays it. We've seen that a factor throughout all of the races, really. The 40-car field does string things out, and the amount of issues we've seen in this particular race has made that a particular problem. Or might make it. But the fact that Spa's quite so long might just save us. Ben Fuller, meanwhile, has dropped down to 6th position. Just a brief word on those outside of the top 5 for Apex Racing Team. So he's unfortunately not getting on too well with his Dallara at the moment. But further up towards the front, it's 1 second between Osgaard and Hoffman. Coanda versus Veloce. At the moment, Coanda 41 points adrift of the front of VCO Infinity in these standings. Early morning here at Spa. 1 lap to go here in the IndyCar race in Belgium. And it should be Tommy Østergaard's to lose. Possibly his first race victory of the day. And we're hearing Coanda's 4th win because they've had 1 taken off of them. That F3 race, I'm sure you remember it, Justin, at Daytona. They've had that 1 taken off them. This could end up being their 4th win here today.
And a huge one for their comeback attempt when it comes to the standings. Now it's just a matter of, for Osgaard, no mistakes, no lockups off into the gravel trap. Just has to keep it clean. No push to passes for the top 2 anymore now. 7/10 still that gap. Osgaard has clean air for now. It's in his hands to just make it around the track cleanly and efficiently without any incidents.
Through No Name Corner for the final time. Less than a minute to go. And the Norwegian looks like he's going to take his first VCO Infinity win as a driver. And Coanda's 4th. Meanwhile, a little bit further down the order. This is stuff going on outside the top 20. Side by side through Blanchimont. This is, wow, hair-raising stuff. E-Team Brit involved. And they've just been overtaken, I'm afraid to say. By a very impressive move around the outside of Blanchimont there. As we cut back to Tommy Osgaard, who's making his way up to the very same point in the racetrack. David Toth finally uses his final push to pass, but it will not be enough. Nobody can do anything about Coanda at the moment. It's now going to be their 4th race victory in the last 7 races. Still a remarkable record, considering the way they started VCO Infinity. But race 11 is going to go to Tommy Østergaard and Coanda Simsport, who take the race victory here at Spa. The first Spa race, the penultimate IndyCar race. And it goes to Østergaard, who's very, very pleased with himself there. And why would you not be? A great drive from him, controlling this very chaotic race from the front.
Lots of back and forth, 10 laps led apiece between Hoffman and Østergaard. But in the end, Tommy played this out right, was able to execute better in the pit exit, and that again was the major difference when it comes to the IndyCar Dallara IR18. Some of the drivers still having to cross the stripe, some of them with questions of what could have been, who were amongst the contenders. Trident Racing, they were top 5 at Silverstone, 19th this time, with the penalty, not the day. That number 10 car wanted things to fare out. The end for this one here at their first trip to Spa for this respective event. 20th, Obsidian Racing as well, after their good last run when it came to the Dallara F3 chassis as well.
Yeah, which we have coming up next, of course, at Monza in about 15 minutes time. I mean, it's another the win's more symbolic more than anything here for Coanda. I mean, the points they gain are a lot more important. 41 points adrift of the now new leaders at R8G. Are they still contenders for the overall VCO Infinity win, in your opinion, Justin? I mean, they've got to be, surely, with the 13 races to go. 41 points is not much at all, and they've got to be contenders.
We expect them to be contenders, of course, Coanda, right from the jump. Those technical issues the last time they were leading towards the front of this chassis was one of the major turning points. But there's a saying, remember, when it comes to the endurance races, if you have a mistake, it takes hours upon hours to be able to recover from it. In the case of Coanda, that recovery continues with victory 4.
Yeah, this win will help them on the way with that. Veloce, another good few points for them, and on us, you could say the same. New championship leaders, R8G Esports finished in 4th, with Zenith Esports in the top 5. Apex Racing Team falling through the field in the second half of that race, end up 6th. Our very own Lorenzo Bonda, who's going to be delighted with 7th, and we're delighted for him. Marcus Deck finished behind him in 8th, ahead of Urano. He recovered very well from 37th on the grid. Alexei Nazov and Ryan Barneveld rounds out your top 10. Trek Esports are just outside of it with Was Cooking Racing Adventures. PGZ Motorsport, despite their extra pit stop, finished 13th. Had Team Fordzilla and DCW Racing running out in top 15. Team Redliner displaced from the championship lead after this 16th position finished. Team Matska finishes 17th for T3 Motorsport. Sims Esports, Triton Racing and Obsidian round out your top 20. Then we've got Netrex, RPC, Bramham Esports, and Pulse Esports and E-Team Brit to round out those who finished on the lead lap. One lap down with leading of races. Adam Blocker again disappointed with his race here in the IndyCar, 27th for him. SRC 28th. Yas Heat just behind them with Wannabe SRT rounding out your top 30. Sim Racing Unlimited 31st, head of Oris Racing Team. WR Esports at the last car, one lap down. Then we've got RN Vision STS Sim Racing. TR powered by Geeks Energy, Outer Esports, Rocket Sim Sport, Wolf Team Racing, Burst Esport and Absolute Motorsport rounding out your 40 car grid. Well, very interesting race once again here, Justin. Only one IndyCar race to go. But yeah, it's shaken up this championship once again. We've got new leaders in the form of R8G Esports.
And that's building again off some of the momentum when it came to what Mountain was able to do over the past few rounds or so when he started off that momentum swing their direction with the troubles for Coanda and their strong performance at Silverstone. It's really built together, and again, the pieces have always been there when it comes to R8G. Those pieces are really starting to shine as a result. But the tough thing's going to be, they have to keep it going. Red line's up there, Coanda's got the momentum overall when it comes to their performances as the past couple hours. Now, how do things fare out for the next race is the question towards the midway portion of this event.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see, after race 12, we will be at the halfway stage in VCO Infinity here for 2022. It's been a pleasure to be with you for the final, for the last 3 races. A pleasure to commentate alongside you again, Justin, for the IndyCars at Spa. Very good race once more. I'm going to hand over to the much more capable hands and the man who doesn't sleep, Lewis McGlade, who is going to be here for the next 3 hours or so. But before all that, we're going to take a very short break. On the other side of this, it's going to be Dallara F3 at Monza. Stick around for the 12th race here at VCO Infinity.
Well, at least goodbye to Ewan O'Leary for a few races. He can go off and go and get some rest. I'll have to replace him, of course. Lewis McGray. Justin Prince, you're going to join us, though, at least for the next race before we see Cam Roger into the booth. This one is going to be a fun one, though. Dallara F3, Monza. I mean, it's going to be a bit chaotic, I think, but it's all a bit of fun.
Yes, indeed. It's going to be another challenge for many of the drivers, especially knowing how the last race for F3s went at Daytona, with some drivers finishing upside down. But this is a track where it's designed for this type of racing, especially when it comes to the drafting effects again, coming into the first corner. It will be critical for many of these competitors, though, to survive said corner if they want to get good points today in this race.
Well, you were saying about the last race, of course, in the Dallara F3. The race winner on track in that was Pash Gergis, of course, to make it his fifth, well, to make the, well, it was the fifth win, of course, for Coanda. That's the one that's been ticked off. It is, of course, 4 wins for Coanda in the last 7. And Obsidian ended up taking victory in that. Daytona's always a bit of a chaotic affair. Most of the tracks we go to at the moment are chaotic affairs. But the Dallara F3 does get a little bit crazy at mid-pack, and it goes back to the same thing as when we saw Monza racing back in the Dallara P217. You've got to qualify well, not so much for racing, but to get out of that danger zone.
There have been plenty of the top teams, mind you, who have been up towards the front of the standings. Next race, they end up losing lots of points and having to go for the biggest recovery drives of some of the night. In regards to BS competition, for example, because they didn't put in a qualifying time. You only have that 5 minutes. You have to be laser precision perfect and immediately out of the pit lane in the first few moments. You have it off track, you're starting in the 30s. You nail your lap, you're likely amongst the contenders in the early going, especially if you avoid some of the troubles. The main thought process, though, will also be when it comes to this car, trying to play things out where you balance out the possibilities of the tires, but also making sure you are able to capitalize on that speed, as the more fuel burns, the quicker it's expected to go for the drivers tonight.
I think one thing that's critical for a lot of these drivers is to make sure that they're not starting towards the back, actually get a qualifying lap onto the board, because if there's a track that I don't want to actually start in 40th, knowing how chaotic this one can be, run into the Retivilio, run into the Rogier chicane, there are a lot of issues early on. I mean, I wouldn't want to be a part of it. Also, just to say, for some of the big teams that are right up there when it comes to the standings, VRS Coanda Simsport, Pash Gergis is behind the wheel in this one. Patrick Holtzman for Team Redline. Urano have Dylan Scrivens behind the wheel. R8G bringing Valentin Mandanak to this one. So, obviously, I was going to say it's a pretty good lineup. We know every single one of these races is a pretty good lineup. But interesting that Pash Gergis, again, back behind the wheel, F3, he won at Daytona in this car. Wonder if he could do the same thing again, but actually keep hold of the win this time and not get a post-race penalty.
Well, first of all, there's no yellow lines compared to Daytona where you can cross those. But 2, you have to remember and keep in mind, you don't want to swerve back and forth, back and forth. That's where you end up having the potential for the contact. We've seen the firework results there, which seen the changes and Obsidian Racing getting that advantage in turn. But now, the drivers have completed their qualifying, and based on some of the times here, a lot of the heavy hitters up towards the front, others who are amongst those contending for the top spots, not so much, unfortunately, including drivers who really needed to put in a time.
Yeah, there's a couple that are a lot lower down than they would have wanted to be. Let's take a look at the starting grid. Juan Bustamante on pole position for the Apex Racing team. Phil Denez alongside for BS Competition. Team Redline in 3rd position, so good qualifying from them. The Aris Racing team with R8G, Valentin Mandanak, 5th place. Obviously top of the points now with Zenith Esports directly behind. We'll find the VRS Coanda in this group, of course, in 8th spot, just 1 position behind Luca Wunsch in the T3 Motorsports car. Our large competition with Veloce alongside on row number 5. Race Clutch in the Logitech G Esports car of Jordan Caruso will start from 12th place. And it's Team Fordzilla and Brabham. Great qualifying for Mika Hakimi in that Brabham car. Legion of Racers in the wannabe SRT team with WOR Esports and the Triton Racing team with Jose Glack. Starts from 18th spot, PGZ Motorsports, and then Obsidian, of course. They were the ones that took the race win off of Pash Gergis after the penalty. Lorenzo Bonda back behind the wheel in the 21st place with SLC Movano Corsa, Pulsus Racing and Track Esports. We've not seen Urano yet, so they are a fair way back. RPC and then Pure Sims, Wolf Team Racing, who struggled around here in the Dallara P217 with TR powered by Geeks Energy, then E-Team Brit with Netrex Grand Prix, starting just inside the top 30. There is Dylan Scrivens, no qualifying time for him. Urano Esports starts from 31st alongside Yaz Heat with the Was Cooking Adventures car. Sim Racing Unlimited with then SimCit Esports and the Absolute Motorsport car starting from 36. Just a couple more rows left to go with the RN Vision STS Racing Team, a DCW and a Rocket Simsport. That is 9 cars without a quali lap on the board. That is not ideal.
And not only that, when it comes to this race, it is standing start, which is different from the last time the chassis moved forward at Daytona. So that's something we're going to have to consider here. Will drivers be able to get themselves off the jump well here? Second time in the past few hours, some of these drivers have had this standing start procedure to get themselves off the blocks here.
It's not an easy one. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still feel like one of the hardest cars that we have to start in VCO Infinity is actually the front-wheel drive Elantra. When we get more to get back to seeing that in a few races' time when they go racing at Daytona. But I don't think we're doing a standing start for that one. Either way, that one's a tricky one to get off the line. This one a bit more simple, but it's still not exactly easy, and it is such a long run down towards the Retifilio for the first time. And Juan Bustamante will know that it is a long run. Phil Dinez finished in second position here, if I remember correctly, in the P2. He'll be looking for a little bit better than that in this race. Green flag in the air as we're about to get underway. The Temple of Speed. It's of course Monza, and here we go. Look at the start from Patrick Holtzman though in that red line car. It's a great one from Phil Dinez, who takes the lead from Juan Bustamante already before we've even got down towards turn 1. And that 21 red line car, there's issues in the background. Oh, that I think is a Pure Sims car that's been sent off into the barrier. A little bit too deep from Phil Dinez, a little bit of contact between Juan Bustamante and Patrick Holtzman as well. Holtzman's just been pushed wide. R8G have come through and grabbed third position. It's a bit chaotic, but not quite as much as we were expecting, and Juan Bustamante back to the race lead.
Time penalties galore. Ooh. Time penalty for race clutch, time penalty for BS competition. Absolute calamity. Holtzman still fighting for third, just got squished towards the edge of the curb, and now contact behind him as the top 2 run away, and everybody else uses every bit of track limits.
Yeah, it was E-Team Britain was sliding off there in the background. We had Logitech Genesis Esports sliding towards camera as well. So a couple of issues like we expect back here. Trek Esports having a few issues. Zenith Esports, the ones that have come through up into third position. Terrible there for Phil Dinez, who got that slowdown penalty. I don't even know where he's ended up on the leaderboard because he has dropped down so far. He got taken out at the Roger chicane after serving that slowdown penalty. So after starting from second, after taking the lead before running down towards turn 1, overdid it on the brakes, and that's it. Race is basically like done for them.
Absolutely huge when it comes to the points, possibly 2. And we still have to settle things out, mind you. Holtzman jumps by Zenith again. Everybody else sends it 4 car lengths deep. Behind them, it's 3 wide. Some of these drivers really not taking their time here, squeezing each other to the very edge of the curbing like Legion of Racers to the very edge.
This is just, this is exactly what we expect. Triton then coming into the pit lane with another 10 car, another couple of cars in the background. Also diving it down onto pit lane, Phil Dinez, Lorenzo Bonda, Steen Ledger. Oh, Zenith has had a hit, and then into the side of Patrick Holtzman as well. A little bit of contact between the Zenith car and the T3 car, and it was Patrick Holtzman after straight line chicane. Thankfully it's lap 2, so the slowdown penalty won't be quite as aggressive as what Phil Dinez had to deal with earlier, but that was a bit manic.
Holtzman's cleared it on by, but absolutely huge again. Once we've seen him be very aggressive at Daytona, just the bad timing in terms of where he was positioning for some of the contact in his regard. But it's put him up for grabs now for Soria, for Arnarge Competition, for Coanda, who's still in 8th, mind you. All of this is kicking off, to say the very least here.
Well, here comes iRacing, of course, going around the outside. Soria, there might have been a little bit of, there was close to being a little bit of a brush between Soria and Wunsch as well, as we go 3 wide, as the Arnage competition car's going all the way around the outside, but not quite got the momentum to make that one stick. Pash Gergis is also going to come through on the Arnage competition car, as we've still got side-by-side coming up towards Ascari. They all somehow funnel back into the positions they were racing down here in. Of course, Patrick Holtzman's dropped off the rear end of this train after skipping T1 and 2, but he is closing back in, and the more they battle, the more he will be back a part of this battle. Looking backwards from Jose Soria, Luca Wunsch getting aggressive. It's Sven Noller, I believe, looking down the inside, coming into the Parabolica.
Top 2 have pulled away by nearly 3-4 seconds. By the way, those top 2, they're staying coordinated. Not so much for this grouping of cars, where everybody wants to play leapfrog. Will Soria get a bump? Yes, indeed. This was surprising when we seen this at Daytona with the bump draft. Not usually the play because of the risk of damage, and also sometimes doesn't work and put you up for grabs for, say, a Team Fordzilla car to send on bypass you.
Yeah, you've got to be really, really careful. I mean, to be fair, in this train, particularly with the top 2, right, Valentin Mandanak and Juan Bustamante, if you're Valentin Mandanak, I wouldn't even go for the move, because realistically, you want to save fuel here, because you want to make that pit stop as short as possible. You know that it's a bit of a fuel burn of a circuit, this one. You kind of want to shrink that as much as possible, as we saw in the Dallara P217 here a little bit earlier on in the day. If you could shrink that stop, it can jump you a few positions, or for Valentin Mandanak, it can just jump you the one which you'll so desperately need, and hopefully by a decent enough margin you've broken the slipstream.
And that's the big thing to mention here, because Daytona didn't have the pit stops. Monza and Silverstone were expected to be amongst those with the pit stops. And as we know, the further you can go, the more you can save, the better it is in terms of how much time you'll have to spend in the pit box. The less time you spend in there, the better it is, and the less fuel you need to get to the end, the faster you will be. After all, majority of the purple laps, as the day went on and the night went on at Daytona, were set by the end of the race.
Yeah, exactly. All that momentum being carried through. The defensive move in the background, by the way, on the run into the Parabolica was from Sven Noller, looking backwards to Patrick Holtzman, who Holtzman does grab 8th position as the comeback charge is on. A switch as well between Zenith Esports and Brabham Esports a bit further down. Look at the tight line. Look at that aggressive line as they run onto the start-finish straight that the entire group is having behind. They've got 3.5 seconds to catch. It's a big, big margin. They won't really be receiving any, even the lightest, faintest little bit of slipstream from the top 2 right now. If they don't fight, they're going to be very, very hard to beat over the next 40 minutes.
Exactly. And I think if you really want a chance to really close up, you have to hope for some of the mistakes here. And the problem is, these are 2 of the best when it comes to these types of cars, and 2 of the best groupings when it comes to these cars at the World Championship level a few months ago. So these cars and these drivers wheeled around at a pace that will be very difficult to reel back in because of all that chaos in the opening laps of this one. That will have major ramifications in turn for how things play out points-wise. By the way, the positive for the chaos, Scrimmins is up to 13th.
I was literally about to point that out. What a start. 30th up to 13th, plus 17 in just, really 4 laps, sorry? That is incredible. What a start. I mean, I've known Dylan for a little while now. That, as a race start goes, is about as good as I've seen from him.
Seen him in several different competitions with various cars. In fact, also in a various series, seen him in the F3 machine. Was very dominant, to say the very least. Scrivens, one of the fastest cars to track. Similar pace, I will say, to what we've seen from BS competition at Daytona with some of their comeback with Dennis behind the wheel at the time. Main thing is, take advantage of some of the battling, especially knowing some of the cars like Coanda and Team Fordzilla, well, they want to go for fisticuffs right now.
Well, yeah, not too far off the rear end of this train. Let's see. Oh, that was a big move over from Coanda, as Redline also getting involved in the mix. Fordzilla straight around the outside. Might go a little bit too deep. Patrick Holtzman sent it in. Pash Gergis has lost the position to Redline and will sit in 8th position now. Was a bit more conservative there on the run into the Retifilio, as there's been a couple of issues further back, as who dropped back in all of that. Either way, it was Dylan Scrivens who's going around the outside of Obsidian, but someone was dropping back in all of that anyway, down into the Retifilio. Oh, there we go. bit of a spin and a bit of a tap for the 23 WOR Esports of Ben Mills.
Contact will look like maybe on the exit after a lot of the weeble wobbling along the edge of the curbing, and some of these drivers have to also consider if they take too much curbing, it's going to really destabilize the car to where it weebles back and forth, back and forth. And you also have to consider too, part of that is also trying to make sure they avoid doing so with the aero wash, and because the closer you get, the more aero weight you get, and it can be very difficult to fall on behind. In some cases, you want to get the distance like it is right now to be able to get through the corners. Although, if you want to be able to get things done pass-wise, you need to get closer, of course, for the straightaways, and that's where the positives and benefits of the draft come in.
Yeah, this the whole thing that we were kind of saying about earlier, particularly when racing, more so at Daytona, less so than here. But there is such a thing as being too close to the car, where you can't sort of work into that slipstream, going onto a straight and can't pass at the right time. Obviously, when you want to affect an overtake, as soon as you pull out of the slipstream, you're going into the same air that they are, which means that you need to be carrying more momentum by the time you get to them. So if you're too close, you don't actually get the time to accelerate into that hole, and there is a fine art to it. But around here, I get the feeling that quite a few of the teams will want to save a bit of fuel. Either way, drive-through penalty for SRC Movano Corsa did not qualify particularly well, and Jonas Wanner will have to deal with a drive-through penalty, unfortunately.
Might have been one of the drivers who bounced off the pit exit wall. That incident, remember, was so big enough where some of the drivers carried their competitors like they were a backpack. No, I'm not exaggerating. There was someone who was carried on the back end of another competitor for about 200 feet.
Do you know which one?
I would have to look back to make sure, but it's been a wild day. On the bright side for Team Fordzilla, right now for Josh, he's having a very consistent run. He quietly got in the top 10 with all the craziness last race for this chassis.
I mean, it has been a crazy day. I think that's one thing that's almost a guarantee in an event like this, where you've got so many different cars, so many different tracks over such a short period. We're going to have some our fair share of drama, and we're being told. Oh, was it Ben Hitz?
Yes, it was.
Ah,
he's out of the race after he also came back on track and had some more trouble a few laps ago.
I mean, I've seen some crazy things in the race. I'd quite like to go and see the riding around like a backpack, to be perfectly honest. That said, there was someone that I was watching a few weeks ago in the VCO, obviously AHU Endurance by VCO, that was sent to the moon after a bit of contact. Here is the E-Team Brit car going for a bit of a spin. That is a very easy one. I've seen that one time and time again on the exit of the Rogier chicane. It's just so easy to overcook it.
Not been the greatest of rounds, not the greatest of weekend for E-Team Brit teams in terms of their luck. You see as well, some of the other drivers really having to wheel it right across the turtles. When you get too much like that, miss any little bit of the apex to where it launches you off the sausage curbs, it's hard to keep that momentum going. TR powered by Geeks Energy was that car slamming hard into the tire barrier that was coming through Ascari.
Yeah, and that's exactly how it is. Oh, a little bit of a dart and a weave there from Pash Gergis, who's maybe getting a little bit stressed out here because he's sat behind the Veloce car, can't really make the progress, and Redline are running away. More issues for the 35, going for a bit of a spin, or a half spin anyway. Completes the chicane. At least he went for the left-hand side of the chicane.
That's the exact same car who just went into the tire barrier.
Yeah, and I mean, clearly not gelling too well with the Dallara F3 that we have here. The race leaders, though, that are gelling quite well with it, Valentin Mandanac and Juan Bustamante, they are being caught, though, by Jose Soria in the background. Remember, it was 3.5 seconds. It's now down to 2.5. And the closer it gets, the easier it is to catch those final bits, isn't it?
You have to be smart in terms of that closing rate. And in regards to all this, keep in mind, the top two, they've got into a little bit of swapping. They've had one swap already at least. Demonte has been trying to think about things possibly for the second to save. It seems like they're cooperating to be able to save each other fuel. Here's the thing that I'm thinking about, though. They are slowly getting reeled back in by Aries Racing and T3 Motorsport with about each time with the swap, because Soria is within 2.6 seconds. The gap was almost 4 seconds, remember, 5 minutes ago.
Well, we've just had the switch as well. Pash Gergis has got past Sven Noller and up into 7th spot, but is 2 seconds now back on the Team Redline car, as much as they've been absolutely charging in the recent past. Pashgergis dropping back now behind Sven Nolles, so never mind. There you can see that racing in the background coming into the Rogier chicane. Whilst their comeback charge has been on, this is one where they might be losing out a couple of points, because Patrick Holzman himself has just got past the Arnage competition car. R8G, though, at the moment, points leaders and scoring the best right now, so going very, very well, and looking for, I believe, their second win. Valentin Mandanak did have a win back in race 6, but looking for a second win in VCO Infinity.
That was taking advantage of some of the mistakes going on the first time from Lache. So now, Valentin talked about his ability to stay calm and patient. That patience again settling on in. And I will give him this, when he finished upside down last time in this car, he took it in stride, said, and basically, that was an interesting finish across the various platforms, so he took it really in stride with how things fared out. He's pulling away, though, by the way. He's picked up the tempo, 4/10 gain this time, and they're nearly hitting traffic for the first time.
Yeah, which is kind of, if you get traffic in the right place around here, it can really help. Obviously, if you get pulled along by the slipstream, if they're a bit more kind, shall we say, as well to you, it can really, really assist. Pashgergis once again past Sven Noller, but also has to worry about the Ford Zilla car as well, which isn't too far behind. The wannabe SRT car as well, as we look a bit further backwards down to the 116, of course, of Pure Sims. A bit of a moment coming through the final corner. This car's been into the pit lane on the first lap of the race, along with quite a few others. Not the greatest start to their race.
Yeah, for a few of these drivers, they may have been thinking, we have to be able to bounce back if we want a chance to be able to be in contention. For some of the drivers, especially for, say, what's cooking, who's just up the road, Rocket Sim Sport. These races in the open wheel machines have been a nightmare. Insulin losing a spot there, for example. It's just not been a pretty day when it comes to the 16 car. Give credit to Jeff. He's got himself a fair bit of screen time fighting with just about every single driver in this field at this point. And he's somebody with some real-world experience, believe, when it comes to some of the more compact cars when it comes to real-world racing.
Yeah, indeed. There is Pure Sims going very, very deep over the chicane and really looking backwards towards the U-Race BR Esports of Lorenzo Bonda, who's trying to make some progress. There's a big, big dive to the inside. Guess who that is? That is a top 10 at the moment for Dylan Scrivens. Absolutely sent it in on the wannabe SRT car of Tamas Simon. That was a brilliant send going down towards the Parabolica. Pashgergis weaving from side to side, trying to keep Sven Noller at bay, but with it being that run down towards the Retifilio, it's not easy to keep the number 70 there. And there's Dylan Scrivens once again. Big send. Ford Zilla's back one more position up to P9. What a drive this is from Dylan Scrivens.
For Scrivens, that was from 4 car lengths back. How in the world did he make his brake sticks? Not quite sure, because it takes a lot of talent, let's put it that way, to go that deep without making contact with somebody. Scrivens just taking advantage of some of the braking marks at this point to keep charging ahead, and as you said, there's a reason he's one of the best drivers when it comes to this F3 chassis on the service right now.
Like I say, just taking them, whilst they're all kind of focused on each other, he's carrying the momentum up to them. If he can get past all of them and keep this momentum up, he might actually just about be able to break the slipstream of the group. He's got to play his cards right, maybe get a little bit lucky. But if he can, I don't really know what's possible, but I mean, I wouldn't necessarily rule out the odds of catching Arnage competition. And when they've dropped off a little bit on the point structure, of course, really, really battling at the top. I mean, they're still not a million miles away of the top of the points table, but still, they've lost a little bit of ground in the recent past, especially as Coandra have just been smashing race victories for race victories. If we get more drives like this, I mean, I don't really know what's possible. Look straight to the inside, and boom, there's Veloce. See you once again. Every lap, he's passing at least one car right now. Scrivens is on a mission.
And it looks like that Veloce wants this back. Scrivens might not be in a good spot here. Looks like Team Fordzilla knows where the momentum's going and saying, you know what? I like you more. I'm going to help you.
Yeah, Pashgergis that was smart in a sense when Pasha was giving the slipstream to, of course, the Veloce car, because he knows that he can keep the Veloce car at bay. Scriven's been charging. I'm not so sure he's as confident to keep that Urano Esports car at bay, so he's giving slipstream to try and let them fight so that it's going to force them to be side by side for a few corners, and that's what's given the VRS Coanda a little bit extra space over the grouping behind. There's a defensive move, Sven Noller to the inside of Dylan Scrivens. If they battle like this, that Coanda car is gone. They've got to get back in line if they want to recatch the 8.
Looks like they might settle it down for the time being now. Sven Noller, I know, as based on what we've seen him in the past, is someone who really does not want to lose these types of spots, but he's got to consider too, he's got good pace, especially with Coanda car, but Urano with Scrivens is dialed in to the point where he is matching some of the times from the race leaders currently. So you have to think big picture here. With 27 minutes to go, there's plenty of time to sort things out. And now it's the matter of getting things together. By the way, speaking of times blowing closer and closer,
yes.
Soria, he's within 2 seconds of the leaders now.
Yeah, as much as they've not really been battling, they've been working with each other. Yes, they have switched a couple of times. Juan Bustamante is leading at the moment, but they've not really been battling per se. But Jose Soria has been closing in. The Aris Racing team firing on all cylinders in this car. That gap is closing and closing and closing, and so much so that T3 Motorsports haven't been able to go with them. T3 Motorsports, in fact, are dropping back towards Patrick Holtzman. The gap, though, for Pash Gergis has dropped back to Scrivens, because Scrivens is right there. He's got to get to the outside, coming down into the Rettifilio. Sends it on the brakes, big style, maybe even a little bit too much. Big lock up there for Scrivens. He's got a little bit too deep into the Rettifilio. Might open the door as well for Veloce to go side by side once again with Coanda. Back into the slipstream, though. Coanda keeping up with Scrivens. Sven Noller might have to come back aside, going around Curva Grande, and it's going to open up the outside for Team Fordzilla. Gives him the inside, coming into the Roger, and here comes Coanda again.
It's not gonna work though. Too far back. Big overcorrection from Scrivens, forcing the mistake. And Scrivens, he's had at least 2 of the 9 lives of the cat being utilized in this lap alone, with a major line through turn 1, the near contact coming out of that corner. Scrivens needs to calm down. Now I think there's the chance to be able to get a bit of a breather. The problem is, this train is now back to 15th. That's how busy it's now gotten, with drivers such as Lopez, such as Caruso, who are contenders in these cars as well.
Yeah, realistically, if you want to kind of break the slipstream, you've really got to do it. Coming out of the first corner, around Curva Grande, going into Della Roggia, going through the 2 Lesmos, because from this point on, it's just slipstream city, all the way down towards the Parabolica. Such a long run. And it's around about, I think it's a kilometre and a bit, 1.2 kilometres on the start-finish straight. It is such a long start-finish straight once we've departed the Parabolica all the way round to the Rettifilio. Back up to the race lead, a bit of bump drafting here. Valentin Mandanak locked to the rear end of Juan Bustamante, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Realistically, with Jose Soria closing in, PGZ having a bit of an issue, and Mashevsky into the pit lane at the moment, so not great. Dylan Scrivens still holding the lead of this battle, and it is quite the train, you're right.
A good choo-choo, so to speak, I guess you can say. But Scrivens, I think, has the pace to be able to at least pull away a sizable margin. The draft going to keep things close a little bit, especially with Gurgit. But right now, Scrivens has the dictatorship when it comes to 7th on back up 24 spots from the drop of the green flag. Noller and company wouldn't be surprised if they keep shuffling a little bit here amongst this. Want to give a shout out to Dallara Esports, have had some rough rounds over the past few hours. They're quietly in the heart of this train in 12th. Yeah,
and who knows what is possible. Mika Hakimi, of course, a great driver picked up by that grouping through the Le Mans Virtual Series. Zanto represent and all that, but Mika Hakimi either way 12th spot. I think he'll just be a little bit patient in this battle, wait and see what's actually possible, let them all stay together, because if they fight, of course, if he fights the wannabe SRT car, it's just going to drag them off the rear end of the train. There's already a fair gap there, which could cause problems, but you know, when this group battle, it's going to drag those back in. Dylan Scrivens at the front of it though, setting some decent times, and needs to keep those decent times rolling in. Fordzilla looking to the inside, of course, of Sven Noller in the Veloce car, and that is the position switch. Is it going to be completed on the exit of the Parabolica? It's given, though, Pash Gergis a bit of a groping, a bit of a gap, rather, to the grouping behind. It's Mika Hakimi onto pit lane.
think that's an indication the pit window is open around the midway portion. How far can drivers stretch it is going to be the major thought, especially with how the racing has been. Only about 22 minutes to go, and here's the thought too. Some drivers may be thinking, split it evenly, keep it simple. We know based on some of the trends though, a lot of times the call usually is, depending on the track, especially at a track like this, try and go as long as you can, have the least fuel as you can in the tank, have your ability to be able to draft off somebody off the lane. That's going to be a bit of a factor, as long as they don't bump each other here. Nearly bumping each other, unfortunately, if you're some in this pack.
What do you think about the idea of pitting early, though? Because the thing is, yes, pitting early, you kind of get out of some of the chaos, maybe out of some of the risk. Problem is you lose the slipstream, which can cost you a fair amount of time itself, and you can get a bit of traffic as well as you can on any circuit. But still, that slipstream plays such a large effect around here. I'm not so sure it's the wisest call to pit this early.
Well, the first case of that, Soria is right up towards the very front of the field. Something's just happened at the very front because Apex all of a sudden just lost half a second in the span of a corner complex, and it brought R8G with them. Mistaken Ascari has put Aries into the draft for the top 3 just now.
Was it a mistake or were they racing? Have they started racing? It was a mistake.
The rumbles. He was in the green portion of the track. As these cars continue to fight on for about 7th on back on circuit, the lead group is now within 6/10.
Yeah, that is not great for the top 2, because now 2 becomes 3. It was great for us. I'm well over that as Jose Soria rejoins or joins the battle for the race lead. That is exactly what you're saying. You could kind of tell even from there, even from where we joined that, Juan Bustamante had taken a little bit too much speed, potentially going into Ascari, and was offline all the way through. And like you say, taking a bit too much of the rumble strip on the exit, and that 25 car is right there now.
Exactly what Soria needed. That mistake to really leap himself forward. Soria in that conversation. That crazy battle still going on now for 8th, because I think it's fair to say Urano is just about gone. Especially with Team Fordzilla now ahead in this respective pack. Gorgeous is really struggling, it seems, all of a sudden, with some of the grip possibly. Just struggling as well with the flow compared to earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what's going on with Pasha. Obviously, he did quite well in the car at Daytona, but clearly not gelling with it here in Monza. And I don't know, he's just not really vibing with it right now, which is odd considering this is the car that he was very strong in before.
Remember though, it was high downforce at Daytona. It's low downforce used for the setup for Monza. So that is a big difference.
Yeah, it's basically a different car at that point. They do not drive at all. I mean, look at how thin the rear wing element is. It is about as flat as is possible. And it makes such a large difference to the balance of the car. It's both more oversteery and more understeery, just courtesy of having less aero all the way around. It can be a lot trickier to drive. I don't like driving a low downforce open wheeler. I find it's a little too slippery. And so maybe that's in the same boat as Pash. I'm not saying that I'm the same as Pash, by the way. He's slightly better than me. He did beat me in the last championship we raced in, and it was 7 years ago, so fair enough.
That's a long time ago, first of all.
It was a while. Yeah, he was he's teamed up with Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski, who obviously now race for Williams. So it was that long ago, way pre-Coanda for him.
A very talented grouping, I will say, in regards to that. But some more pit stops are coming in, mind you. And it's very much calmed down, I will say this here. And I think everyone's just in that calm before the storm method at this point, realizing they've lost a lot of time with the shuffling. They've got to think big picture again, sort things out, see how things play out, especially knowing they have to pit pretty soon. May seat around 12 minutes. Some may be able to go maybe 6. Or you could be Team Fordzilla and nearly have an off track and make things interesting again.
That was nearly quite the large accident. Live points on the top right-hand side of your screen, of course, with R8G leading at the moment, battling in that lead battle, obviously extending their lead in the point table. 426 points will give them an 8-point lead over Redline. Urano, whilst, yes, they are losing out, considering they started in 30th spot, they've worked their way up the order brilliantly in this one. Dylan Scrivens now eyes on the Arnage competition to maybe gain at least an extra point. Coanda, though, they're the ones that, if they really do want to win this, we're approaching the halfway point of the event rapidly. now. Of course, the end of race 12, being the 12th hour, does signify the halfway point in the race. And if Commander want to win, it's not good enough right now, is it? I mean, yes, 9th place, sure, at least some points on the board, but when your rivals, all three of those rivals, Urano, Redline and R8G, are all ahead right now, and comfortably so, and it looks like it's going to get better for each of them. Well, not for R8G, it's a bit hard for it to get better for R8G right now.
Well, you're right on that mark where, realistically speaking, they need to chip away if they want to have the shot by the final couple hours at this rate. And right now, they are not cutting it with how things were in qualifying. They're not cutting things out when it comes to how things are faring in terms of the race in of itself. So they need to find a way, if any, to be able to gain massive amounts of points. And the part of it is, keep in mind, especially with the craziness when it comes to this series, being able to time it out in terms of hoping to capitalize on mistakes of others, because that's been a major implication portion of this event from start to finish.
I mean, you've got to remember each position is a point, right? Which means for every time that you have a 9th place finish for Commander versus a first finish for R8G, they would, if they then win the race and R8G are just sort of second or third, then that means that for each of those 9th places or whatever, as Valentine Man that comes into the pit lane, that means that you need to essentially have an extra 4, 5, 6 wins with them finishing third or fourth, which is some of the consistency from some of these drivers, especially late on in this event, will become more and more as everyone gets used to it, gets a bit more comfortable with it. You can't afford to have too many bad results. I've said this time and time again, and I'm almost at the point where in my little notebook, I'm almost at the point where I would genuinely rule out Coanda from taking the victory in this, going around the outside of Fordzilla. That's not really going to work. The drive-off's not quite good enough, and the Fordzilla car will hang on. But I'm just not sure. I just don't feel it. Despite having the most wins, I just don't think the consistency is there from Coanda right now.
Key words you just said, consistency. And consistency wins championships. There's a reason in some various championships you have drivers who have been very consistent, haven't broken through for a feature win, per se. But because of the said consistency and some of the back and forth consistency for everyone else around them, they are gaining points on their competition. Gorgeous, meanwhile, he's right now not doing the consistency part, and the technical issue is with a few hours ago is the major comeback trail, as well as what happened at Daytona. For Gorgeous, though, have to put that in the back of mind now because, well, for one, you're really fighting side by side with a few drivers who really are hungry to get by you and get inside the top 10 in the case of Wannabe, or at least inside the top 8. 2, pit stops are about to come in for some of these drivers. The leaders have been peeling in. In fact, the top 2 have nearly crashed into the pit lane. Apex may have just grazed the pit wall.
Oh my goodness, that would be something which you really can ill afford. Holtzman then will cycle out to the race lead.
And not only that, Aries has got a speed penalty. They've crashed again in the pit lane at the cone. Everyone else will have to dodge them as they're cutting across the pit lane.
Well, we'll see as they're all diving in. Keep your eye on the left-hand side of the shot. Obviously, we lose them behind the wall. We'd need to see that from the other side of things. But, I mean, clearly a very dramatic pit lane entry. Saw quite a lot of people looking down pit lane entry and was like, nope, 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 not doing that. Leaving the pit lane then, you've got our Nudge competition, Urano gaining a few tenths on them. It's a long stop for Apex Racing Team. Juan Bustamante still in the pit lane. It's a very long stop, so maybe taking some of the damage repair.
Mountain may just have this race fall in his lap. Black flag for Apex Racing Team as well because, well, they were backwards in the pit lane. So massive, massive implications on that entry all the way to their own stalls. And this may have, as just mentioned, fallen into Valentine's lap. 3 cars still going, and
Fordzilla. Big crash from Fordzilla, and that is obviously straight on the racing line. You need to pull off to the left-hand side of the shot, now off of it, of course. That is why those Lesmos, if you run wide of them, they will bite. And there is another car out of the race, more advantage to the likes of Urano.
What in the world is going on? Here's a look at the replay because I think you'll have to see this to see it yourself. Look at the set. Contact there. Speeding for both cars. You see it already. Soria speeds up to avoid getting hit himself. Then, Soria's already to the inside. This is where they hit contact right there to make it even worse, and then you have one right in the middle of the pit lane.
Yeah, of course, as much as there is no contact in the boxes and such, there is still contact in the fast lane and in essentially the transition period. There is a little bit of damage, yeah, fair enough. Obviously, he's just trying to get on with it, and Hart will be racing at this point. But that is not great. I mean, the only team that is brilliant for is R8G, who, as we were saying, that is now a big gap that's going to be given to Valentin Mandanak.
Well, that's an understatement and a half, my goodness. And what is the saying? Practice your entries and exits for a reason. Yep. There is the reason.
It's kind of, I kind of rate this one in the same sort of sense as somewhere like Daytona, is that the pit lane is deceptively difficult because you've got so much room to use that your references are slightly more kind of old. When you consider it like Barcelona, right, the pit lane entry at Barcelona, where it's so narrow, I'd say that is an easier pit lane entry than here to make the most of, because you've got in a tight space, you can't really go full whack down on the pit lane entry anyway, just courtesy of how tight the previous corners and a couple of the bumps as well. Around here though, it's so wide, it's so open, you kind of think, yeah, but I can brake a little bit later, Same at Daytona, where you've got all of that room, of course. It can make it a little bit more tricky, and also to understand what the other cars around you are doing. Are they pitting? Are you not? I mean, Jose Soria had a very late call to come down pit lane that time.
Yeah, he looked like he was thinking, should I, and then came in, absolutely. But it was more so with Apex too, where a little bit later, despite that, even on the brakes, maybe not expecting that, of course, but also it's just that difficulty of, in the heat of the moment, you need to be so perfect with that sequence, knowing you're in the conversation for the win, and it just ends up being a calamity of errors where it just snowballs more and more and more, to the point where it's already rolling down the hill in the span of about 5 seconds. Quickest I've seen the snowball effect probably in a while. One of the craziest ways to throw away a win you may ever see.
I mean, who's
throw
that?
Away the lockup, my goodness.
Who was that? Who was that? I mean,
Lorenzo?
I mean, just it's a classic Lorenzo moment, so we'll ignore that. There was also someone else. Oh, is that the Pure Sims car in the background? I think it is. Yeah.
Steve Ledger, yes.
Hashtag Lorenzo moment, and then Steen Ledger getting involved as well. I'm going to blame Lorenzo for it anyway. You know, the old classics. But I mean, it's not the easiest track to drive an F3 car around, but still, each to their own. Clearly a bit of dust being kicked up either way. But either way, back to the battle for the race lead, where Valentin Mandanak 5 seconds clear of these two. Patrick Holtzman on the rear end now of Luca Wunsch. And what was going to be a build of maybe an extra 6 points for R8G might just be the one, as Holtzman's rising back up the order.
Holtzman actually has a chance now for second with all the craziness. Exactly what Holtzman, I think, may have been looking for a little bit in terms of trying to keep up that distance as much as they can in terms of how things are scoring with R8G. Right now, though, Holtzman just has to be able to sort out how to get his way around once rather, with 5 laps estimated to go, under 9 minutes on the clock, in what has been, well, the race that topped the craziness at Spa just an hour ago, where everybody seems to be playing hot lava, but with race cars.
I mean, to be fair, the race start that you had at Spa was pretty manic. I'd say, yeah, well, we've had some great races, we've had some crazy ones. The last race that we did around here, or at least the last one that I did, where we were racing around here, obviously in the Dallara P2, it was a little bit calmer than we were expecting. This one's been sort of about where we would expect a classic Monza race. This is 9th position, as Peter said, who were one of the earlier pitters. Now closing right back in. Logitech Autos Esports in that 9th position, a good second or two. It's kind of what the pit lane sequence does. It splits them apart, doesn't it? It gives some of them a bit of an extra gap, rather than it being what was a train from about 7th down to 14th, is now various little splintered groups where they're now in their own little battle with each other, and that's kind of all. The harder they battle, the more that they drop backwards, the more that some others might rejoin the affair.
Exactly, and that's the nature of the flow when it comes to it, especially an overall ace of an endurance race, but also just how these cars usually settle things out. based on some of the talent trends, but also just on the comfortability of the flow of the racetrack. Their ability to be able to maintain speed, be able to limit tire wear, be able to make sure they don't kick up sand like just right there. Minimizing even those little inches off the circuit that could cost you that extra little half a tenth or so. That's where those really factor on in. And keep in mind, the thoughts with those strategies we're discussing, is it worth it, say, the halfway? Well, based on what we just seen with some of the cars, it had been for some. For others, it's been really much so, trading back and forth. Here's a look at what happened, by the way, with Lorenzo.
No, it's not Lorenzo's fault.
Yeah, Lorenzo had nowhere to go.
I'm still going to blame Lorenzo, but that was not on Lorenzo. Obviously, Steve Ledger had lost it coming into, or on the curb on the right-hand side.
How do you blame Lorenzo, but also can't say it's not his fault?
Lorenzo moment. Lorenzo moment. It's just a classic Lorenzo moment. It's fine.
So, yes and no.
Yeah, exactly. It's like Schrodinger's cat, but for an incident. You know, Lorenzo exists in both spaces of being at fault and not at fault at the same time. Yeah, it's quantum mechanics or something. I don't know. It's far beyond my brain. That is one thing that I can confirm.
Okay, to help settle things down, I guess. Van Handel, we haven't talked about him in a long while. He's performed with some really big teams on the service. This is, I think, the first time I've seen him under the TrackU Esports banner, though.
It's a nice livery as well. I do like the look of the Trek Esports, but either way, like I say, a little bit further back, Ben Mills had a couple of issues. Remember, who sat just one position ahead, coming down into the Rettifilio. A few laps was backwards, then got back going again, was not too far off that train for 14th, but still now in the final position. What would have been that train, just behind, of course, Obsidian, who I swear every race that I'm looking at there, fighting their way back up the order, which is a bit of a shame for them, despite having a race victory. They were the ones that, when Pash Gergis got a penalty back in Daytona, it was them that took the race victory. And they also were doing quite well. As I said before, they were leading the points, or joint lead of the points, after the first couple of races. Jordan Caruso getting past Tamas Simon in 8th position. And as much as you can see the points on the right-hand side, of course, Dylan Scrimmers did get past our large competition not too long ago to gain an extra point to move them 19 off of the top, which, considering starting 30th to 4th in 45 minutes, I would be pretty satisfied with that, if I'm perfectly honest.
I would too. In terms of, especially knowing how things have played out in this one. And for some of the drivers, I think you just have to take those small gains at this point. By the way, to check myself, on Handel has ran under this banner before, be it mainly in the special events, including charity race that was held last year that helped raise more than $55,000 over that 4 hours of Charlotte last year. It was one of the top split winners, in fact, with this respective group. So Van Handel, he's been very quiet, to say the least, in this series so far, in this event, should say. Up 9, though, to be able to try and fight it up with Ben Mills here.
This is the thing, is it's kind of an event, kind of a series. It's a bit of both. You've got to kind of treat it like a championship. You know, how would you as a team win a championship and then just squeeze that down into one day where you can't really practice too much? And that's how you have to really think about it. Again, playing the long game. For example, Patrick Holtzman's behind Luca Wunsch right now. Is there the requirement to go for that risk of move? Only 6 points off of the lead, the title. I would not take any major risk. If that move can be done with a nice clean one, fair enough. But I wouldn't send it from 3 car lengths back down into Ascari like my life depended on it. And that's kind of like the difference here, is you've got to treat it like that championship style, where you've got to be weighing up risk 24/7 all the way through the running of this race. Obviously, you do that in endurance racing anyway, but still, you've got to play the very, very long game. We're only halfway through the event after this race. So there's still so much time, and you can't be bleeding points. Now, think of it this way. If you go down the inside, they turn in for whatever reason, and don't see you there, and it pops off the front right suspension, and that's it. That is 30-odd points lost that drop you right down the order on the points and basically removes any major chance of you winning.
it's similar to that with the 24-hour endurance race, mind you, in that thought process of having that massive hit to the wall that has you with about 8-10 minutes of required damage repair, and you essentially have to spend much of the race regathering that back up, or even, at a lesser extent maybe, even that 1 minute major incident trouble spot that lost you a lot of time in sequence that you spend 5-6 hours regaining back, or in some cases all the way to the final hour, as there goes the 97.
Yeah, Netrex going for a little bit of a spin rolling through. This is back with the Rocket Sports also going for a bit of a spin.
Same corner. This is all replays, mind you believe.
Yep. I was going to see if we had anything with E-Team Brit there having a bit of an issue, but we return to the racing action. Fadli Rakhmat rejoining the battle now for 15th spot. Trek Esports versus Legion of Racers. You've got the Triton car not a million miles behind as well that might join in on this battle as well.
Purple cars really bounced around early on. And Haley trying to really keep up with this draft. And Ben Mills has been able to really keep his separation though in all this. Make sure he's not too much up for grabs. Keep in mind, look at the time, estimated final lap possibly here. And for Valentin and all this, it's been a Sunday cruise. Well, it's technically Sunday on the East Coast in North America, so it's very much fitting.
It's going to be very, very close. It's one of those races where we're not 100% sure if we're going to go for one more. I think it'll be close. I think they might just miss out by about 3 or 4 seconds. Well, Valentin Mandanak at the front is going to be incredibly tight across the line. But like I say, leading at the moment, rolling through Ascari now, your race leader. And since the post-pit stop, it's been very dominant.
You're right in terms of the extra lap coming around here. Absolutely has been dominant too. The gap has gone down a bit, yes. But when it comes to Mandernack, he pit that 1 lap earlier. It turned out to be the smartest call of the entire race because if he went with the rest of the top 3, he would have been right in the middle of the crash sandwich on that entry. But now as Blake should be coming up with Barney here, 13 seconds of the clock. Expecting this to be the final time around for Mandernack to close things out with under 10 seconds to work with. You see how calm he is right now in that car. And now the smile's up.
Now get to enjoy this one. You really enjoy the last lap, enjoy a second victory in VCO INFINITY if you can make it around this final lap of the race. Again, it's so easy to get complacent in an event like this. This is back to the battle for second position. Luka Wunsch under attack from Patrick Holtzman, who's not quite close enough. Pash Gergis and Jordan Caruso battling out over 7th spot between the Altus Esports and Coanda Simsports cars. Pash Gergis might be losing another position and another point in this race.
That's going to be a major concern, I think, for a few of the drivers, absolutely. Especially for those in the fight, but 1 point at this point, try and make sure you close it out to get points. But for Valentin, another race, another strong run, and this time he doesn't finish upside down in a Dallara F3. He puts on a performance, second half in particular, similar to that of Silverstone for the iRacing.
I mean, like we say, done an incredible job this race. It wasn't the easiest one, had to battle out with Juan Bustamante and was potentially given it a little bit after the contact in the pit lane between Juan Bustamante and Jose Soria. But one final corner to go, deep breath as R8G are looking to cement their place at the top of the table. The points leader coming into this race, they will extend it ever so slightly. The 88 will come out of the final corner and win here at the Temple of Speed. Monza is theirs. The Dallara F3 is theirs once again. Luka Wunsch and Patrick Holtzman will come across the line in second and third. More great points for the T3 Motorsports car, but for the points leaders, for the top 2, first and third, it is becoming a dicey battle. Dylan Scribbins rises up the order like a phoenix from the ashes, as we've said time and time again. 30th all the way up to 4th. I think everyone's having to do that. Here's the Was Cooking Adventures car. Josh Chin going around the outside. Triton Racing way, way, way too deep as well. That was a bit of a proper full-on send.
Chin not able to get the draft to try and bounce back there. What a crazy finish for them. And what could have been for drivers like Soria. Soria does finish inside the top 20. Apex Racing 21st. And some of the final drivers getting ready to cross the stripe after some of the slip and slides. Rocket Sim Sports looking to rocket away after what's been another rough one.
Yeah, it's not been so great. Their sister car, though, did get a decent result in the form of Mika Hakimi up in 13th spot. So a fair result, at least, for the squad. Obviously, a long event still to go. We're only on race 12. Problem is, yeah, if this was a championship, you'd sit there and go, right, okay, 12 races down. Let's have a bit of a good debrief and let's go over some of the data. You can't do it on this because guess when the next race is coming up? Straight after this. You don't have time to sit down, to breathe, to think, to do anything. You've just got to get ready to jump in it once again. And the next time we go racing, we're returning back to Spa, only this time in the McLaren MP4-12C, which I think that might be a bit dramatic.
Especially with the flamethrowers, and some of the drivers may be looking to have those flamethrowers blowing in the direction of some of the contact competitors. But overall, one driver was able to really take advantage of some of the fisticuffs.
Certainly was. Valentin Mandanak right at the top by a healthy margin, 3 seconds. It was around about 5, but when you're in cruise mode like that, there's no need to take any major risk. A great victory for R8G. Luca Wants for T3 with Patrick Holtzman for Redline. Then Dylan Scrivens and the Arnage competition car round out the top 5. Veloce, Altus, VRS Coanda. I'd be disappointed if I was VRS Coanda after winning 4 of the last 7 races. And that is not great for them to finish down in 8th spot. Again, losing more points. One of the SRT directly behind them with the PGZ Motorsports car, one of the earlier stoppers, just trying to get out of the danger zone, and they certainly did. Race Clutch and Obsidian behind that with Brabham Esports. I think their best race is VCO Infinity so far. WOR Esports with Triton Racing, the Was Cooking Adventures car of Josh Chin. We caught the end of that battle between them and Triton. Legion of Races also involved in that one. Trek Esports a bit further off the rear end of it, but still in that train. The 4 of those separated by less than a second. And the Aris Racing team, after issues in the pit lane, Pulsars Esports in 20th. Jose, sorry though, I think I'll be a bit disappointed with Dan then when he was finishing or was running in 3rd for quite a light race. Apex Racing, they were battling for the race victory. 21st for Juan Bustamante with the RN Division STS racing car, and then Rocket Sim Sports and Wolf Team Racing, the last couple to finish on the lead lap. SRC Movano Corsa and Team 4 Diller Absolute Motorsport DCW and Yaz Heat all finishing 1 lap down. Netrex Grand Prix, we caught that spin going into the first corner as well. They finished a couple of laps down, not gelling too well with that car. Either way, it was a pretty frantic affair here at the Temple of Speed, as we would expect. As we can see, the sun has risen where Mike Yao is based. Pretty sure it's Newcastle, but we want to take a wild stab in the dark. You can see he's got a bit of a, yeah, it is Newcastle, good. A bit of a setup there, as we can see our broadcast director. We get to say goodbye to him though in a few moments. He can go to bed for a bit. Finally, it's been a long day. He got up at 2:30 in the morning to go and do AHU endurance.
Yes, indeed, and get himself through some cartwheels to be sure he's able to get some rest. But some of the drivers having some cartwheels when it comes to the back and forths, and some somersaults when it comes to the team side of things. This has been a wild 12 hours, to say the very least. Lots to consider when it comes to how things could fare out for the next 12 hours plus to determine who picks up the top spot by the end of the 24 hours.
And we're not just saying goodbye to Mike Yao for now. We're going to say goodbye to you as well, Justin. What have you made of it over the last couple of races?
Similar to that, what we seen a few hours ago. You make a little mistake, it opens up the door for your competitors to jump right on in. Especially when it comes to these standings, the big troubles have really bounced back. In particular, absolutely critical when it comes to how this race and how this event in turn can turn out for some. You have to be smart, you have to be critical, you have to be pixel perfect. And some of the drivers, they're going to need to really be pixel perfect for another 12 hours if they want to be at the top of the standings. R8G has the pressure on them to continue this up.
Well, we'll be racing around the Spa-Francorchamps once again, only this time in the McLaren MP4-12C in a few moments' time. We are going to step aside. We're going to switch you out for Cameron Roger, and I don't think we're actually going to switch out Mike Yao. We're going to keep him on for at least one more race. Poor guy, he can't get any sleep. But we'll just step aside, at least for now. So we keep Mike Yao for one more race. Bless him, he cannot go to sleep. We do replace Justin Prince, though, with, of course, Mr. Cameron Roger. Good morning. Here in the UK, of course, it's 6 o'clock. So a fairly fresh start for you to go and get some racing action watch. It'll be good fun.
Yeah, I'm getting used to it now, and obviously you've been up for an hour already, so yeah, but yeah, great to be here. It's been exciting racing so far, and hopefully that's just going to continue. We've got some awesome options in the track and car combinations coming up, so yeah, really looking forward to it.
Well, McLaren MP4-12C, the fire breather, as we'll take on Spa, a legendary circuit, of course. We saw, I'm assuming you were fast asleep when I woke up to jump on. Obviously, you and O'Leary and Justin Prince were covering the last time we raced at Spa, which was only a couple of races ago. It was the first time we raced at Spa in VCO INFINITY. It was in the IndyCar, the IR18, and it was carnage. Now, I'm not too sure what to expect here, but I don't know if you can remember back to the AHU endurance race when we did AHU endurance by VCO here at Spa. And remember lap 1, remember Eau Rouge, remember Radion, remember the size of the crash that we had at the top of the hill? Almost in that vibe that we might see something chaotic like that in this.
I certainly think we will. Obviously, GT3 cars as well, the same as we had on that day. I think it's going to be a great combination. The car is obviously, GT3 cars are suited to this sort of track, this sort of venue, with the massive amounts of endurance events that come around here. So I think it's going to work pretty well. It just depends how close the battling and the racing is going to be. You've obviously got the huge long straights coming up out of Radion all the way up the Kemmel Straight as well, then the long run up to Blanchimont. So I think there's going to be plenty of opportunities for some overtakes, and I think it could be pretty close, but here comes the grid.
Indeed. Let's take a look at our starting order. Mitchell de Jong on pole position for VRS Commander, looking for a 5th victory for the team. Urano Esports alongside in that front row. Alexei Nesov jumps behind that Urano Esports car. BS Competition in 3rd position with Ferris Stanley for Rocket Simsport. Represent. That is a great lap time to get him up into 4th position. Hashtag no bias. PGZ start from 5th. Big gaps as well back here as Ruben Bonga down in 6th place for T3. Obviously had a good result in the previous race with 2nd position, but looking to build on that. One of the SRT with Gordy Much jumping in for R8G Esports in 8th spots. Points leaders Veloce, Pure Sims, Obsidian and the Apex Racing team down to 12th position. They'll be disappointed obviously after battling for the race victory in the previous one, not getting any of that. A nice competition with the Aris Racing, SRC Movano Corsa and then Triton Racing with Simsa Esports and the Race Clutch car starting from 18th position on the grid. Behind that, in 19th, of course, we've got the Netrex car of Quick Vosky, and then Balazs Reminiak for Yazheat, Sim Racing Unlimited with the Was Cooking Adventures, Timu Toyka down in 22nd, WR Esports with our Envision STS Racing team, 25th position, Brabham Esports, a fair way behind the sister teammate, Cedo Via. I think he'll be pretty disappointed with 25th based on where his teammate is lining up. DCW, and then the Absolute Performance car, Absolute Motorsport car with Team Redline, Luke Bennett, no time onto the board, 28th spot. Battling for the championship, that's going to be a hard day for them. William Chadwick for Team Fordzilla and the Altus Esports car, Jordan Caruso from 30th. Behind that, of course, it's Zenith Esports, RPC, Trek Esports, U-Race, BR Esports, Lorenzo Bonda represents, starting down the order, the rest of them rolling through, Pulsus, etc. E-Team Brit starting from the last spot. All those cars, no times on the board. That's going to be chaotic around here.
Absolutely, it's going to be a really amazing race, and as you can see, a little bit of a topsy-turvy grid as well. So let's see how this one comes as they come around the final chicane to start race 13 in the second half of the VCO INFINITY.
Indeed, we are halfway through and it has been crazy. Absolutely loving this event. Just constant sprint races, constant action. We are underway here at Spa for the second time in VCO INFINITY, and Mitchell de Jong has gone at the front of the field. He's already launched as he's trying to just secure this victory around the outside. I mean, it's a long way going down through La Source, and then this incredible run around about 2 kilometers before we get to the braking zone of Les Combes. It's R8G going a little bit wide. It's PJZ who's made a couple of bits of progress. There is the Triton car side by side down the hill towards Eau Rouge. There is the 5th or 4th place car. It's Royer behind the wheel, now up into that 4th spot after starting from 5th. Great little start from PJZ going around the outside.
Amazing, and we're already getting a bit of that side-by-side action for the race lead, actually. Coanda trying to get up the inside there, down the inside, and that's going to be a side-by-side action through Lecom, side-by-side, bit further back as well with T3. Oh no, there's been some contact. He's going to be going out into the wall. The T3 car makes contact there, and we're going to have some carnage behind.
Yeah, that was the PGZ car that was just sort of sent off there. I don't know if there was space between them or whatnot, but either way, that is a bit of a shame after a decent start. T3, Ruben Bonga getting slightly into the side. Gordy Much has made up a couple of spots on the race start. I don't know where Luke Bennett's got to. There's more issues in the background, though. Quite a few cars, like I say, dropping positions. Calling with no name. I think, was that Pure Sims has had a bit of an issue in the background? Not great.
Yeah, it's been an overall quite clean start compared to what we've seen around this track sometimes, which is good to see. But we're still getting side-by-side action, even a bit further down in the field. And again, that's when the Apex side going side-by-side through the final chicane, but having to just back out of that one down there a little bit further back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still. I think the main storyline in this race we need to really focus on is where Redline are. Luke Bennett, 25th spot, so only made up a couple of spots on the opening lap, maybe being a bit more careful, a bit more cautious, not really rushing the rise up. Of course, was victorious back in Daytona. Yes, it was Daytona in this car, and it was just timing was everything in that race, and I think maybe needs to get on with it a bit more. Was almost ecstatic because there's a bit of a spin in the background. There's a bit more of a spin in the background. Big hit into the barrier. Big hit on the right-hand side as well.
3 cars off there in simultaneous incidents, which is quite weird to see. I think that what the DCW car was involved, trying to see who else, but it's a bit weird to see 3 cars going off at the same time, and I think especially one of them going up in the wall, having some big contact, and I think Absolute Motorsport were involved in that as well.
Well, it was the issue for Pure Sims going down into the corner with no name. They've returned to the pit lane as we complete the second lap of running. Let's take a look at some of the replays as we'll see that again. So there's a little bit of side-by-side contact that sends the 24 of DCW Racing up into the barrier. That was the Absolute car coming through the foreground of shot. Then PGZ coming through at the rear end of it as well. I mean, that was just a bit messy. All started by just a little bit of wheel-to-wheel contact on the run into Blanchimont, which is such a fast, such a high-speed corner.
Yeah, you can't make contact there. Just the tiniest little... See, it's just the tiniest little touch, but that's enough to unsettle the car. Already has issues in the foreground as well. Fortunately, they don't actually collect anyone coming back onto the... that is a really... That's bad. That's collecting the Wolf team as well, coming up through the kink towards the final chicane. Yeah, you can't roll across the track like that with cars coming.
Yeah, it was the Wolf Team Racing, not PGZ, so sorry about that one, but yeah... there's a brake pedal, and I'd probably recommend using it after an incident like that. But either way, each to their own. They're the racing driver, and we're the commentators. That's at least what they tell me. So we'll roll with it, shall we? Coanda leading at the moment then from Urano. Great from Alexei Nesov to be in that second spot, looking back down the order. Brabham Esports, Fordzilla. You've got Logitech Gialtis. You've got Team Redline battling out this. So Redline did lose one spot there. I did see he was a little bit cautious going down into the bus stop chicane, losing out a spot. Maybe he's just not really comfortable around here. Although, to be fair, I don't know. It wasn't exactly a quali time that dropped them down the order. I think it's just, missing qualifying and then struggling with confidence potentially.
Yeah, so I was in this over a little bit earlier. Bennett was there as we're actually getting T3 and Rocket go side by side through the final chicanes. This Ferris Stanley trying to get up there into that 4th position. I think Ruben Bonga is trying to come back at him as well. Gordy Much right behind them as they come towards turn number 1 for another time around. But it seems like they've gone back in file as we get there. But certainly some fighting going on, some gaps starting to splinter out this field.
I mean, it was Ruben Bonga going for the move there, of course, on Ferris Stanley, who was running in 4th spot. Next one up for them is RHG Esports of Gordy Much. I don't think that one is particularly going to last long. Gordy Much will want to get on with this ASAP, especially when Redline, their closest rival in the championship, they were separated by 6 points coming into this, as RHG are leading the charge in the championship. If they can outscore comfortably right now, With the issues that they've got, Lorenzo Bonda, by the way, into the pit lane, with the issues that Redline have got, this could be a big race for R8G. Arnage Competition looking straight down the inside as well in the background as they were sending it on Obsidian Racing for 9th spot. Didn't manage to complete that move as they run through Malmedy and down the hill. That's Netrex going over the grass and just coming on. And there's Yazheat going for a bit of a spin as well. Classic. That's what happens when you rejoin the middle of everyone. I don't know whose fault that was. It's a little bit of a tricky one when you're going 3 wide to Malmedy.
Yeah, it is, as you say, it is difficult to choose the fault when always we're getting some more spinning in the background into No Name. Couldn't see who that was, but they were going backwards off the track, and they are going to be just struggling to come back from that one a little bit from that position.
It's Roya for PGZ, another one that's had another little bit of an issue down into No Name. I guess it's quite easy with the curb on the right-hand side. You can kind of get a bit unweighted on it because it's such a steep curb.
I just hope they weren't, pushed into that scenario, because it's not really an overtaking corner.
Could have been assisted. I mean, to be fair, it's not an overtaking corner. I've seen many a dive bomb into No Name.
Yeah,
you know?
It can be, not supposed to be. But here, let's say on his own on the curb. Way too much speed on the curb. Just losing the rear end there. And he actually got going pretty quickly, so he should be okay, but he will obviously have a bit of damage.
Might have. I mean, to be fair, this thing with it being a mid-engine car and stuff, if you hit the rear end quite hard, you can get a bit of engine damage as well from it as well, which would not be great. So it was a little bit of contact into the rear, of course, that one being the iRacing car that just got into the rear of the Netrex and just sent it out. I mean, the Yazheat, unfortunately, it's not that the Yazheat really did much wrong there, but when you're going around the outside Malmedy, you're kind of you're in the danger zone. You know what you're doing, right? You're basically playing with fire out there.
Yeah, you're risking it, and then obviously with the Netrex on the inside getting a bit of a nudge, didn't really have much opportunity to avoid that. Unfortunately, all 3 cars sort of going off there a little bit, so they need to maybe just calm down a little bit in those midfield, because there's always those battles where maybe you lose sort of 10 places, and in this series it's 10 points, and that's a lot to come back from.
Well, like I say, it's 1 point for one position. It's not as if there's a large addition to win a race. If you lose so many points, you don't get an extra like 7 points for winning and creating a gap and such that way. You've got to gain those positions back on everyone else. That's how it's going to work in VCO Infinity. So if you're losing out spots, like for example Yazheat that we have here, was just getting past Netrex on the braking zone going down into Lacom, when you're losing points and positions like Redline, it's a lot of work that you're going to have to do. Redline, by the way, have risen up the order. Norbert Leitner having a bit of an issue in the wannabe SRT car and dropping down the order and continuing to drop as well. But yeah, if you're the Redline car, they're up now into 19th spot, still losing out massively to Alexei Nasov, to the Coanda car as well, and to R8G of Gordy Much.
Indeed, and they keep on having these battles as well, which is nice to see that one continue over the course of the first few laps of this race. And they sort of I heard you mentioning this earlier. When it gets to this point of the race, you need to decide whether you're going to sort of start attacking now or if you're going to wait a little bit later on. But you don't want those gaps to get too big in front of you, because right now, especially when you're in that sort of 6th, 7th, 8th position, you still have this ability to get up a little bit higher. But if you wait too long, those opportunities are going to start reducing as we get some slipstream all the way up towards Blanchimont.
Yes, his 21st spot at the moment. A little bit of a tap of the brakes there from Zenith as Roya was coming across. Iago Martinez going for the move. A little bit of a flash as well, a little bit of a blink now back to the outside, going to commit onto the brakes. But wherever the Zenith Esports car wants to go, that black and yellow machine is just sat right in front, and they're also closing in on the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car of Timu Toika. There is Ferris Stanley in the Rocket Sim Sports car, dropped now down to 6th position. Also have to worry about Dion Fiallo behind the wheel of that Veloce car, who did struggle a little bit earlier on in the day. Obviously, with so many different cars, some of them you're probably not going to gel with. You've got to accept that.
Well, that's the whole point of this. It's not just one car that you can get used to over 24 hours. There's going to be a bit of a side-by-side battling here until they potentially T3 having to defend. Gordy Much having a bit of a think about it up to Lacom, but not pulling out of the slipstream this time around. Maybe just trying to push him along a little bit to close that gap ahead to the BS competition, because those top 3 cars have really come away just a little bit.
And that's the thing, is that Gordy Much might think that he has to get on with it. Legion of Racers straight down the inside, not able to find their way past the Brabham Esports car just behind this battle that we're focused on. Was Cooking Adventures, PGZ, and then the Zenith Esports car directly behind them. Obviously, this is the battle for 20th to get that final spot in the top 20. Who is behind? It is Team Matoki, yeah. And then Roya, and then Martinez, Cido Vire, and then Moreno, all kind of in this close group and trying to get involved with that top 20 battle. But you're absolutely right. For Gordy Much, might sense that those lead three are sort of building a bit of a gap and might be out of reach. So might fancy making a move on Ruben Bonga, who's no slouch himself, by the way. So not just getting past is difficult, getting past, keeping him behind, and then closing the group ahead. Not going to be easy, but Gordy Much is pretty quick himself.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes one of those things where maybe he wants to just sit behind, because if they start battling, they're going to lose time and then be attacked from the guys who are quite close behind them as well. So sometimes it's the safer option just to continue in that train and then just see how it goes. But this battle for the top three is also staying pretty close, with Mitchell de Jong leading the way as he comes around the final corner for another time. But you see, they're not miles away, but they're just getting those extra second or so as we're going side by side into the final chicane, and that's going to be side by side with Zenith trying to get up the inside of the final chicane, and he's actually made that because the other car's gone for a spin.
Yeah, it was a bit of air involved in there that sent sent Roya for a bit of a spin down into the bus stop. Look at the point standings, look at the lead that RHG are going to have. If things go as they stand, Urano will jump up into second position ahead of Team Redline. Of course, Coanda continued to close a little bit, but only closing 4 points on Gordy Much, which just isn't enough. They've lost too many points today. I said it in the last race, I'm going to continue on, just because I realistically, if they want to win this event, they've basically got to win the next 12 races, which, that would be a very Coanda thing to do, fair enough. I think they'll get the most wins in this event, but I don't think the consistency's been there. I think they've had too many issues today. I would genuinely consider them maybe not a part of the battle for the win. Who knows what's going to happen, though? It only takes one retirement from RHG to completely open it up. But right now, RHG building a very, very comfortable gap. Urano Redline not too far behind, though.
Yeah, the points are actually staying pretty close, which is obviously the whole idea with the point system that we got. But as you say, if you even come 20th, that's 20 whole points that you're losing, and that can quickly swing things around if that happens a couple of times. Because if you think with the whole point of this race as well, is that there's 24 individual race starts, there's 24 turn ones and lap ones where all this chaos and action can happen. There's 24 qualifying sessions where someone can make a potential mistake or even not set a whole lap time. So that could really change the course of your race.
Especially racing at someone like this, like you said, Luke Bennett, as much as he was in the session and such, the issue comes is that Luke Bennett might, this is one of the easiest circuits to exceed track limits, and that's where I kind of think Luke might have gone off a little bit. I remember doing a session around here years ago. It was a 20-minute session, maybe less than. I think it was actually 16 minutes around here in what was essentially like the equivalent of a Formula 3 car, and in that entire session, because I didn't get my first lap in because I thought that wasn't very good, I'm going to return to pit lane, get some fresh tyres and go back out again. And we had to do like a full in lap as well. I didn't set a single time. I had to start from 40th. And I can tell you something. I ended up over the wall at the top of Radion, so it didn't go well.
Yeah, not fun. 40 cars deep on this track is certainly, despite the length of it, is actually quite... not suited to that in some places, because especially corners like Original Radion, as you're saying, it's so difficult, so fast that you really want to push the limits, but you've got so many cars, and if one car has a spin a bit further, sort of in the midfield, there's so many cars just piling in behind them, and can always cause some issues. But it's good to see anyway some nice action in the VCO Infinity. And so far this race has been a lot less carnage than I thought it would be. It's been a lot cleaner side-by-side racing in most instances.
Yeah, we had a little bit of drama early on, but then as things have rolled through this race, things have calmed down a fair amount. It was never really that dramatic up here. It was just that first couple of laps, as we can see, into the Coanda. I can't remember what they call it. I think it's the Coanda Esports Hub. Of course, not racing from their house. They've upgraded and it looks like a fantastic facility. I want a tour almost immediately, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, next time you're in Germany, you pick up the phone, and yeah, I mean, it's amazing actually now that the teams can have the ability to have you know, a big warehouse and a big centre like that. It's pretty incredible that they've got to this stage where they obviously have the, you know, the ability and the budget and the know-how to do all of that, but they're obviously one of the if not you know, the most successful team really in the last few years. And they're just continuing that way at the moment, at least in this race. And Mitchell de Jong still leading the way from Alexei Nesov as they come towards the final corner once again. But as you say, in the championship, it is Coanda quite well, in relatively speaking, quite a bit behind. There are a whole, you know, race worth of people off the top step at the moment.
When's the Burst Esports facility coming?
Well, I'm not the person to ask in that regard, but unfortunately the VCO Infinity for Burst hasn't gone the best.
No.
It'll come back stronger in that regard. But yeah, I mean, certainly I'm sure that's the goal for a lot of teams.
When did Burst give up? Because it's a bit of a retirement, really, isn't it? In a sense.
I mean, I'm not following it too much. I know didn't do the last race, and I don't think in this one either. But
No, they're not in this one.
yeah, let's less of talking out the better, probably for mental health. But anyway, Alexei Nesov actually pushing along Mitchell de Jong. So this is what I was mentioning a couple of laps ago. I think at this point, not batting is probably the best, as we get in the Ford Zillicar actually now, trying to get on the back of Luke Bennett, coming up towards Lecom once again. And it seems like we've got this this going on for quite a few drivers. That we've seen this the bump drafting being used quite a lot, trying to bridge those gaps ahead of you.
Yeah, well, whilst this has all gone on, Ferris Stanley's lost out to Dion Fiallo and Jimmy Antunes, 6th and 7th now, and is under pressure from Morales as well, as they'll race their way down. Red line as well, like we said, gaining a couple more spots, now 17th position, a bit of a gap to the Simpson car. I think we'll probably be able to catch that fairly easily. We know the speed of Luke Bennett. Every position is a point, every point is something which they desperately need in their championship challenge here in the VCO Infinity, the events challenge of Gordy Much and the R8G squad right now. You can't afford to lose too many points on a race like this, and thankfully if you're going to have an issue, have it at a circuit like Spa, where if you can avoid the chaos on turn 1, you can make some overtaking opportunities, and that's exactly what Luke Bennett's done. Of course, a race winner in VCO Infinity already. A bit earlier on, it was a last lap move on the Urano Esports car in this McLaren MP4-12C, which just rolls off the tongue when you say it time and time again. Great name.
And then if you want to add the GT3 after it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Letters and numbers. But I am glad to see this here. We had it at the Bathurst special event a few months ago as well, and yeah, it's great to see. As you mentioned earlier, it is obviously, you know, outdated in terms of it's not used in real life anymore. But it is great to see it come back and get used for this Infinity, because it's yeah, it's a good-looking car. The flamethrower is a good novelty aspect to it as well, and it seems to be producing some great racing.
Oh, look at that bit of a train there for 8th spot directly ahead of this. You've got Morales for the Obsidian Racing car. You've got Rocket Sports, SRC Movano, Corsa, Triton, Apex Racing Team. And then, of course, it's the Aris Racing squad as well, who've been sort of up and down throughout the runnings. They've gone really, really well, and then really, really averagely. Going sort of somewhere halfway between those two at the moment, as Ferris Stanley does get past Morales. Still joining onto the rear end of that group eventually, you'd kind of assume will be this lot. I think there might be issues down at Lecom.
I think there has been certainly some people off the track. See if it comes into shop. I think they're actually so far off the track, and I believe I've seen one of the cars. Actually, they've gone back to pit lane, so that doesn't matter. But I think that is Ferris Stanley and the Movano car out of the race.
Yes, Rocket done. SSC Movano Corsa. It must have been on a move down into sort of like the Lecom. Typically the second bit, we do see a couple of cars off the road. Very quick on the escape key though, so they've already bailed from the race. Jimmy Antunes, the focus of our attention there on the rear end of the Veloce car. Never mind. So it was contact. It was on the left-hand side shot. We only jumped in right at the end of that, but SRC Movano Corsa did get tapped in the braking zone, and it would have been right on the rear left. Just unsettled the car, sent it straight into the side of the Rocket Simsport car.
Yeah, Stanley had no part in that. There was definitely plenty of space for him on the left-hand side. But was there contact? Yeah, there must have been a bit of contact because it's a bit weird to lose a car like that. But losing the rear wing actually for Movano, and unfortunately that is going to be them out of this race. And I believe you don't get points if you don't get to about half distance in the race either, if I'm not mistaken. So that's could be a pretty critical for their positions in the championship at the end of the day.
It was side-by-side contact with the SSC Movano quarter car and Obsidian. Don't know who's at fault. If there is any blame there, obviously race control will look over it. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe Obsidian are awaiting a penalty on it. Wasn't particularly obvious. It wasn't like that egregious. It depends if anyone's changed their line, and I could kind of see that maybe they just met in the middle, which would be really horrible if that is the case. Because it's kind of like after an incident like that, you don't want it to be blameless. You want to be able to blame somebody, to be like, "You ruined my race. I hate you," etc. Sim racing drama, we love it. But kind of in that vein, if it's just a racing incident, you just sort of sat there being like, "Wow, I don't know who to be angry at now. Just myself, clearly."
The stewards did obviously preface that this was more. Obviously, there's some prize money on the line, but this is more of a fun event.
Yeah.
So they obviously want the drivers to not protest and not drive in certain ways. But as you say, things do just happen sometimes, and that is just part of racing.
I say you've just got to kind of accept some of it. We'll look backwards as the SRC Movano quarter car is going to go through the middle here, which might well have been ill-advised. There was the move back over to the right-hand side from Obsidian. No, it's Obsidian. Obsidian moved back over. That is, it's not that egregious, but it is the Obsidian car that changes line there. No one else does.
See, this is also a bit weird sometimes, because obviously Movano making it 3 wide didn't help the situation, but then there was at that time space for all the cars, and then she says Obsidian did come back to the left a little bit, causing the eventual contact. But I would have loved to see them go 3 wide into Les Combes and see how that would have come out as well. It
would have been, mate. You should have seen earlier on when racing at Road America and Tommy Osgard, a 2 car split. It was Zenith and T3 coming down to the end of the backstretch, mid-stretch. I don't really know where you want to call it. Out of T3 down into T107 because they don't know how to count. And the gap had opened up in the middle, and Tommy Osgard was like, "Right, I'm going to make it 3 wide." Then and he was like, "Oh my goodness, go on!"
And that's not.
I've not been scared.
Wide. That part of the track's actually not too wide either.
No, like I say, it was very, very, very brave indeed, and that's why I've enjoyed this event so far, because people have been crazy.
Which is nice to see, because obviously by this point, hour 13 in a 24-hour, the gaps would be so spread out that there wouldn't be too many battles for position or anything like that. But about a lap ago, we did see Juven Tunes get past the Veloce car of Fialo as well. But is he going to come back? He might be a little bit too far this time around, but still some swappings of position. And in the background, we're seeing them trying to break the slipstream a little bit as well.
Our Nudge competition obviously trying to close in a little bit, as here's the Apex Racing team looking down the inside with a very big send on, I believe, Obsidian. This one for 10th. Aris racing just off the rear end. Certainly was the switch there. Yeah, right.
Yeah, just going a bit wide there onto the gravel and a bit wide once again into the hairpin, but I think he's going to be okay. The Apex Racing driver of Valero is going to be just about okay there to hold on, but just pushing it to the absolute limits to try and get that position now. And yeah, looking fairly nice there, but having to work for that one.
Yeah, anyway, the Arnage competition, they're losing out a little bit to T3 Motorsports, the battle for 6th position, closing in though, of course, a little bit on Veloce, whilst we focus a lot on the battle for the race for the event victory. There are still, you've got to focus on your battles elsewhere. You want to finish. I don't know what would be satisfying in this, because it's, like I say, it is a championship. I'd say top 10 overall, and I'd be fairly satisfied, especially considering knowing how competitive this grid is. I can guarantee I know where I would finish if I was taking part in this event, and it would be pretty last. I get the feeling
41st.
Yeah, exactly. I'd make 3 extra positions in this race and finish down there.
Yeah, it is a weird one though, because if there was a 24-hour race and you came like 10th, you'd be a bit disappointed. But I think in this event, as you say, you'd probably be pretty happy to end the top 10 as we're seeing a bit of almost side by side into the braking zone. There's Obsidian thinking about it to go down the inside, but just backing out of that one.
I think one thing we need to request in sim racing, and you will actually know this from, well, it wasn't really your time in FSR when you first moved over onto R Factor 2, and everyone decided it was a really good idea to have the same livery. They all went in a slightly like grey and then a black and red car, and we really need to stop doing that, because when you're looking at it,
all the different teams, yeah,
everyone was in a black and red car. You're just looking at it, I can't pick these people apart.
It's still,
and it's the same in this. Yeah, look at this battle. We've got Obsidian in a grey, white and red car, and then Aris in the black and red. Obviously you've got Redline, it's more of a blue and red now, but still in that vein. And there's about 18 other cars. Obviously Urano in that boat as well. Race Clutch in that boat as well. Please, if you're going to make a sim racing team, do not make it black and red.
Yeah, I agree. Back when I had my team back in the day as well, the co-owner Gerloff, he wanted to go black and red after a couple of seasons because we were red, white and blue, but mainly white with the red and blue accent. And he was like, but I really like the red. I'm like, every car is red or black.
Yeah.
And it is, that's why I kind of like teams, like Coanda in this BS team, where they're having something a little bit different, a little bit wacky. Because when there's the black and red, it sometimes merges together a little bit. When you see them, multiple cars in a row, it can be quite good. But obviously, Urano getting those white accents, I do like the white accents.
Yeah, don't tell Arjuna, but the Artifacts livery as well. That's just very colourful. It stands out because you're like, I know what that is immediately. Because it's different, it's something a bit more spicy per se. Other teams like the Logitech Dallara Esports, that one's recognisable from a mile away. When you're just making a car this is not me trying to like rip onto other teams, by the way, because like for example the Urano car, I think it's a very pretty car.
It's not
I like the Urano Esports, and I would still like a t-shirt. But yeah, it's the fact that it's a red and black livery. It's like it's another one.
Exactly.
Red cars go faster though.
They do. Apparently, it adds 20 horsepower, but that's yet to be confirmed.
I just think I've always said I think a good livery is worth 2/10. So, just focus on that bit.
Well, there's certainly plenty of good livery designers out there, and I think one thing the sim racing does well compared to some real life examples is the design comes out a lot more. Obviously, in real life, the satisfaction of, say, the sponsors or and therefore certain colours or certain patterns, certain logos in certain places is a lot more prevalent. Obviously, there's loads of sponsors and such in sim racing as well, but I think it's less important in that regard. I think there's a lot more design that goes into it, and it's we mentioned this a few races ago when we commentated. There's like a certain category of quotation mark sim racing livery, and it's hard to describe, but you can see it when you see it.
Yeah, indeed. By the way, as we'll look onto a replay, Brabham Esports having an issue very slow over the top of Radion, so clearly something's happened to them. They've got a bit of damage as well, dropping another couple of that is a lot of damage actually, and going quite quick is Cedo there, loving a little bit of the slip and slide up the top. That doesn't look fun to drive, no. I'll say that. That
doesn't, and as Zach Sweeney will say when he comes on, he loves a bit of drifting, but this is... Does he love drifting? Yeah, did you not hear that?
Zach Sweeney likes drifting.
Yeah, we had a good bit of conversation about it because he wanted to get my opinion, because he got yours and Ewan's opinion, but he wanted to get mine as well. Well, he doesn't say he loves it, but he appreciates a good drift, so he'd like that replay.
I like a good drift. I'm just, I think Formula Drift is boring. But each to their own. Everyone's allowed to have their own opinion as we look at the. Oh, speaking of liveries, where they're all kind of the same. Apex Racing Team, Pure Sims. I can't remember what the other team is.
Triton.
No, Venderval. They're all the same livery. So white, grey, and blue as well. If you're making a new sim racing team, rule those ones out. Don't go for that. Just pick some unique colours. Watch a broadcast like this and think, what colours am I not seeing?
Do you know what you're not seeing? Is like yellow.
Yellow. Valentino Rossi yellow.
Yeah, I
but
know
like
a
car.
Rocket have a bit with like the accent, but I meant like a full-on in
car.
Your face. Yeah.
Yeah, big like day glow yellow. Boom. Spot it from a mile. Actually, to be fair, the PGZ car, that is also yellow, so you've got to be careful. And also the Wolf racers, you say that, but PGZ and Wolf look basically the same as well from a distance. So, you know, you got to be careful with that. You got to really think about it. By the way, of all the black and red cars, Urano are very much the prettiest car, the best looking and the greatest team. I'd still like my t-shirt. Apparently, I'm being told that I'm talking rubbish against the team. That's what Dylan's telling me. So we'll go back on that, shall we?
When's he next in the car?
I don't know.
Can we rip on him personally then?
Yeah, oh, right, because he won't be able to hear. Yeah, no, I'm picking up what you're putting down, mate.
No, Dylan's good fun. Good old Bobo. You've known him for like 5-6 years now. Yeah, he's a good guy.
He's not in the car in the next race, so we won't get to talk rubbish behind his back, unfortunately. Did very well in the previous race. I don't know if you watched any of it. Started from 30th spot, worked his way all the way up into 4th. I was very impressed.
Oh, in the previous race, yeah.
Yeah.
We can't give him
He's all right,
though, because then he'll start thinking he's good or something. But
Just call him Becky.
Yeah, he is a very good driver, and he's a good guy off the track as well. So it's always it's good when he gets a nice result or puts on a good performance, because you can take the mick a little bit.
Yeah, he's a bit of a meme machine. Of course, he was there in that event that I commentated on that you drove into a wall at 300k on, and he won.
Oh yeah. Thanks for reminding me.
Sorry, mate. It was a few years ago, but it was a bit of banter. Here's another red and black livery as well, Obsidian, as we go back to the Yaz Heat car, one that's instantly recognisable with Netrex. Do love a good Netrex livery, but they definitely stand out.
Yeah, they've gone for a slightly different design on their the iRacing side of things compared to their sort of branding as such on the rFactor 2 side, which is good to see, because it is sort of like a, well, from as I'm aware, it's sort of like a different sort of internal group of people that are involved in that. That's why the drivers aren't sort of crossing over and stuff. But yeah, certainly good with that colour.
They've got their own Discord, which I was on the Netrex Discord when they found out that it's more of like a Polish side that do the iRacing stuff, and they found out, they're like, do you not know that they have their own Discord? And Carlos, that lot, and Jürgen Van Bergen, of course, like team management and stuff on the RF2 side, were like, wait, really? Do they? It's just like, wow, you don't even know. Good effort. Which side do you prefer then, livery-wise? Netrex on iRacing, Netrex on RF2?
I think, visually speaking, the iRacing one's better, but I think the RF2 one is more like recognisable as such. I think...
yeah.
I think with this, like, the darker green stands out too much, whereas on the other one, it's like the lighter green that is really their signature. So I'd like to see more of that. But certainly, it's a nice livery. I like it. And Netrex, good team, known them for so long. They're probably one of the oldest teams that I know, coming in 1999. But Yaz, he actually going to be going round the outside of them to demote them down a position towards P24 if Yaz can get around the outside, which they can. Loads of overspeed there. And unfortunately, that Netrex livery, as we're saying, dropping down. But yeah, that team, I believe, was 1998. Which is the same year that I was born, so 24 years old. That's pretty mad.
That is, it's an old team. When it comes to sim racing teams, I don't think you'll find many that are much older than Netrex. They've gone through large changes, though. Let's be honest, it is nowhere near the same team that it was 20 years ago, and that's kind of expected. You know, it's not exactly as if it's been run by the same person for the 20-year period. It's changed hands quite a bit. It's gone through a lot of different rebrands. The team has kind of died at points and then risen back
they
up.
Were struggling a couple of years ago. Like, so fair play for them getting back at this. Yeah, like guys there really sorted it out.
Well, Netrex are in most of the big competitions, or they're building up to most of the big competitions in sim racing now, particularly here with in VCO, yes, of course, in ERWC and ERL with Unicorns of Love. Obviously, your neck of the woods, Formula Sim Racing World Championship now in Formula Pro, which will be racing on Monday. Like, they're in most of the big competitions that you can find as the Absolute Motorsports car, getting out of the way, dropping laps down and cutting right across the nose. I think Norbert Leitner might be like, do you mind, mate? Do you actually mind not doing that?
Yeah, that is was very, very tight as we're getting Alexei Nesov continue the trend of the old bump draft down towards Les Combes, and Mitchell de Jong still leading the way. I wonder if he's if he's expecting a dive at some point, or if he's there's a bit of a body language that he knows he's going to be able to take this one home, and they're just going to, just keep him in position.
Oh no!
Because there's only 1
No
point
way.
difference, remember.
Yeah, but it's a win, isn't it?
It is a win.
It's
that is
the
true.
dub. It is the dub. But the thing is, for Alexei Nesov, I think the Urano Esports team, they'll be a bit more wary after what happened the last time they raced in this car. Might have been one more between them, but obviously when they raced at Daytona and they lost the win on the run to the line, I think they're a bit more wary, a bit more aware as to what's going on when it comes to the slipstream. I think Alexei Nesov is eyeing up when to make that move, making the decision is that on the last lap, am I going to make the move down into Les Combes, or I'm going to try it down towards the bus stop? Where would you do it? Because obviously if you do Les Combes, you'll then open up into the bus stop, but
yeah,
a bit late,
ideally basically the final corner on the final lap, but that's high risk because if you don't make it, then you've only got one opportunity. Whereas if you go for it to Les Combes, you can maybe, even if you don't overtake, you maybe just show them that you're going to, do it, get them a little bit worried and that sort of thing. So a little bit of mind games going. Considering how long Alexei sat behind, he's going to have to sort of surprise him in some way, I would say, because Mitchell at this point would have got comfortable with him being there and with how they're driving. So at some point, Nesov has just got to basically just flick right and dive it down the inside.
I've got to, like, say, yeah, you kind of. I've said this before in like touring car racing and stuff. Is you spend the entire race sat behind them, but sat far enough off the back of them that you're basically letting them get comfortable and doing their own lap and not really looking in their mirror. And then suddenly you think, right, okay, I'm going to work my way up slowly just so that I'm close enough, and I'm going to send it. I'm just going to go. I'm not going to telegraph or whatever. I'm just going to commit hard to a move, and that's kind of part of the racing of from the psychological aspect rather than just the out and out toe to toe racing. That's what we're kind of seeing from these two. Is you've got Mitchell de Jong, who is pretty wise when it comes to his sim racing exploits. He's done it for a fair while now and has won basically anything that you can think of, has taken part in world championships, whether it's in open wheelers, whether it's in of course the Porsches, whether it's in rallycross, whether it's in the NASCAR. If it's been raced or if it can be raced, he's probably raced it. I don't think he is taking his eyes off of his mirror anyway. He knows what Alexei Nesov is playing at right now and knows that there is going to be a move late on, and he's just waiting for it.
Yeah, exactly, and it's obviously that experience that you just can't teach. So he'll be certainly quite calm, I'd say, in this position, and they know with the laps counting down, also the opportunities where you can realistically pass come down as well. So he's going to start working out where Alexei's going to do it, and obviously he's probably a little bit too far back this time around as the Urano Esports driver, so Mitchell will know that he's probably not going to dive it too hard at this moment in time, but we've always got to be looking out in those mirrors because I do think it's the element of surprise. However, them sitting in this position could potentially be beneficial, though I say that, and Nesov is actually getting a really good run with the slipstream, but then once again is just going to stay behind.
But Alexei Nesov, when it comes to points, outscoring, of course, R8G, who are sat in fifth, outscoring a fair way the red line car that they've closed in on. They did take over second briefly in the live standings table on the right-hand side, however, have dropped back down to third as Luke Bennett's made a bit of progress, and it's kind of the expected thing. They didn't have second position by too many points, so it was always expected that Luke Bennett was going to at least score enough points to recover second position, but still losing a hefty margin now, 14 points back on R8G Esports at the top. But still a fair way to go in the race. 6 minutes. It'll be 3 laps to go. And speaking of R8G, very much on the rear end of Ruben Bonga as switches happen 3 times actually. And Tunes past Valerie. Oh, who's that? It's the iRacing car.
Yeah, huge crash at the top of the, or at least a spin at the top of the hill. But we're also seeing Will Chadwick here really doing a bump draft on Luke Bennett. Bennett's made up quite a few positions, and Chadwick sat there behind him for quite a long time, probably just using him to pull himself up the field. And it seems to be working as they're up into 12th and 13th place.
Obviously, one extra point picked up then by Team Redline, so now it's just the 13 points. We'll take a look at the replay as to what happened. Just a solo issue from the Aris car. That is a big hit.
That is huge, and fortunately, there was no one coming up nice and wide because that rejoin was a little bit close to those guys. But yeah, that was a huge hit, and somehow he's still going. Whereas we saw earlier the Movana car losing the rear wing, which I would say was a less impactful crash, but obviously that's just how it goes sometimes, and I'm sure he's going to be potentially feeling that one in the old steering wheel as well, because that went off very quickly.
I mean, yeah, when you go for a spin, I mean, you're basically flat at that point. Just took a bit too much curb on the right-hand side, went for a spin and backwards into the barrier. In a car like this, like I say, the likelihood of engine damage and stuff. I mean, it still might have a fair amount of damage. Will Chadwick, though, what's happened to the Fordzilla machine, dropping back 3 positions after battling with Race Clutch behind Danny Juicer, behind Marcos Nunez as well. So William Chadwick losing out a couple of spots as here comes Alexei Nesov. With a couple of laps to go, Alexei Nesov for Urano Esports has finally taken the race lead. This certainly isn't done yet, though. Mitchell de Jong, I don't think he'll go back straight away. I think he might wait a bit longer.
Yes, certainly one. Interesting one from Nesov. As you say, there's pretty much exactly 2 laps to go in this race. So now he needs to try and defend. So Mitchell de Jong, is he going to come back? He's going to be going to the outside as they come up the Kemmel Straight towards Les Combes. Is Mitchell de Jong just going to be just sliding back past? I think he is. He's got the speed, he's got the distance, and that's it.
Never mind. I didn't think that was actually going to happen. I thought Mitchell de Jong might have been a bit more patient, but either way, wanted to get straight back through, carry the momentum. They've got 3.5 seconds back to the BS competition car, so there's a fair gap. So you might as well race as Valero loses a bit of position. This is back for 13th spot, and the craziness it is, you've got Race Clutch, you've got Fordzilla on the right-hand side, you've got that quite heavily damaged Aris Racing car that's right in the middle of shot there in the 25. 5th place, you've got Zenith Esports just on the rear end as well. Nice little scrap there, but I think a couple of positions lost. I mean, if you look at the number plates, the number boards though, that are kind of switching around when we complete the laps, you can see how they're all in different spots than what they're presently running in.
Yeah, as you say, they update every time they cross the line, and so you can see them where they were. And actually, Fordzilla up the inside there. Will Chadwick didn't think he was going to send it into Puons, not necessarily overtaking opportunity, but getting down the inside there of the Race Clutch driver of Marcus Deck. And it seems to be going side by side once again as we come up towards the final chicane. Can he keep it all the way around the outside? That'll be the inside once again. Bit of contact though. Will Chadwick just coming down a little bit on Deck, and Deck is going to go back, and Race Clutch lose a couple of position.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a pinch. Race Clutch then going side by side with Zenith, who will drop back in line. This is at the rear end of this train, the Sim Racing Unlimited. Danny Juicer in 17th spot on the rear end of this train. Started, though, you can see by the number board, 14th spot at the start of the previous lap, so he's lost 3 positions over the course of this one. Obviously not the greatest lap, but as we head into the final lap, to be perfectly honest, I wouldn't be that bothered about being the last car on this lap, because in this group, because you kind of feel you're probably not going to be the last car in this group when it comes to the checkered flag. As again, a bit of a dive. Race Clutch dealing with Zenith, and Danny Juicer in the Sim Racing Unlimited car sat on the rear of the train as they both get past the Wolf car on the right-hand side of the shot.
Yeah, this is going to completely change positions as we get actually the battle to the race lead. Are we going to see Alexei Nesov go all the way to the outside? Mitchell de Jong is trying to come over, trying to defend this one, but Nesov all the way round the outside. This could be for the lead, and he's managed to just about make the position. Mitchell de Jong leaves in the space, and he's down to second.
Urano Esports, great move there to take over the race lead, looking for a victory here at Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. And it's not going to be an easy one. Obviously, have to worry about the run down into the final chicane. It is the last lap of the race with 55 seconds left to go. Not long left as we pass the halfway point of this event. I don't know if Alexei Nesov can hang on. It clearly has the pace right now, but it's about nailing the likes of Campus and Stavilo going onto the back stretch.
And sometimes you don't actually want to pull away, because then you give your opponent behind a huge slingshot effect with the slipstream. If they're right up your rear diffuser, then they don't actually get too many kph overspeeds on top of you. So let's see how this one works out as we come into Sector 3 for the final time.
It's been a while since we've seen Urano Esports on the top. They've had some great consistency, a couple of podiums with second places in VCO Infinity, but they won the very first race, looking to win the first race of the second half, shall we say, as Alexei Nesov, a couple of corners to go, might be a big send from Mitchell de Jong, but Coanda, who can ill afford wasting more points and wasting more potential, not going to send it. The number 90 then will see Urano Esports sent back up to the top, courtesy of great strategy and a great drive from Alexei Nesov. Urano Esports win here at Spa. Mitchell de Jong across the line in second spot. Never mind, we'll not panic too much about where the tower went. What happened at the final corner, though, between BS Competition and the T3 Motorsports car? There's clearly been some form of problem, because Gordy Much is onto the podium.
He is, and also the BS Competition car is completely out of the race as well, but there's some chaos here with Zenith coming through up the inside into the final chicane as well, with Oris involved with this 5-car battle as we come towards the the end of the top 15 in the race. Crazy battle between these guys. We have BS Competition out of the race in the final corner. Major issues happening for them.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just a bit of a send too much, maybe down into the bus stop for BS Competition, losing out points quite early on in the previous race with Phil Denez. Let's take a look. So this is BS Competition behind the T3 car. Let's see what happens. We're rolling down into the bus stop. You've got Gordy Much going down the inside. They're 3 wide in the braking zone. What happens here? This is just in the background. Instant limit.
For both of them, yeah.
It must have been a DQ. Well, they both went at the same time.
Yeah.
It must have been instant limit.
I think you're right, because obviously with the contact, it's a 4X as well. So they might have been a little bit far away from the limit, which I think is 25, if I'm not mistaken. So that's quite easy to get, actually, in a 45-minute race around Spa.
Like Baffle, we've seen a few DQs. That is a rough one. Last corner of the race, battling for a podium. One little bit of contact, and that's basically the race thrown into the bin. Alexei Nesov and Mitchell de Jong don't really care about that one bit, as it's another win for Alexei Nesov for the Urano Esports. The first win for Alexei Nesov, of course. Yep, Delix won a bit earlier on the day in the Dallara IR18. Then Gordy Much in third. He'll be well happy with that. And RHG scoring another set of good points as they lead the charge at the moment in VCO Infinity. Nice competition of Veloce fourth and fifth with a wannabe SRT car. Great race from Norbert Leitner in sixth spot. Apex Racing Team, Triton, Obsidian and Redline, Luke Bennett up inside the top 10, obviously late on with the double DQ at the end of it. William Chadwick losing out a little bit for Fordzilla right at the end of the race with Race Clutch Zenith and the Auris Racing Team. Despite that damage, finishing in 14th. I think power to them on that one. Sim Racing Unlimited in 15th position with the Altus Esports and Was Cooking Adventures, Simsa, Netrex and Trek Esports inside the top 20 as we roll through the rest of the grid. Yaz Heat, WOR Esports and then RN Vision STS with Leader Racers and RPC. Then we get to the two, BS Competition and T3. I don't really know what happens with them now as to whether they still score points. I don't really know as to what's going to go on, as you'll see the rest of the finishes and retirements rolling through. But bit of drama there right at the end of the race in what was, to be honest, a bit of a calm race for some of them.
Yeah, and that could be quite important for their championship aspirations, because they were sort of third and fourth place. So if they lose a load of points going down to 20, 30 something position, then that could be quite crucial just in one race, in one bit of contact. But that is obviously the whole point of the no fault incident limit. They made some contact, obviously went above the limit, which is also kind of their fault for pushing it that close in the first place, because I'm sure some of those off tracks were their own fault.
Well, I do believe, I don't know if we've got the webcam of Alexei Nesov. We have him waiting in the interview waiting room. It'd be great to catch up with him before we, hopefully this time, do actually say goodbye to Mike Yao and let him go and get some sleep. Alexei Nesov is with us. I mean, great little race there between you and Mitchell de Jong. Seemed like timing was everything. We get to see Urano win again. How do you rate that one?
Yeah, thank you. Definitely timing was the key. Well, Mitchell was faster than I saw no point to overtake him because, well, he was just bringing us away from the field. So my job was just to keep it till the last lap and try to overtake, so it worked out. So probably it was quite a boring race from the spectator-wise, but from the inside it was fun.
It looked like a tricky one out there. When do we get to see you back in the car, and what car is it going to be, and what track?
Well, I'm actually gonna do 2 more GT3 races. The previous IndyCar in Spa was quite an emergency because we got a registration problem with my teammates, so I had to wake up from the bed, run to the sim with no quali, run down to the race. So it was quite a tricky one, but well, it worked out well anyway.
You lot seeming to punch a fair way above your weight in a sense. We know that Urano's a quality team, but beating out the likes of Redline, Coanda struggling, and you're right up there consistently in the mix. I mean, it's got me feeling great. 13 races in, right in contention for the win. Do you feel a lot of pressure on your shoulders?
Well, actually, we were quite surprised with such a performance from our team. Obviously, we always were aiming to battle these teams like Wanda, Redline, Regi, and others. But yeah, I mean, we had some bad luck over the night with disconnects, some registration issues again, and well, crashes. But well, I mean, we are in the mix. We are fighting for a win on this tournament. So I mean, that looks great for us, and we see how the team improves over the last year. So now we are battling the top teams.
Well, thank you, Alexi Nessa. We'll let you at least go and have a bit of a breather, and maybe we'll be catching up with you a little bit later on in VCO Infinity.
Yeah, I hope so.
Wow, Cam, your first race for VCO Infinity, comms-wise, how do you rate that one?
Well, that was sort of what I was expecting, really. We obviously had some moments of chaos and carnage, but also we had some really nice racing, some really nice battles, and some good strategic play as well. Because that's the thing with the 45-minute races, it is a sprint race, but it's not, you know, like a 15-minute sprint race that you have to use everything that you've got straight away. You can wait a little bit and choose the right time, obviously. No pit stops in this car, so you have to just play your cards right, wait for the opportunity to overtake, and Alexi did that on the last lap. It turned out to be was the right call.
Well, we'll be racing again. Race 14 will take us back to where it all began, Road America in the Dallara P217. I think that'll be a pretty fantastic one. Again, we're going to just step aside and hopefully get Mike Yao to go and have a breather, and Hugo Luis will take over on production. We'll just step aside for a moment. Well, this will be a bit of a fun one. Got the track and car combination completely wrong, as I said. A little bit of a goodbye to Mike Gow. Of course, we're not racing the Dallara P217 around Road America. Something almost a bit more exciting, to be honest. I do love myself a bit of the Elantra, but we're taking the Hyundai around the Daytona International Speedway. This one is going to be manic, Cam. I'm in for it. I'm up for it. It's going to be good fun.
Oh, absolutely. It's certainly a little bit one of those more oddball combinations, you'd say, out of the choices that we have. But there's nothing wrong with that, and that is sort of what we're trying to achieve here. And I do like this addition, having a touring car involved with these cars. The other four, they're more normal cars that most people drive, but the TC is a very specific car that certain teams will get along with, certain teams won't. And maybe there'll be certain drivers who are almost specialists in these front-wheel drive cars.
Yeah, and it was a great win for the SRZ Movano Corsa car. We took this car out back in Road America a little earlier on in the event. I think it's a very pretty car. I think the racing in it is extremely intense. Track position, less critical again. It's Daytona. We know it's a very raceable circuit, but I think we'll go back to how it was in the McLaren MP4-12C. The best place to be on the final lap of the race is that second spot. You don't really want to be leading too much on the last lap, again, for fuel mileage concerns as well. 45 minutes as we'll see them all gridding up. Qualifying is complete, and it is Brandon Hawken, the winner back in Road America, on pole position. Team Redline alongside on the front row of the grid, but the Was Cooking Adventure car starts from third. Kira Wolf, who was starting from pole position back in Road America, will start from fourth place this time for Zenith Esports, and then the Pure Sims car with RHG of Vlad Kimichev, who was doing so well after damaging that race, will start from sixth. Laubish for Urano Esports, Obsidian Racing, VRS Commander Sim Sport for Pash Gergis starts from ninth, and then Emily Jones in the Veloce car. Yaz Heat just behind their sister car, and then Arnage Competition, Adam Pintesh, touring car specialist, starts from 12th. T3 Motorsports, Race Clutch, Brabham, and then the wannabe SRT car as the rest of the grid will roll through. Team Fordzilla, Sim Racing Unlimited, Danny Juicer, back-to-back races. Did actually get out in qualifying though, as Altus Esports start from 19th, and Burst Esports back in the mix. Represent Cameron Roger, they're here for you, mate. Umashima behind the wheel of that one. Netrex Grand Prix, Triton Racing, Simsa, and BS Competition. That is not a good qualifying from BS Competition. They've had a bad couple of races, bad couple of results. We'll go into that in a moment. TR powered by Geeks Energy with RM Vision STS Sim Racing. RPC Esports and Aris, they're starting from 28th. That's not good. Trek Esports and Pulsus Esports down in 30th. Wolf Team Racing, after a couple of issues in the last couple of races, certainly back in Spa. They're finishing a couple of laps down. DCW, PGZ, and then the Legion of Racers, Absolute Motorsports, and the Apex Racing Team. Valero way down the order. Lorenzo Bonda back in the car again. No qualifying time, and E-Team Brits down in 38th. Cam, great to see Burst back. Obviously, hashtag no bias. When's my Burst t-shirt? I'm just demanding t-shirts from all teams now.
Yeah, I'm not the person to ask, unfortunately. But yeah, it's nice to see. But obviously, it is effectively a 24-hour race. Sometimes maybe people aren't available over the night and things like that. And at the end of the day, it's their choice. They're just going to fall further down the order. But yeah, this car and track combination is going to be great. Look out for the slipstream, as you say, through NASCAR 3 and 4 that we're going through now on the formation lap. It's going to be, it's going to be quite close racing. And I can't really wait to see how this one is. TC cars are always something a little bit different.
Well, on the left-hand side of the screen there in the black, yellow and red, that is, of course, the SRC Movano Corsa Brandon Hawken, the Canadian. On the other side, though, you've got Team Redline and one of their newer recruits, Josh Thompson, behind the wheel. I think he might feel a little bit of pressure to score well here.
Yeah, it might do, indeed. They've need to get a couple more points there in the standings, but it's going to be hard to get past the Movano car there of Hawken.
Yeah, of course, they're starting a fair way ahead of their championship rival in R8G that are starting a little bit further back in shot, just a few cars behind in the same row. We're underway here at the Daytona International Speedway, and it was Josh Thompson dropping straight behind Brandon Hawken on the run down into turn one. There was Cooking Adventure car to the outside a little bit. It's Zenith Esports who are going the long way around the outside of Pure Sims at the first corner, as they're all 3-4 wide as we roll through the right-left chicane. I think we're all actually all right in this car. We had issues here. We had drama in the MP4-12C. This time in the front-wheel drive machine, it was okay. Although, was that an issue for Josh Thompson on the departure? That's the car that was off in the foreground. And not so great for them again.
Mostly a clean start though from the guys at the front. I think Uranov actually made some good places up at the front of the pack that we'll see in a minute. But we're seeing here Nunes actually interestingly doing back-to-back races. We've seen some of the teams try and avoid that with a lot of their drivers. We go 3 wide in the foreground here as there's some contact coming out of the West Horseshoe.
Yeah, I don't know who it was that was making contact around about 20th spot. No major damage on them. Of course, this car does run the new damage model, and I mean, it's a TCR car, so it's a bit of a tank anyway. But you've got to be careful because it can pluck a wheel off if you're just tapping it at the right angle. Either way, we've got 4 for the race lead, as it is SRC Movano Corsa, Brandon Hawken leading from Josh Thompson in Team Redline. There was cooking adventure car of Foggy, and then Steen Ledger for VCO Pure Sims. So did get ahead of the Zenith Esports car, who's dropped back behind even Urano, who made a decent start on the open to the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Always there's a big crash there in the bus stop. 2 cars going off to the side of the track and trying to rejoin as well. That is certainly going to be a big place for the contact, but sometimes you don't overtake there because this part of the track is much better. It's T3 Motorsports with Iglesias who was involved in that one.
Yeah, like I say, we're always going to see some form of drama going down into the bus stop, which is now called the Le Mans chicane for some reason. Urano on the outside, picking up 1, picking up 2. Maybe even picking up 3 spots. How far up can they go side by side with Redline all the way around the outside? They came into this in 5th. They're trying to get around T1 in 2nd. That would be an incredible move if they can pull it off. Redline still side by side, the 2 red and black cars. I think Urano might drop down heavy on the brakes, going even for the race lead. Hawken had to open the door a little bit.
And now 3 wide on the exit as well. Labish really trying to take the lead there from 7th place on the grid. Really trying to work his way up this field, and very interesting to see that we're still going side by side, coming through into the West Horseshoe once again, really diving on the brakes in these cars. Certainly a different technique that you have to use as they're side by side in the background as well.
Yeah, R8G open the door, Pure Sims coming through, Steen Ledger, who we're on board with. You can see the Was Cooking Adventure car directly ahead, and considering the R8G is right there on the left-hand side, Vlad Kimachev, 5th position at the moment. Of course, we're going to see massive slipstream battles. That was a great bit of racing, though, from the Urano Esports car. I mean, to have gone from 5th up to 3rd, nearly, to be honest, not far away from grabbing the race lead.
Absolutely, it just shows you how many places you can get with the old slipstream around here, and some confidence on the brakes as we come to the bus stop once again. Let's hopefully we don't have a couple of cars going off, but it's so easy to dive down the inside here because you take such a wide, long sort of turning radius to come into that corner. As we come out of it once again, it seems like everyone is pretty good, but let's see this slipstream once again to the start-finish line.
Yeah, SRC Movano Corsa then leading as well, come around to finish the 2nd lap of this race, and I think it's going to be a pretty hard affair to hang on. It's just dependent on what Josh Thompson wants to do now. He does want to go and lead from the front, and instantly will go for it. This is what we're going to see towards the end of the race as well. This is why starting, or rather coming onto the final lap in 2nd spot is probably the best way of doing it. It is Redline ahead. Urano Esports around the outside, heavy on the brakes. SRC Movano Corsa maybe dropping back 1, maybe dropping back 2 positions. Urano just trying to grab 2nd at the moment and filter through with Team Redline. They're at the inside coming down into the International Horseshoe as we're side by side. R8G as well down the inside. Vlad Kibachev down the inside of Foggy rolling through the International Horseshoe as it's just crazy TCR racing.
And it seems like the outside line for Urano on both laps so far seems to be pretty good in turn number 1, because you can hold it all the way through turn 2 into the horseshoe as well. So that seems to be working very well. But actually, we're seeing round the outside there, trying to just take out 3 or 4 cars at once, such as the close racing thing as the Zenith Esports car, trying to get involved in that one. As we're just behind them, Pure Sims diving it down the inside into turn 6.
Yeah, and as you say, like just looking at each braking zone is an opportunity to pass. It's just about which one you go for, because if you pass down into T7, guess what? You're wide open when you get down into T1, when you get down into the bus stop. There was a bit of a switch in the background as well as Pure Sims get past Zenith, and you can see there's 5 cars actually separated by a fair margin, but when you put a blanket over the 5, it's less than a second between them. You could fit an extra couple of cars in there as well for good measure. I wonder how many we can get within a second. I'm pretty sure we'll find out at some point through this race as Redline lead. Urano, SRC Movano Corsa take a screenshot of the order at the moment. I guarantee it'll be different into T1.
So sometimes we say you want to be second coming to the line, but maybe you want to be third, because we see it's such a long run from the bus stop in these cars. Obviously, not the fastest ones in terms of power in the world, but let's see a bit of bum drafting as we come through NASCAR 4. Can't even see the car, they are that close from the rear view camera, but we see this once again going side by side too deep as we come through the tri-oval section. It's hard to say who's going to come out on top of this one. Movano on the outside this time, Redline on the inside, and it seems like Redline going to hold on to that one, but Movano outside there seems to be working pretty well. I think Urano, though, are going to hold on to second place just about.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a little bit tight because SLC Movano Corsa do have the inside on the braking zone into the International Horseshoe, and that's what worked out for Urano on the previous lap, and it is going to be the door open, and it is going to be the position switch for Hawkin, potentially up into second spot. Got to be careful as we can see the live points. This will chop and change so much. R8G, 2 points of a lead now over Redline, who are leading the race. Vlad Kimachev might need to get on with this as SLC Movano Corsa still side by side with Urano.
Great diving action. That seems to be on the brakes. If you're a lot more confident, if you put your car in the right place, you can really gain a lot of time on these brakes. We've seen a lot of dives so far, which is good to see. That is going to continue as you come out onto the banking once again, using pretty much the full oval around this track. It's great to see, and these TC cars providing good slipstream for battles so far.
I mean, again, yeah, brilliant. Like to say, take a screenshot of those standings that were up, because that is going to change so much. Just 2 points of the lead for R8G shows how much progress that Luke Bennett made in the previous race to sort of mitigate some of that damage, because obviously they lost out so many points there.
Pure seems diving it down the inside. I think just backing out of it in the end, but I thought he was going to dive it on the side of the R8G Esports car. That is Steam Ledger, but not quite committing to it, because the bus stop's not really the place that you want to make the overtake, as we've seen so far.
No, like I say, you can make a move there. It's absolutely fine to. There's no reason why you theoretically can't. It's just you don't really want to, because guess what? It opens you up. Down here, you'll lose 1, 2 spots, both going below the yellow line ever so slightly there. I don't think that's particularly illegal in this race. Obviously, racing on the road course. There's R8G. That's one of your championship rivals as well. Have they hit the barrier, or are they able to continue? I'm not sure myself. They've picked up a couple of cones. I think they might have got around it. It's Obsidian, though, making a little bit of contact on the rejoin. R8G down to 10th. I think, Cam, they might have somehow got away with that.
That's the cool thing about the front-wheel drive cars. You can pull the car back around by pulling the front axle, which is good. I bet you that was Pure Sims giving them too much of a bum draft through the tri-oval and just taking them for a spin, because there's no weight on the rear of these cars comparatively, compared to, maybe GT3 cars. So if you start pushing that rear, it's going to go round. As he get dived down the inside, the number 55 car there of the Wannabe Racing go down the inside.
Yeah, nice little dive to make it, obviously just taking advantage of Vlad Kimachev's issues. The thing is, though, is whilst this isn't the highest tyre wear race, I think that slide will cause some issues. We'll take a look on the replay, just joining it at the end. I mean, you can see avoids the wall, manages to keep it pinned. Very impressive, to be perfectly honest. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
too much bump draft.
Yeah, too much on the right ledger. That was just too much on the right-hand side of the R8G car, and obviously as he's turning, the rear gets slightly unloaded, and then obviously with a bit of sideways force, just going to go for a spin, and everything spins around the front axle.
Okay, just the thing is, what happens when you're sideways in a touring car? And I know this from being a bit of a touring car driver myself. That right foot is pinned.
Yeah,
you just pin it and pray, to be honest. Just steer into it, pin it, and hope for the best. That's exactly what Vlad Kimachev did. Great little save. Has obviously a bit of work to do now, but still, at least they're in the race and didn't just lose 40 points on board with Nicholas Laubish. Back in the slipstream, just behind the SLC Movano Corsa, deciding which line to take into turn 1. Of course, the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car of Foggy has just taken over what is now 3rd spot. So I don't know if he's going to gain that second, although he's got the inside into the International Horseshoe.
Absolutely does. Going to be diving it down the inside there, trying to battle for this second place. I think Movano might just have to pull in behind on the exit, although actually they've got a pretty good one side by side. Going through the through the King is not necessarily what you want to do, so I think Was Racing Adventures are going to just about battle this, because then they'll have the inside to the Western Horseshoe, which really opens up on the inside to hold that position. And this is a great battle, still side by side, multiple corners now. And Ivano once again holding it around the outside, and that will then this time be the inside for them as we come out onto the oval.
Laubish looking like he's having a great bit of fun in there. There was a bit of a smile running out of the International Horseshoe. You can tell, as much as it is a front-wheel drive touring car, this car is hard work to race around here. Zenith Esports being overtaken by Yaz Heat on the inside as we run back out onto the oval at NASCAR 1 and 2. Team Redline being afforded a bit of a gap here, so if you're Was Cooking Racing Adventures, I'd work a little bit with Brandon Hawkin from SSC Movano Corsa, just a touch, just to try and bring them back in, as there is in the background Zenith Esports looking to the inside of Yaz Heat once again, going down to the bus stop.
Oh, interesting choice to get into the bus stop. Can they make it work all the way around the outside of the second apex? They've done that, and fair play to them. That's going to slow them down a little bit, which could give Coanda a bit of a run as we come through NASCAR 3. And for Gergis in that car at this moment in time, going to be pushing along the Yaz Heat car there of Martins as we come all the way around, trying to catch back up to that Zenith car.
But look at the gap that it's given the top four. It's over a second. Oh, Yaz Heat, there's a bit of a tap as well on the rear. VRS Coanda giving the bump draft, and once again keep it pinned. That's an even better save from Andre Martins.
Yeah, fair play for that one. He was, excuse me, he was properly spun around, and just once again, with these TC cars, it's so much easy compared to a normal rear-wheel drive GT3 car to spin them around. We've seen that twice now already. The drivers need to be careful because that could end in a huge crash.
Well, of course, you've not really got any real weight on the rear end, so as soon as you're tapping the rear end, it's so easy to lift the rear end off the road, and when you do, you're going for a bit of a slide. We'll see it once again. It was as they were moving there, so obviously just changing line slightly. The Coanda was right there, absolutely pinned. I don't like his tyre condition after that, but I do like the save. Again, proper front wheel drive, just absolutely pinning.
Yeah, I do love it. It's a completely different type of racing. As Pure Sims are going to dive down the inside of Urano. I think that's for 4th position as you come out onto the back straight as well. And they're going to be getting the slipstream of the Ivana car to hold on to that. So Urano at one point could have been leading the race, and they're now going to be going down to 5th place. And because of all this batting, that Zenith car has been able to catch up a little bit, getting towards that slipstream. So this is just showing how these battles can spin to the pack. Just open it up a little bit, and before you know it, you might lose the slipstream, but they're still side by side as we come up to the bus stop.
You can see the points additions as well on the right-hand side as to what they're actually gaining from this race. If Redline do win, it'll be 40 points in addition, so they'll close the gap now to 4 points to R8G. Obviously, a couple of switches, issues for T3 Motorsports, and the points they're gaining at the moment, they will lose 2 positions. Triton will go up to if they continue on in their current form. Of course, running a bit further up the order as we look at Obsidian, a little bit of a squeeze there in our Nage competition, have to drop below the double yellow.
They've got to be careful doing that because the change in the angle can really upset the balance of the cars. We're trying to get a bit of slipstreaming action there from the Fordzilla car. Arnage really losing out as we get towards the line there. Because of that, you really go a lot faster with that bump draft technique, as you can see, catching up to the car ahead of them of the Sim Racing Unlimited as we're getting some battle once again, all up and down the field.
Yeah, and the grouping behind them, I was a little bit concerned. There is R8G. Pit lane. Oh, they're going to lose so many points in this. You can see it. Look at it counting down in the top of your screen. They've already lost not only the lead here in VCO Infinity, but also 2nd position as well. That'll be big for Urano. It's ticking away. That is tragic for Vlad Kimitev. It's the 2nd race where they've had issues in this car. Vlad Kimitev was able to keep it in the mix a little bit at Road America. Not here.
As Pure Sims getting up in, or trying to get up into that 3rd place at least, really working their way forward. And this battle, you can really tell it's actually closed back up again. All these sort of top 10 cars there, they've closed up, and the battle is going to continue as they did spread out a lap or so ago, but they're really coming in. But I think the important point for RAG is not just the position that they're losing, but they're now going to be 20 points behind, which is a lot of places to make up.
And they're still in the pit. I think they might be leaving now, but you're absolutely right. I mean, when every position is a point, I mean, we're saying, what does it take to drag the likes of Coanda and such back in? Well, considering the position that R8G are in, it would take something akin to that, losing a lot of points. I don't think they're going to be the last team to lose a fair few points. Of course, the running of the VCO Infinity. Once we're done with this, yes, race 14 is done. What does that mean? We've got 10 more races left to go. That is a long time. If you were talking about 10 races left to go in the championship, you're still wide open, aren't you?
Absolutely, and so many race starts, so many bits of action that can happen as we're getting... Oh, look at that, bump draft on the outside. Movano trying to go for the lead, getting pushed by Pure Sims all the way around, really NASCAR styling with the slipstream on the outside, but it seems like Redline going to be holding on the inside, but actually Movano getting a bit of a push there from Pure Sims, braking a bit too late, and Urana go up into third.
You kind of saw that from Pure Sims, is that there was the instant sort of recognition of what happened from Steen Ledger to be like, whoops, sorry, obviously not getting on the brakes early enough, and did try and take advantage with the rest of the grouping. So I'm sure it'll be a little bit annoying to Brandon Hawkin, but I think that's a fairly innocent mistake. People have got lots of different braking points for T1. I was told a bit earlier today that you kind of brake a little bit earlier and just carry the speed through. Don't go too heavy on the brakes, which I've always attacked it really hard on the brakes. So, yeah, fair enough.
As Zenith go around the outside of the Western Horseshoe on Pure Sim, trying to get down the inside as we come out of turn 6 once again onto the oval, and these guys just changing position so quickly, and you just saw with Pure Sims making that mistake into turn number 1. It's actually cost them a good couple of positions because Kawanda also might be getting involved now.
Now what do they do? As Pash Gergis we ride on board with, 7th position at the moment. Obviously this is a team that need to make the most of issues for RHG and need to hoover up some very, very good points in this race. They did get a few in the previous one with a 2nd place finish just behind Urano, but obviously Redline moved up the order. RHG weren't very far behind in 3rd spot, so they didn't really, they weren't afforded the right opportunity, but now with the issues for RHG, this could be the time that they throw themselves at least lightly back into contention for VCO Infinity, but like I said, it's still a long day ahead as they're right in the slipstream of Pure Sims.
Yeah, they certainly are, and we got once again for the lead. We got the side-by-side battle, and you see the drivers switching lanes, trying to work out which one is faster, and I think Movano are going to be lost a little bit by the time we get towards turn number 1, almost 3 wide, coming into the braking zone with Redline still holding it there on the inside, and was Cooking Racing in that 2nd place. But look at this side-by-side action once again through turn number 2, and it's Urano, Movano side-by-side, but you see Movano on the inside. They're going to be able to brake so much later and attack the apex and probably hold on to that 3rd place.
Yeah, Foggy was trying to find a way past the red line car that leads the way of Josh Thompson, but the battle behind us where our eyes are drawn to, Brandon Hawkin in the SRC Movano Corsa, Urano Esports in Nicholas Laubish, side by side going through the kink as well. The inside for the West Horseshoe goes the way of the SRC Movano Corsa car. Also behind that you've got Pure Sims diving down the inside of Zenith Esports, Steen Ledger getting past Kira Wolf for 5th spot, and Pash Gergis is sat there being like, can I get involved in this battle at some point, please? Still side by side, 3rd and 4th and 5th and 6th. Laubish to the inside as they head out onto NASCAR 1 and 2.
Movano on the high bank, they're going to be losing just ever so slightly, need to then come down and pull into the slipstream, otherwise Zenith are going to be coming past with Pure Sims pushing them up. Zenith been making some good places over the last few laps, just slowly picking them off one at a time, but as we continue at the front, it's still Redline leading the way from Was Cooking Racing, and we're going to drive-through penalty for car number 8, Coanda Simsport.
Never mind, I was saying that maybe they're going to drag themselves back into it. See ya to Coanda Simsport, because surely now, every time that they're in a somewhat decent spot, they have some form of issue. Yes, they've had quite a few wins, more wins than anyone else, at 4 victories in VCO Infinity so far. Well, you can see, not particularly happy, not particularly pleased. I think, understandably so, when we saw this lineup be announced by VRS Coanda Simsport, we were looking at this team as being, we know what Coanda are like. This is a Coanda event. Not so much.
Absolutely, and yeah, I guess that was for the spin or the spinning of the car ahead of him that we saw a bit earlier on, which is a bit difficult for him to take, because also it's a long old pit lane here, because the pit limiter line comes all the way around that corner out of the pit exit as well. But as we come back to the battle for the lead, Redline still leading the way from Was Cooking Racing. They haven't changed position in a few laps, but it's now Urano back into 3rd place. Zenith up to 4th as Movano dropped down to 5th.
did find from Arjuna when we were chatting this morning in the AHU Endurance by VCO about why the pit lane line has moved round that far. Because I thought maybe it was a safety thing. No. It's apparently to do with a system to ID the tyres and such, and they needed to move that around the pit lane to there so that it could it's something like that. I don't know, I don't listen to Arjuna 9 times out of 10, so and he's asleep now, so I can say whatever I want, but it was something in that vein. I drifted off out of boredom, but you know, it's in that line.
That's interesting that was the reason, but
yeah, it wasn't safety.
Yeah.
No, there's banter, mate.
Yeah, well, it certainly wasn't safety with some of the corners that you get in this part of the world, but it's certainly a great venue, this, and the pit exit is just one of those interesting ones because it comes right back onto the racing line as well. So you've got to be careful from both exiting the pits, but also being on the racing line as we get the slipstream once again through NASCAR 3 and 4. And who's going to come out on top? Was Coogan Racing? They've sat there for a little while now. Are they just using that as a bit of a buffer with Foggy there? As it seems like Zenith going to pull out, try and get a bit of a bump draft to get up onto the podium places. Movano pushing them all the way towards turn number 1. Pure seems trying to get involved as well. Who's going to come out on top of this? As we're seeing that Zenith car going all the way around the outside. Can they keep it up into second place? I don't think they quite can. Not quite enough speed there in turn 1.
No, but there's still plenty of side-by-side Pure Sims trying to figure their way past SSC Movano Corsa, dropping positions. Urano Esports straight to the outside, going down into the International Horseshoe, committing onto the break. Zenith Esports now in 4th spot. SSC Movano Corsa and Pure Sims still side-by-side. We're on board with Steam Ledger. If you could look out the right window now, you can see why he's not moved over to the right-hand side running through the kink, because Steam Ledger is side-by-side with Brandon Hawkin, who's led a fair amount of this race. He hangs on to 5th spot, does Hawkin. And then straight back down the inside. Never mind. Don't talk about hanging on to 5th spot. Straight back down the inside for 4th.
Yeah, that West Horseshoe really provides some good opportunity to dive, but so does turn 6. And Zenith come back there up the inside as Hawkins going to have to fill in with Pearson's right on his tail.
Oh, again, brilliant little scrap that we've got going on here. I was told by Luke Crane earlier on in this broadcast that Brandon Hawkin, such a nice guy, and he was very, very nice in the interview. But we know what it's like. You're a nice guy out of the car, suddenly you get in the car and it's like, right, time to go racing. And you know, the whole visor down type mentality. I think that is kind of the same with Brandon Hawkin. As soon as he's behind the wheel of the race car, not saying that he's dangerous or risky or anything, but he's quick and can make a move. No issue.
Definitely almost split personalities for some of these drivers. I mean, I myself am that way a little bit. You got to
you think you're a nice
control
guy?
yourself. Well, I try to be. You try and get a little bit, try not to get too hot-headed in the car, but you do have to, stand up for yourself and take the opportunities and be a bit aggressive here and there as we're getting, once again, some run drafting coming towards the line. Who is going to lead across the line? Urano towards the outside. I think they might just about have it as we come towards turn number 1, but Redline holding it down on that inside as What's Cooking Racing coming a little bit squirmy in towards turn number 1. Urano all the way around the outside once again. As we've seen, you can hold it onto this as you then get to the braking zone for the International Horseshoe, and I think Urano are going to be getting up into second place with a good braking zone.
Yeah, diving it down there, and despite the red and black, the two not teammates that are sat in 1st and 2nd right now. Was there an issue there a little bit on the departure of the corner from Urano? No, it is actually okay. Obviously, you run quite far wide over the relief road that's just on the left-hand side as you're running through the International Horseshoe. Pure Sims down the inside of Zenith into the braking zone of the West Horseshoe, and again, Zenith might open the door for guess who? Brandon Hawkins to potentially come through. Steam Ledger has got 4th position and instantly over onto the defensive line. Zenith Esports might just drive into the back and just a little bit through the exit of the corner. They're not quite 3 wide. Brandon Hawkins got to go all the way around the outside. This must be exhausting when you're behind the wheel of the car. It's just constant.
And look who's behind them. BS Competition from 24th on the grid up into 7th place. Been picking them off and might be able to come past your pole sitter of Hawkin there for SRC Movano as we come towards the bus stop. This has been a great drive so far from Beliotis into the bus stop, and he's actually managed to make that move. Movano all the way down to 7th place.
Yeah, a great drive thus far from the BS Competition team. Like I said, they've had a couple of issues. The previous race they got DQ'd in the final corner. The race before that started from 2nd place and had issues on the very first lap. It has not been the event for BS competition, but races like this, maybe you're not going to win, but they can turn around your enjoyment, they can turn around your fortune later on, and you know, one win can spiral into another, and I would not rule out the victory for anyone in this group right now, as you could see how much that force feedback was as he was trying to save that, because look at how much his camera was shaking there as he got onto the apron a little bit.
That looks like an earthquake in his house. Wow, his webcam's moving so much as we're seeing all this battling coming into the International Horseshoe. They're trying to make up these positions, and it's hard to say who's going to come out on top, as Veloce now all the way around the outside trying to make up that position into 7th place, but they're actually going to go onto the curb, lose out with that one as we're coming side by side into the kink. Zenith trying to hold on, but they've lost a couple of positions in the last couple of laps as well.
I mean, if he is racing through an earthquake, power to him. I mean, that is obviously not, well, I hope it's not the case. That would be hilariously dangerous. You've got to focus on your own well-being in that sense, but either way, I think it was more so just the way he tapped the apron and just trying to wrestle it. Of course, you shake the wheel around quite a lot. SSC Movano Corsa down the inside, of course, of the Was Cooking Racing Adventures.
And they Was Cooking Racing have number 3 on their car. They were 3rd across the line, and they're now down, I think, just about going to 6th place there, losing quite a few places already in that first sector or so of the lap, first half of the lap. And let's see how this one works out for them. I mean, it's really hard to tell which order these guys are going to come out in. They're changing positions so often. The only one who's been static for the last sort of 10-20 minutes has been that Team Redline out the front.
Yeah, and the thing is leading the most laps in a race like this, fair enough, doesn't mean anything though, does it? You only need to lead one, and it is the last one, and 9 times out of 10 around here, you don't want to be leading going on to that last one. I mean, look at every time we've had a drag race to the line, even midway through a race like this, 2nd position, maybe even 3rd, you've got enough momentum to go and grab the race lead. Pure Sim's the ones that's looking to the outside at the moment, as they'll try and grab the 2nd position off of Urano whilst we ride on board with BS competition.
And once again, getting some good side-by-side action just ahead of them. Zenith going side-by-side through the little chicane of turn number 2 as Pure Sims there down the inside. This has generally been a good place. We've seen can they get in that 4th position as we have Movano diving down the inside of them as well. It's so difficult to go side-by-side here because when you lose out so much when you are on the outside, as we've already seen this battle. Pure Sims up into 3rd place as we come towards the kink, and I was getting a bit confused, but the car ahead of them is a back marker that could actually have some say in this with the track positions seen diving into the Western Horseshoe once again.
I don't know who it was. I think it might have been the Simsa car just ahead. I do believe that is the case. Down in 35th spot, certainly is. As we'll probably play it's a small minor part, even if it is just gifting a little bit of slipstream to Team Redline. Saw the points pop up as well. Obviously the issues for RHG dropping right down the order through this race, even outside the top 30. I believe after issues for them. Actually, no, I think they might still be inside the top 30. But either way, Redline Urano 1st and 2nd, they will be well outscoring right now.
Yeah, some important point changes in this race so far, but still 16 minutes to go in this race, and a lot to be said from that. Plenty of laps still to go. As we've seen Urano now back up into 2nd place. They were down a little bit, got back up, so a bit of a flip-flop for them over the course of the race so far. Just pushing along that Team Redline car, as now Pure Sims is going to be getting involved for a 3-way bump draft as we come out of turn 4.
And that's how these races go. You know, if you get a little train working together, that was a little bit dicey though, as the Urano car just popped out and nearly tapped the side of the Zenith Esports car that's got the assistance on the rear end from the from SSC Movano Corsa. It's the BS competition looking to the inside, 6th spot for them at the moment, as they'll eye up to maybe pick up something else. It's side by side 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th. All of them side by side at the moment through the first couple of corners. It's Zenith Esports going around the outside of Redline, the inside, and Zenith Esports here, Kira Wolf, about to take the race lead at Daytona.
And that is great because Movano are getting involved as well. They're going to be going side by side through the kink, and Zenith, that was an amazing bump drafting action. Not sure who the car was behind them, but it worked very well indeed. And our Redline going to be able to hold on here. They've got 2 cars behind them, Urano and Movano, both of them, but Redline back down the inside there as Zenith get bumped out wide. They're going to be losing multiple positions, changing literally every single corner here as Movano trying to get back up into the race lead. They were down to 7 for 1 point, but Hawkin has worked his way back up.
Yeah, SSC Movano Corso going for it to try and take the race lead, but it's Josh Thompson straight down the inside as we head back onto the oval, just trying to make it stick. He's got the shorter run though, as this is proper Daytona style, side by side in the banking. I do genuinely feel like I'm watching the 500 unfold before my eyes, as SRC Movano Corso on the outside line, getting that extra little assistance from Urano, who are more desperate to help themselves as well. If they can push that SRC Movano Corso car, it will help them to be alongside, and that is it. Brilliant work from Nicholas Laubish to push the SRC Movano Corso car not only into the race lead but himself into second. Brilliant.
And you've got to find your friends here. They're all fighting for themselves, but you've got to work together sometimes to make up those positions. Urano obviously wanted to get the win themselves, but they had to push Movano there to get up into that second place. And now let's see what they do. Actually pulling out to the slipstream. That's an interesting tactic, because that's going to give a huge run for Team Redline. Thompson here is going to have to choose his side, left or right. He stays on the left lane, as now Zenith come to the right-hand lane. Can they do it once again all the way to the outside through the tri-oval?
Yeah, Kira Wolf getting assistance as well from Pure Sims on the rear end. BS Competition will go side by side, first, second and third row once again for the second consecutive lap. SSC Movano Corso holding on to the lead. Urano around the outside, trying to hold off Team Redline, who try and grab second position back. They're still side by side. A bit of a squeeze there though from Josh Thompson as he was trying to keep Urano at bay. This might end in tears. Careful lads. Brandon Hawkins liking the look of that as he's starting to build a bit of a gap. Urano hold on from Redline. Zenith once again back into the mix. Pure Sims and BS Competition directly behind, with pretty much everyone else fighting over the position behind. It is a long train back even to be honest, the likes of Arnage Competition in 13th in this battle for the race lead.
And these guys batting so much, you're not seeing someone pull away as such. Having said that, Hawkins got a few car lengths out in front as Urano and Redline were battling into the Western Horseshoe, and they've also got Zenith just behind them as well. So this, it looks like, is building up to be a great battle. Someone's going a little bit wide there in the background. I think it's Obsidian losing a couple of places.
Like I say, of course, if SSC Movano Corso can pull out here, it would be another win for the team after Brandon Hawkins did take victory back in Road America, as once again just finding their way back into line with the Obsidian racing car. It's kind of easy to go to the outside and then suddenly again you're punching into the air yourself rather than into the slipstream of the car ahead, moving the air out of the way for you and making it a bit easier. When you pull out and you're straight into the thick air, it slows you down so much.
Yes, it's like a brick wall, as they say. It's hard. That's why you need to stay in that slipstream. We saw last time the Urano car pull out of Movano, and you just saw how much the Redline car caught up to them, because you can't keep that momentum going. But are we going to see a bit of a lead change this time around? Looks like they're a little bit more calm this time. We are getting a three-way bump draft though, with Zenith trying to be pushed along with Pure Sims behind them to the outside once again. But I think they're going to hold on. Actually, no, Zenith are going to be going to the outside now, getting squeezed out just a little bit by the Redline car, trying to hold on to that third place. Side by side on the exit, I think Redline, Josh Thompson holding on to third.
Yeah, obviously they're trying to stay directly behind Urano. As much as Hawkins did build up a bit of a gap, it didn't last long, did it? I mean, it's instantly gone. Just as we get into the slipstream on the start-finish stretch, and boom, any gap that you built up, any work that you've put in over the previous lap is just completely gone. It's why you need a bit of luck to go your way. Kind of how we were seeing it in Road America. The thing is when you're looking at a battle like this, one question can be raised, which is, when is this going to end in tears? Not if, when. There is going to be problems surely at some point throughout the race.
Well, we've already seen that a couple of times with our R8G and Yaz Heat games spun around, but fortunately these guys at the front, they're having some really nice battles so far as come out onto the oval to see the slipstream. Once again, all side by side, Movano going a bit wide there coming out of turn number 6. Urano going to the lead.
Wow, I mean, I don't really know if there was an issue there for Hawkins. Obviously, the door was wide open in going onto the banked NASCAR oval section, and I think it might have just been a really good drive as well from Urano, because they built a fair gap to Redline. You don't have to worry about Zenith looking to the inside as we head to the bus stop chicane as we roll through. Urano, SSC Movano Corso Team Redline, Zenith and Pure Sims the top 5 right now. And as the point standings will go, Urano once again closing in. They've been afforded an opportunity, both themselves and Redline, with R8G's issues during this race, and right back into the mix title fighting wise.
And let's see how this one works coming towards the line. But it's just those gaps, they just close up so much by the time we get here. The faster you get, obviously, the more drag you get. And you see Redline there. They're a few car lengths behind. They're now right on the back as Pure Sims pull out to the outside of turn number 1. They're going to be able to hold it all the way around, pushing it, trying getting alongside Team Redline. If they're not careful, though, Zenith just behind. And they actually do go wide. Zenith get through. And also, I think someone else got through there just ahead of them.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure as to where else the switches have been coming. Obviously coming in thick and fast. There's plenty of side-by-side Pure Sims now. After running a little bit deep, they've got to worry about the BS competition car behind. Veloce also just sat there waiting for their opportunity in the wannabe SRT car. There's a bit of side-by-side there between them and the Was Cooking Racing Adventures car, but I think it might be the wannabe SRT car that's hanging on.
Absolutely, side by side though. Norbert Leitner getting involved from the wannabe SRT. He started 16th on the grid. He's done some good places, some good overtakings so far in that number 55 car. So easy to make up these positions, but then so easy to lose them as well in these last 9 minutes of the race. So let's see how this one works out for them. If they can get any more places. Was Cooking Racing there down into 9th place. Remember, they were in that lead fight for so long, but it seems like they've actually just dropped down with Foggy there at the moment. But let's see anyway. They should be able to come back up if you use your strategic abilities well as we come through the bus stop once again. Laubish leading the way from Hawkin, and as we say, it's probably going to change before we get to the start-finish line.
Well, we just need to check as to how many laps we're going to get. Of course, 8 minutes and 20 seconds left. I believe it will be 4 laps at the line. They're running sort of like 156s at the moment, so you'd kind of be aiming to be around, well, to be fair, it would have to be around about 7 minutes 40, or if it's above 7 minutes 40, then we might actually get a 5th lap of racing as we cross the line. I think we're going to get 5 more laps, depending on what drama we get, riding on board with the red line recruit of Josh Thompson, who's sat on the rear end of Hawkin. Looked almost to the inside of Lauwish, but obviously the yellow, black and red car of SSC Nirvana Corsa decided to back out of it ever so slightly.
Yeah, it seems, I mean, obviously, yeah, everyone knew Thompson was a good driver, but certainly proving his worth so far, holding this red line at the front of the pack for pretty much the whole race so far. It's getting some too deep side-by-side action in the background. I think that's one of the Veloce cars getting involved that time around in the back. Yeah, it is Veloce, although it's actually side-by-side behind them. That's the Was Cooking Racing trying to dive down the inside there on the wannabe SRT, and they're going side-by-side still on the exit through the Western Horseshoe, but I think Was Cooking managed to just about get that, although we'll probably see a dive into turn number 6 to come out onto the back straight. No, don't, as Was Cooking make up that position, back up into 8th place, but Veloce as well. They've sort of just been sat behind 10th place on the grid, 7th at the moment. They've really been in that position so far, haven't really made up too many places with Emily Jones at the wheel, but let's see if they can do that in the final 7 minutes.
Yeah, you've got to be really careful with making a dive down into the likes of 6 and then, obviously 7 onto the NASCAR 1 and 2, because the problem is if you do make a dive, what's happened to Urana here? Is that a bit of bump drafting as well that might have gone slightly awry?
I reckon, because
it's got to be on a straight.
There's no other way that you can lose control of a TC through NASCAR 2, and that's going to really slow down them coming out to the bus stop. Look at Movano with the overspeed they had already. Got to push draft along. It's just that Team Redline, they're going to be getting a huge run with Urano being slow off the bus stop. They're having a few issues coming out to NASCAR 2, and Redline making it a 3 deep bump draft, and it seems like they're going to be a little bit more stable, but you do have Zenith coming in just behind them.
6 minutes left on the clock, 4 minutes left to go, 4 laps rather left to go in this race. The wide line and wide entry to T1 from Laubish obviously opens the door to SSC Movano Corsa. Zenith Esports going around the outside of Team Redline as they all filter back into single file on the departure of the first corner. As there is the look to the inside, Zenith looking to try and fight it once again. There is Pure Sims going deep. BS Competition have their opportunity to potentially grab 5th.
Yeah, trying to get up. That would be amazing. As we said before, I think 24th place on the grid for BS Competition. Trying to get up, as you say, into that top 5 would be an amazing result for them. Obviously, some good results so far, but then qualifying not going so well here today as Pure Sims now diving it down the inside of Zenith into the Western Horseshoe. That'll be the outside now for turn number 6, trying to swap across the inside to then block off BS Competition out onto the oval once again. Look how deep this train is as well. As soon as they start battling, the gaps close up, and it is just pretty crazy. I think it's probably all the way to about 12th, 13th place, all in this top train, fighting for these top places inside the final 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's down to 14th in our large competition, but you're absolutely right. As soon as you start battling, you lose so much time from doing so, and it's what allows so many cars to be separated by, say for example, earlier on the race we had 5 cars separated by less than a second. When you're that close, it's naturally just how it's going to go. All these drivers, whilst they're all very, very talented, they're all basically running around at the same speed. I don't know if I'd classify it as the same talent level, but they're right on it with each other. They're perfectly matching each time. As that's Ivano Corsa very early with the move, but going around the outside nonetheless.
It seemed to have worked though, because they got a little bit of a gap before Redline start to bump draft the Urano car, but we're actually getting Zenith now towards the outside, but they don't have a push from the Pure Sims car behind, but they might be able to make up a position on that Team Redline car for 3rd place. They have made it across the line, but how can they hold it into turn number 1, going to the outside, getting so close side by side with the Urano car. Maybe though the outside of Redline is the opportunity for them, which I think it just about is, but once again you have to hold it through the chicane and then into the braking zone for the International Horseshoe, which is so easy to dive down the inside, but they're also quite difficult to execute as Pure Sims now try and cut the inside.
Yeah, we've seen that move a few times throughout the running of this race. I think in Redline have given it a go themselves, going around the outside of 1, like you say, inside once we get down into the International Horseshoe to try and pick up the position at that point. It's just kind of how it goes sometimes, as there is the look to the inside, there is the proper send from Redline straight down the inside of Zenith. 3rd position, looking like it should be theirs at the moment, but Zenith Esports are not exactly giving it up. They're not handing it over to the Redline team, and Redline have to do a lot more work than that.
And Pure Sims dive it as well. So Redline leading for so long in this race, but they're now starting to go backwards. BS Competition also starting to come up as well. And it's side by side at this part of the track is so difficult. Zenith, interestingly, choosing to give the slipstream to Redline, now coming back down to Pure Sims, trying to stop them sort of freight training him as we come up towards the bus stop. And I think it's going to be difficult for Pure Sims because BS Competition are going to be blocking the track position that they want to be in, but they do manage to come in and hold on to that 5th place at this moment in time. But the place is changing so often that it's going to be hard to predict how this one's going to go, but BS Competition, good exit off the bus stop.
It's the penultimate lap of the race. We're heading on to the last one. Oh no, sorry, it's the 3rd to last one. We're heading on to the penultimate lap of the race. Of course, 2 minutes 20 odd seconds left to go. The lap times we're looking at is around 1:56. We'll get a really clear indication as to where things are going to go. More bump drafting going slightly awry as a little bit of a flash of lights from Pure Sim to kind of get it, to be honest.
Yeah, and Pure Sims losing 4 places with that one, and that was BS Competition doing that. They got up into 5th place because of that, so that is not ideal. Zenith trying to go side by side once again in that 3rd position. BS up into 5th, and then was Cooking Racing back up into 6th place. They were down in 9th at one point.
This is so much action in this race. This is classic Daytona, classic touring cars as Sim Racing Unlimited battle it out with Obsidian Racing and grab the final position inside the top 10. On the right hand side of the shot, of course, you've got your live points, and I mean, look at that. 2 points between Redline and Urano right now, and they're both clear of R8G by 14 points from Urano, and then of course 16 points from Redline. That is not bad. It is dragging them right back into it.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is just showing you how close it can change. But as you say, there's 10 races left, so we're not much after halfway. A lot can still change from this. A few bad races like R8G, and all of a sudden you are dropping down. But those top 3 starting to pull away a little bit actually from the likes of Coanda and Veloce just behind them. 40 odd points is a whole race win behind, but that can so easily change in this VCO Infinity as we're coming towards to start the final lap. So this is one of the last time, or it is going to be the last time I should say, into turn number 1 that we're going to be braking at least. So who is going to be leading the way? What positions are going to change as we come on to NASCAR 3?
How would you play it right now? If you're in the Urano boots right now, do you go on the attack, or do you just kind of wait in 2nd position and wait for the slipstream to head your way, potentially on the final lap of the race out of the bus stop?
I'd prefer to be third on the final lap, I think. So I am not sure. I think for now, just sit behind on this lap and see what happens on the next one. As Zenith go to the outside, they've had some pretty good luck with this line through the race so far. On the outside, though, of Urano, can they get it through onto Movano, though? They seem to be braking much later around the outside, side by side. It's going to be so difficult to hold on because Urano really pushing on the back of the Movano car. They're going to have to slide back in to that third place.
I mean, a good little attempt, of course. The white flag is out. The final opportunities for some of these to make positions. Red line will feel a little bit hungry. They don't want to finish too many positions behind Urano Esports here. They have the tiniest of tiny buffers. It will be down to 2 points if we continue on in this way. And, well, points you can ill afford to drop right now. It's a big train. I don't know how many are really in contention for the race victory. I'm going to say 3, particularly SC, Movano, Corsa, Urano Esports and Zenith, who are sat in that third spot. I think those are the real challenges for victory.
And this next straight is the important one. Where can you put yourself as you come out onto out of the bus stop onto the final straight? This is going to be the important one. If you are too far back now, I mean, Team Redline down there in that 4th place, and Zenith as well, they need to really see what they're going to be doing, because they need to really pick this up if they want to get this victory. I think maybe the person in 3rd can slip you into line. Let's see how it works out through the bus stop.
Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a tough one. I think 3rd place might be a little bit too far back, but you can see either way, just giving themselves enough work to move into in that Urano or the Zenith Esports car. 3/10 separates Urano and SSC Movano Corsa. 3/10 separates Zenith and Urano, as we were seeing our Team Redline sat there in 5th position. Here we go then, the run towards line for the 14th race in the VCO Infinity. It's SSC Movano Corsa looking for another win in the touring cars, but I think Brandon Hawkin has his work cut out from his car, will be pinned as best as possible. Zenith below the double yellow. Here we go. Oh, there's contact as well. And look at that from Urano, straight back to the inside. It's going to be there at the line. That happened so quickly. And Urano Esports, back-to-back victories. Nicholas Laubish timed that so well. Cut it below the double yellow. That was a manic end. I feel a little bit bad for Brandon Hawkin. Just caught out there at the end. 2nd place for SRC Movano Corsa. But Urano Esports, I don't know what the point's going to look like. I think they might be joint on points with Team Redline.
It's going to be hard to say because Redline also lost a few places in that final lap, so I wouldn't be surprised if they are going to be leading by a point. But no, you are right. Tied on points, 13 ahead of RHG. RHG, unfortunately, having a bad race today. They could have been leading at the end of this one, but they are going to be in that 3rd place, so still in contention. But Urano, such a good race, and even BS Competition having a good race up into 4th in the end there. So yeah, great race between these drivers, and you can see they're doing the old front-wheel drive wiggle. But certainly a bit of a crazy race. There was some potentially some contact there between the two drivers, but I think when you're at this speed at that point of the race, it's sort of every man for himself, and I didn't see anything too bad.
It's one of the things that sucks about front-wheel drive touring cars, knowing from the light experience that I've got of winning, is that you can't go and do donuts straight after race. You're going to do a burnout, which isn't quite the same level of drama. Nicholas Laubish, though, pulled over and escaped, as he has to get himself ready mentally for whatever comes next for the Urano Esports team, who take victory and go joint at the top of the standings. Brandon Hawkin in 2nd position, denied by less than a 10th of a second. Then Zenith Esports, just a few hundredths clear of BS Competition. Josh Thompson, 2/10 back in the Team Redline car from the race lead. And then there was Cooking Racing Adventures. Those 6 cars across the line separated by less than 4/10, just 3.5, incredibly close. Then you go a whopping massive margin of a second back to Steen Ledger in the Pure Sims Esports car. Veloce, one of the SRT, and the Sim Racing Unlimited car in 10th place. Another top 10 for Danny Juicer, I do believe. I'm pretty sure he was in the top 10 of the previous race at Spa. Ford-Zilla Obsidian Race Clutch, 11th, 12th, and 13th with our large competition and Apex Racing team. Of course, issues for the Yazheat car, but probably the best save of the day from Andre Martins. Finishes in 16th position, then Triton, PGZ, and then Auris Racing team. Lorenzo Bonda did manage to get himself from the back of the grid up inside the top 10. Burst Esports in 21st. The drive-through penalty for Pashless Gergis dropped him down to 22nd, and that is a long, long way back, as we'll see the TR powered by Geeks Energy, Netrex, Altus, DCW, the Wolf Team Racing, T3 Motorsports, E-Team Britain, Trek, rounding out the top 30, as we'll see the final finishers come through. Vlad Kimachev, the big question mark as to what really went on there. Obviously had a lot of drama through. Then Pulsus, RPC, Brabham, Simsa are in Vision. And then the Absolute Motorsports team. The only retirement for the race being Legion of Racers. Back-to-back victories for Urano. I think it's about time we catch up with Nicholas Laubish. To be fair, 3 victories for the team, 3 different winners as well. Talk us through that one. That was manic. What a move at the end. You must be pumped.
Yeah, that was really a perfect race. It was a lot of fun. My qualifying didn't work as good. I had a bit of a problem in the bus stop, but I could have made some moves easily in the race. And yeah, I knew that P1 to P4 is going to be fighting the whole race pretty much. So at one point I tried to stay at P1, so I'm not really in danger by other cars doing like really risky moves. That worked out, and at the end Brandon was in front of me, which was basically perfect for me. I got a little bit of a gap right after the bus stop, so that I knew that I can get next to him and yeah, overtake him basically. And when he moved, I had a bit of a risky moment because I thought either that I am gonna kill him or he's gonna kill me, but at the end it worked out perfectly.
Yeah, where does that sort of mindset come, like right at the end of the race, to think, I'm going to go below the double yellow, I'm going to really go for it? Was that preempted? Did you kind of know that's what you wanted to do, or was it just at the time, this is what I've got to do to win?
Yeah, well, I didn't want to stay behind him. Of course I wanted to win, and I'm trying everything I can. I got the gap, I got to pass him, and I mean, it worked out perfectly.
When do we get to see you out in action again in VCO Infinity? Obviously 10 races left to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the whole TCR for Urano.
Nice. Well, I mean, considering the pace that you had in that one, I don't blame you. Looking very, very good. We'll let you go off and celebrate. Cheers for catching up with us.
Thank you.
I mean, again, how impressive have Urano Esports been in this event, Cam? Going toe-to-toe with Team Medline and now joint at the top of the standings. Impressive stuff.
Yeah, doing really good. And they're obviously, I mean, as Nicholas said there, they're putting him in all the touring cars so he can specialize in those touring cars for this event today. Some teams are putting drivers in, you know, certain hours to fit around rather than certain cars, and obviously that strategy seems to be working for Urano, taking is that the 3rd victory now today that they've got. Yeah. So doing a pretty good job so far. Let's see if they can hold on to it. It's still 10 races to go, but it's looking very tight at the top.
Yeah, of course. 3 victors in 3 different cars as well. They just seem to know how to piece everything together. We'll have to see if they can do more, if they've got the legs to go the length of this competition. There are 10 races left in VCO Infinity. It's my time to step aside as DJ Clark will take over. It's been a great one. Hopefully we'll get more action with 10 races left to go. I'll see you in a bit.
Indeed, and thank you for joining us, Lewis. My name is DJ Clark, ready to jump back in here. And Cameron, we are ready to go from those TCRs to the LMP2s at the American Temple of Speed, Road America.
Yeah, certainly a completely different style of racing that they're going to have to do. The TCs at Daytona is all about the slipstream, all about the bump drafting, trying to work yourself into the good positions. But here, it's going to be a lot more about the drivers in the corners and the sort of the normal speed. There's a lot of you know, time and data that the teams have had with this car. They're going to know it very well, and going to really be you know, it's going to be very competitive. But you're really going to have to pull it out in qualifying here, I think, to get yourself to the front.
Yeah, I think you are as well. And we've seen a little bit more, let's say, calmness out of the LMP2s over the course of this VCO Infinity event. We haven't seen nearly as much of the elbows out racing as we have in some of the TCRs or the GT3s necessarily. And so this certainly will be a little bit more of a strategic affair, also because this is one of the only ones that we have pit stops that have to take place during the course of this 45-minute race.
Yeah, they're going to have to time that to perfection. It's going to be quite difficult, obviously, to do that. It's quite a big, quite a long pit lane at this track, so they need to do it at the exact right moment. But let's see how it goes for these drivers. They've, as I said, they know the car quite well, but how can they work it into these 45-minute sprint races? Completely different sort of format and style that they're going to have to work out. And of course, that getting yourself towards the front is going to be so important because, as we see, it's a tie for the lead in the team standings.
Yeah, indeed. Redline and Urano right up there. R8G, obviously, with that terrible race that we saw last time out in Daytona coming back, they're going to have a little bit of fighting back to do. VRS Coanda continuing to try to claw back for some early heartbreaks on there early on, but those top four really starting to separate themselves out from the field, the names that you would expect. And I think here at Road America, we're gonna see some fun action. This is certainly one of my favorite tracks in the entire world. I love this Dallara LMP2. I cannot wait until we get to set these beasts loose for 45 minutes.
Yeah, the track's amazing. It's got some amazingly fast corners. It's got some tricky corners and the really long straights as well for the battling. So it should be a great event here, as we've already seen at a couple of the Road America races so far. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to see how it can translate to this LMP2 and see what the teams can do.
Well, and we're ready to switch over because we've got some time starting to come in, but there are those official team standings. As we said, Redline and Urano tied with 487 points. Can you believe it? We are this far into this event, and they are tied. R8G Esports sitting back from them. VRS Coanda and Veloce Esports still within striking distance, let's call it. Just keep putting in some very, very good events, and they just need to keep having that consistency to try to claw their way back up forward.
Yeah, they certainly do. Things can change so quickly here with there being 40 points available in every single race. You can even see the likes of even Veloce get involved. If they start to have some good performances, they're still in that region. It just takes one or two bad races for either Redline or Urano. They're going to be right back down again. As we saw with R8G, they had a bad race, and before you know it, you're 13 points, behind rather than in front. So yeah, it's going to be a great close battle, and I don't think this is going to be decided until the 24th and final race in a few hours' time.
No, I don't think it's going to be decided until the 45th minute of that 24th race. But we are ready to go racing here. Here is your starting grid. It is Mitchell de Jong for VRS Coanda and R8G Esports leading the way in 1 and 2 with Obsidian Racing and SRC Movano Corsa behind them. Team Redline will start in P5 with Arnage Competition there to their outside in P6. In 7th, it's going to be Race Klutz Racing, followed by Urano Esports there, Lorenco, and so those are your two title contenders. The early advantage here going to Redline, but a lot of race still yet to run. Apex Racing Team and Jamie Fluke will be lining up in 9th position with Triton Racing in 10th. Veloce Esports will be 11th, followed by Oris Racing Team in 12th. 13th is going to be T3 Motorsports with DCW Racing in 14th. Pure Sims Esports will be 15th with RPC Esports back there in 16th with Yo Gotterstead. Trek Esports will be 17th. Yas Heat in 18th. Moving down the field here, 19th will be one of my personal favorite names on the day. Westcookin Racing Adventures with Altus Esports lining up in 20th. Ben Mills will be lining up for Roar Esports in 21st with Racers Esports in 22nd. Wannabe SRT will be 23rd with Legion of Racers in 24th. 25th, it will be Simsa Esports with Rower behind the wheel. Absolute Motorsports will be 26th with Team Fordzilla all the way back in 27th with William Chadwick behind the wheel of that LMP2. Brabham Esports will be lining up in 28th with BS Competition back in 29th. 30th will be PGZ Motorsports. 31st, Sim Racing Unlimited. Zenith Motorsports is going to be 32nd. Netrex Grand Prix in 34th, and Burst Esports to their outside. Rocket Sim Sports is going to be 35th with Pulsus Esports in 36th. 37th will be RN Vision STS Racing Team. TR, powered by Geeksy Energy, is 38th. And rounding out the back of the field is Wolf Team Racing in 39th.
Yeah, a lot of drivers not setting lap times there. I think it's pretty much the back 10 places or so not setting times, and a couple of guys who did the previous race also struggling with some lap times as well. Just showing you the different strategies of the teams as we put away for the formation lap. It's going to be pretty hectic racing. Once again, pit stop to come your way, and let's see how this one works out for the championship with your two leaders of Urano and Redline slightly far back from the race lead.
Indeed, but all eyes right now we're going to be on Mitchell de Jong and that VRS Coanda machine, as there goes the green flag, and we are racing in Road America. The 18 already making a big move down to the inside. That is the SRC Movana Corsa car. We're almost 3 wide coming down the main straight here at Road America. Everybody trying to slice and dice their way to figure out what the braking zone is going to be into turn 1 as these LMP2s roar their way through that 4th gear corner. Everything looking relatively okay. A couple of drivers dropping down a position, but I don't see any big kerfluffles here. The ROS Coanda continues to lead. Oh, we've had some contact down into 3.
I think it was Arnage competition, just going a bit, losing the rear end. I think there might have been a bit of contact on the front end as well, and just losing their way a bit further down, and they're going to be out of this race, or at least out of contention for this race, as we're seeing Jamie Fluke now with RHG diving down the inside of one of these red cars. I think it's a red line car there, side by side, out through turn number 5, or up towards turn number 5, out the bridge, but it's going to be RHG diving down the inside and taking that position.
Indeed, and we've had some more problems behind. I'm seeing a lot of drivers falling down, both through the hurry downs and into turn 5. Yas Heat Burst, Esports, RPC Esports, a lot of drivers flipping over. We have got all sorts of kerfluffles flying off here. That's the 90 machine. That's Urano.
Wow, that is your championship joint leader down in 35th, 36th, now even 37th position. This could be a huge point swing for Redline, even if they just stay inside the top 10.
Indeed, it could. We're not entirely sure what happened there to that number 90 machine, but you can see the heavy damage on the right rear of that number 90 LMP2. We'll have to figure out exactly what happened here. We go back to the replay. There it is. Now, this is coming under the Corvette bridge into turn 6. Contact there, spun around. Did they get clipped again, I wonder?
I think this was the car that got massively sent into the air. Trying to see who just about hit them. Can't quite see one of the cars, made them on the purple cars. But yeah, that number 90 machine is pretty toast in terms of its damage as well. So they're going to be getting very, very few points. There's another car is around in Sector 3.
And another car as well. That's Alta where Jordan Caruso all off into the tire barriers on the exit of the final corner there, I believe. That must have just been a little bit of side-by-side contact gone awry. Didn't look like he tried to... Oh, he caught the curbs coming up over Bill Mitchell Bend, and that sent him right out into the barriers.
Oh, and that's a lot of damage as well to that car. So very, very difficult first lap for some of these drivers. There's a lot of contact up and down the field, and it's difficult to say how some of these drivers are going to come back from that, because once you get some damage in a 45-minute race, it's really difficult to do anything in terms of your speed, but you will get points by getting towards the end of the races. We're seeing RHG Esports jumping up into 2nd place in the championship, with Urana having a bad day so far. 4th place at the moment, but Obsidian just ahead of them.
Yeah, and crucially here, though, they are going to be 2 points ahead of Team Redline, so that will move them a little bit closer. And once again, just keeping in those good results, trying to keep in within striking distance of those leaders as drivers work their way now through the carousel. Currently, that R8G machine setting the fastest lap of the race. Granted, we're only about 2 laps into this thing, but here comes the long draft coming down out of the kink and into Canada corner. Is there going to be a little bit of a pull out here as he looks up on that Obsidian machine? That's Ariel behind the wheel trying to close in on Pedro Sanchez Albert. Not looking like anything but plenty of dust getting kicked up going through the corner.
And these all using that curb on the outside once again, trying not to repeat what the Altis car did a lap ago. But Ariel now out onto the straight, has lost a couple of places, as you can see, but 4th place still a good place to be in. They pulled away quite a lot from this mid-pack, so they can just find out their place, see what they're going to do on the strategy so far in the race. A couple of places behind them is Team Redline, and they know now, because they've got that bit of a gap because of Team Urano's misfortunes so far this race, they don't really need to push too far. Max Beneke, he can just sit here in this 6th place and know he can have quite a calm race. Doesn't have to really go for this victory if he doesn't need to.
Yeah, exactly, and that's Jamie Fluke in the Apex Racing team directly ahead of him, and what Max can actually do here is he may be able to save a little bit of fuel, try to shorten that pit stop up a little bit, and not have to push as hard as he normally would. Oh, we've got to move up ahead there as the R8G machine sent a big dive down to the inside of turn 5 of Obsidian Racing. They're going to be side by side coming up the hill, going under the Corvette bridge. A little bit of contact there between the two.
And Obsidian hold on to that one just about, but it's certainly a very, very close battle between these guys for this 3rd place, the last place on the podium. And it seems like that R8G driver of Gustavo Ariel really trying to make up those positions that he lost at the start.
Yeah, he is definitely on a little bit of a charge here. We look out the back of that Obsidian Racing number 7 machine, currently in that 3rd place position, as we said, and they've got to be a little bit careful. That Apex Racing machine, that number 2, driven by Jamie Fluke, is within a second of this battle, so if they keep scrapping it out like this, they could see it. A little bit of flash of the headlights there. That's a little bit aggressive. Here comes the move into Canada corner. Is that going to be moved done and dusted for the RAG machine? Yes, it is.
Yeah, he definitely showed what he was going to do there, flashed the lights. He was like, I'm coming through and you are not going to stop me. And he certainly did so, getting up into that 3rd place. And that just means that we've got the Apex Racing team, Team Redline now all over the back of Obsidian as well, as the top 2 are starting to pull away just a little bit by a couple of seconds.
Yeah, they are. Mitchell de Jong has about a 1.4 second advantage over Sasha Gorla there in that SRC Movana Corsica machine, but we've got to jump back to Max Bernecki, as he is now going to try to send a big move down to the inside of the Apex Racing LMP2. Number 2, is he going to be able to get that to stick? Oh, this is going to be brave stuff down into turn 3. You normally don't see this every day, but Max is going to keep it out there, and we're going to be in a drag race going down the Moraine sweep.
And it's all fixed setups. They've all got the same amount of downforce, but who got the better run as you come down towards the braking zone? The number 2 on the right-hand side of your picture. Can they hold it down the inside, or will Team Redline break out on the outside, which they can? Side by side, though, through the Apex. Max Bernecki on the outside. This is also going to be the outside of the next corner, so I think Apex Race Team got a good chance here up the inside, but don't miss the Apex, which they don't, and Bernecki up there into 5th place.
That was just some gutsy driving, and Jamie Fluke doesn't look like he wants to give that position away quite yet. Almost a little bit of a look down there into 7, and that has really allowed for the race clutch number 14 to close in behind them as well. So some very, very close battles. It seems like every time you take a position, somebody else is just ready to take the next one away from you.
Yeah, you've got to be on your game. You can't be making any sort of little mistake, otherwise you're going to be losing even multiple places, as we've just seen with Apex. And they need to be careful not to lose that place, as you're saying, with the race clutch. Although the good thing is, there's a 3-second gap now behind race clutch before we get to Veloce, so that gives some comfort in that. But you need to stay in this top group, I'd say, if you want to try and get on the podium today.
You are exactly right, and I want to apologize to viewers. I said that LMP2 racing over the course of this VCO Infinity event has been a little bit calmer. I clearly lied. We are seeing some fantastic action here in the first 7 or 8 minutes as we continue to watch that battle for 5th place right now, climbing up the hill, crossing the start-finish.
I think it's also that point as of the day, so we're going to be seeing some lifting off there from Jamie Fluke, as you were mentioning earlier, saving a bit of fuel, trying to help that pit stop time, because the least amount of time you go into the pit stop could be a couple of seconds maybe, and a couple of seconds on in the pit stop is a lot easier to save than going 2 seconds faster on the track.
Indeed it is, and that is especially important here today on Road America. You mentioned it earlier, just such a long, almost an interminably long pit lane to try to navigate.
Yeah, you don't want to be doing that more than once. Obviously, everyone will have to at some point in this race. At least we very much expect so. No one's going to be saving for 45 minutes in this car, unfortunately. But that adds a bit of spice, because someone may be able to save, a lap of fuel here and there, and then that could be very crucial as you come a little bit further down into 17th place. Andrew Roos here for the wannabe SRT in this quite a big battle for the midfield, and it looks like it's heating up quite a lot as all these drivers are so close together.
Yeah, they really are. That wannabe SRT machine, as you said, was cooking. Racing Adventures behind them, and NetRex Grand Prix running in pretty much line astern. This is a 5-6 car battle. Trek Esports directly up ahead of them. So Bruce trying to hold off here. Notice the different lines there. That was cooking, is taking through the carousel. Very important to try to do in that section of the track, to try to minimize that aero wash and keep your foot as firmly planted as possible.
Yeah, the dirty air certainly something to think about in this car, especially once the tyres get a little bit more worn later on in this race as well. Need to just be keeping an eye on that, making sure you're not losing the rear end or doing anything silly, because that is a crazily fast corner. If you want to have a crash, your race will be over.
Indeed it is, as we continue to watch them work their way through here. The 55 running some good defense, not really running a defensive line, but just positioning that car where it needs to be, not doing anything here. Be interesting to see if we start to see any of these drivers maybe start to break to the right here a little bit, try to break that slipstream going down into turn 1. We haven't seen any signs of it yet, but we're only 10 minutes into this race, and there is plenty of time to drive defensive.
Yeah, there certainly is, and when the cars are so close together, this is where you can make up the positions, because not only can you pass the one guy in front of you, but also maybe 2 or 3 ahead as well. So we're going to get a replay here of this is Arnage competition on the inside of Brabham Esports. So they're going to go a little bit wide. They're going to keep out to the barrier. No, can't quite. Skipping through the gravel, and that number 4 machine is buried, I think.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was able to get out of there, and indeed I see that number 4 in pit lane right now, so looks like they had to take a tow back to the pits. Unfortunate end for Brabham Esports. They are currently categorized in 38th right now. We keep our eyes focused back on that RAG Esports machine, the number 88. They're still getting some pressure from behind from Obsidian Racing, and they have been able to close in a little bit here on SRC. Movano Corsa directly ahead of them.
Yeah, they certainly are. The gap to Mitchell de Jong at the front has got up to 2 seconds now, so these guys batting for the final podium places are starting to close in on each other a little bit. Movano, of course, are doing good from 4th place up into 2nd, but now the 2 guys that he overtook are now starting to catch up to him, so he needs to be careful not to also lose too much time to de Jong ahead if they want to still win this race.
That's a very, very good point. We're right on board with that Obsidian car, and you can see RAG starting to break away a little bit more. That tickling down under half a tenth right now as they go down to the start-finish straightaway. The 18 and the 88 working their way through the first corner. Very, very deceptively tricky corner. You think it's a lot slower than it is. You want to bring that car down to 3rd, maybe even 2nd gear, but the truth is you got to take that thing in 4th, almost flat out, just a quick brush of the brake, barely slowing the car.
Yeah, high commitment in this car, because it's also got the downforce and the ability to be able to do that. So you need to really be pushing the limits, using all of that potential of the cars. This battle for seconds really getting close now, actually. RAG closing up on Movano Corsa very slowly, but surely indeed. And the number 88, I think he's going to be trying to make a move. We've already seen how aggressive Ariel has been so far this race, and I think going to be really sending it down the inside, maybe doing a bit of flashing as we get to Canada corner once again.
That seems to be a prime overtaking opportunity in these LMP2s. Normally you tend to see a little bit more overtaking going down into turn 5, but it looks like Canada corner may be it today. Not the best run there, I have to say, coming through the carousel for the RAG Esports machine. Lost a little bit of time. That gap grew by about a half a tenth.
Absolutely. It's difficult to stay close, though, because you want to really push it, but then you just destroy the tyres even more. And he is getting a bit of a run here, but not enough to overtake into this braking zone, but certainly close up as you come through this final sector to see where he is going to be out of the final corner. Mitchell de Jong hasn't actually pulled away too much on this lap, maybe just another tenth or so, so they have still got the pace. They just need to make sure that any battles here aren't losing them too much time. But as you see now, onto this start-finish straight, getting the slipstream towards turn number 1.
Climbing the hill are both of these machines as they cross over. That gap has come down by about 0.2 of a second, and it continues to come down even more as Gustavo Ariel sets the fastest lap of the race in that number 88 LMP2 for RAG Esports. Pushing ahead here, not really going to be able to get a good overtaking shot down into 3. Some of the corner names a little bit wonky here, as we do have drivers already coming down pit lane. Looks like Wannabe Racing, Netrex, and RS Racing Team all opting to take their pit stops early.
Yeah, so the good thing about doing this is they'll have less, less fuel to fill up to get towards the end of the race potentially, because obviously they'll still have fuel in the tank if they started with a full one, which I'm sure they would have. But then obviously they're sort of getting you a bit out of sync, and then you're going to be spending longer of the race on older tyres on higher fuel as well. So potentially minor workout. We'll see how the undercut works, and we'll see then that compared to the guys who are staying out, and see if the overcut is going to work, because they will be obviously on quali fuel for a few laps.
They will, and the one thing that overcut may have playing out for it is that, yes, the tires are going to burn off a little bit, but these cars get very light, they get very quick, they get very darty on a light fuel load, and so they may be able to have that play out for them there. I'll tell you one car that didn't exactly look darty, though, coming out of the carousel, and that was Gustavo Ariel, losing about a tenth of a second there back to Sasha Gorla in that number 18. Oh, but Gorla runs a little bit wide coming out of Canada corner. That's going to close that gap right back up.
Certainly is, and every 10th that Ariel can get is going to help him as he comes towards the final corner. Once again, looking very close, a bit closer than we saw on the last lap actually. The R8G is going to be getting that run up the hill. No one diving into the pit lane just yet out of these top few, but it actually seems like the Movano Corsa car just holding on to this position for now. R8G closing in and closing in. He's going to dive it down the inside off turn number 1. I think he's just a little bit too far back, but just got to hold on to it now, just lifting off before the braking zone, because the run out of turn 3 is going to be more important.
It very much is, and as you see those live standings on the right of your screen, this position becomes all the more important for that R8G machine. Remember, Urano having a terrible race out here today. They currently run in 25th position. If things end as they were right now, R8G will be able to bump their way up into second place. Oh, here comes the move. This is going to have to be a late braking maneuver for Ariel. Does he have it done over Movano Corsa? Yes, he does. That was textbook.
A lovely move down the inside there, nice and clean, up into that second place. Let's see if he can pull away now. He's certainly been the most aggressive and showing some good speed. And Mitchell de Jong is not actually too far up the road still, so this race win for the number 88 isn't out of contention just yet. Let's see if Movano Corsa can keep up with that, or if we're going to see Obsidian with Albert behind try and catch up and get onto that podium now.
Obsidian already 0.3 of a second behind, and Movano Corsa losing a little bit of time there going through the carousel. That gap expanding about 0.2 of a second since Ariel was able to make that pass as they fly their way through the kink. Now it starts to come down a little bit with the draft. We'll have to wait a couple of laps to find out how it is. The other thing they've got to worry about is Team Redline only a second behind them in 5th place. And if they continue to squabble a little bit, that is going to allow for Max Benecki to be able to close in and try to claw a few more positions away. And that is not what R8G Esports wants to have happen today.
And it's not just Redline, Apex and Race Clutch not too far behind either. Is anyone going to be thinking about pit lane just yet? No, they're going to be staying out. As you say, they're going to be wanting to use the car when it's on its lightest fuel for as long as they can. That's where they're really going to gain some lap time if they can use it. So we will see probably the lap times improve just a little bit because of that, and maybe just some feel and confidence from the drivers as well. But this battle is certainly not over. Second, third and fourth, really just about half a second or so separating those 3 cars.
Yes, it is. As we ride on board with Jamie Fluke for that Apex Racing team that you were mentioning earlier. A little bit of a wide run coming off of turn 3 there for Team Redline, but it didn't seem to cost them too much time. Everybody working it on here. I'm not hearing a whole lot of lifting and coasting necessarily. Little bit of a lift there at the end for Jamie, but it's not massive fuel saving, it seems.
Yeah, they're probably just deciding that at this moment in time it's best to keep up with this train and just try and stay on them, because even for Jamie Fluke, if they sort out this pit stop well, they could easily jump up into that second place. There's only a couple of seconds up the road then, wouldn't be too difficult for them to still get that position in this race. So that is certainly going to be a goal for them. And I do think for Benecki, it is just a situation that he doesn't need to risk too much, such as the position in the championship. So he's just sitting behind these 3 guys, waiting for them to potentially have an issue. I'm sure he's got just a tiny bit more pace in the locker if he needs to. As we come onto this back straight, is there going to be any sort of move? And as we cut back a little bit further in the field to PGZ.
Yeah, this is Yonan Royer here trying to see if he can get anything over the Sim Racing Unlimited car up in 13th. That's Lucas Mueller behind the wheel. That was looking very close through the carousel. Let's see if PGZ, you'll have to excuse me, I'm American, I can't say Z, it's just one of those things. As he starts to close on down. Ooh, a little bit of a brush off the grass there up ahead for Mueller, but not enough for that PGZ Motorsport machine to be able to make the pass.
It is closing in though since we've been on board. That gap between them has definitely come down to 30. It's always goes a bit too wide, almost into the final corner, getting very close to the limits of the track there as he loses just maybe an extra car length or so. But he is actually going to be close enough, I think, to get this slipstream down towards turn number 1. It's going to be a bit of quite a late dive for the number 15 car if he can get there, but it might be worth to save it out of turn 3 instead. Actually, no, he's going to look it down the inside, late on the brakes for the 15, and he makes that move stick.
Oh, that was some brave stuff there from the PGZ machine. As they're behind, we've got another pass potentially going on. That's what's cooking, trying to get on by. Are they going to be able to make it work? Yes, they are. Williamson able to move that car up into 14th.
And I think 13th here is going to be able to come back. Sim Racing Unlimited getting the slipstream through turn number 4. As you come down towards turn number 5, he's going to want to dive on the brakes. And he's just thinking about it. Oh, goes too deep, way too deep, off into the runoff zone. And that was him just trying to keep up with that position. But instead, he loses a third one on this lap.
And that can happen sometimes when you get a little bit of a train run on you in one of these draft-heavy tracks. You just get a little bit too hyper-focused. You try to gain that position back, and especially going downhill there at turn 5, it is so easy to lock up those front tires, and I think that's exactly what happened there to Muller.
Yeah, definitely just getting caught up, maybe of the dirty on the brakes as well. You lose a tiny bit of brake performance, but certainly not the ideal situation for him. And that is just one of the situations where you either pass or you be passed. And unfortunately, making that mistake, dropping down 3 places for that team as we jump a little bit further back to Obsidian Racing. No one thinking about the pit stops just yet, but getting the slipstream up towards Movano as we get towards turn number 1.
And that's the point that we were kind of speculating on a little bit earlier, if Ariel was going to be able to chase down Mitchell de Jong for the lead of this race. De Jong has expanded the gap. It's up to about 3 seconds right now. So that looks like de Jong and the VRS Kawanda machine very much in control of this race.
Yes, looking very nice. The gap hasn't spread out too much, but it's enough. But as you say, he's got that control. He's got that cushion of making the odd little mistake here and there. He doesn't have to push to the absolute 100% of his abilities in this car so far. As Obsidian looking down the inside of turn number 5, can they make on the brakes? No, just backing out of it. Just at least having a look on Movano, trying to make them scared as they defend up now in towards turn number 6.
And that is a really, really heads-up move there from that Obsidian Racing machine number 21, trying to see if he can get Movano, of course, offline a little bit. Turn 6 is such a tricky area to get through. It's a sudden flattening out of the track. If you get onto the pedal a little bit too early, if you trail brake a little bit too much through the corner, it can very much upset the rear of the car. So I like the mentality there from Obsidian, recognizing that they weren't exactly able to get the move done, but they were still going to try to force a little bit of an error in the 18.
Yeah, and it just adds that little bit more tension, that little bit more pressure to the car ahead when you start making those moves. It makes them just think about it that little bit extra and really get maybe just a tiny bit worried, tiny bit scared of the cars behind them. And this could be an important moment for Movano, because they could be absolutely freight trained here by about 4 cars if they make a mistake.
Exactly. I mean, right behind them, it's Obsidian, Redline, Apex, and Race Clutch. 1, 2, 3, 4, just like that. So they have got to be on their A game. Again, we play everybody's favorite sport. Let's wait and see if anybody comes down pit lane. Doesn't look like any of the lead pack is going to do it here, as we are about halfway done with this race. So getting closer to it. Very, very wide fuel window. I would imagine that we would see drivers be able to dive in probably as late as, say, maybe 5 to 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, I think really sort of the 10-minute mark is where we're going to see the end of the last couple of people. If you want to save fuel, go a little bit longer, then yeah, maybe towards 5 minutes, but certainly that's going to be a bit of a stretch and may be slower overall. Even though you have to obviously take less, then you obviously lose time doing that. But let's see now the number 7 going towards the outside of Obsidian. That is going to be difficult to go all the way around the outside of turn number 5, but it can work with Movano on the inside. Push him just a little bit wide there, but Obsidian keeping it within the track limits, and now driving it down the inside of turn number 6, but not late enough.
Not late enough, and that got me a little bit scared as to what was going to happen to that number 7. I thought for sure there was going to be a problem, and look who was able to come up behind. That is the number 21 Redline machine with Max Benecki behind the wheel. He is ready to attack. That caution that he has been holding back on, I wonder if he's maybe just been saving his tires a little bit. This can be a little bit of a punishing track on the rear tires in particular of these LMP2s, and I wonder if he is ready to just go on the charge.
Absolutely, he's just getting held up a little bit here, so he needs to really work out what they're going to do in this situation strategy-wise. Would it be more beneficial to actually go in the pit lane now? But it just depends where you're going to come out in the pack. If you're going to come out into some traffic of slower cars, then obviously it's not going to be worthwhile from that regard. But if you can find a gap, you can use your pace in clean air. Maybe that is the way to go for one of these drivers. But Movano certainly been let off the pressure a little bit, with Redline now putting that pressure instead on Obsidian as we come up towards the start-finish line.
Max here in that 21, seeing what he can do. A little bit of a defensive move there, actually, from the 18, doing a little bit of weaving, coming up the hill, trying to break that draft. Now, I'm not always the biggest fan of that, as I think you lose a little bit of time in trying to break that draft, and it all just sort of goes out in the wash. But nevertheless, everything's still very tight here. Let's keep an eye on that 21. Crucial to get that power down. Oh, a little bit of opposite lock, a little bit of correction coming off of turn 3. I think that is going to scupper any chance of this Team Redline machine being able to get the pass done.
Yeah, I think what you just said is actually true. If you try and break the slipstream, you end up just everyone goes slower because you're physically taking longer. Okay, maybe it's only a few thousandths, but you're still going a bit slower with the extra distance down the straight as well. So sometimes it's easier just to go in a straight line. But of course, you want to naturally try and keep your position, and that is one technique of doing so. And the straights are so long around this track. There's 3 really long straights. You've got to at least think about it, because you can be overtaken quite easily, as we're seeing there going just a little bit wide. So Max Benecke will be seeing these opportunities to maybe get past.
He will be seeing them, and they will also be seeing directly up ahead of them. That is the number 22 Wolf Team Racing. That is some lap traffic they are about to encounter. Now, hopefully, this is going to be that Wolf Team Racing getting off to the side here as they go down. It doesn't look like moving out of the way through Kettle Bottoms. Oh, that's going to present a little bit of a hairy situation. That's going to check up Movano Corsa, and that's going to check up the whole field. Lap traffic really coming into play.
Well, and that's certainly not what these guys would have wanted. I think they just managed to come out of that unscathed, but certainly that is definitely a tricky situation, because you don't want to be losing a position because of something that's not your fault in that regard. As Team Redline now getting the slipstream up the hill over the crest, and he's actually, Benecke is going to now be getting the slipstream from the Movano car, so the outside of turn number 1. This is always a risky maneuver, but he's managed to get it. He's got the overspeed, and Obsidian pulling behind.
Yeah, Obsidian, I think, read the writing on the wall there and decided to pull in behind to risk not getting freight trained by that Apex Racing team and Jamie Fluke coming in behind. So holding on to that 5th place position right there. Good run off of the corner there, though, for Obsidian. This race may not be over for P4, as I think there could be a little bit of a fight back there. Benecke certainly thinks, though, as he goes defensive, going down the hill into turn 5. This is going to be a battle of the late breakers. Max is going to be able to do it in the 21. Holds it out, but that Obsidian Racing team not going anywhere.
Absolutely, but the Apex car getting so close, as well as Race Clutch. Jamie Fluke there got so close under the braking. I thought he was going to make the tiniest bit of contact, so you've got to be careful with that one, not to do what we saw a little bit earlier from one of the other cars into that same corner. It's so easily done, and now he's just got to regroup and try and get back up into these positions, because the pit stops are going to be coming up, and your track position around that is going to be so important for where you come out in the end.
Now, Cam, here's the real question with these pit stops. Do you want to come out in clean air and be able to set the lap, or is it going to be too detrimental to be in clean air? And do you want to come out with another car and maintain that draft around you?
I think if you can go in and out as a pair, that could be very important, but I wouldn't want to pit on the same lap as everyone else. I think you want to have some difference, at least just from a strategic point of view, but also just a distraction point of view, going in and out of the pit lane and the slipstream, as you say. Anyone going to be jumping in just there? Yeah, we are getting there, probably a few more laps before some of these guys start jumping in there. But as I say, I think I'd want to go in with maybe one other car or on my own.
All right, well, we'll have to see if anybody plays out to that strategy. Right on board right now with Owen Carroll for that Race Clutch team, bringing up the back of the train here. Currently in 7th place in this battle, raging all the way up to 3rd. And this has been the battle for the entire race. If you're just joining us, these 3 drivers, 4 or 5 drivers really putting on a great show here. Mitchell de Jong for Vero Escalante really pulling away. He's got about a 2-second advantage over RAG Esports. A little bit of a move there for Team Redline, going down into 5, and a lock up there from Movano Corsa. But that's going to end up costing Redline, as Obsidian's able to make the move.
And he's going to try and go down the inside of Movano as well. But as you say, Benecke didn't really have anywhere to go. Movano car locking up just really pushed him off the line. Couldn't do anything about that, and he's lost that position. Now Jamie Fluke is going to be thinking about it, and that just shows you, because Benecke really did the right thing there. He put the Movano car off the line, but in the end, turned out that he lost the position.
in a battle like this, absolutely anything can happen, and it already is here at this point. Just over 16 minutes remaining in this 15 of 24 races in the VCO Infinity event. We are so happy to be covering it here as they fly their way through the kettle bottoms, waiting to see if anybody's going to have a little bit of a poke out here going down into Canada corner. It looks like it's all going to be in order, nice and easy as they go, kicking up a little bit of dust on the exit of the corner, but that is to be expected. It runs right now Movano Corso, Acidian Racing Team, Redline, Apex Racing Team, and Race Clutch. Is anybody going to come down pit lane? No, all of the leaders stay out.
I think one thing they're really worried about is coming out in sudden traffic and losing time. But for sure, I mean, they're losing time with all this battling now as Jamie Fluke is getting a slipstream towards Max Benecke. But we've seen him hold that position pretty much for the whole race so far. He hasn't challenged Benecke at all. He's sat behind him in that whole time. Maybe I should say just saving the tiniest bit of fuel in the slipstream to refuel less, save a bit of time when they do eventually make their pit stop. But now back towards that third place now. It is Movano Corsa still defending now, this time from Obsidian, who've made that place on the last lap. Can they make another one this time around?
Yeah, I'm really impressed with that move from Pedro Sanchez Albert as he made it down here into this corner on the last lap. Not going to be able to get anything done here. Everybody's staying stationary for now. And remember, it was that little bit of a lockup from Movano Corsa that set up that whole move entirely. And so what they're hoping to do here is, if I am Sasha Gorlo, if I am Pedro Sanchez Albert, I want to try to pull away a little bit here from Team Redline. If I can build up a gap, it currently sits at about 0.7 seconds. If I can get that up to maybe about a second, 1.1 seconds by the time I dive in pit lane, this could be very, very good for them.
Absolutely. If you get those, yeah, that's maybe 2-second gap before or around your pit window, that could really sort of prevent you from being overtaken and just keeps you out of those, out of any issues from that as well. So that's definitely what you want to be doing. And to be honest, it's worked out well for Movano Corsa. The only issue for them is they've really dropped off. R8G have gone 3 seconds up the road. Coanda another 2 seconds up the road from that as well. So I don't know if they're going to be able to fight for the lead directly for this race, but at least that position on the podium is what they're going to be fighting for. As you see there on the right hand side of your screen, R8G with that position moving up into second place ahead of Urano.
I can tell you that Mitchell de Jong did just get held up a little bit by some lap traffic coming through the final corner, so that has lowered the gap down to about 1.8, 1.9 seconds. But we have seen the outright speed from that Coanda machine. I think de Jong will be able to put the pedal back down and keep going, so nothing there to worry about. There is the number 8. Let's give some love to Mitchell de Jong. We haven't seen him much today because he has just been out and in control of this race.
Yeah, he's looked so calm in this race so far. The lead's only ever been about 2 to 3 seconds, but he's always just been there enough, doing a solid job out the front, nice and consistent, and holding on with that gap. The gap is enough that he can make the mistake here and there, can have a bit of lap traffic getting in his way and not to worry about it, but he's in that position where he knows that he can control the shots. If someone pits behind him, he can just pit 1 lap later and make sure that he's going to be all good from that, and doing a nice job so far. But in the background, R8G obviously will have to try and get through that same traffic, so maybe a couple of tenths will go back Coanda's way.
And looks like it's already starting to go back Coanda's way as they work their way by Maximilian Den. And now it looks like Ariel has to go by Luis Moreno as well. And so that we'll see where they go. Looks like the gap stabilizing at about 2.3 seconds as of right now. So that looking pretty stable. That battle that we've been following there behind as we look back to Jamie Fluke in that Apex Racing team. Nobody making any other crazy moves going down here. I think we're in a little bit of the calm before the storm before everybody dives down pit lane.
Absolutely, they're waiting for that lap where they're going to dive in, and they don't want to be just losing too much time at this point, because if you make a mistake and you go for a bit of a half spin before the pit stop, then even after your pit stop you're not going to be able to make anything happen from that, as I think that's some lap traffic that they're all going to be coming past now. Hopefully before we get towards turn number 1, hopefully that car knows that there's about 5-6 cars just coming all the way down their left hand side towards this turn 1, and they get through all nicely, which is good to see. But this battle continues. There's a bit of dust kicked up there, I think, by the Movano car.
Yeah, that was the Movano Corsa machine, just kicking up a little bit of dust. Very common to see here at Road America, specifically coming down out of turn 1, out of turn 3, and again out of the exit of Canada Corner. Got a couple of drivers coming down pit lane here. Trek Esports, there he goes down pit lane. That is Jim Harijos coming on in the 18. That is the only driver that I am seeing thus far that is opting to come down.
Yeah, it's a little bit early, I would say. I do think it's not going to be too much longer. It's normally not much over sort of 35 minutes, really 40 minutes maximum that we generally see from these LMP2s, which is pretty much where we're at the end of this lap, as we saw a couple of cars there just going a little bit wide once again. I think it's still some back markers trying to get out of the way. It's crazy. I've already seen some back markers in this sprint race, but such is the difficulties a few teams had earlier on, and that can always hamper these lead drivers. As we come up towards these kinks, it's not fun, and we may see some teams lose a bit of time.
We may see them right here. It looks like the only other lap car that they're going to have to deal with before potentially coming down pit lane is Maximilian Den. I'm not sure if they're going to catch up to him. Oh, a little bit of brake lock up there, though, out of the number 7. That's the Obsidian Racing machine. All right, let's wait and see here. I do not believe De Jong is down pit lane. Ariel is down pit lane. Let's wait and see if the rest of them come down. It looks like Movano Corsa and Obsidian are going to stay out, but Team Redline dives down. Apex Racing Team stays out, as does Race Clutch.
Hey, let's see where these guys come out in the order as well. Are they going to come out in traffic? Is there going to be a bit of clean air that they can work their way? We'll have to find out. I'm not surprised to see De Jong sort of in a lap early as such. No slipstream or anything for him, as we're getting about 6, 7, 8 cars now coming through. This is pretty much half and half of the top lot of the field, and let's see how this one works out. Has got RHE just behind them. Obviously no tyres, just a top up of fuel to do the final 10 minutes of the race.
Exactly, and it should be said that it's not like these drivers are not able to not think about the tires at all. It can be very, very tough out here on a set of tires to run a double stint or even a stint and a half, let's call it. There's a lot of wear that is taken out specifically on the left rear tire around Road America, so you've got to be very, very careful about it, but that is something that these drivers are very, very aware of. Now, this is the battle for the lead as of right now as it runs on track. This is Movano Corsa and Obsidian 1-2. Now, they still have to come down pit lane.
And if this works out well for them, because they've had a pretty clean lap so far from what it looks like, if they can do an absolute quali lap here on the lower fuel, they might be able to gain a little bit, because obviously no tyre changes, everyone's still on the same tyre. But right now, this is the lowest fuel they're really going to have during the race until the last lap as well. So this is going to be an important one. If they can do a clean lap, I think they might gain just a little bit. But they are getting some lap traffic, actually, as they come towards the final corner. This could be quite crucial.
It could. They're going to try to stay out of the way there, but I'm not sure how successful that's going to be. That's Vale there that it looks like there may have been a little bit of a hold up, but not too much, as there comes the rest of your leaders coming down pit lane. Whew, that was a great pit entry from Apex Racing Team. They gained a lot of time.
I was just going to say, you don't want to be getting a speeding penalty now or anything like that, ruining your team's chances, but certainly Jamie Fluke in that number 2 machine, pushing it to the limit. And let's see how this one works out. What is going to be better, pitting first or pitting second? It's going to be an interesting fight for these guys, all trying to look and see where their pit box is. A few seconds of fuel, about 10 seconds of fuel we saw for Mitchell de Jong. Is it going to be any quicker for these guys? Because effectively they need 1 lap less.
They will need effectively 1 lap less. There goes Mitchell de Jong streaking on by right now. I can tell you that Max Benecki is coming across the start-finish line right now. Now he is going to be in a world of hurt, all behind all 4 of them.
And that has not worked out for him at all. He's dropped down a good 2 places there behind the race car, and also the Obsidian car, the Apex car actually, is lost position 2 as well. So Apex have made up a position in this, and that has not worked out at all for Benecki. You can see him there, just the tiniest shake of the head and a bit of a heavy sigh as he comes down through turn 4. He knows he's got some work to do if he wants to get up onto that podium.
Well, he's got a lot of work to do. He's got about 9/10 of a second to a full second, but a little bit of side-by-side up in front of him between Obsidian Racing and Race Clutch. They're going to be able to sort themselves out by the time they get into turn 6, but that is going to be very, very helpful for Max Benecki, as he is now going to be able to get that gap right back down to about 0.3 of a second.
He certainly is. He's going to have to make some moves though. Only 6.5 minutes left though, so it's not like a normal sort of double stint where you've got another 35-40 minutes. They've only got a few more laps to go in this race, in this 15th race of the VCO Infinity, to see what they can do and where they can get. But going a bit wide actually, coming out of the carousel, that's not going to help his slipstream chances down into Canada corner.
And there you can see the live standings of what that is going to do to Team Redline with R8G Esports having such a good run here. They will gain 5 points on their rivals, and it will only put them about 8 points back overall. Obviously, Urana way down. Oh, as we've got Arnage having a problem coming through the carousel.
Second time today as well. They were off a turn number 3 on the first lap. They were actually quite sort of doing quite well in qualifying, 6th place on the grid, making some moves through turn number 1 and 2, into turn 3, losing the rear end. Unfortunately, I don't think we saw a replay of it, but that is certainly what happened to them. That's why they're further down, and then off again is not going to help their chances. They are 6th place, so in the standings still, but that isn't going to help their chances of getting well up into the top 5.
No, it's not, and we're having a little bit of a breakout here of a pair of couplets starting to develop between SRC and Movano Corsa and the Apex Racing Team, as well as Race Clutch and Obsidian. There's about a second gap in between those two cars who all came out together after the pit stops.
Absolutely, that just shows you how the pit stop had some variance here and there. Maybe some teams needed a few litres more, a few litres less, and also all of the variance with the pit entry line as well. We saw Jimmy Fluke gaining some time there, and I think it's actually really worked out well because he was down in 6th place and he's now up into 4th after the pit stop sequence, and really trying to now get on the back of the Movano car for this podium place. So he sat there patiently, he's done what he needed to do, saved a bit of fuel, did a good pit stop, and now this strategy might actually work out well for him because he's not actually being challenged from the 2 cars behind either.
No, he's not, but there is a little bit of a challenge there farther in the back. That's the BS Competition machine with Jarl behind the wheel of the 89. Good move on the number 1. That's the Trek Esports machine. That'll move that BS Plus Competition machine up into 17th place.
And I would have expected them to do a little bit better over the course of the 15 races so far, BS competition, but just having a few issues here and there across the day, but that'll certainly be an extra point that they would want, but they do have quite a big gap in front of them, I believe, so maybe will struggle to get another place. But back to this battle for this sort of top 5 position. See Obsidian there just actually pulling out of the slipstream, just trying to look big in the mirrors and try and put that race clutch car off just a little bit.
And all 4 of these cars starting to separate themselves out a little bit more. And if my math is correct, we should have 3 laps to go here. But fair warning, viewers, never ever trust a commentator's math, ever. Never. So we could have 8 laps to go for all we know. That's how bad it could be. But as we see here, Obsidian looking like they got a pretty good run closing down. They have absolutely dropped Team Redline. I just looked at the timing and scoring. Team Redline 2 seconds behind.
Not loving life is Beneke after this stint. As you mentioned earlier, they don't need to necessarily win or get on the podium, but every point counts because you never know what's going to happen in the in the next 9 races after this one either. So that's going to be potentially an important point for Redline. But they're doing good in the championship. Over the course of the first 14 races, they can have a bad race here and there. 7th is still keeping them in contention, so I think maybe that's just the point. The motivation to win this race maybe is just a little bit less.
I think that could be it as well. Maybe just bring the car home at this point rather than trying to push and run yourself into an error. He in turn has a big gap back to Dallara Esports to the tune of about 4.5 seconds, so it's not like he really has to push too hard to get anything done. As we continue to watch him as he works his way through Canada corner. That battle up for P3, separated all the way out by about 1.5 seconds. That's going to be the real battle, as right now your leader Mitchell de Jong is crossing over the start-finish line to take 2 laps to go from Barney the Flagman.
And he's almost got a 4-second lead now, so he's certainly done very well in the last few laps. It was about 2 seconds before the pit stop, and then in the course of about 10 minutes or so, getting another 2 seconds, I should say, on to that gap as well. So RAG doing a very good job in that 2nd place with Ariel. Dropped down, made it back up to that 2nd, and has really consolidated that. So the main fight that we're looking for in these last couple of laps is this battle for 3rd place, really. Apex Racing In the background there you can see chasing down the Nirvana car, but not quite enough to overtake just yet.
No, not quite to overtake to just yet, and track temperatures right now continue to rise a little bit as we cross over about 9:45 virtual standard time. It is up to about 90 degrees Fahrenheit out on track right now, and so that's getting a little bit toasty, and so maybe these drivers just struggling a little bit with tire wear.
It is certainly going to be a bit of a factor because we have been going for 40 minutes now. They generally sort of double stint the tyres in this car, so certainly the tyres are going to be wearing just that little bit after the pit stop. The main good thing for them is obviously they're a lot lower fuel now than they would normally be after the pit stop, so that's going to help the tyres just a little bit. But as you say, obviously the temperature increasing isn't going to be helping that, as we're already coming up inside the final minute of race 15 of the VCO Infinity. Mitchell de Jong leading the way to start what will be the final lap of the race, and he's really controlled it from there. And as you said, the battle is really the one behind, but you can't take it away from what he's done so far this race. Just led from the front and just pulled away from everyone.
Yeah, qualified on pole and just streaked away from the field. There really was no point during the course of this race that it felt like that number 8 machine had any sort of competition coming from behind him. It was all the battle for P2 on back. You can also see coming across the screen there that RAG Esports machine with Gustavo Ariel behind the wheel. Had to be a little bit aggressive there at the beginning of the race. Lost a little bit, had to fight a little bit with Movana Corsa and with some of those other drivers, but they've been able to very securely hold on to that P2, so great runs here for both Coanda and RAG, as we've got a gaggle of cars behind.
I think this is one of the Netrex cars involved, or DCW and PGZ as well, so getting 3 wide almost across the line to start the final lap here down in 15th position. As we come towards turn number 1, Netrex have made that position on the outside, but they're going to have to be brave, the number 97, which they do all the way around the outside of DCW, but there's also a couple of cars behind trying to get involved as well.
Yeah, it's the 24 and the number 23 trying to get involved in that to see what they can do. So certainly a lot of good action continuing to fight itself out around here. I can tell you, by the way, that Urano has been able to recover up into 22nd, so that is going to help them out a little bit. So continue to follow this Netrex machine as it tries to hold off to the best of their abilities going down into turn 5, and it looks like they're going to be able to hold off the 24.
And they certainly can as we're coming up through this middle part of the track. Certainly a bit harder to make the overtake, but this is where you need to really stay close, because the last real overtaking opportunity now is going to be Canada Corner into the on the back straight into the final couple of corners. You're not really going to be able to make that overtake, but into the final couple of corners now is Mitchell de Jong.
And Mitchell de Jong pilots that number 8 VRS Coanda machine out of the final corner for the final time. You can see him taking a little bit of a deep breath there as he crosses over the finish line and will take victory here in race 15 of the VCO Infinity event. A great run there for Mitchell de Jong. Gustavo Ariel and R8G Esports will be able to finish behind them. I'm seeing a disconnect from Obsidian Racing, though. I'm not sure what happened to them. It looks like they were able to cross over the start-finish line and then disconnected, so all good news from there. Nice little close battle here behind. Is anybody going to be able to make that past the 70 tries to go around? That's Veloce. They're not going to be able to get anything done.
And that is has been a great race here at Road America, as we see Netrex there just hold on to that 15th place on the final lap, although actually just swapped but then swapped back. And yeah, I guess some of the drivers disconnecting because they're already probably going to be in race 16, so they need to get into that next session to make sure that they have time to get ready. But you know, these races come thick and fast, and there's still 9 to go. But certainly it's been a great race here in Road America, but some cars here still just coming through to finish their races. You know, Fordzilla, you expect them maybe to be a little bit higher, but down there, and 24th place coming across the line.
Not the best run here for Team Fordzilla, but they will be able to cross over, as you said, in P20, able to hold out, looks like, over U-Race BR Esports. Behind them, there is the number 17 machine. That's the Simsa Esports machine with Burst Esport right behind them. Ooh, that was a big wiggle from behind. I believe that was the Legion of Racers machine. I'm not sure if they caught that car or if that ended up in the barriers. It looked like they caught it. That's got to be one of the best catches of the day.
Yeah, it's difficult on this track. You got those sort of the big curves and the grass and the gravelly bits on the outside, but managing to hold that one, which is certainly a good job indeed. Difficult track this one, but it proved to be a really good race in those LMP2s with the pit stops coming out at the right times as well. So yeah, certainly a very nice and very good result there, as you see on the screen now.
Indeed, it was Mitchell de Jong and the VRS Coanda team able to take victory over R8G Esports and SRC Movano Corsa, Apex Racing Team, and Race Clutch rounding out your top 5. Obsidian Racing in 6th, and a bit surprising to see Max Bernecki back in P714 Redline, and we think just kind of coasting that car in, maximizing the points. Triton Racing did come home in 8th place, followed by Pure Sims Esports, with Veloce Esports rounding out your top 10. Zenith Esports was cooking. Racing Adventures was in 12th, with Ruben Bonga and T3 Motorsports in 13th. Yonan Royer for PGZ, and then NetRex Grand Prix. We watched that battle with DCW coming down to the line. That was for 15th. BS Competition was 17th, followed by Trek Esports and RS Racing Team, with Wannabe SRT rounding out your top 20. Arnage Competition having a very, very tough day out there. They were able to bring that car home in 21st, and Urano Esports having one of the toughest runs that we could see there in 22nd. Rocket Sim Sports 23rd, Tween Fordzilla behind them. Racer BR Esports and Yas Heat rounding out into 26th. Sim Racing Unlimited and Absolute Motorsports in 28th. Simsa Esports was 29th, and Burst Esports in 30th place. 31st was Legion of Racers with that catch across the line. Then TR powered by Geeksy Energy, RN Vision STS Sim Racing Team, Brabham Esports, Wolf Racing Team, both a lap down. War Racing, RPC, and the rest non-finishers on the day. But we are joined here in the booth by your winner as of right now, Mitchell de Jong. Mitchell, it looked like there was no point in that race when you had anything to worry about, my friend.
Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised how smooth the race went. This is my secondary car that I'll only use for one race, so I really didn't feel good going in. So getting pole and just having a smooth race, having a gap kind of on the opening laps was really nice to have. I can kind of settle into my groove and just try not to make mistakes. It's so easy in this car. I'm sure you saw a lot of incidents out there. Just one wrong bump or something into the braking zone and, you're off the track. So really happy with that one. Glad we were able to get a win, good points. So yeah, looking forward to moving on with the rest of the event.
I mean, we're looking forward to it as well. What do you have coming up? What can we expect to see in next?
Yeah, I think the next one for me is GT3 at Silverstone. So should be an exciting one. Good racing there. Hopefully we can continue the good run of results. So yeah, we'll have to find out. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed, Mitchell. Thank you so much, and congrats on a great win here.
Thank you.
All right, that was Mitchell de Jong, your victor here in race 15. And Cam, well, it's time for us to switch over to race 16. And that means we unfortunately have to say goodbye to you. So thank you for joining us here in the VCO Infinity. It's been great having you in the booth.
Yeah, it is indeed. I'll be back later for, I believe, the final 3 stints as well. So yeah, should be good fun and to find out who's going to be obviously winning this first ever VCO Infinity. It's still all up for grabs. You can see with Urano in this race how easy it is just to drop down and be from first down to 3rd place in the championship. So yeah, hopefully you and Zach have a good few stints.
Well, you stole my thunder there. Replacing Cameron Roger is going to be the one and only Zach Sweeney. Zach, welcome to the booth. Are you ready to watch some Indy cars go loose at Monza? Well, I think we're having some audio problems there for Zach. We'll give him one more shot. Zach, can you hear me? Is that better? Do you gotcha? All right, well, we'll let Zach try to get those audio issues sorted out. Not exactly sure what's going on with him there, but you heard me preview it. We do head to Monza next in the IndyCars, and I have to tell you, as a native of Indianapolis, I am very, very happy to see this combination come up. It is going to be absolutely spectacular. We talked about drafting in those LMP2s, and there is going to be nothing but drafting in these IndyCars when they get loose on the Temple of Speed. But we are ready to get that up and going. We're going to have those drivers coming on back. Zach still having some audio problems there, but we'll get that sorted out in no time at all, I am sure. But as I said, IndyCar's getting ready to go loose on Monza. Don't worry, we're not racing combined. It is the Grand Prix layout, so we're not going to be on the oval there for you, even though I think some of our viewers may want to see the oval take place. But as we continue to go along, the lead continuing to be held overall in this by Team Redline. R8G Esports about 8 points behind them. It is very, very close between all of them, and I am just itching with excitement to get this thing up and going.
Yeah, hopefully you can hear me now. Can we?
Hey, there's Zach. How are you, man?
Yeah, absolutely sensational. That was a moment of panic, but I think we're all sorted now, and hopefully it can not be technical difficulties for the remainder, because I'm on for the next 3 hours. So fingers crossed. But yeah, really looking forward to seeing some Indy cars rip around Monza, because they're cars that primarily are designed to go very quick in a straight line, and Monza's got quite a few of them, haven't they, DJ?
Yeah, they do indeed. A couple of very, very long straights. This is going to be very interesting to see. Obviously, these are cars that are designed to go very, very fast in a straight line and well, frankly, turn left. So it's going to be a little interesting to see them go clockwise.
Yeah, and of course we've got the infamous turn 1 at the Retfilia chicane here at Monza as well, which thankfully we have got a rolling start for the Indy cars, but still that can bring out a bit of spice if people have that long slipstream down in towards turn 1. Hopefully we have got some of the best in the business, so fingers crossed they can keep it all clean.
Yeah, we do indeed. You talk about some of the best in the business. I mean, you just look over some of these names: Adam Blocker, Ben Fuller, Terry Jarltinen. Such a great group here, and as I said, everybody bringing their A game out to go here. And one of the great things we heard Mitchell mention earlier, but one of the things that VCO has implemented is you can't just have a ringer for one car. You have to drive 2 cars over the course of this event. So it's not like you could just go in and drive the IR18 and that's it. You've got to cross over, and that's really making for some great parity across the series.
Yeah, absolutely. It forces teams to, or drivers as well, to become more versatile in what they're doing and their adaptability across different cars, because it's so easy for one of your drivers to just be really good in, say, the Dallara F3, just use them for that race. But no, it forces teams and drivers to have to adapt to different cars, and then that obviously means that different drivers at different points are going to be quicker, different teams at different points are going to be quicker as they exploit their strengths and then have to sort of deal with their weaknesses as well.
Exactly, and the weaknesses that do come out a little bit, sometimes not even of your own making. We saw 2 races ago what happened to Urano Esports, some unfortunate events there taking place and putting them back in the field. There are the news standings, as you can see, with Urano being about 15 points back of Team Redline. Now, R8G Esports being able to recover a little bit there. They're only about 8 points back, so very, very close at the top. And VOS Kawanda just continuing to try to claw their way forward, get back to it after a very, very rough start to this event. They continue to just seem to be on the back foot, even though they have been absolutely on fire.
Yeah, absolutely. And, there's 24 races, so it's not all done and dusted after the first 5. You can really bring it back. And, of course, the point system as well, 40 for first all the way down to 1 for 40th. So all teams score points, and it's just about limiting the damage if it's not particularly your race on that point. And, then they can just always recover. And, of course, with it being so close, only 1 point in between each position, if one of your rivals has a really, really poor showing in the race, you can bring up some really important points straight away.
You most certainly can. And speaking of that, when you mentioned a rolling start, well, we're ready to get going for that rolling start because qualifying is over here at Monza and we're ready to get racing. It's going to be R8G Esports lining up in pole position with Luke Bennett for Team Redline just to their outside, with Mac Backham and VRS Coanda and Peter Zuba for Race Clutch, your top 4. Yas Heat will be in 5th, followed by Apex Racing Team with Ben Fuller behind the wheel. Then it's going to be Zenith Esports and Obsidian Racing with Veloce Esports Esports and SRC Movana Corsa rounding out your top 10. Simsa Esports will be lining up in 11th with Adam Blocker and Pure Sims Esports starting 12th. Then T3 Motorsports and Urano starting all the way back in 14th. So they're going to have some work to do. That'll be a storyline to follow. Sim Racing Unlimited will be lining up in 15th with Burst Esports to their outside. And then behind them, it'll be Lucas Garitas in Trek Esports and DCW Racing. Racer BR Esports will be 19th, and Triton Racing will round out your top 20 with Arnage Competition in 21st and PGZ Motorsports in 22nd. Behind them, it's What's Cookin' Racing Adventures and RPC Esports with Joe Gotterstead behind the wheel in the 24th spot. 25th will be the Vision STS Sim Racing Team, and then Brabham Esports with Regan Mitchell behind the wheel in 26th. Wannabe SRT will be 27th with TR powered by Geeksy Energy 28th. Legion of Racers will line up 29th with BS Competition in 30th. VCO Pulse Esports will be 31st, and 32nd will be E-Team Brit. So there is your 32-car field out here. Lots of drivers ready to go. It'll be a short pace lap, as you mentioned, Zach. Rolling start here, as to my knowledge, IndyCars have only done a standing start once, and that was at the first Grand Prix of Indianapolis, and, well, I was there. It didn't exactly go well.
Yeah, no, so it's probably a fantastic idea that we've got the rolling start, and it just keeps everyone a little bit more spaced out. Of course, at Monza, it's also a really good idea to have a little bit more space going into turn one, but that slipstream, especially in cars like the IndyCar, is going to be very, very powerful. So don't expect them to be single file down and towards turn one.
No, not at all. It is going to be very, very chaotic, and we may have to use that dreaded K word, that kerfluffle word, may come out as they go down into turn one, but we will have to wait and see. We ride on board right now with the number 7 Obsidian Racing Machine. There you can see Pedro Sanchez Alberts warming up those tires. Very, very crucial here to be able to do, and something to note here in these machines. Normally you do have tire choice, but everybody going out on the Firestone primaries there, the black tires that will last the entire race.
Yeah, of course, you know, they don't have to take a pit stop, but they can if they want to, but you really do not want to be taking a pit stop in such a short race. So they're just whacking on the prime tires, which is going to go the distance, and then they're going to have to limit the time in the pit lane, which, yeah, in a 40-minute race or however long the races are, you know, it's these shorter races, you do not want to be spending any time in the pit lane. So yeah, good strategy.
Good strategy indeed, as you see that flock of Indy cars making their way down into the Parabolica here. That is going to be that R8G Esports and Team Redline starting off in the front row here, waiting to get going. The RS Coanda and Race Clutch behind them, waiting for the iRacing pace truck to scamper off down pit lane, and there it goes, and R8G is on it immediately. We are racing in Monza with the Dallara IR18. Here we go. The first couple of lines are single file, but the rest of the field behind is an absolute gaggle. Cars starting to poke their ways this way, and that's the Apex Racing Team number 2 trying to make it down. Everybody now breaking down into turn 1, hoping that we don't see too much craziness. A little bit of a skip in the jump there on the curbs, but it looks through most of the field is able to get through okay. I'm not seeing any cars spun around, just a little bit slow.
Yeah, absolutely. Everyone keeping it very, very clean indeed. A fantastic start from R8G, but here comes Team Redline to the inside of the Roger. It's going to be a late breaking move if they can get it down the inside, just about managing to edge their nose in. And that's Monza for you, using the slipstream. And now on the run towards the first of the two Lesmos. Redline having to go defensive. R8G going to try and go the long way round, but for the moment, can't quite.
Nice defense there from Redline, just backing that car up on the apex a little bit. We now jump on board with Mac Backham in the VRS Coanda machine. He is going to be pushing a little bit hard here, trying to see what he can do, as he has now been able to gain back in, as this is really starting to be a 4-car breakaway with Redline. The R8G, as there's a little bit of a move for R8G, trying to go down into Ascari. That's not going to work, though, but that's just going to allow for VRS Coanda and Apex Racing to catch even in further.
Yeah, absolutely. The more they fight, the more people close in behind, and on the run down towards Parabolic, you can see the R8G car trying to find the inside line. Instead, going to opt for the outside. It might actually arguably be slightly better because you can brake there to carry that momentum all the way around the outside. That's exactly what they're going to do. But now Redline, they're going to have this slipstream. All they need is a good run out of the Parabolica and now down the pit straight.
They're going to pick up that slipstream on a little bit of a crossover move as they're going to come side by side across the timing and scoring line. And we're going to be Noah's Ark as we go down into the corner, as that is going to be 2 by 2 with SEG, and there they go, trying to see what they can do, going down heavy into the braking zone. RAG trying to hold it out over Team Redline, and they're still going to be side by side, but RAG just able to pull it ahead. Apex Racing able to get up ahead, but I think we've had one, that's Obsidian around in the back.
That's such a shame for them, but yeah, fantastic defense from RAG to go around the outside, and yeah, that's a clumsy mistake to make. Unfortunately, they're going to be tumbling down. Still a long way to go in this race, and that slipstream, as long as they don't lose it, they should certainly still be in for a chance for a decent result.
Indeed is T3, and there's contact in the back going into the second chicane, and that is big damage to Tim Motsky for that T3 Motorsports machine.
That's such a shame, and it's so easy to do because the runoff there really isn't big at all, and yeah, you are still carrying quite a decent bit of speed, and yeah, as soon as that crash happened, they do get a fast repair, but unfortunately that just didn't quite work out for them. RAG continue to lead though. Apex Racing team putting some pressure on the Team Redline car, but they do not want to be losing the slipstream of RAG in front, because as soon as they lose that slipstream, it's so easy for RAG to run away with it.
Exactly, it is. But the one thing that Team Redline is going to have in their favor is here comes the weaving, just like we'd expect. Is remember, these Indy cars do have push to pass, and they will have 10 of them to use during the course of this race. So that is a horsepower advantage. It basically turns up the boost on the cars and allows you to get a little bit more horsepower into the machine. And so it could be a strategic advantage to see when they get used.
Absolutely, especially at a horsepower demanding circuit like Monza. You can see RAG having to go defensive towards the Rettifilo, bringing it back to the left-hand side. Clearly confident that Bennett can't go to the inside, but yeah, that push to pass will be very interesting. How early these people start to use it, because the earlier they use it, the more vulnerable they're going to be later on. But the more they save it, they might not have the opportunity to use it later on because they'll be a little bit too far back. So it really will just be a game of chess.
It will be a game of chess, and we're going to go back to check out a replay here. I believe this is what happened to Obsidian going down onto the second lap. Oh, a little bit of contact from behind, and that just spun them right around. Not sure if they picked up any damage. That's definitely a front wing element that is off, but the rear wing of that car looking relatively okay, so Obsidian is able to carry on as of right now. This is the replay of that T3 Motorsport machine. Oh, that is, to steal a phrase, just a little bit of argy-bargy.
Yeah, it's just one of those things that happen. Of course, the Roger is a very tight chicane. It's very difficult to go side by side through it, and all it was a slight bit of contact. As soon as that front wing went up, they were just a passenger and really couldn't do much. And look at RAG, already 6/10. Luke Bennett using some of that push to pass, trying to close the gap, but look at them weaving left to right like a snake, trying to break that slipstream, trying to limit the hole in the air that they're punching for the guys behind. Luke Bennett, though, that's already a push to pass used to try and keep in touch with the RAG.
Yeah, indeed it is. So they are all going to be trying to use it here. I can tell you, by the way, that the VRS Coanda machine with Mac Backham has not used a single one yet. We ride on board, though, with the Apex Racing number 2 in the third place of Ben Fuller. Breaking off a little bit there, not on it right there. You can see the push to pass flashing on your screen as it is used. So there you see the 15th place machine using it, but this train up front continuing to run around. It is the top 5, breaking away a little bit with Race Clutch just clinging onto the back.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, if they do start to fight, that will certainly bring in the likes of Zuba. Zuba will certainly still be in the mix, and then Garcia will then slowly start to be brought in. And then as soon as they've got that slipstream, that toe, it really just to latch onto the rear wing. They can use a couple of push to passes as well to bring it into it. So these guys, they'll know that. They'll know that threat that looms behind them, even though they maybe are breaking away a little bit. They cannot get complacent. So probably just holding station for a moment and holding off the battles for now.
Yeah, just holding off, I think, is the name of the game here. You just want to be able to stay within that slipstream range, and in these Indy cars, it's within about 1 to 1.2 seconds. That is the crucial area that you need to stay within. As we watch our leaders coming out of there, a little bit squirrely coming out of Ascari, but that is to be expected a little bit. Ooh, closing in is Team Redline. Are they going to have a move down into Parabolica? No, I think they're going to back off a little bit, maybe try to line themselves up. They've got to be careful because that Apex Racing team machine looking just as feisty.
Yeah, absolutely. Luke Bennett is in a really, really awkward situation here. Having to look forward to attack for the race lead, having to look behind to defend for P2 as well. So that is going to be one of those awkward situations he's going to have to be in. But yeah, certainly keeping with it well and dealing with the pressure down towards the right field. Is he going to send one to the inside? Certainly had a look, and it also kept Ben Fuller at bay as well. But that brought Mac Backham into the mix, and Peter Zuber as well has been able to close at least a couple of tenths there. So certainly still is a 5-car train for the race lead.
It is a 5-car train for the race lead, but none of it changing over right now. Dominic Hoffman in at the back there, starting to use a little bit of push to pass, trying to gain on. We ride on board with that BRS Coanda machine now as they break down into the second chicane. You can see just how much curve they are trying to take. A good onboard shot there. A little bit of frustration from Mac Backham, it looks like, doing the iRacers lean down into the first Lesmo.
It certainly gains you at least a couple of tenths. You know, it might be a virtual cut, but you lean certainly helps with the weight distribution a ton. But yeah, maybe a little bit of frustration because everyone in front of him has the slipstream to defend with, so he really can't make any inroads on the people in front of him. But all he's got to do is bide his time. He's doing a fantastic job of staying consistent, keeping the pace with the front three, and then as soon as things kick off, he needs to be the one to capitalize.
He does need to be the one to capitalize, but I've got to say R8G Esports in that with Florian behind the wheel of that number 88 machine, starting to pull away a little bit there as they came out of a scar. He had about a 0.5 of a second gap, able to be pulled back in by Team Redline, but it looks like that number 88's got a little bit of legs here, and I'd be a little bit concerned if I was Luke Bennett.
Yeah, absolutely, because he's really having to use a lot of push to pass as well. Another one on that run down towards the Parabolica, so he really is feeling the pressure. Maybe, Florian Bridge is just using that psychological pressure, just keeping the pace on, as we see side by side with Veloce Esports and Adam Blocker. Dominic Hoffman going to have to get to the outside and just about manages to get in front down and towards the Retifilio. So yeah, good fights up and down the field really, and that is the slipstream keeping everyone nice and close.
Yeah, keeping everybody nice and close. And Adam Blocker, one of those drivers that you talk about when you talk about the ringers here. Absolutely dominant, a multiple-time champion in multiple leagues in this IndyCar. This is very much one of his babies. And to see him this far down to the field in 10th, it shows you just the level of competition that is taking place here in this VCO Infinity.
Yeah, absolutely. The best have come here, and all of them are going to be going absolutely flat out to try and win, and it really has been a fantastic spectacle of a show to watch, and I hope everyone at home is enjoying it as well. But look at the breakaway that RHG have got, and Ben Fuller now putting some pressure on Team Redline. So yeah, it is RHG certainly have got both the physical advantage in the fact they're leading the race, but also the psychological one, because Luke Bennett really struggling to keep up.
Yeah, Luke Bennett looks like he's hustling that car a little bit now. Fixed setups across the board here in these Dallara IR18s, but one of the little quirks of that is that you can make some slight adjustments in car. You are able to adjust the front and rear anti-roll bars from within the car. Now, obviously, that's going to have a little bit more of an effect on oval, which is what it's designed to use for. Race clutch on push to pass here, trying to catch up a little bit, but you can try to do that if the car's feeling a little bit out of sorts for you.
Yeah, so of course fixed setups for all of these races just to keep it nice and fair, nice and equal. But yeah, still some slight adjustments just to tweak it more to your personal driving, what is the word I'm looking for here?
Style?
The driving style, that's the one, yeah. Completely forgot how to do English for a moment there. But you can change it to your own driving style, and of course changing the stiffness of the front of the car can really help, which you do kind of want a nice and, I guess, loose car, around Monza to ride over the curbs a little bit, but also you don't want it too loose because then the car's going to be a little bit squirrely. But yeah, it's one of those ones, but still, even with those changes, he definitely will be making those changes, but still can't make much in the way of inroads.
No, it really doesn't look like he can, and everything just kind of starting to stabilize out here, and I'm wondering if this is going to be a little bit like the LMP2 race we just saw at Road America, where we see a little bit of a stabilization point in about the mid-race, and then things really kick off later on. Now, checking back on those points overall, there you can see Urano, with the way things stand on the live standings there, Urano being able to come back up and get a very good run. I'm not sure if that's actually completely accurate. Urano a little farther down, but yeah, so standings continuing to go, but Redline would extend their lead if things were to finish the way they are now.
and it's all about that consistency over the course of the entire event. You know, there's 24 events. Our Apex Racing team going to eye up and move down towards the rest of the video. Incredibly close, not quite able to, but yeah, it's all about consistency. You don't need to win every race, but all you need to do is just be up there second, third, fourth, that sort of area in order to do well. And especially when your rivals aren't particularly having the best of days, it's just making sure you can maximize those points and extend the gap. And of course, with RHG winning, Team Redline doing exactly what they need to limit the gap by being right behind them in second.
Exactly, and those are the up-to-date points there. If things would have finished the way they were, that RAG would only be 7 points behind Redline, so slowly clawing in. Murano still a little bit back, but we right on board right now with BS Competition as they try to close in on that Pure Sims Esports machine right ahead. Adam Blocker behind the wheel. Blocker up 2 on the day, but this BS Competition car up 19 spots.
Fantastic, the progress they've made, even still early doors, and really Yaltine is not waiting around at all. He's going to eye up another one against Pure Sims Esports. Didn't really know where to go, decided for the inside of Ascari, got a fantastic run, and now got to look to the inside, pretty comfortable under brakes. Pure Sims didn't fight that one too hard, but yeah, BS Competition really chucking that car around, making up some places, and probably still got it, probably another 4, maybe 3 in his sights left to go as well.
I certainly think so, but it looks like Adam Blocker's not going to let that one go quietly, as that Pure Sims Esports machine is going to stay right up behind BS Competition. This could be a little bit of a repass. We ride on board with that Pure Sims Esports machine, the 116 of Blocker. He is going to pull right up in behind. I don't see him on the push to pass. You can tell that by the flashing green and those 3 little lights. That's how you can tell when they're on the push to pass, as Simsa Esports up ahead is going to be on it, but Blocker's going to stay behind, bringing the car down into first gear for the tricky first chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to keep it nice and tidy, and make sure you get that exit through Curva Grande in towards the Roger. But probably Pure Sims will realise that the BS Competition car is absolutely flying. Will use the BS Competition car as sort of a wedge to get through against Veloce and Simsa in front, because you know, if BS Competition open a gap, Pure Sims can follow him through. Maybe use the compromised run of one of the cars in front as well to make some progress, because that BS Competition car absolutely flying, and you can certainly bet that they're going to make some more progress, because the gap not too large. Certainly getting a whiff of slipstream.
Yeah, definitely getting that whiff of slipstream. As you can see, their drivers up and down the field starting to use a little bit of that push to pass here as we tick closer to 15 minutes gone in this race. It continues to be RAG Esports leading the way. Team Redline trying to close in behind them, but good draft trains up and down this field. Battles just seeming to erupt everywhere on this historic Monza circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. This is why we love coming to Monza. It just produces racing wherever you go. You know, it's got all the ingredients: long straights, heavy braking zones, and then of course that chicane where you can keep it on the outside, then it quickly becomes the inside. We really do love coming here, and this is why it's such a historic and loved circuit around the world. But yeah, these guys really giving us a fantastic show. Still, the top 3 very close indeed, but unfortunately, it's still just a stalemate. No one really able to fabricate a move.
And I wonder if that's a little bit of a stalemate because of the draft, or if I wonder if it's a little bit of everybody saving their stuff here a little bit. Now, it's not too toasty out on track, only 87 degrees Fahrenheit, but forgive me, I do not know how to do that conversion in my head over to Celsius, but it relatively good conditions for the tires, but still you're putting a lot of load through the tires, and I wonder if it's everybody just trying to save their stuff here a little bit, not trying to burn it out and wait for a heavy push with maybe 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a good shout, because, of course, while they have got the tyres that can go the distance, it's still really good to save some and just make sure you've got that advantage going into the final 10 minutes, just to be able to have that final push of speed and use what little tyres you've got left at the end just to have that advantage. Because if your tyres hit the cliff last, you've got a lap or 2 where you're a lot quicker than everyone else around you.
Indeed it is, as we continue to focus in on that battle in that P10 area. Everybody coming in. You can see that BS Competition going machine just taking a little bit of a wider run through Ascari, trying to close in on Veloce up ahead of them, but that gap just resolutely a little bit longer, and I'm getting the sense here nobody wants to use those push to passes here quite yet. Nobody wants to be the one stuck holding the bag. It's a little bit of a stalemate here at this point at Monza.
Yeah, absolutely. It really will be a race to attrition in terms of those push to passes because, you know, you don't want to be the first one to run out as we see a time penalty for the Yassi car, which is unfortunate for them. But you don't want to be that first car to run out of push to pass because you really will be a sit and duck. You will be so vulnerable to the cars behind. Everyone wants to save them for, potentially, as you say, for that final push in the last 10 minutes.
Exactly, and speaking of those numbers, running you through right now the top 4 who we have made a full breakaway here from the Zenith Esports machine back in 5th. This is R8G Esports, Team Redline, Apex Racing Team, and Vieira Escalanda going down. R8G has 9 push-to-pass left. Team Redline has 7. Apex has 8. And Coanda has all 10 left.
Coanda really playing this very well. Just sat there under the rear wing of everyone, still in the slipstream. And when it comes to that final 10 minutes, they're going to be absolutely flying. We saw a bit of frustration from Mac Bookham a little bit earlier on. In fact, that they couldn't make any progress forwards. But you wait for that last 10 minutes, they're going to be absolutely flying because they're going to have such an advantage over everyone else in front. And even when they all start to squabble for those final positions, they're going to make themselves even more vulnerable for VOS Coanda to sort of nibble on.
Exactly, but right now the one breaking the air for everybody else continues to be Florian Leberger in that number 88 machine for R8G Esports. Excuse me on that pronunciation. As there he goes, leading the way around here, crossing over to start on lap 12, under 30 minutes to go.
Yeah, getting to that crunch time now where teams will start to think of pushing a little bit more. And yeah, just still that same theme of just, you know, single file work with each other. But R8G will certainly be in a bit more of a pickle because they have to work slightly harder than the guys behind to keep the same pace. Team Redline, Apex Racing Team, Vieira Coanda, they're just sort of not necessarily chilling because you saw how much that Luke Bennett was pushing to keep up with the R8G Esports car in front. But certainly can take a little bit more of a breather because they can gain any time they lose through the corners straight away back down the straights.
Exactly, and that is the benefit of that long draft here at Monza. That's why they call it the Temple of Speed, and that's why when you see Formula One cars go around here to qualify, they often do it in tandem. I've got to say, though, here, good runs coming up from behind from Apex Racing Team. I'm liking the way that number 2 looks. It looks very aggressive. It looks very good, very quick, and it seems like it is the one putting a lot of pressure here to Luke Bennett in that Team Redline machine.
Absolutely, there will be sort of a mutual sort of psychological agreement that, hey, the Apex Racing Team will be like, okay, I'll work with you here. We need to stay in touch with R8G, but you need to make sure you're doing your work. You need to make sure you're putting that pressure on, and it'll get to a point where he'll be like, I'm so much quicker than you. I want to be the one in the driving seat when it comes to that point where we are going to start making moves. It might get to the point where he then goes for that move and gets himself into second place to then put that pressure on R8G soon enough. And that certainly seems like the way it's going to be because he's putting a lot of pressure on Luke Bennett to go a little bit quicker.
Yeah, he certainly is, and that mutual pressure definitely coming into play. Oh, by the way, in the back, we were following BS Competition as they are going to be side by side going down into turn 1 with Veloce. Veloce trying to hold it out around the outside, going down into the Curva Grande, almost banging wheels.
Oh, fantastic side-by-side actions still, but Veloce managed to hang on. The more they fight, the more they're going to lose the touch. The Sims are both using a bit of push to pass on this run towards the Roger. You can see the BS Competition car going to go the long way round of the Roger. Not quite going to be able to do that. Going to have to tuck in behind, get that run towards the first of the 2 Lesmos. Have got that run indeed. Going to look to the right-hand side.
And there goes the BS Competition car trying to go down to the inside of the Lesmos, going to try to force Veloce wide a little bit, but Veloce having absolutely none of it. Later on to the brakes is BS Competition, and that is going to put them up into P9.
Yeah, absolutely. They really had to work for it. Now they've got their work cut out for him to try and close that gap back to Simster in front. And then, of course, to Urano, who are just a little bit in front of there. But a fantastic race from the BS Competition car, who are absolutely flying. That is now, I believe, 20 places up, or maybe 21. It depends if the 19 was before Pure Sims or not. But either way, that is a fantastic drive, really showing their mettle today.
And I want to say that they are the highest movers of the day, but unfortunately that's got to go back to the WOR Esports machine back at 15th right now. They're up 22 on the day, so some big-time movers here in this race.
Yeah, absolutely. R8G certainly under pressure from Redliners. Redline going to go for a move. Luke Bennett certainly eyeing it up. You certainly get tempted as a racing driver, but he knows his job. He knows what he needs to do, and he's probably scared that if he goes for a move, all it's going to do is make R8G come straight back at him, and that fight is not what he wants because the more they fight, the more risk there is of a crash.
And that risk is what you want to avoid. We talked about that really since the drop of the green flag in race 1 over the course of this VCO Infinity, that you do not want to be putting yourself in a position to be scoring single-digit points. You want to maximize points across the board. Walk away with the P3. That is fine. Just keep yourself in the equation. We talked about it at the beginning of this broadcast, a couple of bad runs early on for VRS Coanda, and they have now found themselves on the back foot, having to try to claw their way back up into the top sphere.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that mentality of just P2. It's so much better than finishing, P15 potentially after a spin. It's just about that, especially for a team like Redline who want to come out of this event on top. They need to have that mentality. At the moment, they're only using 1 point at RAG. They still have another 7 in the bank. They don't need to go for this. They're not the ones with, with it all to gain. They've got it all to lose. So they're just a different mentality. You don't want to be going for those 50-50 moves if you're in a position like Redline.
No, you want to take those high percentage moves, the one that you absolutely know is going to pull off here, and I think that's exactly what Ben Fuller is thinking as well. Now remember, Apex Racing Team, they're all the way back in 7th overall in the championship standings, but they have been on a very, very good run over the past 5 or 6 races, so I think they are trying to put themselves into a position to maybe be challenging for that top 5, top 6 positions in the championship, and so they don't want to be making those moves either.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about securing that good position, and you can see RAG really have got some good pace when they really go for it, but Team Redline, of course, with that slipstream can really close that gap back up straight away. But yeah, you can see Ben Fuller really not interested in going for a move, lifting and coasting into the Roger, just to make sure they're not forced into fabricating a move. And yeah, with 22 minutes and 50 seconds left of this race, it's not really crunch time just yet. That'll probably come down to the last 15, maybe 10 minutes of this race.
Exactly, and that's what you want to put yourself in. You want to be in position in the final stages of this race to be able to go on to the attack. Again, these drivers up front, none of them have used any more of their push to pass, so it is just a lot of waiting, a lot of trying to figure things out, and a lot of positioning your car into the best spot.
Yeah, absolutely. It's all about setting yourself up for the best time. And just look at how the advantage that RAG have over Redline. 6 push-to-passes left for Luke Bennett, 9 left for Florian Labrige, and that is just... And VRS Coanda as well, still on 9. So those two, at both the front and the back of this 4-car train, really are in the driving seat to do fantastically well. And we got 3 cars into the pit lane.
Indeed. Whoa, we've got a lot of cars coming down pit lane here. Everybody, pretty much with the exception of the Apex Racing Team, all of them diving down into the pits, going to probably be changing tires and fuel here would be my guess.
Yeah, probably so. They just need to make sure they get a good stop and get in and out very, very quickly. That's probably, yeah, they're on to the jack, so they are changing tyres, probably going to go for a quick top up of fuel. But Ben Fuller going for that overcut because everyone now is going to be extremely close together. They might go for some moves, whereas Ben Fuller's got a lovely clear track out in front that he can really now push with.
And Luke Bennett got very, very lucky there as he had to inch his way forward into the pit stall. I thought for a second he was going to lose some time on that, but he's okay. Everybody else maintaining to stay out on blacks here, so nobody going to those alternate tires that we sometimes see. Now the question's going to be is if Ben Fuller and that Apex Racing, oh, we've got to go side by side. This is side by side between Coanda and Redline through the Curva Grande.
Here we go, you can see Coanda now going to have to be on the outside for the Roger R, in fact, ahead. So Redline going to have to tuck in behind Mac Bookham, using that push to pass that he's been waiting for a very, very long time. Now he's in the driving seat. Now he's going to be the one to push forward and use a little bit of pace to try and get that undercut on the Apex Racing Team and close the gap to RHU, who now have a monstrous gap in front.
Yeah, 1.9 seconds around here at Monza is, oh, that's not going to help at all for the Coanda team, running a little bit wide on the exit of the second Lesmo. The real question here is going to be, though, is with Ben Fuller, who is just now coming into pit lane, where is he going to exit out of the pits in regards to this battle that he was a part of?
Absolutely, it's going to be a race against time. He's now coming in. Just needs to make sure he doesn't speed in the pit lane, hits his marks really, really well, and at the very least, he should settle in behind RHG because Coanda and Redline didn't particularly have the best of stops. We're now seeing the RHG car come through Parabolica. It really will probably be a drag race, but this outlap by RIG has really, really been incredible.
Fuller already out and moving. He is going to be coming up to speed right now, but the momentum is going to favor RAG. Who's it going to be? It's going to be a battle of the late breakers going down into the first chicane, and it's going to be RAG by about 2 car lengths.
Oh, that was very, very close. Really, really was a drag race to the first chicane. But Apex Racing Team are right there. They've also got the fresher tyres for this final stint as well. And you really, really can see that they are practically pushing them through Curva Grande. You can see here he goes, Ben Fuller to the left-hand side of the Roger. RHE are going to have to defend. They're going to have to go the long way round. But at the moment, the Apex Racing Team going to settle in behind. I don't think they're too interested in fighting and bring Coanda and Redline back into the mix.
No, I don't think they are as well. They want to let this try to pull out, let Florian here try to pull ahead. That has got to be the mentality here for Ben Fuller if he can, but that gap is about 1.2 seconds. That is going to be just enough to snip the draft. Big moment of oversteer, though, coming out of the second Lesmo.
Yeah, absolutely. Just probably pushing a little bit too hard. Those tyres will be slightly colder than RHG in front, so they're going to have to make sure they're warmed up and ready to go. VRS Coanda using one of those push-to-passes they had in the bank to try and close the gap as well to the front too. But yeah, it certainly has now been a breakaway after that first stint, because those stops for those in front, really, really well done for Apex Racing Team and RHG. But yeah, I think Apex Racing Team certainly driving seat now. They were a little bit frustrated behind Redline, but now they're free, and now they've got all the reins in order to try and put some pressure on for the race lead.
And now the pit stops have cycled back around. You can see an update on those live standings for the championships. R8G able to pull in another point on Redline, so that will bring the gap down to 5 points if things were to finish the way they are, but they may not finish the way they are, because here comes Apex. Never mind, they're going to stay back into line.
Yeah, they certainly do like teasing us with that move, don't they? They love pulling out and then diving back in to the race and line. But yeah, just probably showing their nose to RHG, saying, I'm here, I'm putting some pressure on, you better watch out, because I certainly will go for a move if I can go for a move. Coanda using a lot of that push to pass. Once again, Apex Racing Team looking to the left-hand side. Are they going to go for the move this time around? Yes, they are. Down the inside of the Roger, gets it stopped. Fantastic move. And that's Apex Racing Team into the race lead.
And that was a great move there for them, and that little battle has allowed now for VRS Coanda and Team Redline to catch everything back up, so it is right back to where it was before we came down in pit stops. The order's just mixed around a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just shaken up a little bit, and maybe Apex Racing Team, maybe Ben Fuller's thinking to feed the RHG car to the pack of wolves behind. I say pack of wolves, it is the duo of Coanda and Redline behind, but certainly so if he can back RHG into those two behind, make them battle, and then break away, because look at the pace, 7 tenths of a gap. This is more than RHG had over the course of their entire stint. So Apex Racing Team, Ben Fuller absolutely flying out in front.
Yeah, absolutely starting to pull away here. That 7 tenths could be a lot, but we're going to have to really judge it when he comes down to the braking into the first chicane. That is where that braking zone is going to be the most crucial. RHG Esports already on it right now, trying to see if they can gain that back in. 6 tenths of a second. It starts to come down a little bit here for Apex.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to watch out for that lapped car coming out the pit lane as well as they go through turn 1. This might shake things up. They're going to stop on the Apex. That's really going to hamper RHG through the turn 1 and 2, as well as Coanda and Redline, who just about managed to squeeze through okay. But now Coanda can put some pressure on RHG, who again have to use the push to pass to limit the damage that they've just had.
And RAG on the push to pass once again, trying to do everything they can gain back in. But it looks like Apex Racing Team in the driver's seat, pun intended, of this race.
Yeah, certainly so. And yeah, really trying to extend the gap out in front through the two Lesmos now, as they all just funnel their way through. It's all about consistency now. For the last 16 minutes, they've done a fantastic job over the course of the last half an hour, giving us some fantastic action. They are a little bit spaced out, so it really will potentially come down to maybe a mistake or two.
Yeah, I think that could be what it is. And at a place like Monza, those mistakes normally entail a lot of carnage, but we'll have to see what ends up shaking down. Redline, the one that looks closest right now. We ride on board with Luke Bennett. You can see just what the curves of the Scari can do as he is shaken around in the seat.
Absolutely, those force feedback wheels can really, really be very, very strong now, but you can see the sheer concentration on his face, doing the lean as well, making sure he can stay onto the back of VRS Coanda and the train in front, because Luke Bennett very, very quick, but I don't think he's done himself any favours with using a lot of push to pass early on.
I have to agree with you there on that one, Zach. It does not look like it's helping him out at all right now, even though he does have about a 4 tenths of a second gap up to VRS Coanda, but that is the closest gap out of anybody. But I'll tell you what, Apex Racing, by the time they aimed out of that first chicane, they had gotten the gap up to about 9 tenths of a second. That's looking pretty good.
just chipping away at it, aren't they? Just making sure they can slowly but surely breach out of that 1.2 second tow range that RAG have. And of course, the further away they get, the weaker the tow is going to be for RAG, which is going to help them to extend the gap. Bit of a slide from Luke Bennett there. You can see he's really pushing, but it's really just not going his way because now he's got all the work cut out for him in order to stay on the back of this train. And yeah, Coanda dealing with the pressure very well, just setting their sights forward and letting Redline do his thing.
Yeah, letting Redline try to overdrive the car a little bit, I think, is the best way to go. And once again, they really have no competition from behind. Zenith Esports, rather, is about 5 seconds behind Redline, so it's really a battle unto themselves up here at the front.
Yeah, it certainly is a 4-horse race, but more so I'd say it's more a 2-horse race between RAG and Apex Racing Team. They're the only two that I can imagine winning this race, unless, you know, if they do start fighting really vigorously, that can bring back P3 and 4 back into the mix. But yeah, the good thing is they have got that buffer over the course of the first stint. Not fighting early on means they now can have a little bit more of a battle late on because, yeah, 4.7 seconds-ish back to Zenith Esports.
Exactly, as they come over to cross over the starting line to start on lap 21. Little bit of a side-by-side here. This is a battle for the lead. That's RAG able to get back by Apex Racing Team for the lead of the race.
Yeah, absolutely textbook move, just using the slipstream, but they have used a couple of push-to-passes in order to do it over the course of the last couple of laps. Apex Racing Team know that they are potentially the quicker car and they can just sit in the slipstream, do exactly what they need to do, just apply the pressure, stay right up, tucked up behind RAG, and once again, maybe going to try and put some pressure on as RAG have to coast over to the middle of the circuit just to discourage a move.
Exactly, and RAG and Apex Racing Team both have 6 pushes to pass remaining. Team Redline, 6 as well. Coanda, only 4, so this is going to change things up here a little bit. They're going to have to use those very strategically if they want to try to get themselves forward.
Yeah, absolutely. The advantage certainly has shifted away from Coanda, but RAG really doing a great job of saving and waiting for the right moments to use those push to passes. But yeah, these final 12 minutes going to be very interesting indeed. And yeah, well, Coanda and Redline right back onto the tail of Apex Racing Team once again. It just is a testament to how much time you can lose if you disrupt the momentum.
And now they've got the 27th place car, the number 12 of Jack Johns directly ahead of them. Now that can actually help out that RAG Esports machine if he's able to catch the tow just right here. And Jack Johns will be able to get out of the way for him. But if they can get a little whiff of the tow, that'll be very helpful.
Yeah, absolutely, just to help them defend and limit any threat from behind. But Apex Racing Team will be closing at a rate of knots. They're a lot closer to RAG than RAG are to the lapped car in front. You can see Redline dummy into the inside, trying to find the move, nearly onto the grass, coming into the Redifilio chicane. Luke Bennett not waiting around at all, side by side, in towards the Redifilio. VRS Coanda going to go the long way round and force Redline nearly off the circuit.
Oh my goodness, everything almost coming to blows there. I thought for sure that was going to be a bad way to go, but they were able to make it work and they come out the same way they came in.
Yeah, absolutely. That was just an unnecessary bit of time lost there. And now 1 second behind the lead too. Redline, if you're going to go for a move like that, you've got to make sure you can make it stick. But it was very well defended from VRS Coanda just to squeeze them on the side of the line. Quickly pull back to the left-hand side to open up the corner. But now they really do need to hope that Apex Racing Team and RAG go a bit gloves off racing.
Yeah, but here's the problem. Jack Johns has not gotten out of the way for RAG, and that is putting Leberger at a little bit of a problem. He's going to have to go around underneath the old banking, and that's going to allow for Apex Racing Team to be right close behind. I don't think they're going to be able to make a move going down into Ascari, and indeed they're not. Quick little maybe push to pass there for Coanda, but now Coanda's going to be the one held up behind Johns.
Yeah, absolutely the worst time to catch a pack marker as well is the time where you're going as quick on the circuit as they are through Ascari, and especially when they've got the pressure of Redline looming behind him as well, tucked up on that rear wing. Redline going to follow him through down in towards the Parabolica and through the right-hander down the pit straight. Once again, Redline's probably going to have another look, you have to imagine, but this really is a fight for Redline to limit the damage to RAG now.
Exactly. That's what they're focused on here right now, is limiting that damage. But it looks like they lost a little bit of time. Meanwhile, who didn't lose time is Apex Racing Team. They may have a little bit of a move. No, they're going to back off, but VRS Coanda able to use a little bit more push to pass to try to keep that gap nice and close. It's 0.5 of a second as they work their way through the first chicane.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a change of position further back as Urano get in front of Zenith. That's just the more battling further back, going to help these front four break away even more. But yeah, VRS Coanda now back within 1 second, very much back within the tow range as we look at the live standings. Still going to be Redline leading the way, but it's certainly a little bit less comfortable than they were in P2.
Yeah, they're going to be a little bit happier there with that, I think. So they will try to see what it is. 5 points, once again. That will be the difference if things finish the way they are. But the way we've seen things go here at Monza, I don't think they're going to finish the way that they are.
Yeah, absolutely not. You can bet that Ben Fuller is going to try and put some pressure on a late charge towards the race lead once again and launch that counter-attack, but it really has been a battle between the two titans here of Apex Racing Team and RHE over the course of this last stint, because even in that first stint, Redline really didn't have much to say to RHE. We're really struggling to keep up, but you can see that Ben Fuller seems quite comfortable just to sit behind the rear wing of the RHE Esports car.
Yeah, he doesn't have a lot of the squirreliness that we've seen out of that Team Redline machine earlier on in the race. Fuller just very, very content. Coanda now trying to keep in close behind. Coanda only down to 2 pushes to pass remaining, and their Team Redline looks like they're going to get on it right now, so they're going to be down to 4. R8G has 5 remaining. Apex has 6, but Apex doesn't need push to pass here to get a great drag down the main straightaway. I don't think they're going to pull out to try to make a move, and indeed they're going to stay behind here as we tick down with 9 minutes to go.
Yeah, once again, everyone funneling back up to be bumper to bumper to bumper, or our top 4, but still none of them able to go for that move. And Apex Racing Team, again, will realise the threat that looms if they go for the move and bring Coanda and Redline back into it, because it can very, very quickly go sour. It doesn't matter how quick you are, doesn't matter how good you are. If someone else is in the mix and go for a move, and you certainly are in a bit of a pickle. But going through the Roger, still just applying that pressure. They're going to wait for that moment, probably in the last couple of minutes, where they can go for a move and RHE can't then launch a counter-attack, because by the time they can, it's going to be the checker flag. That's going to be what Ben Fuller's relying on.
Exactly. I would not be surprised if we see all of these drivers waiting on and holding on to 1 push to pass to try to get it on right out of the Parabolica on the final lap. Now, we are running laps at about 1 minute and 30 seconds here, so we'll have to see what it is when they cross over the line. Again, Apex Racing looking very close behind R8G Esports. Very good lines through Ascari, and again, just looking like Coanda falling back a hair.
Yeah, just a little bit, just not able to really stay there unless something happens in front between the two when they're fighting or whatever. But when they do, that's exactly what Bookham needs to do, is to just be there when something happens, when a gap opens up, to then put your car down the inside or to capitalize off a poor run. But you can see Apex Racing Team tucked up very, very nicely now, coming down the pit straight towards turn 1. They are all over the rear wing of RHE, who certainly will be looking in their mirrors. Are they quite close enough to go for the move? I don't think so. And once more, going to have to sit station behind.
Yeah, they're just going to have to sit back there, but look how close Coanda was able to catch up back there through all of that. They're going to be close, but it looks like that Coanda team just off of the corners. They don't quite have the bite off of the line that they want. It looks like they're a little bit sensitive on the throttle. I wonder if they burned up their rear tires a little bit. Tell you who has it, that's Apex again. Very, very close coming down into Della Rogia, backing off, not going for the move, but they look very fearsome coming off the corners.
Absolutely, it's all about exits here at Monza. It's all about keeping that momentum up, and unfortunately Coanda haven't quite been able to do that. Maybe in their fight with Redline, they've burnt out their tyres a little bit too much, as you said. But RHE and Apex Racing Team still going at it. Still both of them looking very, very content. These cars are on rails, as opposed to the knife edge that could potentially be argued for Team Redline, and maybe even Coanda as well, as they really fight that car desperately to stay in contention. But look at the power of that slipstream. Apex Racing Team able to close a pretty sizable gap down into Ascari. That's going to be what they're using to try and get through down the main straight.
Exactly, that's really what it is. And again, a good one off of the corner there coming down Ascari. Now they're going to have a little bit more lap traffic up ahead. That's the number 9 of Yvonne Vanden up ahead of them. Well, we're going to have to see how that plays out. That could help out RAG once again. We talked about that before, getting a little bit of a whiff of the toe off the front. Who right on board with Ben Fuller, though, in that Apex Racing Team. So you see him just tucking up behind in the draft, not on the button, and he is backing off. He does not want to go for the move quite yet.
Yeah, still just waiting. Of course, that lap traffic out in front maybe will open the door if RAG catch them at an awkward point. But yeah, it's not quite endurance racing, but that sort of thing as the car moves out of the way pretty nicely, so it won't get in any of the way of our top 4. But Ben Fuller still there, still putting that psychological pressure on. But yeah, at the moment, unwilling more so to go for the moves. RAG forced to go defensive, but just covering it off more so. Ben Fuller really not interested in going for the move, as probably, I'm guessing, because Coanda is sat right behind him as well.
Yeah, exactly. If I am Liberger right now, I am not thinking about trying to take a defensive line. I am trying to drive the fastest line I possibly can, as it does not look like Ben Fuller has any intention of trying to overtake. A little bit of overcorrection there coming out of the corner, having to catch a little bit of oversteer, but still very, very quick in that number 2.
Yeah, absolutely, and just trying to maximize the amount of pressure put on, and probably for that last 3-minute dash, probably the last couple of laps, it is when Ben Fuller will really be in the driving seat. Both of them just want to drive away. That's probably what Ben Fuller is quite frustrated about, is the fact that Leverger is going defensive and slowing them both down, and instead now going to the right-hand side and towards Parabolica. He's been waiting for a long time to do this. Down the inside goes Ben Fuller for the race lead. RHG, though, are going to be tucked up behind. They're going to have the slipstream. Bit of a slide coming out of Parabolica. That's going to hurt his defense. Now he's going to have to go to the right-hand side in order to retain this race lead.
He is, and neither of them on the button here as they cross over with about 4.5 minutes to go. It's going to be a straight drag race. It looks like RAG is going to have a little bit of an advantage, and Apex not going to fight him back.
Yeah, that's going to settle in back how it was. Maybe, I'm not entirely sure why Ben Fuller would go for it at Parabolica, but they made the crucial mistake of going sideways out of the exit, probably the most important corner on the circuit, and that of course sets you up for that long run down the pit straight. But he certainly looks punchy now. Maybe this could be the time that he's going to activate some more inside him to try and go for that move, and RAG certainly feeling that pressure, having to go defensive once more.
Yeah, indeed, they are about 0.5 of a second back to BRS Coanda, and it looks like everybody's still on the same amount of pushes to pass right now. 5 for RAG, 6 for Apex, 2 for Coanda, and 3 for Redline. So that is going to have to play in. I've got to imagine here by this point that at the end of the lap, the final lap of this race, that they are going to be on the push to pass the entire way around.
Yeah, absolutely. They've got to make sure they can use whatever little bit of push to pass they've got saved up left. And for Coanda, that's not quite as much as those around them. But yeah, Ben Fuller, RAG, they certainly will be given an absolute full beans on that final lap to try and win this race, because it really has been a titanic fight between the two of them. Not again going for the move into Parabolica is Ben Fuller, but certainly eyeing it up, just trying to spot his braking point. All he needs is a good exit. That's really what you need around Monza, a good exit to set you up for the long straights.
All right, now I'm watching the clock here as both RAG and Apex are going to be on push to pass. It's an early finish line here. I think that is going to be 3 laps to go, but don't quote me on it. We'll have to keep an eye on Barney the Flagman. Side by side, though, as they go down into the braking zone for turn 1. It's going to be advantage to Apex on the inside, but that's RAG able to hold it out around the outside, and Apex is going to have to feed back into line.
Brilliant defense there from RAG, but once again, Apex Racing Team, Ben Fuller going to go the long way around a curve of Grande. It's going to give him the inside for the Roger if he can keep it there. He's got a fantastic run. Apex using one more push to pass just to extend that advantage, get one more nose ahead, down and towards the Roger, just needs to get it stopped. But you can see RAG trying to set up the double switch back down and towards the Lesmo. Once again, Apex Racing Team inherit the race lead, but with only a couple of laps left to go, RAG needs to make sure they can manage that push to pass in order to go full-on offensive on that final lap.
Yeah, they've got to be very careful, and they are matched right now. Both drivers having 4 pushes to pass, and here comes a little bit more from RAG. They are on the button as they make the run down to Ascari. Is it going to be enough, though, or is that all going to be for naught? It doesn't look like they're going to be able to close up behind, and Apex Racing Team will be able to manage the lead. Coanda and Redline continue to run behind them, but they are dropping off the back to the tune of about 0.8 of a second.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see Ben Fuller weaving around, trying to break the slipstream, does not want the RHE car to have any advantage whatsoever as they once again go in towards Parabolica. I think they are just about going to get one more lap out of this one as they cross the line. It will be very, very close indeed. This might be one more lap. 4, 3, are they going to cross the line in time? This might be the final lap. We're not getting a white flag being waved, so they've got 2 more laps in this race.
Indeed they do, at least I believe they do, but everybody on that push to pass here. Here they go, it's shades of Simon Pagenaud in 2019 at the Indianapolis 500 as they work their way around. This may be the last lap, actually, we are getting word.
Yeah, potentially so. It was very, very close as they crossed the line, but Apex Racing Team using all the push to pass they've got left, limiting the slipstream and in fact going wide through Curva Grande, taking a longer distance around the circuit because that's how strong the slipstream can be. They've got a pretty decent advantage, but RAG aren't going to let them go that easily.
You know, they're not 0.6 of a second here for Apex Racing Team, and it looks like they're going to try to pull away here a little bit. Looking back on those pushes to pass, both drivers still have 2 remaining as they come around. Looks like we may still have 1 more to go at the line, so this is going to be close. We are going to have to see how this all shakes down. This is exactly what you love to see in racing as they go down now into Ascari. It doesn't look like RAG has anything to be able to challenge into that corner.
Yeah, absolutely not. If this is the final lap, it could go the way towards Ben Fuller and Apex Racing Team, both using push to pass on this run towards Parabolica. The fact they're using it all up does imply that this potentially is the final lap, but they've only got 1 more corner to go to Ben Fuller, and they've driven a fantastic race.
Indeed, they have. Here they come around to the line. This is going to be the real question. They may get one more. No, checkered flag in the air. This is going to be it. That is Apex Racing Team winning here at Monza.
What a race that was. You can see the smiles for Ben Fuller, who's driven a fantastic race, and it really was a fantastic fight amongst our top four. Really did then fizzle out to be a two-horse race, but as VRS Commander and Team Redline fought behind. But yeah, very much thoroughly enjoyed that, and this is what we love about VCO Infinity.
It is indeed. We've got WOR Esports, though, and Obsidian trying to fight back. Obsidian trying to see if they can get a little bit of a draft as they cross over the line. Here they come, and they're going to be side by side. WOR able to hold out just as they cross over.
Yeah, that's Monza for you. The amount of side-by-side action there will be amongst the midfield. We didn't quite get to tune in amongst the midfield a lot, but I'm sure there certainly was some very close racing indeed as, again, two more cars fight on that run. But yeah, I have to say, DJ, I really enjoyed that. And Monza and IndyCars was an absolutely sensational combo.
Oh, you can't beat it at all as we wait for these last couple of drivers to work their way around right now. Coming around the draft, absolutely coming into effect with the push to pass. This was an absolutely incredible race, Zach. These IR18s just putting on a fantastic show for us.
Yeah, absolutely. The combos have really been thought through very well indeed. And well, for cars that are designed to go fast in a straight line around a circuit that has quite a few straights, you definitely had a solid bet in assuming this was going to be a great race, and these guys certainly proved it.
Yeah, they did prove it indeed, and I think that is everybody across the start-finish line, so that is going to bring us to our final finishing order. There you see Ben Fuller able to take that victory as we screamed it over R8G Esports, VRS Coanda there, and Mac Backham and Luke Bennett rounding out the top four, who were in a massive breakaway. Urano Esports able to hold on to 5. BS Competition, by the way, up 24 spots. They are your big mover on the day. Zenith Esports there behind them in 7th, followed by Peter Zuba for Race Clutch, Veloce Esports, and Burst Esports rounding out your top 10. In 11th, it was Pure Sims Esports and Adam Blocker behind the wheel with NetRex Grand Prix and Simsa Esports in 13th. Sim Racing Unlimited behind them and WOR Esports with Obsidian Racing, Yas Heat, and TR powered by Geeksy Energy. They also had a very good day, up 10. SRC Movano Corsa back in 19th with Wannabe SRT in 20th. And then in 21st, it was Brabham Esports, followed by Trek Esports with DCW Racing, What's Cookin' Racing Adventures, RPC Esports back in 25th. Legion of Racers was able to come home in 26th position, the last driver on the lead lap. Pulsus Esports was 27th with Team Fordzilla, T3 Motorsports, and Triton Racing in 30th. 31st was RS Racing Team. Arnage all the way back in 32nd there with Altus Esports, 2 laps down. E-Team Brit, RN Vision STS Sim Racing Team, and the last of your finishers there with U Racer BR Esports and PGZ Motorsports rounding out your 37 car field. And we are now joined by the man who I am sure is just about as much out of breath as we are, Ben Fuller. Ben, that was amazing, my friend.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that, man. I'm so disappointed about Silverstone earlier with the Grosjean moment. It really caught me out, and yeah, I just haven't stopped thinking about it for the past, what is it now, 7 hours. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, that was a classic IR1 race. That was a full fuel save, sit in the traffic train, maximize the fuel save, and yeah, man, honestly, I was terrified because the fuel calculator kept on going, 13 more laps, 12 more laps, 13 more laps, 12 more laps. And if it was going to go the extra lap, I was completely out of it. I would have had 0 points for the race. So, I think I took the lead out of the pits on the out lap or the second lap out. And then I started seeing the fuel calculator go a little bit crazy and 5 liters off, 6 liters off. Like, yeah, that's a bit of an issue. So I wanted to sit in the traffic, maybe try to hold the guys up a little bit, lose a little bit of time, try to bring down the pace a little bit. But yeah, I mean, that was a full IR1 race for me. I mean, that is classic, just sit in the train and fuel save. So very happy about the perfect moments picked for the overtakes. And yeah, I mean, just very happy with that race overall, I think.
I mean, I certainly would be as well. It looked like a lot of fun out there, and I got to ask you, when are we going to see you next back in the car? What's the next stint for you?
I am done for the night. I started off the day for the first race. I've done all the IndyCar races and my F3, so it is 5 a.m. for me, and I am tired, man. I've been up all day long. It's been fun. Very difficult combos today. A lot of adapting going on low practice, so I think it was a very fun event, you know, interesting, different, not something that I'm used to, so good experience for me for sure, but I'm exhausted and I think I deserve some sleep now, so that's gonna be it for me.
Well, I would say after a race like that, you deserve some sleep as well. Ben, go get some. Congratulations once again, man.
Thank you guys.
Well, that was Ben Fuller, your victor here today, and that's sadly going to about wrap things up for me here. Zach, I've got to say goodbye to you, but I'm going to turn you over to the very capable hands of Ewan O'Leary, who will be taking over for the next couple of hours.
Thanks very much, DJ. Good to be back with you here on VCO Infinity as we get ourselves ready for race 17 of 24 here today. As I say, my name's Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Zach 24 the next couple of hours. And yeah, IndyCar's at Monza, Zach. It was very, very fun indeed. We've seen all of the IndyCar racing now. Unfortunately, that's over, and we turn our attention to F3s at Spa, which is an equally exciting proposition for all of these guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Monza was a great circuit to go out for cars that are designed to go fast in a straight line, but Spa, it's a legendary circuit. You've got everything. You've got straights, you've got corners, and those Dallara F3s as well are going to be really fun to drive. And again, they're one of those cars that have downforce, but not too much, so they can really race quite well.
They certainly can. If you think back to the first F3 race that we had in this race, it was all the way back in race 2. Patrick Holtzman took a lights to flag victory, basically, at that particular circuit. And just drawing on some other things that have happened earlier on in the day, particularly at this race, you were probably asleep, Zach, if I'm totally honest. But there was an absolute pile-up at the start of the IndyCar race here at Spa. If you were with us, you will remember it, because 18 cars needed to pit after the first lap, which is nearly half the field. It was quite remarkable. Hopefully we don't see something similar here in this race, but it's very possible. This track unfortunately does lend itself to that kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely, because it's not one of those modern circuits where you can really lean on an abundance of tarmac runoff. There really is just, it's the track and then grass and then probably barrier or gravel as well. And Spa really is a demanding circuit as well. So even the best in the business have proven that even they can make those kinds of mistakes. And again, into turn 1, La Source is a really tight hairpin. Of course, you've got Eau Rouge and Radion, which again, if you're going side by side through there, you've got to be careful. So it does lend itself to incidents, but even then, it equally is a fantastic circuit to go racing at.
It certainly is. Let's have a quick look, I think, at the championship standings after the 16th race here. Team Redline did take a little bit of a hit there, a couple of points gained by RHG, but they've still got a 6-point lead, and Urano 16 points back. VRS Coanda now 44 points back. Is it becoming too little too late for them? Quite possibly in this one. 62 points back as well for Veloce, who are starting to fall back a little bit as well in these standings. It really is becoming between those top 3 now, I would say. 16 points separating them is really not bad at all, but Coanda are becoming a little bit too far away, really.
It's still a long way to go, though, and anything can happen, of course, with 40 points for a win and then 39-38 all the way down. All it takes is a poor race for Team Redline, all it takes is a poor race for RAG, and all it takes is a poor race for Urano as well, for VRS Coanda to be right up there, because we saw in Monza and throughout the day how Coanda can really bounce back after a poor showing and then really be consistent, really get it onto the ball. So all they've got to do is keep consistent, and yeah, the whole point of VCO Infinity is to have this unpredictability over the course of the 24 hours, so anything can and anything well and truly will happen.
Absolutely, it will. For the first time today, we're actually going to get a bit of a view as to qualifying here, because we haven't really been able to do this so far, but we can here at Spa. 2 minutes remaining in the session, and this is the Veloce car of Patrick Wolf, currently driving right now. Obviously, lone qualifying, only 5 minutes for all of these guys, and the session ends when the clock hits 0. You don't even get to finish your lap time, so it really is very much almost one-shot qualifying here. You only get one shot at this, and that will certainly shake things up a little bit. It certainly already has done in these races, and it will do here, no doubt. It's more than anything, I feel, getting a time on the board rather than a really fast one.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, a circuit like Spa, you can overtake, so you can take a slight hit in qualifying and then make it up in the race, but it's so much better to have a time on the board. Might be a couple of tenths off. Of course, qualifying has been very, very close, so you might lose out a couple of positions, but as you say, on a long circuit like Spa, where you're going to be limited in qualifying, you certainly do have to make sure you at least get a decent time there to be there, because yes, BS Competition and other teams have gained a lot of positions. You certainly don't want to have that effort and that strain of fighting your way back up, especially if you're one of those front teams that will then certainly have to make their way back up.
No, absolutely. Seconds remaining in this session, and not a single car has come over the line. Basically, we're going to see everybody over the line all at once. So these guys will be on the circuit alone here, as you can tell. It's not just Patrick Wolf out here at the moment. Everybody is out there on the circuit, pretty much, apart from Lorenzo Bondo. I'm not sure what's happened to him, but he has gone back to the pit lane already. We'll see the lap times coming in very thick and fast. Pablo Espes is the first of them to come over the line, but it's Patrick Holtzman who is holding the pole position at the moment by the looks of things, and he looks like he's going to hold it to the end of the session with that lap time. I mentioned his lights to flag victory at Silverstone. He's looking to repeat that here, although we're going to see BS Competition and Phil Dennis making that a bit more difficult for him on this occasion. The time runs out, and Holtzman is going to have his work cut out a little bit more than he did in that race at Silverstone. But here it is. Phil Dennis is going to be on pole here at Spa. Patrick Holtzman alongside him, with Dylan Scrivens for Urano in third. Washington Racing Adventures with a great performance in fourth for Jack Sedgwick. Then it's Obsidian and R8G sharing the third row. Out to Esports and Veloce will be on the next together, ahead of Sergio Ignacio and Luca Vunch rounding out the top 10. Then we've got Triton Racing and Team Fordzilla on the next row. 13th is going to be Sim Racing Unlimited ahead of SRC. Arnold's Competition round out the top 15. Uris Racing Team are 16th ahead of 1B SRT. Apex Racing Team winners from the last race, 18th on the start here. Pure Sims and Yas Heat round out the top 20, with Rocket Simsport just outside. Simsa Esports 22nd out of TR, powered by Geeks Energy. Legion of Racers are 24th. RN Vision STS are next out of Pulsar Esports. Netrex Grand Prix 27th for them, head of Trek Esports. DCW Racing and Brabham Esports round out the top 30. Then we've got RPC Esports, E-Team Brit, VRS Coanda in 33rd. Pascalis Gerges does not get a lap on the board, and that's exactly why you need to, because he's a long way down. PGZ Motorsport in 34th. And Race Clutch, Racespot's very own Lorenzo Bondo is 36th. And bringing up the rear, it's Andrea Della Valle and Alex Mitchell on the final row of the grid here together. So, that is your grid for Spa. The main three contenders, Redline, Urano and R8G, all well placed up towards the top 6, exactly where they needed to be. Excuse me, Coanda outside the top 30.
Yeah, they've got the work cut out from, haven't they? And we were literally just talking about how they can deliver and still have a good showing and be consistent, but unfortunately they're really going to have to fight their way through. Luckily, Spa with that long straight, the long camel straight, really does lend itself well to having some good racing. But yeah, that's perfect for our top 3, who really are now in the mix, but they've also got that BS Competition card to get through as well.
They certainly have. Got to be very, very tricky indeed for everybody to get through all of these cars and etc. in this race, because there's a lot of them out there once again. As I mentioned, the first Spa race that we had at this event was absolute chaos in the IndyCars. Let's see how it goes in the Dallara F3s. Still waiting for R8G to get onto the grid, by the way. Hopefully Valentin Mandadak will be able to do that. Mandadak himself has won 2 races on his own. Races 6 and 12 went to him. Be a nice bit of symmetry if race 18 went to him, but that doesn't look like it's going to happen. I don't think he's even competing in that particular race. Still got a couple of moments, still 20 seconds or so for these guys to get themselves ready, and then the lights will be going out for the race here at Spa. Few seconds remaining. Triton Racing are going to be the final ones to pop themselves onto the grid, just getting everything ready. And then the lights will come on and the revs will rise. Here we go. F3 at Spa. It's race 17 of the VCO Infinity. And we are underway. On the front row, of course, BS Competition and Redline making their way down towards La Source side by side. Patrick Holtzman trying to make things work on the outside line, but he's going to fall into line by the looks of things. Everybody gets through La Source cleanly on this occasion. It's the run up through Eau Rouge and the run up the Kemmel Straight where accidents can happen. Let's see if we all get through here cleanly up Eau Rouge and running on for the first time.
Yeah, certainly a good start from BS Competition. Phil Dennis just doing what he needs to do out in front, but look at them in the nose to tail everyone as they funnel through the King down the Kemmel Straight. Are they going to be 3 abreast for the race lead? Indeed, they are. BS Competition sandwiched in the middle. You can see Dylan Scrivens just trying to get on the inside. The Team Redline all the way on the outside. He's going to have to break late to swoop around, but there goes Dylan Scrivens on the inside for Urano Esports to get themselves into the race lead. BS Competition fighting with Redline all the way through into Malmedy, and that's a big move for Redline, who are off into the gravel, going to tumble down Patrick Holtzman. A big mistake as he tumbles down the tower.
My goodness, this is such a huge moment in this race as Patrick Holtzman has contact. Does he have damage? That is the key thing here. He's found himself somehow side by side with Coanda. You couldn't write it. Coming through Bruxelles into No Name Corner, and there's contact between them as well. Gurgis is off the road. Patrick Holtzman certainly has damage here. Redline have damage. This race is turning on its head here at VCO Infinity, race 17. Redline have damage, and they're surely going to have to be in here. Coanda as well.
Yeah, absolutely. This is really, really sensational stuff. Really chaotic as well on this first lap. Look at how wide he's going through Pouon as well, just to avoid everyone. But this is the race RAG needs to capitalise on. Yes, they're in 7th place, but when Redline are down the order, this is really going to be some good point scores for them. And Urano as well need to capitalise off this as well. They've really, really now put themselves in a very, very good position to get themselves back at the top of the championship standings.
Even more wheel-to-wheel contact a little bit further down. Fordzilla involved, and there he is. Patrick Holtzman has decided to tow back to pit lane. He does have a fast repair, and he will be able to get back into this race, but how many points is he going to get from this? How many points are RHG going to gain on them in this one? Urano as well. What a huge moment this is in the race. We'll have a look at the standings, of course, when things start to calm down just a little bit. But this is an opportunity that cannot be missed by Urano especially, because they came into this race obviously 16 points away from Redline. They cannot miss this opportunity to gain as many points as they possibly can.
Absolutely, side by side on the run towards Eau Rouge and Radion, tucked up in the slipstream of the car I'm riding on board with, and you can just see how close it is. The wannabe racing car just going to have to back out of that one and tuck in behind. But yeah, Urano leading the way, really going to help them as the number 13 practically pushing now as they go through the King, through the Kemmel Straight as well. It's just so many cars so close together thanks to the slipstream side by side for the race lead as BS Competition Phil Dinnies gets himself back into the race lead. Urano just has to tuck in behind, and that's BS Competition making amends for a poor start.
Yeah, they did fall back a little bit, but it's hardly unexpected. The Kemmel Straight is a real place you don't want to be leading onto on the first lap, really. Urano able to take advantage, but for how much longer? This is how we stand in the standings. Urano closing the gap on RHG. They both move past Redline, who go back to 25 points adrift at this stage. 25 points with 7 races to go after this one. It's a lot of points, and they're going to need a very good end to this championship. Coanda, with this poor race here, I would have to say they are out of it, and we're looking at a 3-horse race if indeed Redline can pick themselves up again in race 18, which they're going to have to.
They certainly are going to have to in order to have any chance, but that's the sort of thing. If it can happen to Redline, it can happen to Urano, it can happen to RHG as well, so it's not all over. There's still a long way to go in this event, so they've just got to pick themselves up, got to push forward and hope for a good event from here now and to the end as Obsidian Racing tries to put some pressure on Urano. Going to take a look as we see right on board with Patrick Holtzman. This is what happened on the first lap. BS Competition squeezing him, just got over the curb, and these Formula 3 cars so low to the ground that you make any elevation change, it just skates across the top of the curb, and you really are just a passenger at that point.
Yeah, there was it was hardly a squeeze really, but it was contact, and Holtzman struggled. And this is him coming down on Gurgis as well, if you remember, straight into the side of Coanda. And if Coanda protests that, Redline could very well find themselves with a penalty for the next race. That's race clutch going around at No Name as well. So caught up by everything else that we didn't see them going for a spin around. So yeah, big drama on the opening lap for Redline and Coanda, both of those teams in the pit lane, allowing Urano and RHG to take control of VCO Infinity. Goodness me, what a start this has been. And further back in the pack from about 12 back onwards, it is absolute chaos. there's so many battles going on. Jack McIntyre's had a great start here. Started outside the top 20. He's already inside 15th position. So, yeah, there's a great battling going up the Kemmel Straight here into Lake Common. This is what you'd expect to see from F3s at Spa, really. It is a good track combination, as we're proving here.
Certainly so, as the number 70 going to go to the inside of Malmedy. That's Veloce trying to get up the inside of Team Ford Zilla. And as they go towards Ravage, you can see Apex Racing Team, who won last time out in Monza in the IndyCar, is now trying to make some progress forward. They're on the outside of an off-cambered corner. That's going to be quite difficult for the Veloce car in order to do, as the Rocket Simsport as well just has to sit idle. But that's thanks to the slipstream in these cars being incredibly powerful, and a lot of straights here at Spa, keeping everyone nose to tail. Unfortunately, it's not a similar fate for those in front, but Obsidian Racing up into second place as well.
Yeah, they are indeed. We missed that, but Obsidian Racing and Pablo Espes up into second place at the expense of Scrivens. Espes won the F3 race at Daytona for Obsidian. Post-race, though, didn't cross the line first, but Gergis got a penalty for the last lap incident where Mandanak was sent on his roof, or on his lid, on his head, I suppose, more literally in these cars. Yeah, there was a post-race investigation there, and Obsidian were given that race win. Speaking of investigations, there's been a drive-through for Lorenzo Bonda, I'm afraid to say. So he's going to have to make his way down through pit lane in this one, I'm afraid. Battle for fourth is easily the closest, though, headed by Altis Esports. This entire train is battling over those positions. It's very good for Urano and indeed BS and Obsidian that they've got away from this kind of thing.
Yeah, just breaking away, and now they don't have to be amongst the battling, and as well a drive-through penalty for Team Redline. Unfortunately, they can't serve it because they're already in the pit lane and out of this race as Dylan Scrivens gets back in front of Pablo Espes. But yeah, as you say, this fight for fourth certainly raging on as once again they go through Eau Rouge and Radion and Spa. Certainly proven to be a very, very chaotic affair today, as Pablo Espes practically pushing Scrivens through the Camel Kink and now down towards Lake Com. Is he going to go for a move? Is he going to be able to fabricate a move, or are they just going to try and work together to try and catch BS competition? You can see Scrivens certainly thinking of defending, but single file for now.
Yeah, you say Redline are out the race. I think that is them on the just behind this battle, is it? I don't know, cocktail from here, but yeah, they're certainly still in the race, getting out the way of everybody at the moment, and will be able to serve that drive-through side by side further back. Yannick Lapchard has been able to, or has been overtaken by Valentin Mandanak there, and looking to try and get back through again, but not able to for fourth position in this race. RHG gaining points as of course they need to, trying to close that gap between themselves and Urano. Coming into this race, they only had 10 points over Urano. They're going to lose 2 if things were to stay as they are right now, but Mandanak has proved himself to be so good in this car. Already won 2 races today, as I mentioned. Probably should have won at Daytona as well. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and I think you cannot count him out for this race win.
No, certainly not. As if he can push forward and get after Pablo Espes and Scrivens as well, just get into that slipstream. If they start to fight to second and third, then certainly will allow Mandanak to close the gap. And of course for RHG in their championship, as you very rightly say, they do need to limit the amount of points that Urano are gaining. And at the moment it will be 2 if it stands as it is, but still 36 minutes left to go, and you can see Lapchin in the Altis car trying to put some pressure on Mandanak towards the bus stop chicane. Same too with Pablo Espes as they go through the final chicane. They are closing the gap. You can see Wunschnack and Cedric going side by side as well. It is really all just kicking off because there's so many cars in such a small space on the circuit. You can definitely imagine there's going to be a lot of side by side action.
SRC and Sasha Gall also with the drive-through penalty there. It's going to serve it now, but yeah, there's a bit of contact through the bus stop chicane actually for Sergio Ignacio in the Zenith car. And I wonder if he's got damage. There was wheel-to-wheel contact, and he's already lost a place to Ivan Machado Perez, which is not ideal. I think there may be damage on that car for Ignacio. We'll find out soon, I'm sure. But up the hill again, through Eau Rouge and Radion, through the Camel Kink and onto the Camel Straight. Is Luca Vunk's going to be able to possibly make this 3 wide and try and take both of these positions, or he's going to go through the middle instead? Why not? Altis Esports on his inside and RHG on his outside. He doesn't care about any of that. He's putting T3 Motorsport up into 4th place.
What a move. That took courage and bravery to just thread the needle through the middle, and now he's got a decent gap as well, as we see one of the cars run off through Malmedy. But yeah, fantastic move from Vunch just to go through the middle and then have the bravery to keep a car on your inside and a car on your outside, break broke late enough, and T3 Motorsport well and truly up into P4, but that gap up to Obsidian Racing is going to grow the more they fight, so maybe now does the T3 Motorsport car want to push on, get some clear air, and try and fight for that podium.
Let's see. Where can they get to in this race here? Can they pull this entire group towards those guys at the front? I mean, the top three are running so quickly at the moment, it's going to be difficult. BS Competition, obviously, Phil Dennis is very quick, but Urano and Obsidian are kind of working together, which is not going to be helping these guys behind, who are trying to get involved, like T3 Motorsport, Outer Sea Sports, R8G, Boss Cooking Racers Adventures, and Triton Racing, who are all involved in trying. You see the fluorescent blue almost of Triton in the background there. It's going to be hard to. I mean, these cars, as we saw at Daytona, they will hit the limiter fairly quickly, especially if you're drafting off one another and bump drafting maybe as well. And you can see BS Competition able to hold off Urano and Obsidian while driving basically on their own. Despite those two behind working together, BS Competition is still able to hold a lead here, so it's a lot harder to close gaps in this particular car as it has been with some other cars, like we're going to see with the touring car at this circuit in a couple of races' time. We've seen in the IndyCar last time out, those gaps were easier to close in. These gaps are not so easy in the F3 cars at all.
Yeah, but once they're closed, they really do stay closed, as Mandanak is practically pushing the Altus car down, trying to do a bump draft. Once again, they're going to go side by side down the Camel Straight, use the slingshot, the R8G car, just going to try and push his way through and follow the Altus car. As you can see, the Wars Cooking Racing Adventures going to go side by side as well, trying to go for the move and get a couple in one. As they go through Lake-Com, you can see Altus Esports going to go the long way around. R8G just going to have to sit idle as they go through Malmedy, going to go for the switcheroo, bit sideways action for Wars Cooking Racing Adventures as they go through into Ravage. The R8G going to send one, Altus going to send one as well towards Ravage, side by side through, but not quite got enough of a nosing. Going to claim the corner side by side towards No Name. It's a short run, and once again going to go for the switcheroo on that run towards Puon, but What's Cooking came out of nowhere.
Yeah, 3 positions in one straight there for them, and now they're on the defensive again towards Puon. I don't think everybody in this group is going to be particularly pleased, because they're trying to get back to the front again, really, and that is not going to help, especially defending into all of these corners as well, into the Piff Puff chicane again. And Ultra C Sports want to put an end to this and get in front themselves. Triton Racing are caught on from behind. Oris Racing Team are going to be here soon as well. You can see them in the red and black a little bit further down. So this train is only going to get bigger, and this battle is only going to get more intense, much to the disappointment of everybody within it.
Certainly so, but yeah, they're certainly going to be enjoying their time. Might be a little bit frustrating the fact that they can't push forward, but Jack Cedric's doing a fantastic job of keeping everyone at bay. He's got 3 cars practically pushing him through as they now go through Blanchimont. Mandanak Lapchin might be able to fabricate a move. In fact, Mandanak is going to fabricate a move towards the bus stop chicane, which way is he going to go? Outside, inside, single file for the time being, but we've got 5, maybe even 6 cars now fighting for P4 as they will try and find their way through.
It is very close indeed. What are we going to see on the Camel Straight this time? It was Cooking Racing Adventures who were making the strides forward last time, but this time it's coming into Los Tours. Valentin Mandanak makes his way through into second position, and Jack Sedgwick is going to have his hands full here. Lapchan would have wanted to be the one in second coming onto the Camel Straight here, but he's not going to be allowed that privilege. Up the hill towards Eau Rouge and Radion again. It's a nice run through from Lapchan. He's almost already willing to pull alongside as they get to the King here. The 4 of them almost connected. Goodness me! The 3 of them there very close together. Sedgwick is going to stay on the racing line. The 3 of them are going to push each other. Bugs tried to go to the inside to get through, but wasn't able to. That was high risk, but potentially high reward. They were very, very quick down the Camel Straight there.
Yeah, couldn't separate them at all, and they've sort of fizzled back out through Malmedy and towards Ravage, but it's still Cedric that leads the way from Mandanak, Lapchin and Vunchk. Rounds off this short little train fight for P4 down to P7, potentially even P8 as Noga is trailing a little bit as well, but you can see just everyone fighting neck and tail for all of these positions, and Cedric still not batting an eye at all. He really isn't flinching one bit. As Dallara G gaining a couple more points up into P5 now, limit the amount that Urano can gain on them.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, if you're R8G there, though, second in that group, they were certainly right in amongst it there. I mean, surely it's too risky to be getting involved in that kind of bump drafting stuff that we saw there going down the Camel Straight, excuse me. You're leading the championship at this stage. There's no need, in my mind, for R8G to be getting quite that close to everybody and getting quite that involved with the bump drafting we just saw.
Yeah, but then again, it still does help to get any little point that you possibly can. And again, as you say, you're very right in saying that they shouldn't need to take any risk. But if they can go for a high percentage move, they might as well go for it just to extend the gap, because every point does count. As we see, I think that's T3 Motorsports trying to put some pressure on Altus down in towards the bus stop chicane, inside, outside. Again, just going to stay single file, because the more they fight, the more they lose. But RHE certainly all over the back of Cedric as they go out of the bus stop chicane. So if they can go for the move, potentially with that slingshot that we've seen down the Camel Straight, they certainly will.
Trying to work out whether Outers actually have damage here. This group is all of a sudden a lot more spaced out than it was one lap ago, but it's quite hard to tell. As we go side by side a little bit further down the order, Onar's competition on the middle of very nearly 3 wide here. Rocket Simsport on the outside line. Yas Heat are involved here as well. This is the battle for 15th position, and Daniel Civiswabo is watching on from behind here for Pure Sims Esports, just running on board with him right now. Going down towards Rouge, not going to get any of the slipstream on the way in there, but certainly on the way up and the way through. His timing is run nicely for Pure Sims here. Is that because he wants to stay behind and doesn't really want to be involved? Or is he trying to get through as quickly as possible? Well, he might try and follow Yas Heat, who are 3 wide on the inside line here of Lecom, all for 15th position, and they're all going to go into the braking zone 3 wide. But Yas Heat indeed go from 3rd in this group to 1st in a matter of a straight. And this is exactly the kind of racing you can expect to see from the F3s at Spa. And this is also the kind of thing with Vux and Noja at the moment battling hard over what is 7th position.
Yeah, very much getting themselves into the mix as the train sort of funnels its way out. They really have just spread out a little bit. It's still Cedric and Mandanak that lead the way, but then Lapchin and Vunch has sort of fallen off a little bit. So they've sort of been left into their own little couplets or trios to fight amongst themselves. But Noja certainly getting themselves into the mix. And we just saw then the beauty of Spa and how well it can keep everyone so close together. And we saw with Cedric how he was able to gain 3 cars in one straight, and then again with the Yas Heat. So yeah, this track and car combo really proven to be successful.
It certainly is. Fairly successful at the moment for BS Competition, who are still leading here with Phil Dines. The closest battles are certainly here now in this battle for 7th. Even the battle for 4th has started to space out through Blanchimov, Triton Racing and Matis Noja trying to go around the outside and up the inside into the bus stop chicane. Vugs very well held around the outside line there, gives him the inside for the final part. Eva Machado Perez is going to say thank you very much, and I'll take that. Weaving around from Vugs, not entirely sure what he's unhappy about or what's quite going on there, but he defends once again into La Source. This group getting all a bit physical, all a bit tense now between all of these guys in this battle for 7th. It's allowed Benedict Hitz to get involved here in the Sim Racing Unlimited car.
Yeah, certainly so. It could very easily end in tears. Hopefully it won't do, but you can see Noja practically pushing Perez through Evolution Radio, and you might actually be beneficial just to lift off a little bit, get that momentum through and use the slingshot, because now he might be in a bit of a stalemate, but he is going to pull to the left-hand side in this fight for PA, and again going to dummy to the inside, but Perez wants to go for the move on Vunch because they run side by side towards Lecom. You can see Noja just going to push him through, try and force that gap open and push his way through as the 19 goes the wrong way around on the 10. Again, very sideways though from Vunch there just to keep it in a straight line, but again some very good racing, and Perez got a nice sizable gap now to try and push forward.
Yeah, that was very sideways from Books as well. As we go back to this battle for 15th, Jack McIntyre very much involved with the Arnard's competition car. Pure Sims as well as a few more catch on from behind into Bruxelles, and it's going to be defending on the inside line here as well. Arnard's competition we're on the defensive there, by the way. It's Carlos Tiguez at the moment who is on the defensive. Daniel Civisabo for Pure Sims was trying to get through, and now TR powered by Geeks Energy are going to be able to get through because of that into Puon by the looks of things. Inside line for them, and well, it's still not done, but they're on the inside, and they have now managed to find their way through. So a lot of nice battling, especially towards Lecom here. I was a little bit worried about these F3 races, I have to say. When I saw the one at Silverstone, Patrick Holtzman was by far and away the best driver in that race, and he took a lights to flag victory. I was slightly afraid they were all going to be like that, but I'm glad to be wrong on that. This race has been very close.
Yeah, indeed so, and once again it's going to get even closer, as you can see to the left-hand side. That run towards Blanchimont, they run side by side. Jack McIntyre going to have to go the long way around. Delguez going to have to try and keep him pinned on the inside, and then again go through Blanchimont. It is flat out, but still very easy to go side by side, 2x2, as a couple of cars go side by side a little bit further back. Obsidian Racing and Urano also are quite close on track, but unfortunately this competition really is flying out in front, side by side again as they go through the bus stop chicane. There's just, all of these cars have really, in their own little battles, have lost time to the cars in front, and then just sort of separated into their own little groups of 4, which is lovely to see, because these groups of 4 really do play themselves well to give us a nice bit of action.
Certainly do. This group indeed finding themselves even more further removed from the rest of the field than they already were. As Iris Racing and T3 Motorsport lose out to Triton. I believe they might be, well, they were free wide briefly probably. Going through up the Kemmel Straight, and they're free wide again here into Lecombe. Oh my goodness me, it's too close for comfort, I'm afraid. Iris go off. They're back onto the road, right into the path of Sim Racing Unlimited as well. In that battle for what is 9th position now. That was very close. This is why often we see 3 wide down the Kemmel Straight, but then 2 wide at maximum into Lecombe, because that kind of thing can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a that was a mistake that was pretty much coming ever since this whole fight started. But the Ores Racing team pushing on, trying to get after Sim Racing Unlimited, trying to recover, but their tyres are going to be a little bit overheated. They just need to take a couple of corners just to cool them back down and then get back into that mind frame. And that was a very, very scary moment. Could have all come undone, but still running well, still running inside the top 10, which is you know, you could certainly ask for worse. And that was very close as they rejoin the circuit.
There's not a lot you can do there on the grass, and Iris Racing team found that one out. This is how it all started though. Outside line for Iris, and there is contact here as well. We'll see it from this angle here. I mean, it's hard to blame anybody there, it's just too little room for everybody really.
Yeah, exactly that. And yeah, 3 wide through a chicane, you know, you've got to go through the right and then again through the left, which is never ever going to work, as he's trying to make some ground up again through Blanchimont. Sim Racing Unlimited to his right hand side. There's just so many cars going through. Sim Racing Unlimited going to come back at him. Veloce also going to try and get themselves into the mix, go the long way round of both of them through the bus stop chicane. That was a lovely move there from Veloce to get themselves into 9th, but Jorge's going to keep it to the right hand side as they now once again. We've got a car spin, and that's a very easy mistake to do. Is that Triton Racing?
It is Triton Racing out of the bus stop chicane. They were fighting over positions further up than this, and now they've dropped behind everybody. Here it is, side by side through the through La Source. There, T3 Motorsport have managed to get themselves into 7th, but they're going to get surely steamrolled up the Kemmel Straight here. We've got Oris, Veloce, Sim Racing Unlimited, Fordzilla and ART all here, side by side through Eau Rouge and Radion there, between Fordzilla and ART by the looks of things. And up the hill again. Where's everybody going to go? Veloce to the very outside line. Wide. Up the Kemmel Straight. My goodness me. Into Lecombe we go again. And we fall. Oh, it's ended in disaster. Complete disaster. Veloce go up and over the barriers on the right-hand side. They go back to the pit lane. Huge contact. It was coming, because 4 wide into Lecombe is never going to work. And 3 or 4 cars have now found that out.
Oh my word, that was always going to end in tears. They were nearly 5 wide. Just going to have to take another look at it. You can see the 20 go into the inside as well to nearly make it 5 wide. The 13 drifts over, sandwiches the 25 into the Veloce car, and then it's just take off from there. The Veloce goes flying, which is very picturesque, very nice to see aesthetically, but yeah, certainly not ideal for their race. And that Sim Racing Olympic car certainly has seen better days. Same with that Veloce car, which can't decide how many rolls it wants to do.
I think Sim Racing Unlimited didn't quite realise they were still 3 wide going towards Lecombe there. Drifted over to the right hand side of our picture when there were still 2 cars there instead of 1. It would have been fine if there was 1 car on the outside line there, but unfortunately there was 2. It has ended in disaster. It means that Veloce, after having well, in the live standings they were overtaking Coanda at the time. They're now back to 5th again in these standings, as you can see, with 505 points. RHG currently up the order at the moment, 8 points ahead of Urano as we run right now. It's all helped Patrick Holtzman, of course. If those 2 cars can't get out before he gets there, then there's going to be another couple of positions for him there, and he's only 6 seconds behind WR Esports and Alex Mitchell, so there's another point on the line coming up soon.
Yeah, and that's what he needs to do, is to limit the damage as best he can. Yes, it's only a couple of points, but when Team Redline want to stay in this fight for the championship, they need to pick up whatever little bit they can. As we can see, was cooking, putting some pressure on Urano Esports, so they've really gained some ground on the cars in front. The 969 going to have to go the long way round down and towards Lake On. The R8G car just going to sit idle, might actually eye up a move towards the inside, and indeed does so as Mandanak gets the move done up into P4. Urano really been mugged off here, but I was absolutely stunned by the speed that these two caught up to this train for the lead.
Well, yeah, all of a sudden we had an 8-point lead for REG, and all of a sudden it's turned to 11 because of a couple of changes of position there. Urano, of course, still moving up to second in the standings, but yeah, it's all changed somewhat at the front. Obsidian Racing have been able to get away a little bit from these guys, but nobody looks like they can catch BS Competition at the moment. For whatever reason, Phil Deness just looks much quicker than everybody else.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job. Cannot knock him whatsoever for his speed and consistency around such a challenging circuit like Spa. Of course, fell back to third at the start, quickly was able to pick those positions up after Redline's misfortune, and then of course maybe I was able to pick off Urano as well. So now just clear air, able to push forward, but you know that gap is still stagnating around about 1.4, 1.5 second. Pablo Espes has kept him honest within a couple of tenths each lap, and that last lap was in fact quicker from Pablo Espes, a 2:11.2 for Espes, a 2:11.26 for Phil Deness. So yeah, very, very close indeed, and any mistake can definitely be catastrophic for BS Competition.
Yeah, he did just make some inroads, as you say, but it was only 0.04 of a second, and 1.4 second margin does need a little bit more of an inroad than that, I'm afraid, at this stage. Up into the bus stop chicane as we approach 2/3 distance in this race. Race 17 of VCO Infinity, still 7 to go after this one. Next up, GT3s at Silverstone. Mirzak will be taking you through, so yeah, we look forward to that, but this one isn't done just yet, especially this battle for third, although Urano and Dylan Scrivens doesn't look quite as comfortable as maybe he should be in this Urano car at the moment. Was racing not so long ago, I have to say, in this in Infinity, so he's having a bit of a turnaround, but RHG just deciding to push in this particular instance. There is the top 5 all in your picture, and I think Mandanak is still thinking of bigger things here. He didn't want to go through on What's Cooking Racing Adventures there and cause a bit of a battle. He wants to get up to Obsidian and maybe even BS Competition as well.
Yeah, potentially so, and of course, What's Cooking Racing is absolutely flying as well. So if RAG could just keep on his rear end, use him to make some inroads to those in front as well. As you've got a car stopped on the inside, I think that was a lap car, but we were on board with Valera Apex Racing Team, who come into this race as the most recent winners, but now coming through in towards No Name, trying to make some inroads on Team Fortilla and Altus Esports for P7 and try and maximise the points where they can. But yeah, BS Competition. At this stage, do you keep pushing, or do you just relax a little bit and take a breather? But I guess with Obsidian there, you really can't afford to.
Yeah, can't afford to back off whatsoever. They'll be looking to keep everybody at bay and just hold on for a rather easy, inverted commas, race victory. This is Gail Valero you're on board with at the moment for Apex Racing Team on the back of Team Fordzilla. He was the winner of the touring car race at Monza. Look at me, what race was that? Race 9? Yeah, I think so. The closest race in VCO Infinity so far. Only 23 thousandths of a second separating those two at Monza when we saw the touring cars last. Was that last time we saw them, or at the time before? Not sure, but either way, we'll be seeing them again very soon back here at Spa for race 19. So make sure you join us for that, and Valero might well be joining us for that as well, because he was very good, very strong in the Elantra not so long ago. But he's got his work cut out here to try and get through on the likes of T3, Autos and Fordzilla. This train all for 6th position by the looks of things at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. They again funnel their way through into sort of like a triplet, quadruplet fight, and yeah, giving us some awesome action amongst the midfield, because we did get quite a lot of it at the IndyCars and Monza. We were really focusing towards the sharp end, so nice to see how it's all gaggling out in the midfield. But yeah, Apex Racing Team riding in a pretty strong race once again. RAG eyeing up a move maybe on Cedric, as we see another penalty for the Sim Racing Limited for next race, which is very much fair, as they very clumsily drifted over to the left and caused a pretty big incident, it must be said.
Yeah, I have to agree with that penalty, and so they're going to have to serve a drive-through at Silverstone. during the GT3 race there. This is the battle for second. I'll say third. It was third not so long ago. Now it is for second. Urano aren't able to keep with the pace. So unlike what we saw at the likes of Monza, well, in any of the cars really, but particularly the Indy cars last time out and the touring cars, especially earlier on last night, during the middle of the night in Europe, race 9, you were really able, even if you were a little bit, quite a lot slower than the cars you were with actually, you were able to keep with the group quite easily. Around here in the F3s, it is a lot more difficult to keep with the group, it seems. You do need still quite a lot of pace to stay with the group, because, for example, we saw a little bit earlier, we saw earlier races at Spa, the likes of the IndyCar and whatever. You could stay in the draft even a little bit easier than this. The F3s are really not staying together quite as well as some of the other cars. And Scribbins is finding that out at the moment. 5th place looks like the maximum what he's going to get from this race, which is not really enough when RHG are up the road and taking points from them as they are right now.
Yeah, but still, Redline are having some misfortune, so they're still able to secure themselves in second place, and potentially the F3s at Spa aren't their particularly best combination, but still able to be inside the top 5, which in a 32-car grid is still pretty damn good. But yeah, unfortunately, unless something drastic happens amongst the front, which don't count it out because it certainly has happened a little bit further down. So yeah, still able to pick up the pieces and capitalise if they can. But yeah, Jack Cedric and Mandanak making some inroads on Obsidian Racing and BS Competition in front, working really well together. It seems that, you know, neither of them, they're thinking about the bigger picture. They're thinking about doing it better in this race than 3rd and 4th, because they can see the 2 in front and they certainly are gunning for it.
They really are. Mandanak is pushing the What's Cooking Racing Adventures car right up to the front now. Only 1.7 seconds from the lead of this race. They've got to be catching the draft of Obsidian soon, surely. And it's only 1 second from BS Competition. That is the closest it's been for a good while now. The margin coming down and down and down. We're not expecting pit stops, by the way, in this race. I know, well, I don't think so anyway. I think Silverstone, oh god, I can't remember now. But certainly Monza was one of the circuits where they need a pit stop. I don't think they do around here, although don't quote me on it. Not entirely sure. Redline have picked up another point. The only problem for them is that RHG have picked up another point since the last time we looked at this graphic as well. So Redline have not really got any closer there. They're not too far away from WR Esports though, and will certainly need a very good final 7 races without mistakes, really, you've got to say, if they want to win VCO Infinity, the very first VCO Infinity. It's becoming a 3-horse race, but Redline have got their work cut out.
Yeah, certainly so. They're breaking away, and it might even turn into a 2-horse race if Redline have one more race of misfortune. They cannot afford it at all. We got a massive bit of action going on a little bit further back as Perez for the Auras Racing team falling a little bit further back down to now P18, which is a shame because they were very much at the sharp end. And this is T3 Motorsport Luca Vunch, who was driving really well, tumbling down the order. Potentially, I think a bit of contact with either Altus or Team Fordzilla, potentially Apex Racing Team as well, as they were in a bit of a fight. This is potentially what happened to Vunch. Nope, just onto the grass, bit of dirty tyres, clipped the curb, and around it went. So he did that all by himself.
He certainly did, all by himself on the way into Stavolo there. So Brooks is going to be very disappointed with himself to drop down into 10th position. T3 Motorsport, by the way, are having a fantastic race in this in VCO Infinity. They were 4th after quite a few races, got quite deep into this one, but a few poor results, and they've dropped back a little bit now. I think they were 10th on the way into this race, or maybe even further than that, 12th on the way into this race. And they're going to be possibly further down after this, but let's see on that one. Bunk's going to be very disappointed to miss out on those few points because of that mistake that he made just there. Back for second, closes up ever so slightly once more. So does Vunch onto the back of Simza here. Up to the Kemmel straight. Are we going to see a bit of pushing or a move? It looks like a move on the outside line. Vunch is going to get a little bit of slipstream as well from the 17, and he's going to be easily able to make his way through, but that is a lap car, so nice. That was me commentating on a non-overtake. Nice. Set back for second certainly is a battle to be focused on though, because it's close once more, although Obsidian Racing, despite being on their own with no help at all, doing a very good job to hold off these two.
Yeah, doing a really, really good job indeed as they do close. And once they get into that slipstream range, it will be an exponential close, and I'm sure, because they have been absolutely flying. Don't want to take too much out of their tyres, though, because they've have had to do quite a distance on them, and they have been pushing quite hard, but still averaging at least a couple of tenths quicker a lap. And surely you have to say, when is it that they are going to be able to catch up? As yeah, I think it might get to a point where Obsidian and BS Competition, having maybe taken it a bit easier on their tyres, will be a little bit better in this final stage of this race. But RH doing everything they can, especially in a day where Redline really have fallen off, just to limit their accidents and also to maximise the points by working with Cedric today.
Yeah, they really have. Now into the bus stop chicane. 5 laps to go as they go over the line here. See Fieldiness just in the foreground. I think these two are going to be too far back to challenge him now, despite the fact they've come from quite a long way back and they're only under 2 seconds away now. I think Dines has still done enough here. A little bit of a mistake from Cedric into the first corner there, and he drops back a little bit, and so Obsidian are going to hold them at arm's length once again. It's very frustrating. I feel like Mandanak is quicker and he will finish at 3rd at the very least, but he knows that if this battle starts to develop between himself and Cedric, then he's not going to be able to get 2nd, and he wants all the points he can get, so he's pushing as hard as he can, but there's only so much you can do. You do need the car in front of you to be quick as well. You can't just be pushing anybody and hope to get to the front. You do need the car in front of you to be making inroads as well, but that's not happening right now.
Takes 2 to tango, doesn't it? And yeah, that's what Mandanak will be hoping for. And to be fair, it has worked for the majority of this since they broke away from everyone else behind. But yeah, I think Mandanak will know how much of a defence that Cedric can put up, because he was able to put it up a little bit earlier on, so won't want to have that fight. But it will get to a point, especially now we're in the last 8 minutes of this race, where he might then want to be in the driving seat, pushing forward and be the one to then lead that offensive against the top 2, because yeah, as you say, he certainly has got a bit of pace bottled up and might want to get to a point where he needs to exploit it. So yeah, especially with Obsidian being so close, he does want to gain every little bit of points that he can get, especially in sort of now we're in the sort of, I guess you could say, the closing stages of the event sort of ish, and especially as Redline having those misfortunes, they want to make sure they can get big points when their rivals are having some a bad day. But Cedric's still doing the job well, just needs to close up a little bit more, I think.
He's been at this frustrating distance for a long time now. He's continuing at a few car lengths down through Blanchimont. This time Mandanak is not pushing him through, not on this occasion. Into the bus stop chicane once again with just under 8 minutes to go, but it's not close enough once more. 11 points is the lead for RHE as things stand on the road. I think it's certainly going to be 12. Can they make it a little bit more? Quite possibly before the end here. Into La Source. You see this onboard shot here. Cedric needs a good run, and Mandanak is going to get him a good run, or get him good speed, but once again 8 tenths, and this is unlike anything we've really seen with any of the other cars. If we were at this distance with any of the others, one car on their own followed by 2 pushing each other, we would certainly see these 2 together by now, but for whatever reason these F3s do really struggle to close gaps.
Yeah, but again, they can stay really close to each other once they are there, and the slipstream is strong. And yeah, unfortunately, it's so much more difficult to drag someone along who's a couple of tenths slower than we have seen it before. But yeah, I guess it does prove who is going to be the quicker one, and you do actually have to be on it. You can't just rely on that slipstream. You do have to push forward yourself. But yeah, still Obsidian doing enough. In fact, was quicker than Cedric on that last lap by only about half a tenth or so, just a little bit more than half a tenth. So yeah, being able to keep them both at arm's reach. So Mandanak might actually think about going for the offensive. But then again, what does he gain? 1 extra point when he's already gaining 20, nearly 30 over Redline. 1 extra point. Does he really want to take that risk, take that gamble? Because the gamble didn't work out for Redline.
Personally think it's not actually that much of a risk at all. If he waits till the very final bus stop chicane, he might be able to just make his way through very easily. Of course, waiting that long is a bit of a risk in itself, but I think Mandanak is starting to surrender to the inevitable here. The gap goes to a second once again, and we certainly are expecting them to finish as they are in the top 2 at the very least. So we go back to the battle for 6th. Altus Esports defending from Forza and ART. This battle's been going on for a while, and I think they've been a little bit scared off each other a little bit because of that incident with Veloce and Sim Racing Unlimited we saw at Les Combes about 10 or 15 minutes ago.
Yeah, definitely, and he might just be a bit more nervous to go for a fight, but you can see Josh Boulain actually now look into the inside bunch. One can't quite get the slingshot, but he is pushing him through. Might fabricate a move down in towards the bus stop chicane. As you can see, Altus Esports might go defensive. Note that the space opens up for Josh Boulain on the inside as R8G goes for the move in towards the source on Cedric. Gets that move done, and now wants to be in the driving seat to push forward, though he's going to be vulnerable to counter-attack. He's probably done that at one of the worst places because look at the gap already. Well, no, to be fair, he's getting a lovely push through Eau Rouge and Radion. So I think maybe Cedric knows his place, just wants to sit in behind and use Mandanak to push forward. Yeah, certainly so. He knows his job.
It looks like he does. 3 laps to go, including this one, just under 5 minutes here at Spa. And it looks like Cedric is indeed going to push. You see how risky it is, goodness me. These guys do know what they're doing, thankfully. But certainly Mandanak surrendering to the inevitable a little bit earlier on. Well, I think he's decided, well, if we can't do this together, then I might as well go alone and give this one a go. That's exactly what he's doing now, trying to close in on Obsidian, gaining that extra point. The gap now on the road, 12 points. If the race were to end as it is right now, Urano looked pretty dead on for a 5th place with Dylan Scrivens. Where are R8G going to end up? There it is, 590 points currently. Are we going to see 591 by the end of this race to put this further out of reach of the rest? Not out of reach, you understand, but certainly more in favour of R8G. Interestingly as well, Fernandez's lead has come down to the lowest it's ever been in this race, certainly since the first few laps.
Yeah, certainly so. That gap is coming down as Pablo Esper sort of finds something different to do. Just absolutely activating some instinct to try and close the gap in the final 3 minutes. Maybe he sees the threat of Mandanak and wants to actually push and get towards the leader. Now as he sees the threat of RAG looming, that gap sort of coming down, but then again, he's not really done much more than Cedric would have done, though he has completely dropped Cedric. So run equal pace with Obsidian. So yeah, Cedric certainly doesn't quite have the pace to fight for the podium. It'll be interesting to see if Pablo Esper can close that gap, and it might actually, with 2 laps to go after this one, I think, potentially even 3. No, it will be 2 laps after this one. But it could certainly still be a 3-horse race for the race lead.
Really could here. 6 tenths of a second, 5 tenths, 4 tenths. Obsidian are in the conversation with 3 minutes to go. I thought it was a done deal. I thought BS Competition had this one in the bag, but they really don't. Coming up, Eau Rouge and Radion once again. The slipstream is going to help Obsidian get right back on terms, and we could well yet see a last lap change for the lead here. Down the Kemmel Straight, Phil Dennis certainly knows that. He's weaving around on the straight trying to break the slipstream rather cleverly there. 5 tenths of a second. This next middle sector is possibly the most important of the race.
Yeah, certainly so, you know, because BS Competition, this might be a wake-up call for them. They haven't really been under pressure, but that was a fantastic run through Les Combes and Malbedy towards Ravage to open the gap back up, and now he's going to be hoping that that Mandanak puts some pressure on the Obsidian car of Pablo Espes, and then he can sort of run away, because yeah, Obsidian has had an absolute shocker through Ravage, lost at least a good couple of tenths, and now that's really brought Mandanak into the conversation for P2, and then with only 1 lap to go after this one, it seems that BS Competition, all they have to do is stay on the circuit, keep doing what they're doing with no mistakes.
Yeah, it looks like BS Competition have weathered the storm as Sims are off the road, outside the top 10 and outside the top 15 as Oris and Rocket Simsport come through. Not entirely sure what happened there through Malmedy, but they have dropped down. We approach the final lap here at Spa, and Obsidian, not entirely sure what happened through Bruxelles, but yeah, they've had a lot of time lost there. Let's get a replay of what happened to Simsa. Just looks like it was on their own, really. A self-spin.
Yeah, really just a clumsy mistake. Even though they were driving pretty well, they are going to tumble down, and yeah, had to wait to rejoin the circuit there as we see BS Competition Furdanez round the bus stop chicane for the penultimate time, and on to the final lap with a 1 second lead. The white flag is waved. Obsidian Racing is going to try and make an indent, but I think RHG knows that P2 probably is the best they're going to get, and with a 3/10 gap, certainly is going to eye up and move towards Les Combes on this last lap.
Going to look to extend the margin once again, gain 1 extra crucial point in this VCO Infinity. down the hill through the back straight pit lane, through the classic pit lane, and up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion again. There it is, 12 points as things stand. Are we going to see 13 points by the end of this race? He's so close to Mandanek, to the car in front. Mandanek, we can't even see him. Now he's tucked in behind Obsidian. Is he even pushing this late on? Is he going to go for a late move into Lecom? Wow, he doesn't go for it at all. He pushes Obsidian to Lecom, and so he's clearly waiting for the final bus stop chicane. It's high risk, but it could end up giving him a point by the end of this.
Absolutely, he wants to wait until he cannot be counter-attacked, and that's the run down towards the bus stop chicane through Blanchimont off Paul Frere, and yeah, that's what he's going to be waiting for. It is going to be a very high risk. He's going to have to make sure he gets the run and to be able to actually fabricate the move. And a last lap crash. This is the Altis Esports. This is Lapchin, who was driving really, really well up there in P6 or so, but unfortunately a last lap crash has kept them out of it, and this is going to be what happened through Les Combes. Maybe just pushing a little bit too hard. No, the car in front goes sideways and collects them. That is such a shame.
Forzilla off the road. Oh, goodness me. Veloce are going to be very disappointed with that. But yeah, very unfortunate for Autos to lose out there due to a mistake from Forzilla. This all closes up once again. Phil Dennis making a bit of a mistake on this penultimate sector, I should say. Obsidian Racing currently second, but RHG and Mandanak are going to want this position. He might have timed this perfectly. Through Blanchimont, look at the speed that Mandanak has got. 2 race wins in VCO Infinity already today. He's looking to take a second place to add to all of that. Around the outside through the first part, gets in the inside for the second part. Oh, there's contact wheel to wheel, off the road for Obsidian, and there's going to be an argument about that. They break before the line. No arguments about PS Competition winning this race, though. They take it here at Spa. RHG Esports come in second position with Obsidian third, who had to brake very late there to serve a slowdown towards the end of that race. Wash Cooking Adventures finish in fourth. Phil Dennis with the donuts towards the end. He is a race winner here at Spa, and RHG extend that championship margin to 13 points after race 17.
Absolutely unarched competition, and Yassi going for a photo finish across the line for P9 as Triton Racing manages to jump to P8 at the end of it as well. That really was a fantastic race once more. Another side-by-side action between Zenith and Rocket and Auris as they go across the line. But yeah, that was close between RHG and Obsidian. That slight bit of contact potentially cost Obsidian the chance to go side-by-side across the line as Wannabe and the P16 as the Legion of Racers now go across the line to decide the lower part of the midfield. But yeah, that was very, very close. RHG though, very, very well done in order to clinch that in the final moments.
Yeah, they did very well indeed, and will be up the order slightly there. Redline won't be able to gain any more points from where they are, I'm afraid to say. Patrick Holtzman disappointed with 34th in a race he would have been looking forward to winning in the F3s at Spa. At Silverstone, not able to do the same here at Spa. Going to be very difficult as well, very important for Redline as to how they pick themselves up. It's all very similar to what we see in an endurance race. When you have a poor stint, you've got to pick yourself up and go again for the next one. It's the same here in this.
Yeah, certainly so, and just it was very, very close, but BS Competition did a great job out in front, didn't they? Just to control the lead. Yes, they were a little bit under pressure, but didn't phase them at all.
It certainly did not. BS Competition win their first race here in VCO Infinity for race 17. RHG Esports with that last lap pass get ahead of Obsidian for second. Wash Cooking Racers Adventures finished fourth, and of Urano Esports in fifth. Apex Racing Team got to sixth position in the end of T3 Motorsport and Luca Vunks. Triton Racing 8th. Arnold Competition and Yas Heat round out your top 10. Zenith Esports dropped outside of there, unfortunately, with Eva Machina Perez just behind. Rocket Sinpro in 13th, and of Simza, despite their late spin. Wannabe SRT were 15th, and of Legion of Racers with their late pass. Pure Sims dropped outside the top 16 as well. TR powered by Geeks Energy were 18th, ahead of Racebot's very own Lorenzo Bonda, 19th, ahead of RN Vision STS, rounding out your top 20. Trek Esports were just over a minute back ahead of Absolute Motorsport. Pulsus Esports 23rd ahead of Bramham Esports and Autos Esports. Despite them not finishing the race, they will be classified 25th. Team Fordzilla just behind them in 26th. RPC Esports will be next ahead of Netrex Grand Prix. Then it's Race Clutch and DCW Racing rounding out your top 30. E-Team Brit will be the last car on the lead lap. Veloci Esports finished a lap down, unfortunately for them. SRC next. Team Redline down in 34th. Very big moment for the overall race, that one. WOR Esports behind them, and Coanda as well, 36th. Sim Racing Unlimited, 37th. And a PGZ Motorsport to round out your 38 cars here at Spa. And the man who came across the line first now joins us, Phil Dennis from BS Competition. It's BS Competition's first race victory here in VCO Infinity. Race 17, it's finally come for you. How are you feeling after that one?
It's about time, honestly. It's been a really long day. Things have absolutely not gone my way. I think I was expecting a lot more out of today's results, and this is definitely the cherry on top. I mean, I was so beaten down after those last 6 races, and to finish it off with my last race with a win is amazing, and hopefully this motivates the team to try and get some really good results for the rest of the events.
Yeah, of course, 7 races to go, but that last one there, I mean, you obviously did have the lead throughout the most of the race, about a second lead there or thereabouts throughout. How nervous were you about those guys behind? Because obviously it was close-ish, but they were never quite in your slipstream, never quite close enough to make an overtake.
Well, for the first half of the race, I was actually calm, and the guy behind me started to have some incredible pace, and then I noticed that, or that's when I realized that I had to really turn it up and just try and be as consistent as possible. And it just barely held on. I think he made a mistake on the second to last lap, which just gave me that buffer, just enough of a buffer to come out with the win, and I couldn't be happier to finally get one.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, with your last race of the day, we'll let you go and rest it in one moment. But one last thing as well here for your team overall. Obviously, I think my mental maths now moves you into the top 10 after that race. Where do you hope that the team will be by the end of this VCO Infinity?
Well, it's hard to say. You know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hopefully, we can get back into the top 5 if that's realistic, and we'll just keep at it. Absolutely. We'll let you go and rest now. Great job on all of the driving here today, Phil. It's been great to watch you. Congratulations on winning your final race here. Race 17, winner at VCO Infinity, Phil Dennis. Thanks very much for joining us. Thanks, guys. Thanks very much. BS Competition finally winning in winning ways. Here's Zach. It's about time, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly. So they've certainly waited a long time to do it, but as he was saying there, just got to do the job at hand, and it was nice of him to win his final race and round off the event on a high. But yeah, BS Competition just need to push forward and try and gun for that top 5, and still with 7 events left to go, including race 18. There's still certainly opportunity for them to do that, and especially with how we saw with Redline, anything can happen with any of the arrivals.
Certainly can. That's probably the big story from this one, really. Redline missing out on all of those points. Now, where can they get to from this point, though? They dropped down to 3rd in the VCO Infinity standings here. About, what are they, 32-ish points back, or maybe a little bit less, but about 26 or so. We'll get the standings up soon when they're all sorted, of course. But yeah, Redline dropping away just a little bit now. 11 races to go, though. You've got to say it's still possible for them to win this if they're clean for the rest of the race. That's the only thing, though. The other two might be able to afford, one finish out the top 10 maybe and still win. Redline really cannot afford it anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. They've used up their buffer. In a sense, they really cannot afford any misfortune from here on, and they've got to keep it clean. They're going to carry that mentality throughout the rest of the event as well, to say we need to be careful. Yes, we need to do well, but we also need to be careful, whereas RAG and Urano can just sort of not necessarily chill out a little bit, but they can sort of say, okay, we're in P4. We don't really need to push that hard for P3, and we don't need to defend from P5 too hard either, because we've got that cushion. And with only 7 events left in the event, they can afford to do that as well, because as soon as they have a bad round, that then brings Redline back into the mix as well.
It certainly does. We're not too far away from the next race. It's GT3s at Silverstone coming up here. In a couple of the Silverstone races we've seen so far, by the way, this is the penultimate of the 5. And I can't speak for the IndyCar race because I can't remember it, but certainly at the F3 and LMP2 races, Patrick Holtzman, after qualifying on pole in F3, ran away with the race lead, and Josh Rogers did the same in the LMP2. So pole is going to be very important. Excuse me, that's what they're deciding right now. Here are the standings. Urano only 13 points back from RHG at this stage. It's very much on, and you wouldn't have thought this about, what was it, I can't remember, race 9 possibly, when Urano had that disconnect, race 8, when Urano had that disconnection before the Road America GT3 race. I honestly thought they were out of it, but here they are, only 13 points behind, very much involved.
Yeah, certainly so, and that's thanks to the very close point system we have, and 13 points really isn't a lot. It's only 13 positions to gain, and if they can gain 2 or 3 from here on out over RAG, they certainly are still within a shout of winning the event. So yeah, they've done a really good job of just brushing off that disconnect and pushing forward for the rest of the event, which is exactly what you need to do, is to just get rid of your mistakes. It's happened. You can't change it now. All you can change is what you do in the future, and that's exactly what they've done over the last sort of 7-8 hours of racing, and have really brought themselves back into contention. But you do have to be scared of the fact that it might turn into a 2-horse race between the two of them.
Yeah, it's certainly 3 involved at this stage, with Coanda now 72 points back. That might be too far really for them at this stage. Veloce as well, 86 back. It's only 40 for a race win. And so they could be, running out of chances to get involved now. I don't know if you remember this conversation, Zach. It was a long time ago now, probably nearly 24 hours ago. But I said we were previewing a little bit. We were looking over some of the things before we got ready for VCO Infinity here, and I said the words, Coanda and Redline are going to wipe the floor with everybody here, and I've never been more delighted to be so catastrophically wrong. To be honest, it's really not been like that.
No, certainly not. Those are the two teams that you would expect to do really, really well across the 24 hours. Coanda and Redline are both very accomplished teams with very accomplished drivers in them. But yeah, RAG and Urano really have been a pleasant surprise to be at the sharp ends. Yes, it could be argued, Coanda have got the most wins of anyone in this event, 5 compared to Urano's 3. So they have been at the sharp end, but unfortunately with some misfortune, that has then dragged them down a little bit. And as opposed to RAG, who's only got 2 wins over the course of the 17 races now completed, they are still leading the way fairly comfortably. So it's all about that consistency, which RAG just have.
They really do. Where are they in this qualifying though? 14th. Ouch. Not a great qualifying for Goody Much there, I'm afraid, although he does race very well, especially here at Silverstone. He was making his way through very nicely through the field during the LMP2 race here earlier on. Where is he going to get to in this one? He's going to need a good result. Maximilian Beneke, though, exactly what Redline needed with pole position. Jamie Fluke alongside him. What a front row that is. Alexi Nezo versus Mitchell de Jong just behind. What a second row that is. SRC and Obsidian will be 5th and 6th together. 7th place is going to be Jordan Caruso for Autos, then T3 Motorsports, Tristan Iglesias, in 8th place. Blair Mann is in 9th place, ahead of the race winners from Spa. In the F3, BS competition, rounding out the top 10. Rocket Simsport and Veloce share row 6 with Forest Stallion and Emily Jones. Then it's RR's competition and championship leaders RAG Esports. Big race coming up for Goody Much there. Zenith Esports rounding out the top 15. Then we've got Triton, PGZ and Team Fordzilla rounding out your top 18. On the 10th row together, it's Simza and our Envision STS. Was Cooking Racing Adventures after a podium at the last race in race 17. They're 21st here. RS Racing Team alongside them. Michi Hoyer will be 23rd ahead of Trek Esports in 24th. Then we've got Wannabe SRT and Brabham Esports sharing row 13. Absolute Motorsport and Race Clutch sharing the next row. Sim Racing Unlimited and Pulsus round out your top 30. Then we've got RPC Esports, TR powered by Geeks Energy, E-Team Brit, YouTube Esports, Netrex Grand Prix, Legion of Racers, Yas Heat, DCW Racing and Wolf Team Racing rounding out your 39 car grid here at Silverstone. So they all line up here. Zach, short formation lap once again, of course. Maximilian Beneke, though, doing exactly what he needed to do, exactly what Redline needed after a poor race and the F3s at Spa. He has to win this, surely.
Absolutely has to, especially when RHG are down in 14th place. That's, if it stays as it is, that's a good 13 points they can gain back, which at the very least then closes the gap to Urano, which to be fair are in P3 as well, so they need to then make some progress over RHG as well. So this is a very, very important race for those two teams if they want to salvage the chance for the championship. But Gordy Much just needs to push forward at the very, very least. The bare minimum is to get that car inside the top 10.
Oh, absolutely. He's 14th at the moment. The other key car, of course, Urano. Alexei Nezov is 3rd, alongside Coanda, who will be really needed to pretty much win every race from this point. And even then, I don't think they're going to be able to get involved, really, in this championship. In the overall standings. Of course, their most recent victory came at race 15 now. Mitchell de Jong put a 2-race winning streak for Urano to an end at that hour of the day. And so we're ready to go racing again. Maximilian Benecke, one of the best drivers iRacing has ever seen, is in control of the field for Team Redline in a race where they need him most. We go green flag racing at Silverstone in the McLaren GT3s. For race 18 of VCO Infinity, it's Maximilian Benecke with a nice start. Jamie Fluke not with such a nice start. Nesov goes down his inside, and he's wide. Fluke off the road, back onto it again. Alexei Nesov for Urano is up to 2nd, but Fluke off the road, and he's tumbling down the order. Has to serve a slowdown by the looks of things through turn 3, and so he drops right into the middle of the pack. ART are going to be furious about the way that has gone down. Nesov makes an aggressive move for 2nd. It pays off for him, but not for Fluke, who's down outside the top 10.
Yeah, absolutely. Very easy mistake to make with Veloci. Go down the inside in towards Brooklands for the first time. But yeah, easy to happen around the outside of Abbey at turn 1. Tyres are cold, etc, etc. That's always going to be a factor. But they're making some quick progress as ART going to try and go around the outside through Luffield and make some progress. Now side by side with Veloci, they need to make some progress back. But Maximilian Benecke having a perfect start. Now 5-10s clear of Alexei Nevelov, and a bit of carnage a little bit further back as well, as they all try and follow their way through Luffield. And that is a lot of cars involved.
Yeah, Simza, Yasheet are both involved. There's RPC, I think that might be. It is the DCW as well. Dear me. Oh, and there's more problems for Simza there. Through Woodcut, into the wall, and they're going to be back to the pit lane. Let's see what happened. Let's see how it happened. It's a little bit further down. We've got RPC on the inside line of Yasheet here. It's already happened up the road. Simza already backwards through the middle of the field there, and there's not a lot you can do when you're already side by side.
Yeah, no, there's not much you can do. It's supposed to just slapping on the brakes, but if you can't go left because there's a car on your outside, you can't go right because there's a curb and grass. So yeah, really was just pinched in the orange. Yeah, Simsa just unfortunately was just tagged around. These cars are quite sensitive, and then there's so many cars coming through. He couldn't quite. That was clumsy from Simsa to rejoin there. Unfortunately, took out the white car, and yeah, that was clumsy. Of course, the original incident wasn't their fault, but that certainly could have been helped on that rejoin.
Yeah, a bit of a 50-50 one, the original incident. I think it was with Triton, actually. There was a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact. Yeah, there was not a lot that Simsa could have done to find themselves facing backwards there, I think it's fair to say. Nesov, then, is the man under the most pressure here at the moment. This is how we stand. Let's just clear that out of the way before we go any further. And my goodness me, it's gotten a lot closer. 15 points now cover the top 3. How do you like that? Only 3 points between the top 2. Nezov is doing a very good job. Gordy Much, though, does need to get his gloves off here and start making some moves down the inside of David Toth, down the inside at Brooklands now. Arnold's competition on the outside, going to give him the inside for the next turn. They've got Jamie Fluke behind them as well, so Much is going to have his work cut out trying to keep him behind as well. Side by side through Woodcut and into Cops.
Yeah, absolutely. Still side by side. This is going to be a very difficult move for Gordy Much to consolidate. He's going to have to go for it, though. He needs to go for it. In fact, no, just going to back out of it. Go for the under and over, potentially towards Maggots and Beck. It's probably not the wisest idea, but certainly wants to get on with it and is quite frustrated as Jamie Fluke now eyes up a move, not into the inside of Maggots and Beckett, surely not, but they are practically pushing each other through. But yeah, Gordy Much, this is a crucial race for him. Already up 2 places from qualifying, but he's certainly going to need at least a couple more there to try and make it a little bit more comfortable out in front, because the gap now 3 points. Mitchell de Jong doing a great job for Urano.
Yeah, it's a flash of Alexei Nezov for Urano. Yeah, I see your point.
The other one. Yeah.
Yes, I know. Sorry for throwing you under the bus.
No,
Dalia's side, Gordy Much up to Stowe Corner and into 12th place. I'm doing it now. Jamie Fluke down the inside, I should say. Stowe Corner, side by side, further up in the chicane. Dear me, BS competition on Obsidian. Very close, rubbing panels going through the chicane now and out onto the front straight once again. We're going to see Iglesias possibly get involved. This is a very, very intense fight for 6th position, balancing side by side through turn 1.
Well, that's how you do it, is it? Nope. Once again, a car gets pushed off and sideways. Managed to catch it. Fair play there. but unfortunately going to lose a couple of places is the Obsidian car, and yeah, just going to have to recoup, make sure they don't lose too many positions. But yeah, that was very easily done as David Toft tries to go around the outside of the loop and try and get themselves inside the top 10, but Gordy Much falling back down to P13, which again is an extra point lost to Urano and Alexei Nezov. I got it right this time. But yeah, on the run towards Brooklands, is he going to be able to go for it? Not quite. David Toff having a bit of a look, but the top 3 separate by a second, so it is very, very close amongst them.
I have to say, I was thinking to myself before this race that I didn't actually think this car and track combination would really lend itself to great racing, but I'm being proved wrong again here. This is great entertainment so far in the first 5 minutes of this one. We've got a train for the lead involving about 4 cars. Beneke at the front and struggling to get away. We've got this one for 6th place. It's going all the way down, and we did have one for around 11th and 12th, but they've managed to get on to the one for 6th, which is becoming a very, very long train indeed. Got him much down in 13th at the moment and only has a 2-point championship lead as things stand for R8G. Let's have a little bit of a replay of the start, shall we? This is how Nezov got through on Jamie Fluke. Now, was Nezov out of line for pushing Fluke wide at turn 1? It's going to be a controversial incident, this.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's a very fast corner, especially on cold tyres. You can always expect that Urano car to naturally run wide, but I think the ART was there to justify some space and was bullied off a little bit. Then again, it's lap 1. You do need to be careful. I put it down to more of a racing incident than anything because, of course, the car on the inside, cold tyres. Yes, they do need to account for it, but it is a very, very quick corner. To go around the outside, it's always going to be difficult. You know, the consequences could have been worse. But what's important now is it's happened, and Jamie Fluke needs to push on and forget about it.
I don't know. Nezov was barely on the road himself, and there was a car on the outside line there. Fluke is unlucky to drop down the order quite so much there, and Nezov is lucky to still be in 2nd position. There may be a penalty coming their way. Let's see. It could be, of course, very, very crucial in the course of VCO Infinity. Let's see. Out onto the Wellington straight once again, following the Rocket Simsport car in 9th position, but just a bit further back. Jamie Fluke has now got his hands full. Gordy Much, all of a sudden, is wanting to get back through here into Brooklands. You can barely see him. He's so close to the back of the ART car in front. Fluke half defending, half attacking, and he's going to go for the attack. David Toth goes wide through Brooklands, and so through goes Fluke, and Much is going to try and do the same. On board with him now.
Yeah, through Woodcourt. Again, that slipstream isn't going to be powerful enough for him to be able to get that move done in towards Cobbs, but in a train where it's so easy to go for moves, as Jamie Fluke has just proven, Gordy Much needs to get on with it, needs to push forward and try and save some points for RAG, but then again, you know, it can definitely get a lot worse than 13th. We had 39 cars on this grid. If he goes for a move and it goes wrong, he's going to lose a lot more than the what is it, 11 points he's going to now lose to Nezov and Girano. So it definitely can get a lot worse, but certainly not ideal for him at the moment.
Not ideal at all as they make their way through Chapel and out onto the hangar straight towards Stowe Corner. On board with RHG Esports. Only 1 position gained for Gordy Much now. Emily Jones just in the background of this, well, in the back of this camera here, and it's actually Mike Wagner now who gets through on Veloce. So Team Fordzilla move them up a place into 14th position. Emily Jones down to 15th for Veloce in that white and black McLaren in behind, on board with the splitter cam. Once again moving out onto the front straight. This train, by the way, runs all the way up to Iglesias, probably you could say 7th place, maybe 6th as well for BS competition. This is one long train, one big battle, as Jonas Vanner goes off the road at turn 1 by the looks of things and loses 4th place. Jordan Caruso moves up a place.
Yeah, indeed so. That Altus car doing really well up in front. Unfortunately, come to blows in the F3 race at Spa just moments ago. But yeah, Jonas Wanner, I think just getting it a little bit wrong potentially. We're going to take a look at it now as to what happened to him through Vale and Club. And then again, you know, turn 1, it's very quick, especially in GT3 cars. They are very loaded through. And I think just bailed to the left. It seemed like he was on the circuit. We're going to take a look at sideways.
Oh my word.
Managed to save it. Fair play. But then just sort of darted out of the way of everyone, making sure he wasn't in the way. Brought it back onto the circuit. I think he did really well to only lose 1 place there.
Oh, very well. What a save that was. Goodness gracious. And he's got himself still on the straight. And my word. Fully opposite lock. Jonas Vanno, fair play for keeping that on the road. I know he's lost a place in a few seconds, but he'll absolutely take that because the alternative was way down. So Great save. One of the saves of the day we've had so far from the SRC Movano Corsa car. This team, of course, have won a race so far in this one. Only the one. Back at race 4, Brandon Hawkin, I believe it was the touring car race at Road America that SRC were able to win. And touring cars are coming up next. We might be seeing a bit of Brandon Hawkin there. SRC not in the top 10 in the standings at the moment. But REG certainly are. Their gap, though, comes down to 2 points if things stay as they are right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure that can be a drift you can appreciate, Ewan, from the SRC through farm. But it was a very good save indeed. But yeah, that gap now down to 2 points as Gordy Much loses that place down to P12 down to P13 from P12 a couple of laps ago. So yeah, it certainly does need to push forward. But it's so close. It's reminiscent of a kart race, really, of how close those McLarens are just bumper to bumper, really. And you know, if you go for a move, very easy to overshoot it, and then it's sort of like 10-pin bowling. You take out a couple of cars. So does need to pick his way through carefully and find that run. But it's not like he can even rely on the slipstream, because David Toff has got it on Jamie Fluke. Jamie Fluke's got it on Fiderio, and Fiderio's got it on Stanley. As Jamie Fluke really making some quick progress. He's showing Gordy that it can be done.
He really is. Up the order, making moves on Obsidian now, but not giving up here. Sergio Guerrero Ferrero makes his way onto the outside line into Brooklands, although tucks to the inside because he doesn't want to get overtaken by Toth or Much, who are now going side by side into Luffield just behind the Arnold's competition car, just ever so slightly slowed up by the two in front on the inside. But Much is finding this very, very difficult indeed. As you say, Fluke is proving that it's possible, but Much is finding it tricky. Now inside line into Cops. Is he going to be able to make this work? Oh, he's nearly got his nose alongside, but decides it's not worth it, and he stays behind again.
Yeah, really not going well for Gordy Much at the moment. You know, when he's got 3 cars fighting in front of him, needs to find a gap, needs to find an open gap, even if it's just to force the gap open, just to pry it open, put his car there, and then make them give him the space. That's what he needs to do. But again, it's better to be, I guess, under-aggressive than over-aggressive, because over-aggressive can very quickly send you tumbling down the order. But yeah, that poor qualifying from Gordy Much really not helping him. Can David Toth get in front of Ferrario down in towards Stowe corner, looking to the right-hand side? But even in GT3 cars, you really aren't on the brakes for long. Stowe is a fantastically fast corner, but it doesn't lend itself to be particularly good for overtaking.
It's starting to get more difficult now as the race goes on. The opening 5 minutes were very, very frantic indeed. Lots of overtakes flying in everywhere, but once it starts to single file and normalise itself like this, life does get a bit more difficult. As you can see though, the longer this goes on for Gordy Much, he's kind of limiting himself in what he can actually achieve in terms of finishing position here, and that run on the grass into turn 1 isn't going to help either. You can see the gaps opening up in front here. Jamie Fluke has got to the front of this little 4-car train now, but he's got a bit of a gap to close on Ferris Stanley. Here goes Much, down the inside at turn 4. It's a bit more of a dive, a bit more decisive this time. And David Toth is going to find things difficult on the outside of Aintree here, through the left-hander, side by side. He's going to get the slipstream though, and Much is going to be just having his nose in front, I believe, into the next corner. Did Toth lift off there? I think he might have done, just into Brooklands to allow Much through, so he restores a 3-point championship lead for REG.
Yeah, that was much more decisive from Gordy Much, just to say, I'm going to commit to it, I'm going to keep left and into the loop. You know, David Toth naturally went to the right to open up the loop, and then, you know, Gordy Much just kept it on the left, went down the inside. Very easily can go wrong, as Enter Benito proved in the RWC, but certainly so Gordy Much doing it the right way, and David Toth just deciding not to fight it. That's what Gordy Much needs, though, is to be more decisive, be more confident in his ability to just send it under brakes, because he needs to do that pressing forward now. P12 certainly better than P13, but he needs to press forward. He needs to stay with the Obsidian car and the AIT car, potentially get onto the back of Jamie Fluke and use him as sort of a wedge to press after Stanley and Mann.
This has been a very, very intriguing race, and we're a third of the way through. Kind of don't want it to end, really. It's great. GT3s at Silverstone certainly delivering. This is the second last time we're going to be seeing the McLarens. The final time is going to be at Monza, and that's going to be, a difficult one for everybody. Back in the day, of course, I'll say back in the day, that's probably still a thing now. The McLaren, of course, so good in a straight line that it is the car to have at Monza, or certainly used to be all the years ago. Remember, in World Championship competition, there was races with almost entire top 10s of McLarens. Not quite that extreme, but you get the point. It's a very strong car around that circuit. We look forward to that at race 22, where you'll be joined by Arjuna Kankipari and Cam Roger again. But meanwhile, in this race, half an hour to go. We're focusing in on RHE. This is the really important battle, really, because of course championship leaders, but out of position and losing points. 11 points being lost at the moment to Redline, 10 to Urano, and so they're going to need to get through on Obsidian. Although we saw how long it took them to get through on an Arge competition, so this is not going to be an easy move.
And Obsidian Racing will definitely put up a bit more of a defence. And yeah, the Apex Racing Team car as well, not making much in a way of headways against Rocket Sim Sports. So yeah, just probably that battle might just sort of stalemate at the moment, but it is still a very long train. And if people can just make that sort of effort to close the gap and fabricate a move, then it will really all kick off behind. It will be that chain reaction event that, you know, once one set of people start battling, it will then allow everyone else to close up. But at the moment, because of the slipstream being in effect for pretty much everyone apart from Team Redline, who's leading the way out in front, you know, it's very, very hard to actually close that gap. You hit a point where that just a barrier where you're not losing time, but you really can't gain time either, even if you are potentially slightly quicker. So yeah, Gordy Much certainly has got his work cut out for him to limit the damage in the championship.
He has, although it's not like he has 3 or 4 seconds each car to close in. That is the one advantage he has. But other than that, it's difficult. ZF Esports a little bit further down from this, getting through on Veloce Esports is Emily Jones. That's for 15th position in the order. And Triton Racing also trying to get through, and there's contact there. Deary me, PGZ as well making a bit of contact. Emily Jones going for a spin, I'm afraid. We'll maybe get a replay of that one, but a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact, I'm afraid. Veloce spinning out and moving down to 18th position.
Yeah, that is a shame. Poor Emily Jones getting caught on the worst end of that incident, and tumbling down to P18. Still 28 minutes left to go in this race. I think we're going to take another look at that indeed. We are 3 cars in towards Vale. Emily Jones has got a car on their inside, and it was just one of those unfortunate side door banging contacts, but unfortunately it's sort of at the wrong angle of the rear end. And again, as we saw a little bit earlier on, how sensitive these cars can be, and once they're gone, they really are gone. But all they need to do now is just to push on after everyone else.
Yeah, we've seen it. We saw it at Simsa earlier, didn't we? Down here at Luffield. It was just unlucky wheel-to-wheel contact with Triton, I think. Not Triton. I think. Well, who knows? But somebody, and spinning around in front of the field. Still 28 minutes to go here at Silverstone. Still 38 cars out on the circuit right now. Absolute Motorsport, unfortunately, have had to retire from this race here at Silverstone. And we do have at least 1 or 2 cars every race not taking the start, which is unfortunate, but kind of what happens towards this end of the race. Fortunately though, normally at this end of an endurance race though, Zach, if we're 18 hours in, this point with 6 hours to go, we would have not this much battling, and certainly not this many cars either. It's another advantage of VCO Infinity.
That's what we love about it, is the fact that it keeps everything close, keeps the action going, because yeah, as you rightly say, in a 24-hour race, especially at this point, and over the course of the middle of the race, it really can get quite boring because the gap's spread out, teams are doing their different strategies, etc, etc. But you know, at least this way we've got full 24 hours, full 24 races of just constant action, as it has been proven over the course of the last 17 now and a half races that we've had, and yeah, it really is keeping us on our toes and giving everyone at home a nice bit of action to watch on, and hopefully they can close the gaps a little bit more. That car very much is on a knife's edge for Gordy Much. He's ragging it round, trying to gain some time.
That's what he has to do. As the flames continue to be spat out from the back of these iconic McLaren GT3s out of turn 4. This is where he was side by side with David Toth not so long ago, Gordy Much, but can't say the same this lap around in his move against Obsidian Racing. A late dive at Brooklands might have been needed if there were 6 minutes to go, but there are 26, so it's better off just staying behind just for the moment and trying to work his way through. I think it speaks volumes as well. Jamie Fluke qualified in 2nd place in this race, of course, went off at turn 1, that's why he's back here, but even he is struggling to get up the order here now. He's kind of reached a bit of a brick wall in 10th place, can't really close in on Ferris Stanley in 9th. He qualified 2nd, which is 12 places better off than Much, so it's not a big surprise that he's struggling here.
Yeah, I mean, as fantastic of a circuit as Silverstone is, and it really can lend itself to have some fantastic battles if it happens, but it's one of those circuits where it is pretty difficult to actually get a move done. Because you're not actually on the brakes for very long. You know, you've got the heavy braking zone into Vale, but even then you're just come off Stowe, so you're not actually going that quickly in order to just send one to the inside. Yes, you could maybe send one into Stowe, but it is quite a fast corner. You know, then you've got the run into Village, which is quite heavy. But other than that, really, you haven't got that long on the brake pedal, which means you can't really actually fabricate a move. And yeah, as lovely as a circuit Silverstone is, it can be difficult, quite difficult to actually get a move done, which is showing evidence here, but Gordy Much making a move up into 11th place.
Looks like he did do it on the brakes into the chicane, quite possibly, as we go on board with Blair Mann in the Pure Sims Esports car. There's Butch, there's confirmation of it. 11th place for RHG Esports, and their margin now 4 points at the front of this championship. Urano are continuing to just lose out on points. There they are. Urano are going to really struggle to gain any more here, because they have got Redline in front of them. And Max Benecke is driving, so good luck with that. But the whole thing, 3 cars, 16 points with 6 races to go. It really is crunch time in VCO Infinity, and this kind of race is exactly what we needed. Redline were a little bit far away for their liking after the previous race at Spa, but now they're right back in the game, 16 points.
Yeah, and still with, you know, there will be 6 races after this one. They certainly have re-sparked their championship drive, and yeah, they just need to keep this up for the remainder of the event if they want to do it. But that just shows how good of a team Redline can be, is the fact that, you know, that what we potentially could have been discounted because of how close the point system is and how far back they were after Spa. Straight away they're back onto it, back at the front with Max Benecke, who's just doing a fantastic job, being consistent, being quick as well, as you would expect from him. And that is a very big tank slapper from Obsidian Racing there. But yeah, Redline, a fantastic accomplished sim racing team, and they're proving it now as to how effectively they can bounce back and put themselves back into contention.
This is Sergio Guidel Ferrero having a big wiggle through Maggots and Beckett's there, but thankfully not going off the road for Obsidian Racing. You see on the right hand side there, they're 9th, dropping down behind BS Competition after this race, because they're losing 6 points on them. Although the battle for 7th in the championship, very, very close in this overall race. Arnage Competition currently hold it. This is Triton Racing on the back of Zenith Esports at the moment, just inside the top 16 for them. And out onto the front straight once more as they try to make moves. I mean, everybody's struggling. We're nearly halfway into this race. We've seen it so much throughout so far. The first 5 minutes or so, lots of moves. But after that, it has been tricky for everybody.
Yeah, not able to really make any inroads on anyone in front of him, maybe because of how close the trains are and everyone being affected by the slipstream. But yeah, even Urano can't close the gap to Redline, and Redline haven't got anyone in front of them to get slipstream off. So it has just been proven to you hit a stalemate where you then just can't gain any time. But it probably will have to be a mistake. But at this level, with these guys, especially at the front with Redline and Urano, that it's going to be very unlikely to rely on your opponent making a mistake. Yes, it can still happen, but at this level they're going to be so consistent, so on it, that it really will be a miracle for one of them to make a mistake. But it will be a very crucial mistake if they do make it, because, you know, 7/10s, one mistake, Urano car could be right onto the back of Benecke very quickly.
Yes, indeed. No pit stops expected during this race, by the way. 45 minutes can be easily done by these GT3s. The last pit stop we saw, by the way, was at race 16 for the IndyCars at Monza. The next one will be at race 20 when we go LMP2 racing at Daytona, because coming up next it's touring cars back at Spa again. That is going to be unbelievably exciting, and I know Stefan Schlacker is going to be looking forward to that as well. He'll be joining me here in the commentary booth for race 19. It's been fun having you here, Zach, for the last 3 races. I mean, I hope you've enjoyed your time looking at watching VCO Infinity. It's a great new idea, as we've spoken about all day long, as we've got Triton Racing spinning around at Stowe.
That is one of those mistakes that can happen. Just a little bit over the curb, a little bit too much, and then of course the answer of the car and sent it around. But yeah, you and I have very much enjoyed this new format of 24-hour racing. Very much enjoyed it, and to be alongside you and DJ again has been an absolute pleasure. It'd be a shame that it has to come to an end in 20 minutes, but yeah, I'm sure that the final six races will be absolutely spectacular, as they have been for at least my last 3.
Certainly will. But yeah, bit of a mistake through Stowe then for Triton Racing, and now Veloce Esports are going to be here bringing along a load of cars. Burst Esport going to be here. What's Cooking Racing Adventures and Trek Esports. They're all here in this 5-car train for a 17th position. It is now. Triton with their work cut out, no doubt about that. And finally, I have to say, give a mention to Burst Esport here in the middle of this train, a team we're both very familiar with, but we do know, obviously, that iRacing is not their preferred platform. And after speaking to Cam earlier on, who is a member of Burst, if you didn't know, he said that this is the least prepared they've been for a race for a very long time. So it's not exactly surprising we haven't seen them very much, but Mitchy Hoyer's doing a good job inside the top 20 here.
Yeah, absolutely, and as you say, Mitchy himself and Burst as a team aren't particularly specialised in iRacing at all. But yeah, doing a fantastic job. Up 4 places as well. Unfortunately, again, as has been the theme, caught up in this train. But yeah, to be in P19, it certainly is, pretty much smack bam in the middle of the grid. So not being prepared and not being your special platform. Certainly not doing too bad. And Mitchy Hoyer is one of those fantastic drivers that can adjust between sims, and yes, he might have a different main simulator. He can certainly then jump to another one and carry those skills forward and at least be at the sharp end. And well, even now he's proven that he can give it to some of sim racing's best.
Yeah, I know that we are still 7 races from the end at the start of this one, but Burst Esport mathematically can no longer win due to the poor start for them. They're outside the top 30, but this is a good run for them inside the top 20, although he is coming under quite a lot of pressure now from Timo Toika and Tim Hertroyes, both of which are very much more experienced in iRacing than he is, I would hesitate to say. A little bit further upwards, I think Team Fortilla are falling backwards a little bit. They've certainly gotten overtaken there by Zenit. I think, did Arnage get through on them earlier, or am I seeing things there? I'm not sure, but Zenith certainly did in the last couple of moments, and Team Fortzilla, obviously the team that went for a bit of a spin through Lecom on the very final lap at the last race at Spa, race 17, taking, goodness me, which team was it? Taking, did they take it with the...
Autos?
I remember. Autos, that was it, well remembered. Yes, it was a late spin for them, I'm afraid, and unfortunately falling back late on here by the looks of things. Zenith Esports up to 13th. In this with 18 minutes to go.
Yeah, still pushing on, still chance, but yeah, it's so difficult to actually make any progress at the moment, because yeah, they're all in the same car, all the same setup. There's no differentiation between them, so they are just at a stalemate. It's not like one team has a bit more top end than the other one, and they can actually fabricate a move down the straight, but then the other one's got a bit more cornering speed and can close up. It is all the same, which keeps it fair, is a very good idea, but unfortunately around Silverstone it's not playing particularly well into the hands of anyone that needs to close up and get in some places, particularly Gordy Much in the RAG Esports. Currently running P11, so up 3 places, which again isn't too bad, certainly better than finishing where he started in P14, but still are going to be a lot of points off to Team Redline and Urani, who at the moment are 1 and 2, doing everything they need to do in order to close the gap. And yeah, that's just how the pendulum swings sometimes, and especially in VCO Infinity, how unpredictable it can be, because we didn't think Team Redline would be in as much of a pickle as they were, 30 minutes ago coming into this race, but now they're almost out of that pickle, and well and truly RAG are falling back into that same trap, not quite to the extent, but yeah, still can very, very easily happen as we see the live standing still leading the way, but 4 points is a lot smaller than the 13 they had coming in.
It is. Although I think Gordy Much is going to be fancying his chances here. T3 Motorsport, Pure Sims, Rocket Simsport and ART are all very close to him here, and might be able to he might be able to get 1 or 2 of them. Let's see. Obviously he's going to need a little bit of battling from them to close in. Even BS Competition and SRC aren't that far up in front here, so well, the opportunity is certainly on the table here for Gordy Much to maybe make some inroads out onto the pit straight, once again the old pit straight of course, and into Cops. Pure Sims Esports we're focusing in on at the moment. Trying to get through on T3. Tristan Iglesias is the man at the front of this train. It's a bit of a surprise to see him at the front of a train rather than on the back of one trying to make moves, because he's so good in the GT3. Seen him doing a lot of driving in either in the Lamborghini recently for T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Their merger that happened earlier this year. Or was it late last year? Somewhere around there. It's been going well for very well for T3 though. I know they've fallen off a little bit in VCO Infinity here, but life has been going pretty well for the iconic green livery. There it is. Very distinctive livery. We like distinctive liveries here, because if you look at Pure Sims and Rocket Sims what behind, you can't tell them apart from some angles, so we appreciate T3 Motorsport for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure Lewis McLeod might have something to say about it, but it's certainly unique, certainly stands out. But yeah, the two behind, yeah, it's very difficult to tell them apart, which certainly makes our job in the commentary booth slightly harder. We have to rely on the live timing and things like that, as opposed to just eyeballing the livery. Similar to Team Redline and Urano, which have quite similar colour schemes as well, the black and red, which if you don't actually see the Team Redline logo on the car, can be quite difficult to tell apart, at least for me anyway. I might just be blind, but yeah, certainly so. Which, you know, at 16 years old, I'd hope that my eyes aren't, you know, as bad as they predicted. But yeah, but then again, yeah, that might be the case. But no, thankfully, some teams really have got some strike liveries. Same too with ART. I do quite like the blue and the white. Very nice complement, I suppose.
It is another white, black, and blue car, though.
Yeah,
we've got a few of them.
Quite generic, but
there's 4 of them in this camera shot, so it's not exactly unique, but anyway, still nice. I do agree. Rocket Central we're homing in on there as well. They've just had to add a bit of yellow, but still, it looks a bit similar. So anyway, not complaining, by the way. Just a comment. Out through.
It's not. It's
Cop.
just basic.
Yes. Oh wow!
I'm joking.
I wasn't going to go there, but anyway, into Maggotts and Beckett's again. Just under 14 minutes to go in race 18. Still 6 to go after this one. Touring cars coming up next, but we've got the GT3s to deal with here first, and it does look like PS Competition and SRC are getting reeled in here by Iglesias, who is at the front of this train, dragging everybody on terms at the moment. Let's see if he's going to be able to make any sort of impression on the 89 just up in front of him here. We know how good he is in GT3s. T3 will have got him on board for this VCO Infinity event purely for these races in the McLaren, and so he will be looking to make a move in this battle for 6th position that is beginning to brew.
Yeah, certainly so. Wants to make an impression, but we've seen how difficult it can be to make that impression, so certainly does need to push forward and try and get on with it as best he can, and especially with time running out as well, the opportunities will also run out with that, so got to use that backwards momentum as they approach that train quickly to not fall into that trap of staying at that same point and losing momentum. Keep that pace up, drive onto the back of them, and then try and get the move done. But yeah, that's certainly easier said than done. Look into the inside of the loop, but not quite going to be able to go for it. That's one of those moves that you can look for, and that actually has really messed up his trajectory. Could leave him vulnerable to the Apex Racing team behind.
It really could. Jamie Fluke is very close here. Ferris Stanley's going to have to defend surely into Brooklands. He's not going to, and he's going to pay for it, is he? Jamie Fluke down the inside, late on the brakes, aggression, and through for Apex Racing team. A very nice move from Fluke. He didn't allow that battle to go on any longer into Luffield, where he knew that he might lose out on the outside line through that long right-hander, and so makes that dive nicely, and he's up into 9th position.
Yeah, very good move indeed, as you can see just a little bit further up. Pure Sims trying to make some impressions as well. But yeah, so far that was a really good move from Jamie Fluke, just very committed, straight to the inside, and took the opportunity of the compromised run, but practically pushing them through. Is Pure Sims on T3 through Maggotts and Beckett's, getting all over the rear end. Just needs a good run through Chapel and then down the hanger straight towards Stowe. If he can, it's all about that run using the slipstream, but again, you've really got to be committed into Stowe. You've got to brake late and make sure you get it stopped, because the car on your left hand side, it will be. He's going to look to the left hand side, or the right hand side, sorry, but yeah, unfortunately can't quite, because again, Stowe's one of those corners that's very fun to drive, but very awkward to get an overtake done.
It certainly is. It's like everybody's realised that with the final 10 minutes are approaching, and we might as well get some overtakes done. My goodness, that's a dive from the T3 Motorsport car. There's contact made. Around go Pure Sims, excuse me, and T3 Motorsport. It was almost accidental from Tristan Iglesias there, that move at the chicane. I don't think he meant to break that late at all. He just misjudged it entirely. Let's have another look at it. This is Pure Sims on the outside line trying to make things work, and they actually cut off the nose of Iglesias. I have to say, Pure Sims, for me, put that one on themselves there, Blair Man. But yeah, that was an accidental dive more than anything from Iglesias. Let's have a look here.
It's very, very late. He's quite a long way back. Down the inside, more just to defend, I think, but then you can see scared off, and then tapped, and then to the inside. Pure Sims probably didn't see him, or just thought he had more space than he did, and then that was just the awkward kerfuffle that then proceeded. But yeah, that is easy to do, but unfortunately, yeah. I mean, to be fair, that T3 Motorsports car came from a different postcode, so again, that could be argued to be the cause of it.
I think it certainly was the cause, but not on purpose. Gordy Much, meanwhile, has gained massively from all of this. He's all of a sudden up to 6th place because at the moment, side by side with BS Competition, he's got the inside for Cops and he should have that place up the road from this battle. So Jamie Fluke has got up to 8th place. He's gained a bit of a place. Rockets Infort have gained a couple as well as on Competition. Nobody has gained as much as Gordy Much, though. He was outside the top 10 before all of that, and now he's all of a sudden into 6th place.
Oh my word, I didn't actually realise that Gordy Much had gained that much. That is fantastic. That's what he's been waiting for, to be able to capitalise on that. Now he needs to keep it and stay there. This is side by side in towards Cops. This is going to be very difficult just to get squeezed. Gordy Much makes one more place as he goes through. But yeah, that is fantastic for Gordy Much to limit the damage, which was what seemed to be an almost hopeless race for RAG to limit the damage. They were down in 12th, but yeah, that you know, skirmish in towards the Vale chicane really allowed him to capitalise. With 9 minutes to go, he's got a train behind him. He needs to not let the pressure get to him.
Certainly does. That has really changed this championship, and I believe they might have restored a 10-point lead, quite possibly here. RAG only losing 4 to Urano and only 5 to Redline. Yes, let's have a look at this. 21 points separate the top 3, and it's a 9-point lead now for RAG. This is a great recovery drive from Gordy Much. 8 positions gained, 8 crucial points gained as well, because if he didn't do that, of course, they'd only have a 1-point championship lead. Urano, there's not a lot they can do here. These two cars, as you say, look very similar in the red and black, and they've almost been driving in the wheel tracks of one another here. Beneke has just kept Nezov at arm's length, and the two of them, I think, are going to be pretty pleased to finish 1 and 2 like this.
Yeah, absolutely, in order to gain at least some points, especially for Redline and Maximilian Beneke, who's, again, driven pretty much perfectly. Both of them have, to be fair, have just been, I guess, in tandem, really, with each other going round. You know, Urano not able to really close the gap. In fact, to be fair, has-ish, but again, not enough to actually go for the move. Maybe waiting for the last 8 minutes, saving some tyres, potentially, to go for the move late on. He has made some gains, and that gap is as small as the smallest it's been pretty much for the entire race. But yeah, those two driving really well, really consistently, and obviously after the first lap got away from all the skirmishes behind and didn't get trapped into that train of cars behind, and was just able to have that clear out in front and use that pace, unlike the Apex Racing team, which, to be fair, yes, they were forced back into the pack, but they didn't have the clear air to then exploit that pace that they showed in qualifying.
Now, this is Jordan Caruso in 5th. We're about to see a replay of something going wrong for him here. Is it out of the final chicane on the curb? No, out the final corner. Out onto the front straight. Something has definitely happened. He's running 4th here, and you can see nowhere near SRC, but all of a sudden that car behind is miles out in front of him now. Is it through turn 2? We've seen the cars on the limit all day through here. No. We're trying to search for what's happened to Jordan Caruso, because something has, and here it is. Turn 3 on the brake, well, not on the brakes, kind of in the middle of the corner. Had to wait for the SRC car, and all of a sudden Much can see another place. You can see a top 5 on the horizon here,
which is not what you'd expect, as we see Zenith Esports Garcia go down the inside of Stowe, and yeah, again, it's one of those things, because of the GT3 cars, you into a lot of corners around here, particularly Village and Stowe, you do carry a lot of the weight on the front end with the brake pedal, and if you overload that just a little bit, all it takes is that rear end to just lift up slightly, a little bit too much, and then around it goes, you carry a little bit too much speed, and that is the risks of trail braking, effectively, is how easy that can happen. Just a little bit too ambitious, unfortunately, but yeah, Gordy Much, you wouldn't expect him to be in a shout out of a top 5. Yes, he's got a couple of seconds, 1.4-ish to close to Altus Esports, but certainly not outlandish, potentially, if Gordy Much now has some clear air to push with.
Yeah, he's only got 3 laps to go at the line, so it might be a little bit too little too late, but you never know. You do never know. Now, Max Benecke leading again for Team Redline. Redline's last win, by the way, came in race 3, would you believe? Luke Bennett's victory, that was. And it's been a very long time since we've seen Redline victory, despite the fact they've led for quite a lot of this VCO Infinity race. I said at the start that Max Benecke needs to win this race to bounce back from the issues that Patrick Holtzman had at Spa in the F3 race. And, well, Benecke is doing exactly that right now. There was a lot of pressure on him at the start of this. His whole team would have been expecting him to perform, and he absolutely has so far. I know the job's not done. Nesov is still giving him a very hard time. But Benecke has so far risen to the challenge.
Certainly so. He knows what is expected of him at a team like Redline in general, but also in a time like this where it really is crunch time for Team Redline. There's very few people better than Maximilian Benecke to actually put to this challenge, and he's done exactly that. He was P1 in qualifying, managed to get pole, took off from the start, got a fantastic launch, caught everyone else napping, and then Kato of Nezov in the Urano Esports car behind. But yeah, certainly feeling the pressure. But Benecke, he's going to be very, very hard to make flinch.
He is. And that's obviously the closest he's been all race long. Of course, got him up into second place, somewhat controversially. That incident with Jamie Fluke at the very first corner of this race. Did he give enough room or not? Can we excuse for the cold tyres and the lap 1 and all of that? Well, he's putting that all behind him now. And Urano will want this position. It's an extra point. Not only is it an extra point in terms of closing the gap to R8G, it takes a point off of Redline as well to kind of put them away and keep them away in this championship. There is Nesov. Got very nice stamp, I have to say. The gloves on and everything. Taking things very seriously for Urano. Pressure on him at the moment. You've got to say though, he's gaining 39 points here. He can only gain 1 with the race win. Is this risk worth it?
I mean, on a day where RAG are going to be losing some point, on a race, sorry, not a day, it's the same day, but in a race where RAG are going to be losing some points, both of these are teams, Team Redline and Urano, who need to gain from this. So yeah, if it's going to be a move, it needs to be one that's high percentage, one that he can definitely make stick. If not, if it's one of those last-ditch senders that could take both of them out of contention, tumble them down, probably to at least behind Coanda, potentially even Movano Course as well, maybe even Altus, depending on how bad the crash is. That's going to be a couple of points lost. Maybe they will still be in front of RHG, but it's still going to be less than ideal when, going into this race they needed to be 1 and 2 right at the sharp end. So Nezov knows what he needs to do, but again, he's a racing driver. He's always going to want that win.
Yeah, absolutely. I was about to say, he is a racer, and he will want to race till the very end here. I can see a situation, though, if there is a low percentage lunge, and I can see a situation where we look back at this race and that is the moment where RHG won, because these two take each other off. Let's hope that doesn't happen, but if they do take each other off, then it would almost hand the title to RHG, depending on how bad it is, of course. That's what they've got to be careful of. That's why I bring up the point of, is it worth it or not for Nezov? You're already gaining 39 points. You can only gain 1 hit, but you've got the potential to lose about 30. And that is going to be hard to gain back in the remaining 6 races. So, let's see. Into Maggots and Beckett for the penultimate time. 2 minutes to go. Half a second, 6/10 of a second. This kind of distance is still too large for Urano to really make an impression and really make a move. He's still far too far back. Needs a very good final lap here, does Nesov, if he wants to get anywhere near this race win.
Try to close the gap, but yeah, again, it needs to be the best last lap of his life if he wants to win this race, which I think both of these guys would be content of sticking as is. Particularly Benecke, he'll be very content with where he is winning for Redline, and yeah, ending a very long winless streak for the team. But yeah, just needs to bring it home. 1 more lap for the Team Redline car to win this race, but again, Urano will want that win. An extra point, every little helps here and there if they can get it. Of course, it does gain on RAG. Also makes sure Redline are sort of pushed out of the mix a little bit more as well if he can gain a point on red line. But yeah, it's going to be one of those things. If he can see a move, he's definitely going to go for it. But as it stands at the moment, he can't fabricate a move, so there's no point in sending it.
There is the situation. 9 points to the advantage of RHG. Urano would like to be closer, of course, but there's not a lot you can do when you've got Mr. 10k himself, Maximilian Beneke, the original Mr. 10k, of course. Nearly 11k these days. Talking about the iRacing, of course, of one of the most famous and successful drivers iRacing has ever seen. Driving for red line here in the final seconds of this race. Should be able to hold on. He's kept Alexei Nezov at arm's length throughout, and he's done exactly what Team Redline have needed of him. There's still a lot for them to do from this situation. We saw the point situation there. Let's not kid ourselves, there's still a fair way back here, but this is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good start. It's a good recovery to bring that morale and that confidence back into the team for the final stretch of this event if they want to recover. And it's that hop, skip and a jump. It's getting that momentum, getting that rhythm back into the team, which is a perfect start with Beneke to do it now. And he's going to inspire some confidence, bring back the hope that they can come back after their misfortune. And yeah, Beneke done a fantastic job. So too has Nezov. He's really kept him honest. Unfortunately, hasn't been able to close that gap, but both of these guys definitely hats off to him.
Absolutely. It's been a real drive of class from the two of them. Redline versus Urano, a titanic scrap. In the end, Redline come out on top. The white flag is out, the checkered flag being readied, and race 18 of the VCO Infinity is going to go to Max Beneke. A 15-race winless run for Redline finally comes to an end. Max Beneke wins ahead of Alexei Nezov for Urano, and R8G on the last lap are going to gain another point here, are they? Out to Esports side by side to the line, and Gordy Mucht with one of the drives of the day to get up into 5th place. It doesn't sound that impressive, but from 9 positions gained, he's got a 10-point championship lead for R8G. What a good race from him.
Really wasn't expecting it after the first sort of 3/4 of the race, really, until that we had that skirmish into Vale where he then really gained, and then that inspired some confidence into him once again to have that fire to then push for P5, which is exactly what he done. So yeah, Gordy Much, not exactly the best race for him as we go side by side. Brabham Esports on the outside, bit of contact, both of them going to be sent round, and well, it's only for P25, but yeah, that is an unfortunate way to end your race. But yeah, Gordy Much has done a fantastic job, especially in that last quarter of the race, to bring it home and limit the damage.
Cito Vajat there, what a man we're used to seeing on R Factor 2, it has to be said, into the barrier ever so slightly, and there he is on the right hand side. But yeah, a very nice race indeed. GT3s at Silverstone, the penultimate time. We'll be seeing those fire-spitting McLarens. We'll be seeing them at race 22 next at Monza. We look forward to that in around 4 hours' time. Got the final cars that come over the line right now. Hopefully we'll be able to get Max Beneke in for a quick interview as well. We've got to change YouTube streams here, by the way, very soon. So if you are on YouTube, get ready for that, because you will have to switch over your stream. If you're on Twitch, don't worry about it. You can sit comfortably where you are. But that is the view from Silverstone as we're heading towards the middle of the day here in VCO Infinity. It's another win for Team Redline, their 3rd of this event. Urano Esports kept the runners till the very end. Coanda, SRC and R8G round out your top 5. Altus Esports getting passed on the last lap for that place. ART, after their early issues, finished in 7th at a PS Competition Rocket Simsport, and Arnage Competition to round out your top 10. In 11th position, it was Pure Sims and Blair Mann after their, of course, contact with T3 Motorsport at the final chicane earlier in that race. Team Fordzilla finished 30th ahead of Obsidian and PGZ to round out your top 15. Zenith Esports and Jorge Garcia was 16th ahead of Triton Racing, Veloce, Aureus Racing Team and Trek Esports round out your top 20. What's Cooking Racing Adventures 21st ahead of Wannabe SRT. Our Envision STS were in 23rd ahead of Netrex Grand Prix. Race Clutch round out your top 25, with Mitchie Hoyer dropping outside the top 20 and dropping to over a minute back towards the end of that race. At Racebots, very own Lorenzo Bonda finishes in 27th ahead of Thomas Vangen of RPC Esports. Jack Johns for Pulsus was next ahead of Florian Densler, rounding out the top 30. Final couple of cars on the lead lap there, Legion of Racing and Legion of Racers and Brabham Esports Sophie Rhodes was the first car 1 lap down, the first driver 1 lap down, I should say. Wolf Team Racing in Yas Heat, 34th and 35th. DCW Racing TR powered by Geeks Energy. Simsa Esports and Absolute Motorsport. Round out your 39 cars on the grid there. Well, Zach, another great race. You've seen 3 absolutely fantastic races here today, I have to say. You picked some good ones to watch, and GT3s at Silverstone, absolutely no different there. Very, very enjoyable once again.
Yeah, absolutely. I've really enjoyed the last 3 races alongside DJ and yourself, Ewan. And yeah, honestly, this is just what I've been looking forward to. VCO Infinity, of course, the whole format and things really did lend itself well to have as good a races as we have, and of course the versatile choices in track and cars as well, and of course attracting the best in the business really did bring some good action. But over the course of the last 3 races, really have seen some good action over the course of the last 19 races as well. The last 18 races as well. We have seen some great action. And of course, into the next 6 races, we're going to see even better, I'm sure.
Absolutely. We're just holding off, by the way, for a moment to see if we can get a quick chat with Max Benecke. A man who, of course, we've been very impressed with here once again. Redline getting their 3rd race victory here of VCO Infinity. It's not a bad run at all. It's exactly what they needed. But they've still got to rely on others having problems, I feel, in this race, which is not the greatest way to be coming towards the end of a championship, in inverted commas, like we've got here.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the thing. It's the 24 hours. It's not one race. It's 24 different ones, and you've got to be able to pick yourself back up after things haven't gone your way and keep that consistency. Of course, RAG, we were saying a little bit earlier on, have only won 2 races so far, but still lead the championship in inverted commas. Still lead the way. So it's all about that consistency. They're always there, up there in the top 5, inside the top 10, which again is always gonna help them do well. So yeah, it just proves that, even though we're not doing one whole endurance race, that consistency still very much is key.
It certainly is, as we have spoken about all day long so far. Looking ahead, but just before we go to the break here, Zach, I know you're going to be leaving us, unfortunately, but touring cars at Monza, not Monza, excuse me, that was earlier, Spa. I'm thinking about the Monza race because it was so good. 23 thousandths of a second between ART and Coanda on the line. An incredible race. I feel like Spa could produce something a little bit similar.
Absolutely, they are, I guess, not necessarily similar circuits, but they do have similar attributes in the fact that it's a long, straight, heavy braking zone, and they do promote very good side-by-side action as well. So yeah, as we saw just about an hour ago now with the Formula 3 at Spa, that itself was also a very, very good race. So I'm sure touring cars will be no different around such a legendary and iconic circuit.
Yeah, interesting for us. I think it's an absolute nightmare for the championship contenders, because if you look at the previous races, we think back to Road America, where we saw a 6-car incident in that 7-car leading train, and we think back to Monza as well, where there was 10 cars involved in the leading train for the race win race 9, about 10 hours ago now. That does make life very complicated for a championship car. It's very easy to lose a lot of points very quickly. In the GT3 race, obviously, we're talking about the battle for the lead. They could drop back maybe 1 or 2 places, okay. In the touring cars, it's very easy to lose about 10 places.
Yeah, absolutely. The touring cars will always be very, very close indeed. And yeah, again, it's all about that risk versus reward. How much do they want to gain versus how much do they want to risk losing, especially if you're, Redline, who have to make that progress forward, and you take any more steps back, you are definitely going to be out of it. And as well, for RAG, it's going to be a similar mentality in the fact they're already leading, but that lead has already come down, by a slight margin, has already come down to, now just 10 points. But luckily, Gordy Match was able to save something from that race. But yeah, it's just about managing to risk versus reward. What moves can you go for? What moves do you potentially hold off for? And are you satisfied with the P3, P4 to get some good points?
Yes, 22 points separates the top 3. Looking at this once again, Zach, I said it's towards the start of the last race. Coanda really weren't able to gain any points at all. They're now 80 points adrift. 70. Is that 70? Yeah. 70 points adrift of the lead of this one. It's not looking good for them. Are we looking at a 3-horse race here, aren't we, really?
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, VRS Coanda, despite having the most race wins of any team, taking 5 so far, they really have struggled. Of course, they had those issues early on, which then didn't really help them in moving forward. And of course, they had some issues at Spa as well. So, yeah, unfortunately, just the pace certainly has been there. If they had some consistency, if they maybe got a little bit more lucky as well, don't really use that term lightly in terms of motorsport. If they did get a little bit more lucky over the course of the races so far, they might be in a shout, because yeah, they have proven that they very much are up there with RAG, Urano, and Team Redline. But again, consistency is key, and unfortunately for them, they haven't quite been on par with our top three.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, very quickly, before we get underway with that race with the touring cars at Spa, we're going to take a quick break here on VCO Esports. Don't forget to switch over your stream, because we will be going to part 3 on YouTube. If you're excuse me, if you're on Twitch, stay absolutely where you are. Stay buckled in for the next 45 minutes of racing. It is going to be fantastic. Make sure you join us on the other side of this for race 19 of VCO Infinity.